In traversing the primordial chaos, you did not choose to follow the path of seclusion cultivation like the sages, but instead opted for your old profession of usury, and moreover, a highest interest rate of 9 out 13 back. The reason being, after crossing into the primordial chaos, you awakened the strongest merit loan system. Through issuing merit-based credit loans, you could earn exorbitant interest. And your first customer happened to be long-eared Dingguang Immortal. From the original host's memories, you knew that Dingguang Immortal had recently offended Zhao Gongming and was severely beaten. Given Dingguang Immortal's character, he would undoubtedly try every means to retaliate. Thinking of this, you immediately input a string of information into the system. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal, one of the 7 attendant immortals under Tongtian Jiaozhu. Soon, the system evaluated Dingguang Immortal's credit limit. Long-eared Dingguang Immortal, peak golden immortal cultivation. One of the 7 attendant immortals under Sage Tongtian. Merit loan limit, 3 million merits. 3 million merits was no small amount. Enough for golden immortal level Dingguang to impact the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Even with a chance to break through several minor realms consecutively. You edited a text and clicked to send. Meanwhile, in long-eared Dingguang Immortal's cave abode on Golden Turtle Island, Dingguang Immortal, having just recovered from his injuries, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had merely contradicted Zhao Gongming a few times, yet this bastard actually attacked him mercilessly, nearly destroying his physical body, and had the audacity to call it a friendly spar. Who spars with such vicious intent, forcing him to expend the primordial spiritual root, prepared for his Taiyi golden immortal breakthrough just to recover. The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt, even considering secretly descending the mountain to devour some humans and boost his cultivation. But the next moment, a luminous screen, visible only to him, suddenly appeared. Fellow Daoist, how unpleasant is the taste of being humiliated. Do you wish for revenge? Do you desire rapid cultivation advancement? Virtue Loan can fulfill all your current aspirations, with merely 10% annual interest. No collateral needed, pure credit. Miss this opportunity and regret it for life. Virtue Loan credit limit, 3 million virtue points. Borrow now. Dingguang Immortal's first reaction was someone mocking him, instantly releasing overwhelming pressure while roaring furiously. Who dares play tricks on this venerable one? Show yourself. But when scanning with his primordial spirit, he detected no one nearby. Could this be heaven-sent fortune? The bewildered Dingguang Immortal murmured. After an internal struggle, he finally couldn't resist clicking borrow. Whether this was mocking him or not, clicking wouldn't cause any loss anyway. What if he could really borrow 3 million virtue points? That would be an incredible windfall. No more worries about being stuck at the Taiyi golden immortal realm. With this thought, he immediately clicked borrow. Soon, under Dingguang Immortal's nervous gaze, the light screen displayed another message. Respected fellow Daoist long-eared Dingguang Immortal, congratulations on your successful loan application. Virtue points have been disbursed. Please check your account. The next moment, golden virtue clouds gathered across the 9 heavens. Virtue radiance illuminated heaven and earth, instantly startling countless GS-sect disciples. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Golden Turtle Island, a notification sounded in your mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully loaning 3 million virtue points. Annual interest has been deposited in your inventory. Please check host. Your eyes lit up, immediately opening the system inventory, where you saw a white glow the size of an infant's fist. You quickly absorbed this white glow. In an instant, warm energy flowed through your limbs. Your mind gained new insights into the great Tao. This alone equaled a century of your cultivation and enlightenment. Other than a more solid foundation, there weren't major changes. However, Lu Yuncheng wasn't disappointed. After all, time in the primordial era was measured in centuries. For creatures of the primordial era, a single closed-door cultivation session could casually last hundreds or thousands of years. That 10% of a year's cultivation and enlightenment didn't bring him much improvement was perfectly normal. Moreover, Fixed Light Immortal was only at the Golden Immortal realm. If it were a Great Luo Golden Immortal, a quasi-saint, or even a saint, the situation would be different. Meal should be eaten bite by bite, and cultivation improved while lying down. He wasn't in a hurry for quick results either. Developing new clients was currently most important. Suppressing various thoughts, Lu Yunxing summoned his magic treasure and transformed into a stream of light heading toward Golden Turtle Island. Fixed Light Immortal triggering the descent of heavenly virtue would surely alarm many GS-sect disciples. This was the perfect opportunity to find the next client. When Lu Yunxing arrived at Golden Turtle Island, he saw numerous disciples gathering, all gazing at the continuously gathering golden clouds of virtue in the 9th heaven and discussing animatedly. Someone actually triggered golden virtue clouds. This phenomenon is too magnificent. Who could have caused this? The GS-sect disciples, startled by the celestial phenomenon, had eyes full of shock and confusion. Since the time when the sage Niwa created humans from clay and when the three pure ones and the two western sages established their sex events that caused the heavenly Tao to bestow immeasurable merit, it had become nearly impossible to witness the manifestation of golden merit clouds in the primordial world. Such an immense golden merit cloud, what tremendous contribution to the primordial world must one make to summon it? In contrast to the shock and bewilderment of the Jesek disciples, Fixed Light Immortal could hardly contain his excitement and exhilaration. It's actually real. I've struck it rich. He had only clicked borrow out of a gambler's hope, and immediately afterward, the golden merit clouds manifested across the heavens. In the next moment, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Borrower, Elder Dingguangxian. Credit limit, 3 million merit points. Loan amount, 3 million merit points. Annual interest 10%. Repayment due, 3 million merit points plus 10% annual cultivation and Tao comprehension. 3 million merit points. More than enough to break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, with plenty left to refine magic treasures. Virtue artifacts kill without karmic consequences, so in the future there's no need to worry about secretly hunting humans for cultivation and suffering karmic retribution. Isn't this the perfect setup for soaring success? Moreover, this is precisely the best moment for him to show off. Thinking this, Fixed Light Immortal hurriedly suppressed his various thoughts and soared into the sky under the perplexed gazes of countless Jesek disciples. I am Elder Dingguangxian, one of the 7 attendant immortals under Sage Tongtian. Today by heavenly blessing, I've received divine virtue descending from heaven and shall celebrate with all my fellow disciples. This resounding proclamation that echoed between heaven and earth instantly stunned all Jesek disciples. What? The golden clouds of virtue were actually summoned by Elder Dingguangxian. How could this be? Many Jesek disciples held rather unfavorable impressions of Fixed Light Immortal, who had often bullied the weak while relying on Lord Tongtian's favor. Not long ago he was severely beaten for offending senior brother Zhao Gongming and was said to be recuperating all this time. How could he possibly summon heavenly virtue? Only Lu Yunsheng, who was mingling in the crowd, nearly burst out laughing at Fixed Light Immortal's words. No matter where you go, you'll always find people who love to show off. But this display is just too tacky. Under the skeptical gazes of the Jesek disciples, blinding golden rays of merit poured down from the 9th heaven, instantly engulfing Fixed Light Immortal in the void. This am I fucking hallucinating? This scene once again stunned the Jesek disciples. Many rubbed their eyes vigorously, and when they saw Fixed Light Immortal standing firm in the void, condensing the merit into a golden halo that he carried on his back, the disciples were completely dumbfounded. Did the heavens truly bestow merit upon that bully Fixed Light Immortal? The heavenly Tao is unjust. The Jesek disciples burned with indignation, while secretly nursing various shades of envy and jealousy. Especially Zhao Gongming, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. He stared blankly at Fixed Light Immortal standing in the void with the merit halo on his back, completely bewildered. Why would the heavenly Tao bestow merits upon this scoundrel who constantly bullies others by abusing his power? Before Zhao Gongming could even speak to inquire, the eager to show off Fixed Light Immortal descended before him, laughing heartily and saying, "Senior brother Zhao Gongming, I owe this opportunity of mine to your teachings. Had it not been for that beating you gave me, how could I have obtained this chance to move the heavens and receive their merits? The highest realm of showing off is killing with flattery and piercing the heart." Adept in this art, Fixed Light Immortal effortlessly delivered these words that not only wiped away the shame of being beaten to a pulp by Zhao Gongming but also served to spite his opponent. "So what if you beat me up? My beating came with heavenly merits as compensation. Do you have any?" After finishing his words, he pulled the halo of merits from behind him to the front and laughed again. "Senior brother Zhao Gongming, I presume you've never seen so many merits before. This junior brother can let you touch it. Come, give it a try." This maneuver by Fixed Light Immortal was deliberately designed to shatter Zhao Gongming's Tao heart. Indeed, Zhao Gongming's expression became even more unpleasant than if he'd swallowed a fly, nearly making Fixed Light Immortal burst into laughter. So what if it's merit? If you can summon it, so can I." Continuously provoked by Fixed Light Immortal, Zhao Gongming barely restrained himself from attacking again. But when faced with the blinding halo of merit, he quickly suppressed his impulsive thoughts. No matter where Fixed Light Immortal's merit came from, taking action might provoke heavenly retribution. After all, beings who could summon heavenly merit were acknowledged and protected by the heavenly Tao. There was no need to humiliate himself over mere words. With a cold snort, he transformed into a streak of light and fled. Witnessing this, Lu Yuncheng flashed a knowing smile and, while no one was paying attention, quietly pursued Zhao Gongming. With his next target acquired, why waste time watching Fixed Light Immortal show off? After venting his frustration, Fixed Light Immortal hugged his golden merit halo and showed off thoroughly before his fellow disciples, finally returning to his cave dwelling with full satisfaction. Now possessing these 3 million merits, the most important task at hand was clearly to break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. After completely digesting this fortunate opportunity, it wouldn't be too late to find Zhao Gongming to wash away his humiliation. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Gongming, having returned to his cave dwelling, had now received the same kind of fortunate opportunity he had previously encountered. Inside Zhao Gongming's cave dwelling, How could a petty person like Fixed Light Immortal trigger the descent of heavenly merits? Thinking of Fixed Light Immortal's detestable face, Zhao Gongming felt uncontrollable anger. As for Fixed Light Immortal's claim that it was through his teachings that the heavenly merits were invoked whether others believed it or not, he certainly didn't. If he truly had that capability, why couldn't he himself invoke the descent of heavenly merits? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, a translucent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Doesn't feel good when the trash you stepped on suddenly shows off right in your face. Want to clap back in their face? Want to become the coolest dude in GS Sect? Virtue loan no collateral, pure credit service fulfills all your needs. Virtue loan limit 5 million, borrow now. Zhao Gongming's reaction to the sudden text appearing on the light screen was completely different from Fixed Light Immortal's. With a raise of his right hand, he roared, "Sword, come." Chapter 3, easy to get in, hard to get out. Playing ghost tricks before this venerable one. Be slain. Zhao Gongming's sword came crashing down, endless sword intent spreading out as countless sword energies crisscrossed, shaking the entire cave abode. Though this wasn't his full-powered strike, it was enough to slay golden immortal realm cultivators without powerful protective treasures. Boom! Where the sword energy passed, the shaken void erupted with a series of deafening roars. Yet when the invincible sword energy struck the light screen, it disappeared like clay oxen entering the sea, failing to create even a single ripple. Outside the cave dwelling, Lu Yunsheng, who was waiting for Zhao Gongming to take the loan, was dumbfounded upon sensing Zhao Gongming's actions. This guy isn't following the usual script. However, considering Zhao Gongming's famously fiery temperament, it was perfectly normal for him to attack the sudden notification message. He wasn't worried about Zhao Gongming tracing the message back to him either. After all, the system could even conceal things from heavens. Will forget about Zhao Gongming, who was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Even Sage Tongtian or Dao Ancestor Hongjun wouldn't be able to deduce its origin. What? My sword strike couldn't even make a dent. Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow and swung his sword down again defiantly. An even more terrifying wave of destructive force erupted, causing the cave dwelling to collapse instantly under the sword's power. Yet the light screen remained completely unscathed, finally making Zhao Gongming show genuine surprise. Whose technique could this possibly be? In that last strike, he had unleashed 70% of his combat power. Even a fellow Tai Golden Immortal cultivator would have had to retreat temporarily before such terrifying destructive force. The commotion caused by Zhao Gongming once again alarmed numerous disciples of the Jie sect as countless figures transformed into streaks of light and descended before the collapsed cave abode. Seeing Zhao Gongming standing solemnly with sword in hand, many disciples came forward to inquire. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, what happened? Observing the growing crowd of Jie sect disciples, Zhao Gongming smiled awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. I just gained some insights into a sword technique and wanted to test its power." Though he remained highly vigilant about the suddenly appearing luminous screen captions, he chose not to inform anyone about them. After all, this phenomenon that could withstand 70% of his combat power was clearly no ordinary technique. It would require at least a golden immortal of great roaming, if not a quasi-saint, to accomplish such a feat. Before understanding the intentions behind this peculiar method, exposing its existence might bring unnecessary calamity. This wasn't due to cowardice, but rather because he couldn't yet determine whether the other party was friend or foe. There was no need for rash action. Just as he prepared to dismiss the crowd, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Senior brother Zhao Gongming, could it be that you're jealous of this junior brother for gaining merit, so you're venting your anger by demolishing your own cave residence?" The owner of this voice was none other than Fixed Light Immortal. He had just returned to his cave residence to refine his merit and attempt a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm when he sensed Zhao Gongming's disturbance. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to mock him. After all, with his merit, he could attempt the Tai Golden Immortal breakthrough anytime, but opportunities to humiliate Zhao Gongming were rare. "You would I need to envy you." Staring at Fixed Light Immortal adorned with his merit golden halo, Zhao Gongming suppressed his urge to strike and snorted coldly. Their exchange immediately made the expressions of the surrounding Jie sect disciples turn peculiar. Could senior brother Zhao Gongming really be? Many eyes flashed with sudden understanding, clearly believing Fixed Light Immortal's words, which made the latter grow even more smug. Not envious. Then why would senior brother demolish his own cave residence? Continuously provoked by Fixed Light Immortal's brazen taunts, Zhao Gongming could endure no longer. With a flick of his long sword, he raised it as if to strike down. In the past, Fixed Light Immortal would never have actively provoked Zhao Gongming, let alone angered him. If he had seen Zhao Gongming lose his temper before, he would have already backed down and fled. But now, adorned with the halo of virtue, he faced the murderous Zhao Gongming without fear. Raising his hand slightly, the floating halo of virtue behind him appeared in his palms. "Senior brother Zhao Gongming, I am protected by virtue. Wouldn't striking me incur divine punishment?" A bold and shameless taunt. This scene nearly made Lu Yunsheng, hidden in the crowd, unable to resist applauding Fixed Light Immortal. What a divine assist. With Fixed Light Immortal's brazen provocation, he was certain they could secure Zhao Gongming as a client. Lu Yunsheng edited another passage of text and clicked to send. Damn it. This bastard truly deserves a beating. How could Zhao Gongming, with his fiery temper, endure such mockery, especially in front of so many fellow disciples? If he didn't dare to make a sound, how could he maintain any authority in the future? Even if it brings divine punishment, he was determined to thoroughly thrash Fixed Light Immortal. Just as he was about to erupt, another line of text appeared on the light screen. Merit loan serves your urgent needs, fulfills your desires. With just a tap, 5 million merit points instantly credited. Supports customized delivery methods: 1. Merit Rain, 2. Merit Golden Wheel, 3. Merit Golden Lotus. Seeing the reappearing text on the light screen, Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up like a drowning man spotting a lifebuoy. Whoever's trick this was, trying it couldn't hurt, right? Little did he know his current thoughts mirrored Fixed Light Immortal's earlier considerations exactly. How could he know that entering the water is easy but getting ashore is difficult? With his decision made, Zhao Gongming suddenly sheathed his sword amid the crowd's puzzled gazes and snorted, comparing merits. This venerable one, considering your cultivation wasn't easy, initially didn't want to crush your Dao heart. Yet you took my kindness as license for your greed. Don't blame me then for bullying the weak with my strength. What's going on? What madness has senior brother Zhao Gongming fallen into? The disciples of the Jie sect all looked at Zhao Gongming as if he were a fool. Especially Fixed Light Immortal, who couldn't help but sneer. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, you don't actually think you can invoke heavenly virtue merits, do you? If a shameless villain like you who only knows how to bully others can do it, why shouldn't this venerable one be able to? Zhao Gongming retorted sharply, then clicked on the loan option. Honorable Taoist Zhao Gongming, congratulations on your successful loan application. According to your customization, 5 million virtue merits will be condensed into a golden lotus of merit for delivery. Please check your receipt. Chapter 4, this venerable one gives you a chance to reconsider your words. If you could really summon heavenly virtue merits, Fixed Light Immortal looked at Zhao Gongming with a mocking sneer, but halfway through his taunt, he seemed to have his throat suddenly constricted, his gaping mouth unable to produce any sound. Not only did Fixed Light Immortal's complexion change dramatically, but all the Jie sect disciples present were visibly shaken. Above in the ninth heaven, the golden clouds of virtue began gathering once more, this time faster and with even greater spectacle than before. The blinding golden light of virtue illuminated millions of miles across heaven and earth, startling not only the disciples of Jie sect but also countless creatures along the eastern seaboard, all gazing toward Golden Turtle Island. Only Lu Yunsheng, while everyone else was captivated by the celestial phenomenon, transformed into a streak of light and fled toward the nameless islet where he cultivated. 1 year's worth of cultivation at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm should be enough for me to break through a minor realm, right? Currently at the early stage Mystic Immortal Realm, with 2 major realms Earth Immortal and Golden Immortal separating him, the year's worth of cultivation and insights across 3 major realms would equal thousands, if not tens of thousands of years of bitter training. As for missing Zhao Gongming's glorious moment, have you ever seen a creditor celebrate a debtor's successful loan? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to spend that time improving one's cultivation? Returning to his cave abode, Lu Yunsheng immediately opened his system backpack, finding a white light the size of an infant's head newly appeared within. Absorb! At Lu Yunsheng's mental command, the white light merged into his body, instantly transforming into pure cultivation and enlightenment. Boom! Lu Yunsheng's aura surged around him as endless Dao rhythms emerged and swirled about his body. Mid-stage Mystic Immortal. Late-stage Mystic Immortal. Zhao Gongming's late-stage Golden Immortal cultivation, just 10% of his annual cultivation, directly helped Lu Yunsheng break through 2 minor realms. This upgrade speed is simply soaring. Even though Lu Yunsheng had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The original owner had toiled arduously for tens of thousands of years just to barely break through to the early stage Mystic Immortal Realm. Yet now, with just a casual effort, he directly advanced 2 realms. In the entire primordial world, who could match his speed and ease of progression? However, Lu Yunsheng was well aware that the reason he could break through 2 minor realms was primarily due to the Mystic Immortal cultivation being too weak compared to Zhao Gongming's Golden Immortal cultivation, a full 3 major realms apart. Absorbing even 1/10,000th of a Golden Immortal's comprehension of the Great Tao would be enough for a Mystic Immortal cultivator to meditate bitterly for 10,000 years. But as his realm improves, the required cultivation and Great Tao comprehension for breakthroughs will increase exponentially. We must continue developing clients as quickly as possible, striving to achieve sagehood before the investiture of the God's tribulation arrives. Being well versed in the trends of the primordial world, he clearly understood that all beneath sagehood were mere ants. To survive the Great Tribulation, the only way was to attain sagehood. After all, no one understood the dangers of the Great Tribulation better than him. Even now, the unresolved war of gods and demons tribulation has claimed the lives of over a dozen quasi-sage experts from both factions by its conclusion. 1 day without sagehood means remaining an ant forever. The investiture of the gods' tribulation hung over Lu Yunsheng's head like an execution notice, filling him with an unavoidable sense of urgency. Fortunately, the system was powerful enough and time was still sufficient. As long as he kept expanding his client base, even without achieving sagehood, becoming the creditor of all beings in the primordial world would provide enough karma for self-preservation. No suitable new client targets for now. Maybe I should continue tapping into existing clients' potential. After some contemplation, Lu Yunqing found himself unable to identify suitable new clients and couldn't help but turn his attention back to Fixed Light Immortal. This scoundrel previously provoked Zhao Gongming to his face, and with Zhao Gongming's temperament, now that he's obtained 5 million merits, wouldn't he return the favor twofold? Fixed Light Immortal, who barely managed to regain face, surely wouldn't take this lying down. Unwillingness would drive him to seek more loans to reclaim his pride. He remembered that as borrowers' cultivation and status improve, their credit limits increase. Fixed Light Immortal, at peak Golden Immortal Realm, only needs to refine some merits to surely break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Doesn't this create perfect conditions for credit limit increase and further loans? Thinking this, Lu Yunsheng began composing his promotional message. Meanwhile, above Golden Turtle Island, the reappearance of celestial phenomena completely electrified the Jie sect disciples. Senior brother Zhao Gongming actually manifested truth through words, truly triggering merit-induced phenomena. This phenomenon appears at least twice as grand as what Fixed Light Immortal summoned. This thought emerging in their minds made many Jie sect disciples instinctively glance toward Fixed Light Immortal. The Jie sect disciples still remembered Fixed Light Immortal's smug face when he invoked the merit he had practically rubbed senior brother Zhao Gongming's face in the dirt. Why has he suddenly gone silent? You were so good at running your mouth earlier, why don't you keep talking now? Feeling the Jie sect disciples' gloating gazes upon him, Fixed Light Immortal grew both furious and secretly panicked. How could Zhao Gongming also have invoked Heavenly Dao merit? Moreover, the Heavenly Dao merit he invoked appeared nearly twice as vast as his own. Wasn't this opportunity supposed to be his alone? As Fixed Light Immortal's panic grew, Zhao Gongming approached him. Junior brother, you just said that if I invoked Heavenly Dao merit, you would what exactly? Eyes darting nervously, Fixed Light Immortal couldn't meet Zhao Gongming's gaze, stammering incoherently without managing to say anything substantial. Boom! At that moment, from the merit gold clouds gathering in the highest heavens, suddenly descended a radiant golden lotus of merit. Dazzling golden light poured down, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A golden lotus of virtue descending from heaven. This magnificent scene, compared to the celestial phenomena Fixed Light Immortal had previously triggered, undoubtedly caused greater shock and impact among the Jie sect disciples. If the heavenly virtue descent triggered by Fixed Light Immortal brought them astonishment, envy and jealousy, what Zhao Gongming brought was soul-shaking awe. Though heavenly virtue descents weren't common, they had at least heard of them. But a golden lotus of virtue descending from heaven, this was utterly unheard of. Especially for Fixed Light Immortal, not only was his heart panicking, he was green with envy to the point of spitting blood. The Heavenly Dao is unfair. Why did Zhao Gongming's manifestation of virtue appear more magnificent and splendid than his? Boom! Just as Fixed Light Immortal was cursing inwardly, he suddenly felt a piercing golden light approaching from afar. Before he could react, a golden lotus of virtue comparable to a small mountain crashed onto his own halo of virtue. The glittering halo of virtue instantly shattered, transforming into golden radiance that swirled around Fixed Light Immortal's body. Fixed Light Immortal was so enraged that he opened his mouth to curse, but Zhao Gongming's casual remark left him speechless. My virtue golden lotus is larger than your shabby golden wheel. Even if I were to execute you now, it likely wouldn't incur celestial punishment. I'll give you one last chance to rephrase your words. Chapter 5. Would you like a credit limit increase? Action speaks louder than desire. The words caught again in Fixed Light Immortal's throat, his face turning uglier than if he'd eaten excrement, his heart torn with indecision. What should I do? Should I back down? His confidence in confronting Zhao Gongming directly had evaporated. If he continued being obstinate, given Zhao Gongming's fearless nature, he might truly cut down his physical form in public. But if he yielded openly, wouldn't he lose all dignity and become the greatest joke in Jie sect? Just as Fixed Light Immortal was caught in this dilemma, the familiar luminous screen reappeared. Esteemed fellow Taoist Fixed Light Immortal, Virtue Loan now offers credit limit increases. Simply improve your cultivation base to apply. Virtue points arrive instantly. Action speaks louder than desire. Only one slot remaining. Apply now to avoid missing out. The limit can be increased. Doesn't this mean I get another chance to directly confront Zhao Gongming? The previously hesitant Fixed Light Immortal suddenly felt his heart surge with excitement. Especially upon realizing there was only one spot left, an unprecedented sense of urgency arose in his heart. I must secure this last opportunity. With this thought, he immediately challenged Zhao Gongming. Does senior brother intend to bully the weak with his strength? Zhao Gongming raised his eyebrows and sneered. What if I am bullying the weak with my strength? Although Zhao Gongming had a fiery temper and tended to act first when disagreements arose, he had never actually bullied the weak before. However, when facing someone like Fixed Light Immortal who only knew how to throw his weight around, he didn't mind earning such a reputation. So senior brother Zhao Gongming only knows how to bully the weak. Perhaps you're afraid that once I break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, I'll become more than you can handle. Knowing Zhao Gongming well, Fixed Light Immortal was confident his provocation would work. This would be his chance to achieve a breakthrough on the spot. As long as he broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he could continue borrowing merits to thoroughly humiliate Zhao Gongming. Indeed, as soon as Fixed Light Immortal spoke these words, Zhao Gongming couldn't tolerate it. This venerable fears your breakthrough. With his late-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, how could he fear Fixed Light Immortal who was merely at Golden Immortal realm? It wasn't just looking down on him, this was an immense humiliation. Even if Fixed Light Immortal broke through to Tai Golden Immortal realm, he would still be far from Zhao Gongming's level, though he saw through Fixed Light Immortal's scheme, clearly provoking him to gain breakthrough time. This scoundrel probably didn't realize there were heaven-earth differences between Tai Golden Immortals too. Spare me your provocations. Since you're dissatisfied, this venerable will grant your breakthrough. After you advance, I'll properly teach you how to conduct yourself. These words made all present Jia sect disciples' expressions turn expectant. Now the real show begins. Without further ado, Fixed Light Immortal began refining merits before everyone. Boom! As the golden light of virtue was refined, Fixed Light Immortal's surrounding aura skyrocketed. Infinite Tao rhythms flourished, golden lotus flowers of Tao rhythms sprouted everywhere, transforming into the purest comprehension and merging into Fixed Light Immortal's body. The 5 chi converged in his chest, coalescing into the Tai Dao fruit. Boom! The next moment, an illusory Tai Dao fruit manifested above Fixed Light Immortal. The golden light of virtue surrounding him surged into the Tai Dao fruit. In merely an instant, the illusory Tai Dao fruit completely materialized and integrated into Fixed Light Immortal's body. This spectacle made everyone present gasp in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock and envy. The speed of cultivation advancement through virtue is simply too fast. Fixed Light Immortal had only refined 1/3 of his acquired virtue, yet directly broke through a major realm. If he refined the remaining 2/3 of virtue, wouldn't he soon catch up with senior brother Zhao Gongming? Just as Fixed Light Immortal broke through to Tai Golden Immortal realm, a notification sound rang in Lu Yunqing's mind. Detection: Bar or Elder Dingguangxian has achieved Tai Golden Immortal realm. Loan limit can be increased by 4-5 million merit points. Floating limit. Lu Yunqing paused momentarily before swiftly realizing the specific increase should be determined by him. Is there even anything to consider? Of course, maximize it. After all, the principal doesn't belong to him anyway. The more he lends out, the higher customer satisfaction becomes, the faster the improvement speed naturally is, and consequently the more interest he can collect. Lu Yunqing quickly composed a message and clicked send. On Golden Turtle Island, while exhilarated by his breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal realm, Fixed Light Immortal harbored even greater anticipation within. Why hasn't the limit increase arrived yet? This was his only opportunity to humiliate Zhao Gongming. Unaware of Fixed Light Immortal's thoughts, Zhao Gongming sneered coldly upon seeing his breakthrough. I granted you this chance to advance. Now it can't be considered bullying the weak, can it? Did Fixed Light Immortal believe achieving Tai Golden Immortal realm gave him the confidence to oppose him? He would make this bastard understand the true magnitude of the gap between an early stage and late stage Tai Golden Immortal. Sensing Zhao Gongming's continuously soaring battle intent, Fixed Light Immortal's complexion changed repeatedly, his heart as frantic as ants on a hot pan. His deliberate provocation of Zhao Gongming wasn't because he believed breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm gave him confidence to oppose Zhao Gongming. His boldness came from his loan credit increase. Just as he was about to lose composure, the familiar light screen reappeared. Respected Elder Dingguangxian, congratulations on obtaining a 5 million merit points credit increase. Merit loan available balance 5 million merit points. Borrow now. Borrow. Without any hesitation, Fixed Light Immortal clicked to borrow. The next moment, the text on the light screen changed again. Respected Elder Dingguangxian, congratulations on your successful loan. 5 million merit points have been disbursed. Please check your account. Immediately, the familiar panel reappeared. Borrower, Elder Dingguangxian. Credit limit, 8 million merit points. Loan amount, 8 million virtue points, 10% annual interest. Repayment amount, 8 million virtue points plus 10% annual cultivation attainment and Tao comprehension. Ha, the glorious moment has returned. Fixed Light Immortal's face brightened with joy, and his entire demeanor instantly became radiant with triumph. He looked at Zhao Gongming, who was preparing to attack him, and sneered, Senior brother Zhao Gongming, don't be hasty. Your junior brother here has suddenly sensed the will of heaven. It seems the heavenly Tao is about to bestow virtue upon me again. What nonsense! You're attracting heavenly virtue again. As these words fell, the surrounding world suddenly plunged into eerie silence. Everyone's gaze upon Fixed Light Immortal now resembled people looking at some kind of freak. Do you think you're the heavenly Tao's favorite child, that virtue comes whenever you ask? Yet in the next moment, golden virtue clouds gathered once more, and virtue light so brilliant it could blind eyes swept across all realms of existence. Not only were the present disciples stunned, even the 4 core disciples of Jia sect in seclusion were startled by the continuous manifestations of virtue phenomena emerging from their grotto heavens one after another. Boom! The tightly shut doors of Bo Palace slowly began to open at this very moment. The vast saintly might swept across heaven and earth, pressuring all realms of the universe. The majestic figure of Sage Tontian, leader of Jia sect, manifested above Golden Turtle Island. Chapter 6, The Sage's Teaching, System's New Function, Debt Collection. We pay respects to our master. All disciples of Jia sect bowed in unison with utmost reverence. Even Fixed Light Immortal, who had been eager to show off, now behaved with complete humility, not daring to overstep in the slightest. All beneath the saints are but ants. Not to mention he had only just achieved Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Even if he had broken through to Daluo, or even Quasi-Sage, he would still be insignificant before Lord Tontian. Zhao Gongming also descended from his golden lotus of merit and bowed respectfully. Sage Tontian, manifested above Golden Turtle Island, frowned at the merit golden clouds manifesting between heaven and earth. Sensing something amiss with this merit, he immediately began divination. The heavenly secrets are actually obscured. Having gained no insight from his divination, Sage Tontian couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although Tribulation Chi obscured part of the heavenly secrets, Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal were his disciples. They shouldn't be affected by Tribulation Chi. Could it be someone deliberately concealed the heavenly secrets? All disciples of Jia sect noticed the change in Lord Tontian's expression, their hearts tightening in unison. This was the first time they'd ever seen Lord Tontian show such grave solemnity. Could there be something wrong with the virtue Fixed Light Immortal invoked? Fixed Light Immortal felt waves of unease within. While he could deceive others about the virtue's origin, he dared not lie to Lord Tontian. If the master inquires about the virtue, how should he respond? Boom! The next instant, Fixed Light Immortal felt a divine sense sweep over him that made his very soul tremble. In that moment, he experienced the panic of having every aspect of himself exposed. Under this divine scrutiny, he felt constant suffocating pressure, like he might be crushed to nothingness at any moment. Just as he was about to break and confess the virtue's origin voluntarily, the suffocating divine sense withdrew. Who? Fixed Light Immortal, his face deathly pale, gasped for breath while standing motionless with lowered head, not daring to make the slightest movement for fear that the terrifying divine sense might descend upon him again. After withdrawing his divine sense, Tontian's slightly furrowed brows smoothed out, and when he looked at Fixed Light Immortal again, his eyes revealed undisguised approval. With his ability as a heavenly Tao saint, the sweep of his divine sense confirmed that the merits Fixed Light Immortal had obtained contained no abnormalities, nor had anyone tampered with them. As for being unable to deduce their origin, it was presumably because the heavenly Tao had obscured the celestial secrets. Since this was Fixed Light Immortal's own fortuitous encounter, Tontian didn't press for details. Instead, he turned to Fixed Light Immortal and Zhao Gongming, saying, "This opportunity of yours is a blessing for our Jia sect, worthy of universal celebration." Since the onset of the witch-demon tribulation, the celestial mechanisms had been in chaos. Even saints couldn't penetrate heaven's will, and countless beings in the primordial world had perished in the war between the witch and demon tribes. The heavenly Tao hadn't bestowed its blessings for a long time. The fact that his Jia sect disciples could invoke the descent of heavenly virtue during the cosmic calamity, even if not in great amounts, was still quite helpful in boosting the sect's fortune. Naturally, Tontian was delighted for his disciples. Originally uneasy, Fixed Light Immortal felt a surge of excitement when publicly praised by his master. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to flatter his master, Zhao Gongming's voice suddenly rang out. "Master praises me too much, this disciple feels unworthy." Without master's meticulous guidance and protection, how could this disciple have obtained the opportunity to invoke the heavenly virtue? Truly speaking, this is the opportunity and blessing bestowed by master. Please accept this disciple's bow. Having said this, Zhao Gongming bowed deeply to Sage Tontian, who stood in the void, which immediately made the sage even more pleased and increasingly appreciative of this disciple. To obtain such an opportunity yet remain neither arrogant nor impatient, this was something most disciples couldn't achieve. This scene left all the Jia sect disciples dumbfounded. Since when had Zhao Gongming become so skilled at flattery? Especially for Fixed Light Immortal, his mentality completely collapsed. Zhao Gongming actually stole his lines. Was this taking his path and leaving him no way forward? Just as Fixed Light Immortal, having missed his chance to shine before the master, was contemplating how to make up for it, the vast sacred voice of Sage Tontian resounded once more. "Today, my disciples have successively triggered heavenly merit descent. This is an auspicious sign of Jia sect's great prosperity. I have decided to personally deliver a sermon to celebrate with all Jia sect disciples. All disciples of our sect may come to listen." The continuous descent of heavenly merit had actually elevated Jia sect's fortune considerably. Naturally, Tontian wouldn't treat his disciples unfairly. The vast sacred voice swept across, echoing through all realms of existence, startling countless Jia sect disciples. A sage's sermon is an opportunity that comes by chance rather than by seeking. Whether they were in closed-door cultivation or comprehending divine abilities, all Jia sect disciples stopped what they were doing and transformed into streams of light, rushing toward Golden Turtle Island. Lu Yunsheng was no exception. Even though he could improve just by lying down, a sage's sermon presented an opportunity to develop clients, which he naturally wouldn't miss. As Lu Yunqing descended upon Golden Turtle Island, his gaze swept across tens of thousands of Jesek disciples gathered before Bo Palace, each face alight with unconcealable excitement. Saints stand above all mortals. Even as disciples of a saint, except for a few personal disciples, most Jesek members rarely get to see Sage Tongtian in ordinary times, let alone receive his teachings. Even comprehending just 1/10,000th part could equal thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Moreover, this presents an opportunity to impress Lord Tongtian. With good fortune to gain his favor, one could truly soar to greatness. We pay homage to our master. The assembled Jesek disciples on Golden Turtle Island simultaneously bowed towards Sage Tongtian seated upon his cloud dais. Good. Sage Tongtian gave a slight nod before beginning his exposition of the great Tao's truths. The saint's words manifested as divine law, giving birth to endless Tao rhythms that enveloped the entire Golden Turtle Island. Heavenly blossoms cascaded while golden lotuses sprang from the earth. Countless miraculous phenomena manifested. The entire Golden Turtle Island was enveloped in boundless auspicious aura. However, the great Tao preached by the saint was abstruse and difficult to comprehend. Many disciples either frowned or pondered deeply, their expressions varied. Only Lu Yunqing at the very back of the crowd wasn't contemplating the great Tao principles like other disciples. With flickering eyes, he observed the Jesek disciples immersed in comprehending the Tao rhythms. He hadn't come here to listen to the saint's teachings but to seek new clients. After all, with the system as his trump card, developing one client could equal hundreds or thousands of years of his bitter cultivation. If he could acquire high-end clients, it might even equal 10,000 years of cultivation. Why bother with bitter cultivation when he could improve while lying down? Hundreds of years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Yunqing identified several potential clients, waiting only for Lord Tongtian to conclude his teachings before approaching them. Throughout this period, he never received the system's annual interest collection. Upon careful examination, he realized the system only collected interest upfront during the initial loan, leaving subsequent collections to his own efforts. I have to collect the debts myself. Doesn't that risk bad debts? Lu Yunqing complained inwardly. Both his loan clients were at the Tai Golden Immortal level while he was merely a Xian Immortal. If Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal refused to repay, wouldn't those become bad debts? Although the principal lost wasn't his own, without collecting interest, all his efforts would be for nothing, and his plan of lying down to improve would be affected. The system shouldn't have such a loophole. Could it be that I haven't fully understood it yet? Lu Yunqing frowned in thought before examining the system again. Soon, his slightly furrowed brows smoothed out, and a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. The system delivers after all. I knew the system wouldn't make a losing deal. After successfully issuing loans, the system had added a new function, debt collection. If a client refused to repay after defaulting, he could post a collection task through the system. Clients who took on the task would receive rewards like interest-free coupons upon successful collection. With this collection function, not only did he not have to worry about recovering principal and interest, but he could also recruit enforcers for his own use. When he has more clients in the future, whoever dares not repay will face him directly recruiting dozens of enforcers for door-to-door debt collection. Just imagining that scene is thrilling. Chapter 7, Breaking Through 3 Realms in Succession. The sermon should be ending soon. I should send repayment reminders to both of them first. Having gained a more comprehensive understanding of the system's functions, Lu Yunqing immediately began drafting messages. Several centuries' worth of interest should be sufficient for him to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura pierced through the heavens, startling countless disciples. Lu Yunqing raised his eyes and saw Zhao Gongming at the forefront, his body radiant with golden light, surrounded by endless Tao rhymes. The Tao rhyme golden lotuses transformed into pure comprehension, surging into his body. Is he about to break through? Lu Yunqing raised an eyebrow, his heart filling with anticipation. The faster Zhao Gongming improves, the more interest will be returned to him, along with opportunities for credit limit increases. The next moment, a Tai Dao fruit radiating infinite Dao rhymes materialized above Zhao Gongming. The golden light of virtue surrounding him, as if sensing the call, madly surged into it. In just an instant, the Tai Dao fruit that had absorbed countless virtues emitted an even more terrifying aura. The peak realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Zhao Gongming, who was listening to the saint's teachings, broke through to the peak realm of Tai Golden Immortal in just a few hundred years with the help of virtue. This scene filled countless Jesek disciples with envy, and even the 4 chief disciples showed traces of envy in their eyes. In terms of innate talent, Duobao and the other 4 chief disciples were only more profound than Zhao Gongming. Yet while listening to the same saint's teachings, they couldn't comprehend the slightest bit, while Zhao Gongming directly broke through with the blessing of virtue. Who wouldn't envy this? Tongtian also looked pleased, his gaze toward Zhao Gongming growing increasingly satisfied. Only Fixed Light Immortal among the crowd had flames of jealousy flickering in his eyes, his heart filled with indignation. Has the spotlight been stolen by this bastard again? Unwilling to admit defeat, Fixed Light Immortal immediately began frantically refining his virtue, preparing to reclaim his standing before Lord Tongtian. Boom! As Fixed Light Immortal madly refined his virtue, the energy around his body surged wildly, once again drawing the attention of the astonished Jiesek disciples. What is Fixed Light Immortal about to break through again? Many disciples remembered he had just broken through less than a millennium ago. Moreover, he had advanced from Golden Immortal Realm to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Having just crossed a major realm less than 1,000 years ago, was he breaking through again? Does he intend to leave any room for others to thrive? Under countless envious and jealous gazes, Fixed Light Immortal, with energy surging to its peak around him, broke through to mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This scene filled Sage Tongtian with gratification. These two disciples of his, blessed by heavenly fortune, were indeed extraordinary. In the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, each minor breakthrough typically requires even the most talented beings at least 100,000 years of arduous cultivation to achieve. He recalled that it had only been 10,000 years since Zhao Gongming broke through to the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As for Fixed Light Immortal, it hadn't even been 1,000 years. Having witnessed two disciples achieving breakthroughs during this sermon, their master couldn't help but feel honored. However, what no one knew was that after their breakthroughs, before Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal could even celebrate, they received repayment notices. Zhao Gongming stared at the text appearing on the light screen before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Esteemed fellow Taoist Zhao Gongming, you previously borrowed 5 million merit points. The total interest payable is 50 years of cultivation insights. Please repay on time to help improve your credit limit. 50 years of cultivation just for interest. When he first borrowed and the system directly deducted 10% annual interest, Zhao Gongming hadn't felt much about it nor considered the interest particularly high. But now facing the need to repay 500 years worth of interest at once, he suddenly realized that 10% annual interest didn't seem so low after all. Although 50 years of cultivation insights weren't much to him, they were still the fruits of his own diligent practice. Losing them just like that inevitably pained his heart somewhat. However, thinking about the need for future loans, he gritted his teeth and finally clicked repay. Meanwhile, when Fixed Light Immortal saw the repayment reminder, he chose to ignore it out of cleverness. What's borrowed by skill shouldn't need repayment, he thought. His reasoning was simple: delay first to observe potential consequences before deciding. Neither Sage Tongtian nor the Jiesek disciples knew about Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal's reactions. The two were soon surrounded by countless disciples, their endless flattery greatly pleasing the pair. Soon, a notification sounded in Lu Yunqing's mind. Congratulations, host! Successfully collected interest. 50 years cultivation insight. Repayer, Zhao Gongming. Interest has been deposited in your inventory. Please check. Lu Yunqing's face lit up with joy. Watching Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal surrounded by disciples, he couldn't help feeling tempted. Moreover, his recent cultivation progress had been too rapid. He needed an appropriate moment to properly display his talent, lest his swift advancement arouse suspicion from Lord Tongtian. Now was clearly the most opportune moment, a chance to showcase his talents while putting on an impressive display. With this thought, he ceased pressuring Fixed Light Immortal for repayment and immediately absorbed Zhao Gongming's 50 years of cultivation insights. As a sphere of white light the size of an adult's head merged into his body, Lu Yunqing's aura surged wildly around him. Boom! Peak Profound Immortal. In mere moments, Lu Yunqing had broken through from late-stage Profound Immortal to Peak Profound Immortal. The commotion of his breakthrough immediately drew everyone's attention, leaving many with peculiar expressions. How could Lu Yunqing with his mediocre roots achieve a breakthrough simply by listening to the master's teachings? Yet the disciples' astonishment was only the beginning. After reaching Peak Profound Immortal Realm, Lu Yunqing's aura didn't weaken but instead surged once more. Early Stage Earth Immortal. Mid-Stage Earth Immortal. Only after consecutively breaking through 2 realms did the energy fluctuations around him gradually calm. Zhao Gongming at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal Realm directly enabled Lu Yunqing to break through 3 minor realms with 50 years of cultivation insights. Such tremendous improvement primarily came from these 50 years of cultivation insights, which contained Zhao Gongming's comprehension of Sage Tongtian's teachings and his breakthrough to the peak Tai Golden Immortal Realm. If Zhao Gongming had simply meditated for several hundred years, the interest returned to Lu Yunqing would have allowed him to break through at most 1 minor realm. 3 consecutive breakthroughs. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Although the Earth Immortal Realm still ranks at the bottom among Jiesek's numerous disciples, the shock of 3 consecutive breakthroughs was still deeply impactful. The foundation of a primordial being is determined the moment they are born and cannot be reversed. This foundation dictates their upper limit. With Lu Yunqing's innate spiritual herb foundation, he should only be able to cultivate up to the Golden Immortal Realm at most. Yet, after just tens of thousands of years since taking human form, he has already broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. How did he achieve this? At this moment, Lu Yunqing became the center of attention, unintentionally stealing the spotlight from Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal. Even the usually unflappable Sage Tongtian revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. The two disciples, Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal, had already given Sage Tongtian enough pleasant surprises to warm his heart. Yet unexpectedly, this obscure outer sect disciple also managed to deliver an unanticipated delight. Throughout tens of thousands of years of preaching to Jia sect disciples, only Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal had achieved breakthroughs during his lectures, and both had relied on merit points. Only Lu Yunsheng had broken through purely through comprehension of his teachings. And what's more, he broke through 3 realms consecutively. Such talent rivals that of disciples with top-tier primordial roots. Chapter 8. Since clouds exist, why the long-eared one? Feeling numerous envious gazes upon him, Lu Yunsheng couldn't help but feel secret delight. No wonder Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal loved showing off so much. The feeling of being envied truly was exhilarating. However, on the surface, Lu Yunsheng pretended to be excited and said, "I actually broke through," and achieved 3 consecutive breakthroughs at once. He deliberately feigned ecstasy, not actually for showing off, but to avoid arousing Sage Tongtian's suspicion. After all, his innate limitations restricted his potential, and the current impact he made on everyone was somewhat excessive. It was necessary to maintain some appropriate modesty. Yet, his words struck the ears of the disciples like a 10,000-fold critical hit. "It's not like we're blind. Can't you sense your own 3 consecutive breakthroughs? Who are you trying to provoke on purpose? Damn those humble braggers." The disciples of the Jia sect all inwardly cursed endlessly, but upon noticing the unconcealed delight on Lord Tongtian's face, none dared to show their true feelings. Instead, they had to put on a harmonious facade and step forward to offer congratulations. "Congratulations, junior brother Yunsheng, on your 3 consecutive breakthroughs." Many disciples approached with forced smiles and hollow praise, causing Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal to grimace in discomfort. Was their moment of glory really just snatched away by this suddenly emerging Lu Yunsheng? Especially Fixed Light Immortal, who was determined to outshine Zhao Gongming, his mentality nearly collapsed. The reason Lord Tongtian personally imparted the Tao was that his successive invocations of virtue and merit startled even the master himself. As a result, Zhao Gongming seized the opportunity to flatter before the master, while Lu Yunsheng, appearing out of nowhere, once again stole his moment to shine. If clouds Yun must exist, why must long ears grow? A play on words referencing Lu Yunsheng's name and Fixed Light Immortal's rabbit features. While fuming with anger, Fixed Light Immortal begrudged Lu Yunsheng for stealing his limelight. What does breaking through 3 realms consecutively amount to? Before him, wasn't this still just an ant that could be crushed at will? However, in Lord Tongtian's presence, Fixed Light Immortal dared not reveal the slightest hint of his thoughts. Ordinarily, he could bully junior disciples with inferior innate talents by leveraging the master's favor. Those disciples could only seethe in silence, with no risk of the master learning and punishing him. But acting arrogantly before Lord Tongtian, Fixed Light Immortal lacked such audacity. Though direct bullying was impossible, disguised mockery through flattering words remained permissible. "Junior brother Yunsheng, you truly make this senior brother look at you with new eyes. To think you directly broke through from peak profound immortal realm to mid-stage earth immortal realm. Unlike me, when I first manifested my form, I was already at late-stage earth immortal realm, never getting to experience the breakthrough from profound to earth immortal. Are you putting on airs for me?" Lu Yunsheng gave Dingguang Immortal a speechless look, too lazy to respond. After all, Dingguang Immortal was his first client. He had enough magnanimity for that much. After modestly acknowledging the congratulations from fellow disciples, Lu Yunsheng bowed deeply towards Sage Tongtian. "Many thanks for the teachings, Master, and for bestowing this opportunity and fortune." His immediate breakthrough wasn't meant to steal Dingguang Immortal and Zhao Gongming's thunder, but simply to display a fraction of his talent and remind Sage Tongtian of his presence. In this primordial world of survival of the fittest, while innate talent mattered, background was undoubtedly most crucial. With Sage Tongtian as his powerful backer, he naturally needed to make full use of this advantage to ensure his lone business would sail smoothly. Yunsheng's breakthrough through 3 realms would not have been possible without your own efforts. There's no need for undue modesty. Lord Tongtian held quite favorable impressions of Lu Yunsheng. This sudden inspiration to preach had yielded results far beyond his expectations. Although breaking through from Mystic Immortal to Earth Immortal realm wasn't particularly remarkable, achieving this with Lu Yunsheng's innate foundation fully demonstrated his extraordinary diligence. As Sage Tongtian felt pleased, he suddenly had another premonition. It seemed his disciple's fate had undergone subtle changes. He immediately began divination. Shielded by the heavenly Tao again. After extensive divination, Tongtian found his disciple's fate completely obscured, with no traces discernible through celestial calculations. Could it be this disciple has also received blessings from the heavenly Tao? With this thought, he raised his hand, summoning a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure radiating formidable power that floated before Lu Yunsheng. This treasure is called the 9 Mysteries Pagoda, possessing innate defensive abilities. "I bestow it upon you today for protection." These words instantly caused waves of astonishment among countless disciples. Has Lord Tongtian's generosity reached such magnificent heights? Top-grade primordial spiritual treasures are extremely rare and hard to come by. Throughout the entire primordial world, disciples who possess protective treasures of this caliber can truly be counted on one hand. To bestow such a top-tier treasure upon an outer sect disciple, isn't this a complete waste of precious resources? While the Jia sect disciples burned with envy and jealousy, they all felt a surge of indignation in their hearts. Yet what could they do? Having listened to the master's teachings, they failed to achieve successive breakthroughs, thus missing this heaven-sent opportunity. Particularly Fixed Light Immortal, who already resented Lu Yunxing for stealing his limelight. Seeing Lord Tongtian bestow a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure made him so jealous he could practically taste blood. He might have tolerated the stolen limelight, but stolen treasure? Absolutely unacceptable. In Fixed Light Immortal's view, had Lu Yunxing not stolen his moment, Lord Tongtian would certainly have awarded this supreme treasure to him instead. If someone dared snatch his treasure, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. When Fixed Light Immortal glanced at Lu Yunxing again, a concealed flicker of icy malice flashed through his eyes. However, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yunxing, and no one noticed Fixed Light Immortal's thoughts. One by one, they became even more enthusiastic toward Lu Yunxing, openly showing their flattery without concealment. Even a fool could tell that receiving a treasure from Lord Tongtian meant he had gained his favor. His future path would undoubtedly be boundless. Although his innate limitations might restrict Lu Yunxing's potential, if Lord Tongtian took the trouble to instruct him carefully, there might be a chance to break through those shackles. Establishing goodwill with Lu Yunxing in advance might bring unexpected benefits. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure. This disciple will redouble his cultivation efforts and not disappoint your high expectations. Amid the envious gazes of countless disciples, Lu Yunxing bowed once more in gratitude. He hadn't expected such a tremendous unexpected gain. It seemed he would need to make more appearances before Lord Tongtian in the future. Whether treasures were bestowed or not mattered little. What mattered was increasing his presence, making it easier to press for repayment later. This sermon has concluded. All of you, contemplate it well. Sage Tongtian gave his disciples a final admonition, and his majestic form, whose might oppressed the myriad realms, vanished soon after. After Sage Tongtian returned to Bo Palace, Lu Yunxing perfunctorily acknowledged the other disciples' greetings before returning to his own cave abode. Only at this point did Zhao Gongming and Fixed Light Immortal, who had been overshadowed earlier, regain the spotlight. However, the preoccupied Fixed Light Immortal clearly had no intention of showing off before the disciples. Making a casual excuse, he departed and secretly made his way toward Lu Yunxing's cultivation cave. Chapter 9, Show me exactly how you'll make things difficult. Upon returning to his cave abode, Lu Yunxing immediately took out the treasure bestowed by Sage Tongtian and prepared to refine it. This treasure has 37 restrictions in total. With my mid-stage Earth Immortal cultivation, refining just one would likely take at least 100 years. Top-grade primordial spiritual treasures are categorized by 37 to 48 restrictions based on their power. The more restrictions a treasure possesses, the greater its might. The 9 Mysteries Tower bestowed by Sage Tongtian, while being the weakest in power among top-grade innate spiritual treasures, remains a supreme defensive artifact. Even if Lu Yunxing cannot fully refine it, merely refining one restriction would be sufficient for his protection. The key issue lies in the excessively long time required to refine a single restriction. Currently with only 2 clients, developing new clients clearly holds more significance for his overall improvement than refining spiritual treasures. Just as Lu Yunxing was struggling with whether to refine the artifact or not, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. Junior brother Yunxing, are you preparing to refine an artifact? There stood Fixed Light Immortal with a smiling face, having descended before Lu Yunxing. Noticing Fixed Light Immortal's burning gaze fixed upon the 9 Mysteries Tower, how could Lu Yunxing not guess that this scoundrel harbored ill intentions toward the artifact bestowed by his revered master Tongtian? Still owing unpaid interest, how dare he covet my treasure now? While inwardly sneering, Lu Yunxing deliberately feigned hesitation on the surface. Senior brother's timing couldn't be better. I'm torn between consolidating my cultivation first or refining the treasure first. Would you advise me, senior brother? Torn my foot. This was a supreme grade innate numinous treasure. Once refined, it could boost combat power several times over. What hesitation was needed? But this was obviously good news for him. This treasure didn't originally belong to Lu Yunxing anyway. If he didn't want to refine it, it could just be handed over. The Fixed Light Immortal, who'd initially planned to seize it by force, immediately changed tactics and smiled. Junior brother Yunxing, you're absolutely right. Treasures are ultimately external aids. How could they compare to improving one's cultivation? Here's what we'll do. You can consult me on any cultivation problems. As compensation for my guidance, lend this treasure to your senior brother temporarily. How does that sound? Lend. What a tactful choice of words. Another person might have believed Fixed Light Immortal's nonsense, but unfortunately for him, his scheme had already been seen through. Since Fixed Light Immortal has dropped his act, Lu Yunxing saw no need for pleasantries either. His expression darkened as he said, "This magic treasure was bestowed by our master. How dare you covet it?" Watching Lu Yunxing change expressions faster than flipping pages, Fixed Light Immortal was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, fury instantly overwhelmed him. He had negotiated politely with Lu Yunsheng, refraining from outright robbery. This was giving considerable face already. Yet now Lu Yunsheng dared to threaten him instead. Was there no justice left in this world? Since the offered face was refused, Fixed Light Immortal abandoned all pretense. With a cold sneer he declared, "This treasure was originally prepared by Master for me. You merely got lucky and intercepted what rightfully belongs to this venerable one. Out of consideration for your cultivation hardships, I lowered myself to guide you, only asking you to return what's mine. Yet you dare threaten me. Then blame yourself when this venerable one withdraws his mercy. Originally yours since when?" The scoundrel had truly perfected the art of shamelessness. No wonder Zhao Gongming had immediately repaid upon receiving the notice, while Fixed Light Immortal showed no movement at all. So it wasn't that this bastard was too busy, but that he never intended to repay from the beginning. Not only defaulting on the debt, but now coming to threaten him and attempting to forcibly seize his magical artifact. This scoundrel probably doesn't know the consequences of being pursued for repayment. Facing Ding Wangxian's threats, Lu Yunsheng wasn't the least bit concerned. He immediately sent Zhao Gongming a push notification. At Golden Turtle Island, after Lu Yunsheng's departure, Zhao Gongming, having thoroughly enjoyed his moment of glory, was vividly recounting fabricated tales of how he had triggered virtue to the three Shao sisters when suddenly the light screen illuminated. Honorable fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming, the Virtue Loan Service is currently offering a limited-time debt collection mission. Accept and complete the task to receive an interest-free voucher valid for 100 to 1,000 years. Collection target, Elder Ding Wangxian. Accept. A collection mission with interest-free vouchers. And the target is the damn Ding Wangxian whom I can't stand the most. Why even hesitate about this? I must accept. Zhao Gongming immediately clicked accept, and Ding Wangxian's location appeared on the light screen. Isn't this junior brother Yunsheng's cultivation cave? Why is Fixed Light Immortal here? Could it be? With Zhao Gongming's understanding of Fixed Light Immortal, he quickly guessed the scoundrel's purpose, which immediately drew a cold laugh from him. Senior brother, what's wrong? The three Shao sisters who had been listening to Zhao Gongming's storytelling saw him suddenly stop and then let out that cold laugh, leaving them completely bewildered. Yun Xiao immediately voiced her confusion. I have some matters to attend to, sisters. You should return first. Next time we meet, I'll continue telling you narrating how I managed to invoke the descent of heavenly virtue. After saying this, Zhao Gongming immediately summoned his magical treasure and transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward Lu Yunsheng's cave dwelling. What exactly happened to senior brother? Should we follow him to take a look? Xiangxia watched Zhao Gongming's hurried departure and couldn't help but ask Yun Xiao. After brief consideration, Yun Xiao nodded and said, let's go follow him and see. The three Shao sisters closely followed behind Zhao Gongming in pursuit. After issuing the debt collection task, Lu Yunsheng looked at Fixed Light Immortal, whose spiritual energy was fluctuating violently, and curled his lips, saying, show me exactly how you plan to be impolite. Let me see your skills. I'll show you. Completely enraged, Fixed Light Immortal's spiritual energy erupted violently, causing the surrounding void to tremble with consecutive booming sounds. The mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal's pressure swept forth like a colossal mountain bearing down upon Lu Yunsheng. You ingrate who refuses offered honor, kneel. Fixed Light Immortal shouted furiously with a frosty expression. A mere earth immortal actually dares to defy him repeatedly. Today he would properly teach Lu Yunsheng how to revere the strong. In an instant, Lu Yunsheng felt as if carrying a massive mountain on his back. Under this overwhelming pressure, he couldn't even summon the will to resist, gaining a more tangible understanding of a Tai Golden Immortal's might. But for Fixed Light Immortal to expect him to kneel. In his dreams, the notification sound of Zhao Gongming accepting the debt collection task had already echoed in his mind. With Zhao Gongming's peak Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, reaching here from Golden Turtle Island would take mere moments. Sure enough, as soon as this thought emerged in his mind, Zhao Gongming's furious roar reverberated through the air. Fixed Light Immortal. How dare you bully junior brother Yunsheng? Face my sword. Chapter 10, The Exorbitant Breach Penalty. Boom! Endless sword intent surged forth, with countless sword energies crisscrossing. A dazzling sword radiance tore through the void, slashing down toward Fixed Light Immortal with overwhelming force. Damn it! Why is this bastard here? Fixed Light Immortal's sneer froze on his face, replaced by seething fury in his heart. Facing Zhao Gongming's descending sword energy, he couldn't muster the courage to resist head-on. Immediately abandoning his pressure on Lu Yunsheng, he frantically retreated while madly activating his divine abilities. Yet no matter how Fixed Light Immortal activated his magical treasures and powers, they were instantly destroyed under Zhao Gongming's terrifying sword energy that annihilated everything. Even his protective treasures were dimmed by the strike, barely giving him a chance to escape. It's a misunderstanding, senior brother Zhao, don't attack. Barely escaping from Zhao Gongming's slashing sword energy, Fixed Light Immortal saw him raising his sword again and immediately cried out in desperation, casting aside all dignity. His cultivation and magical treasures were inferior to Zhao Gongming's. The outcome of continuing this fight would clearly be a brutal beating from Zhao Gongming. Wasn't it better to yield than to be beaten? Zhao Gongming snorted coldly and turned to Lu Yunsheng, asking, "Junior brother Yunsheng, was he trying to forcibly take your magical treasure?" Lu Yunsheng pretended to be frightened. "Senior brother, aye. Seeing Lu Yunsheng's terrified expression, Zhao Gongming spoke again, "I will stand up for you, junior brother Yunsheng. You can speak freely." Hearing this, Fixed Light Immortal panicked. Before Lu Yunsheng could respond, he immediately said, "Junior brother Yunsheng, I was just joking with you. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" From his understanding of Zhao Gongming, if it was confirmed that he tried to rob Lu Yunsheng of his treasure, Zhao Gongming would likely cut down his physical body. Having already abandoned his pride, he didn't mind humbling himself before Lu Yunsheng either. He's already taken the initiative to back down. Surely Lu Yunsheng wouldn't fight him to the bitter end. However, imagination is always rosy, while reality is often stark. Lu Yunsheng curled his lips and said, "I don't think you were joking at all. If senior brother Zhao Gongming hadn't arrived in time, the magical treasure bestowed by our master would have been forcibly taken by you." Upon hearing this, the three Xiao sisters who had followed closely behind Zhao Gongming became visibly angry. Forcibly taking junior brother Yunsheng's magical treasure. Fixed Light Immortal, you've truly gone too far. Yun Xiao glared at Fixed Light Immortal and coldly rebuked. Bi Xiao and Xiang Xiao's auras surged around them, poised to pummel Fixed Light Immortal at any moment. Lu Yunsheng was somewhat surprised to see the sudden arrival of the three Xiao sisters. During Sage Tontian's sermon, Lu Yunsheng had been planning to develop the three Xiao sisters as new clients. Little did he expect that before he could make preparations, the three Xiao sisters would come to him of their own accord. However, he wasn't in a hurry to extend loans. It wouldn't be too late to develop new clients after first collecting the interest owed by Fixed Light Immortal. "Senior sister Yun Xiao, you must uphold justice for me." Fixed Light Immortal threatened that if I don't hand over the magic treasure bestowed by our master, he would shatter my physical body. To make an impression before the three Xiao sisters, Lu Yunsheng directly performed an Oscar-worthy act. Indeed, after his speech, the three Xiao sisters clearly took pity on him. Yun Xiao immediately stepped forward and comforted him. "Junior brother Yunsheng, don't be afraid. With elder brother and us here, if Fixed Light Immortal dares to touch a single hair on your head, this senior sister will personally cut him down." Fixed Light Immortal. He thought himself shameless enough, but never imagined Lu Yunsheng could be even more brazen. He had merely pressured Lu Yunsheng to kneel and humiliated him severely to show the gap between them. Yet in Lu Yunsheng's words, he had become a scoundrel deserving execution, so vile that heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate his existence. "I merely coveted your treasure, yet you seek my life." Sensing the murderous intent from Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters, Fixed Light Immortal completely panicked and said urgently, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I was really just joking. How would I dare to forcibly seize the magical treasure bestowed by Lord Tontian? I wouldn't have the courage even if you gave me 10 times my current bravery. Though I did take the joke too far and frighten junior brother Yunsheng. Here's what I'll do, I'll give this magic treasure to junior brother Yunsheng as compensation." Fixed Light Immortal knew he would have to sacrifice something substantial today to resolve this matter peacefully. Getting past this immediate crisis was paramount. He would have plenty of time later to reclaim his lost face and repay these losses with interest. He refused to believe Lu Yunsheng would always be so fortunate as to have people coincidentally passing by every time. "Junior brother Yunsheng, what do you think?" Zhao Gongming didn't make the decision for Lu Yunsheng, instead turning to ask for his opinion. Righting the wrongs for Lu Yunsheng was merely a matter of convenience. He had more important matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time on such trivial affairs. "Very well then, I accept senior brother Fixed Light Immortal's apology and compensation." Lu Yunsheng nodded in agreement. His reluctant expression nearly made Fixed Light Immortal lose control and risk everything in a desperate fight. "You got a magic treasure for free, yet you look so reluctant." Though furious, reason prevailed as he suppressed the impulsive thoughts in his heart. The wisest course was to leave quickly and bide his time to reclaim everything lost today. After removing his spiritual imprint from the treasure and handing it to Lu Yunsheng, Fixed Light Immortal turned to leave, only to be stopped by Zhao Gongming. What do you mean? I've already compensated with a magic treasure. Must you still press the matter?" Staring at Zhao Gongming's cold smile before him, Fixed Light Immortal roared in frantic anger. This scene made the three Xiao sisters raise their eyebrows in confusion, unable to comprehend Zhao Gongming's intentions. Lu Yunsheng, however, revealed a concealed smirk at the corner of his mouth. Not only defaulting on debts, but even daring to forcibly seize his magic treasure. He would teach Fixed Light Immortal how to conduct himself properly. Without showing any expression, he set Fixed Light Immortal's overdue interest to maximum annual rate. While others charged overdue fines by the day, he directly charged by the second. Even the most ruthless loan sharks would seem like amateurs before him. As Fixed Light Immortal fumed and the three Xiao sisters looked on in confusion, Zhao Gongming sneered coldly, "The matter of you forcibly taking junior brother Yunsheng's magic treasure has been settled. Now shouldn't we discuss your loan default?" "What? Zhao Gongming came to collect debt. How did he know I hadn't repaid?" Could it be that the virtue he activated was also borrowed from virtue loan? While panicking, Fixed Light Immortal's eyes flashed with sudden understanding. The three Shao sisters grew even more puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Elder brother, what treasure does Fixed Light Immortal owe you?" Zhao Gongming had always looked down on Fixed Light Immortal. Last time, he even found an excuse to thoroughly humiliate this bastard. Why would he lend treasures to Fixed Light Immortal? Just as Zhao Gongming hesitated whether to tell the three Shao sisters about virtue loan, Fixed Light Immortal urgently spoke up, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I never borrowed any treasure from him. What he owed was virtue loan, and he never said he wouldn't repay. He was just delaying to see what the consequences of non-repayment would be." Now that Zhao Gongming had come knocking, he could just repay the owed interest and be done with it. A mere century's worth of cultivation insights would hardly affect him. While vehemently denying, Fixed Light Immortal immediately opened the loan interface to repay the interest. But when he saw the repayment amount, his entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. The penalty fee actually requires 5,000 years of cultivation insights. He discovered that within the blink of an eye, the penalty fee had increased by another decade. Moreover, it kept rising incessantly, directly shattering his composure. Repay. Repay my ass. Chapter 11, Exorbitant Penalty Fee That Would Shock You to Death. Senior brother, what exactly is going on? Yunxiao, unable to comprehend what was happening between them, asked in confusion. Xiangxiao and Bixia were equally perplexed, completely failing to understand what their senior brother meant by this loan. Could there be some misunderstanding between senior brother and Fixed Light Immortal? This shameless scoundrel borrowed virtue credits and refuses to repay them. I'm here on commission to collect the debt. Zhao Gongming briefly explained the situation to the three Shao sisters. From Fixed Light Immortal's reaction, it was clear this rascal was determined not to repay. To complete the virtue loan mission, it seemed inevitable they would have to resort to martial confrontation. If he didn't explain the reason clearly to the three Shao sisters, they might be unwittingly used by Fixed Light Immortal to stop him from taking action. Moreover, the fact that Fixed Light Immortal could obtain this opportunity proves that Heaven's Tao doesn't favor him alone. By letting the three Shao sisters understand in advance, they wouldn't miss it if they encountered such an opportunity. Virtue Credit Loan. Heavenly Tao virtue can actually be borrowed. The expressions of the three Shao sisters instantly became vivid, and their thoughts grew active accordingly. The most lively Bixiao, pulling Zhao Gongming's sleeve, asked, "Eldest brother, I want to borrow too. Teach me how to do it." Yunxiao and Xiangxiao also gazed eagerly at Zhao Gongming, their intentions obvious. Who could resist the temptation of Heavenly Tao virtue? Zhao Gongming wanted to teach the three sisters, but the key was he didn't have the authority. Not wanting to reveal this before them, he put on an inscrutable expression and said, "First wait for me to collect this debt, then I'll explain everything to you slowly." This scene made Lu Yunqing's eyes gleam. 3 potential clients acquired without him lifting a finger. Zhao Gongming wasn't just skilled at debt collection, he was also quite adept at business dealings. Lu Yunqing couldn't help but ponder, if he issued some interest-free vouchers to recruit collectors and sales agents, wouldn't he truly achieve effortless self-improvement? After placating the three Shao sisters, Zhao Gongming turned a cold gaze toward the mentally shattered Fixed Light Immortal. "This sovereign asks you just one question today: will you repay, or not?" His booming voice reverberated like heavenly thunder, jolting Fixed Light Immortal back to his senses. Sensing Zhao Gongming's continuously surging aura and the terrifying pressure suppressing heaven and earth, he couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. But with the penalty fees already skyrocketing to 7,000 years, how could he resign himself to being the fool? After an internal struggle, Fixed Light Immortal gritted his teeth. "I refuse to repay." "Surely you wouldn't dare to." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling sword radiance capable of splitting the void came crashing down. Damn it, is this bastard actually serious? Fixed Light Immortal urgently summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the illusion heart mirror, frantically channeling his magical power into it. Although this treasure wasn't of high grade, once activated it could condense protective mystic light, a rare defensive artifact indeed. Boom! As Fixed Light Immortal desperately poured his magic power, the illusion heart mirror erupted with dazzling mystic radiance, enveloping his entire body. While madly activating the illusion heart mirror, he simultaneously summoned his flying treasure, the Moonlight Shuttle, preparing to escape. With his early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, facing Zhao Gongming head-on would be hopeless. But if he could just return to Golden Turtle Island, he would gain Lord Tongtian's protection and wouldn't need to fear Zhao Gongming. However, imagination is always rosy while reality is often cruel. Crack! The sword radiance capable of annihilating everything descended with overwhelming force, instantly dispersing the mystic light from the illusion heart mirror. Without losing momentum, the sword light then struck Fixed Light Immortal's body. Thud! Crimson blood sprayed wildly, as if staining even the void red, as Fixed Light Immortal's right arm was severed clean at the shoulder. "Ah, Zhao Gongming! How dare you attack your fellow disciple? Aren't you afraid Lord Tongtian will punish you?" Fixed Light Immortal cried out in pain, shock and fury, his shriek piercing the air. "This damned bastard truly shows no mercy. Debts must be repaid, this is heaven's law. Even before Lord Tongtian, I would still have every right to cut you down." Zhao Gongming stood sword in hand, his overwhelming aura so oppressive it slowed Fixed Light Immortal's energy circulation to a crawl. Meeting Zhao Gongming's murderous gaze, Fixed Light Immortal trembled through body and soul, instinctively averting his eyes in fearful avoidance. Now completely panicked, he realized Zhao Gongming spoke true. Should this reach Lord Tontian, their master's temperament would undoubtedly demand repayment. Yet the penalty was exorbitant, and having lost an arm to Zhao Gongming's blade only compounded his bitter resentment. I'll give you one last chance, repay or not. Noticing the shifting expressions on Fixed Light Immortal's face, Zhao Gongming didn't rush to attack again, instead asking with mocking amusement, "Repay you?" Fixed Light Immortal roared inwardly while outwardly adopting a submissive posture. "It's not that I won't repay, but the penalty is too high. Could you give me more time? After I refine all my merit points, I'll repay the full amount." Unable to fight or flee, Fixed Light Immortal had no choice but to yield. He had borrowed 8 million merit points in 2 installments, spending over 2 million on cultivation. If he refined the remaining merit, he might break through to late-stage Tai Golden Immortal Realm. At that stage, even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Gongming, he'd at least be able to put up a fight. Moreover, he could use the pretext of going on training journeys to evade repayment. Surely Zhao Gongming wouldn't chase him across the primordial world just for some unpaid debt. Penalty. Zhao Gongming visibly paused, clearly unaware of the penalty amount Fixed Light Immortal owed. Feigning disdain to mask his suspicion, he said, "How much could the penalty possibly be?" "How much? Speak it and you'll be terrified." But Zhao Gongming's concession gave Fixed Light Immortal hope to continue delaying repayment, as he said pitifully, "I was merely 1 day late in returning it, yet the penalty fee directly increased to 8,000 years of cultivation. It's still rising. How could I possibly repay this? 8,000 years. This is madness." Even though Zhao Gongming was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Fixed Light Immortal's words. At the same time, he felt a surge of retrospective fear. Had he delayed repayment like Fixed Light Immortal before, wouldn't he also have to pay such enormous penalty fees? Zhao Gongming secretly warned himself that he must repay on time in the future. As for how much Fixed Light Immortal needed to repay, that mattered little to him. "Enough nonsense. I'm only here to collect debts. I care not for anything else." Zhao Gongming was merely astonished by the penalty amount. He wouldn't show Fixed Light Immortal any mercy. Just as Fixed Light Immortal was about to continue playing the sympathy card, a dazzling swordlight came slashing down again. Thud. Completely unprepared, Fixed Light Immortal's left arm was instantly severed cleanly at the shoulder. Blood sprayed wildly, staining the void crimson. "Don't test my patience. I'll count to 3. If you don't repay the debt, my next sword strike will take your head." Zhao Gongming, brimming with killing intent, said coldly. This scene thrilled Lu Yunsheng so much he almost couldn't resist clapping and cheering. When dealing with scoundrels like Fixed Light Immortal who only bully the weak, one must show no mercy whatsoever. This is the consequence of defaulting on debts. And this is just the beginning. He would make Fixed Light Immortal understand the terrible price of forcibly seizing his magic treasures. Fixed Light Immortal caved in, preparing to agree to repayment. But before the word repay could leave his mouth, an even more dazzling swordlight came slashing down again. Chapter 12. Please try being human. Thwack! The annihilating swordlight came crashing down, instantly sending Fixed Light Immortal's head flying. The spurting blood was so glaring it made the 3 Shao sisters' eyebrows twitch. "Ah, damn you! I said I'd repay it. How could you still strike so mercilessly? Damn you to hell!" Fixed Light Immortal's fleeing primordial spirit let out a hysterical roar. Zhao Gongming pretended to be surprised. "So you agreed to repay?" This lord mistakenly thought you were still going to blabber nonsense. Blamed this lord for misunderstanding. Put. Lu Yunsheng could no longer hold back and burst into laughter at Zhao Gongming's words. What is called adding insult to injury? Zhao Gongming gave an on-the-spot demonstration that left no room for criticism. Fixed Light Immortal's mentality completely collapsed. Though wanting to vent, when meeting Zhao Gongming's mischievous gaze, he forcibly swallowed the curses at the tip of his tongue. Without another word, he hurriedly opened the loan interface. Gritting his teeth against the heart-wrenching pain, he clicked repay, seeing the penalty fee that had skyrocketed to 9,000 years of cultivation. The next moment, Fixed Light Immortal's escaped soul felt enveloped by a mysterious force as 9,000 years of cultivation and Tao comprehension were instantly stripped away. His already weakened soul became utterly dispirited. Congratulations, host, for successfully collecting interest x 9,000 years cultivation, Tao comprehension. Repayer, Elder Dingguangxian. The moment Fixed Light Immortal clicked repay, Lu Yunsheng received the system notification first, filling his heart with joy. 9,000 years of cultivation and Tao comprehension should be enough for him to break through another minor realm. Rumble. Fixed Light Immortal's Tai Dao fruit manifested at this moment, violently shaking as if on the verge of shattering. This spectacle made Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao sisters simultaneously raise their eyebrows, their expressions becoming quite remarkable. However, Zhao Gongming's attention was soon captured by a system prompt. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming, for completing the debt collection task. Random interest-free coupon being distributed. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming, for obtaining 100-year interest-free coupon X1. Zhao Gongming also felt pleased in his heart. Though a 100-year interest-free coupon wasn't particularly useful, small gains could accumulate into something substantial. If there were future debt collection tasks, he could now proceed with greater freedom. Lu Yunsheng glanced at the dispirited Fixed Light Immortal and feigned concern as he reminded. Senior brother Fixed Light Immortal, your Tai Dao fruit is about to explode. Your primordial spirit should retreat quickly, lest you get injured by your own Dao fruit's explosion. For heaven's sake, act like a decent person. The already mentally collapsed Fixed Light Immortal was so enraged that his primordial spirit energy went into wild turbulence. His Tai Dao fruit, already on the verge of disintegration, collapsed completely under the pressure of his own spiritual might like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Crack! The Tai Dao fruit manifested in the void shattered instantly before the stunned eyes of Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters. Fixed Light Immortal's weakened primordial spirit grew even more feeble. At this moment, he didn't even have the will to curse aloud, only thinking about leaving as quickly as possible. Fixed Light Immortal cast a chilling glance at Lu Yunqing before transforming his primordial spirit into a streak of light and fleeing rapidly. I was just joking, how could senior brother Fixed Light actually destroy his own Dao fruit? Lu Yunqing shook his head and sighed. At these words, neither Zhao Gongming nor the three Xiao sisters could contain themselves any longer, all bursting into uproarious laughter. Having had little previous contact with Lu Yunsheng, they never realized this junior brother had such an amusing side to him. As for whether Fixed Light Immortal's Dao heart would collapse, neither Zhao Gongming nor the three Xiao sisters cared in the slightest. Mainly because Fixed Light Immortal's character was too despicable. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters had long disliked him. They only tolerated him out of respect for his position as one of Lord Tongtian's 7 attendant immortals. Today finally gave them the chance to thoroughly teach this shameless villain a lesson, filling both Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters with immense satisfaction. Particularly Zhao Gongming, not only had he avenged Fixed Light Immortal's brazen provocation, but he'd also obtained a 100-year interest-free voucher. In high spirits, he teasingly asked Lu Yunsheng, "Junior brother Yunsheng, you've thoroughly offended Fixed Light Immortal today. Aren't you afraid he'll seek revenge later?" At these words, the three Xiao sisters all furrowed their willow leaf eyebrows. Knowing Fixed Light Immortal's nature, they understood he could never swallow such humiliation, having lost face so completely and even suffered a cultivation regression today. While they and Zhao Gongming feared no retaliation from Fixed Light Immortal, Lu Yunsheng with only Earth Immortal cultivation might truly be unable to withstand any revenge from him. After a moment's hesitation, Yunshao spoke up, "Elder brother makes a valid point. Why doesn't junior brother Yunsheng come practice at Three Immortals Island? If he encounters any cultivation issues, the senior sister can offer some guidance." Yunshao had always been kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see Lu Yunsheng suffer Fixed Light Immortal's retaliation later. Moreover, since Lu Yunsheng had broken through 3 realms during Lord Tongtian's sermon and received treasures from the master despite his ordinary origins, his future cultivation path would surely be promising. By inviting him to Three Immortals Island, Yunshao was showing her goodwill toward him. Eldest sister is right. Junior brother Yunsheng can come to our abode. If Fixed Light Immortal dares cause trouble for him, I'll smash his head in. Xiangxiao nodded in agreement, waving her fist as she spoke. Bixiao also looked delighted, clearly having a favorable impression of this junior brother. Was this stroke of good fortune coming too suddenly? The three Xiao sisters are first-class beauties in both innate talent and physical appearance. To be able to get close to the three Xiao sisters is a rare opportunity that countless Jie sect disciples could only dream of. However, Lu Yunsheng pretended to feel overwhelmed by the favor on the surface, saying, "This wouldn't it be inappropriate? If I move to Three Xiao Island, might I disturb the cultivation of my 3 senior sisters?" Yunxiao waved her hand with a smile. "Not at all, junior brother Yunsheng needn't worry too much. Thank you for your kindness, 3 senior sisters. This junior brother will have to trouble you from now on." Lu Yunsheng bowed in gratitude. This scene left Zhao Gongming speechless. He had merely teased this junior brother, but the 3 Xiao sisters took it seriously. However, Zhao Gongming didn't intervene. His impression of Lu Yunsheng was also quite favorable. Having the 3 Xiao sisters look after him would actually be good for them too. Mainly because Lu Yunsheng had proved himself worthy, breaking through 3 realms during the master's sermon and receiving a treasure bestowed personally by Lord Tongtian, an honor even Zhao Gongming had never received. Building good relations with Lu Yunsheng can also be considered as upholding Lord Tongtian's regard for him. If Lord Tongtian were to learn of this, he would surely be very pleased. Upon hearing Lu Yunsheng's agreement, the 3 Xiao sisters were delighted, but what concerned them more was the matter of the merit loan. "Eldest brother, can you now tell us about the merit loan?" Yunxiao couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiangxiao and Bixiao's attention was immediately captured. This concerned their cultivation progress, a matter of great importance that the 3 Xiao sisters eagerly anticipated. "It's only because it's you asking. If it were anyone else, this elder brother wouldn't casually bestow such an opportunity." Zhao Gongming cleared his throat, deliberately keeping the 3 Xiao sisters in suspense. How could the three Xiao sisters not understand their eldest brother's intentions? Yun Xiao immediately said, "Eldest brother is still the best to us." Xiao and Bixiao also showered him with praises, which instantly gave Zhao Gongming a strong sense of accomplishment. This scene left Lu Yunqing somewhat stunned. He only knew Zhao Gongming to be hot-tempered, quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. He never imagined there was also a side of him that enjoyed putting on airs. But thinking about it, it's understandable who doesn't enjoy being flattered. "Big brother, can you tell us now?" The three Xiao sisters, having lavished praise on Zhao Gongming, couldn't help urging him again. "Of course I can tell you now." With his vanity satisfied, Zhao Gongming changed his tone. "Merit loans aren't available to just anyone, you need credibility. The reason you didn't get this opportunity, dear sisters, is because your credibility isn't sufficient yet." Insufficient credibility. Even that shameless fixed light immortal could get a loan. Could they possibly be less credible than him? Was Big Brother perhaps deceiving them? Chapter 13, Words Become Reality. Big Brother, how do we check our credibility? Though harboring doubts internally, the three Xiao sisters showed none, as Yun Xiao asked again. This concerns celestial secrets that cannot be revealed. Facing their persistent questions but not knowing how to explain, Zhao Gongming adopted an air of profound mystery. In truth, his understanding of merit loans was limited. He was merely putting on this enigmatic act to satisfy his so-called vanity. As for whether the three Xiao sisters could qualify for loans, that would all depend on heaven's will. The three Xiao sisters. You might as well have said nothing at all. The three Xiao sisters couldn't help rolling their eyes in unison, all wearing disappointed expressions. This scene immediately stirred Lu Yunqing's thoughts, and he promptly spoke up. "Even that shameless fixed light immortal has creditworthiness. I believe senior sister Yun Xiao's credibility must far surpass his. This opportunity should come to you soon." As he spoke, he entered Yun Xiao's information into the system, and the system prompt sounded immediately. Yun Xiao, disciple under Sage Tontian, mid-stage golden immortal cultivation. Credit limit 5 million merit points. As the system displayed Yun Xiao's loan limit, Lu Yunqing immediately composed a message and sent it to Yun Xiao. "Do you think opportunities just appear on demand?" Zhao Gongming, adopting his senior brother's authority, began lecturing Lu Yunqing. "Junior brother Yunsheng, perhaps you misunderstand heavenly opportunities. These aren't things you can simply wish for. That I encountered this opportunity was because in my daily. Senior brother, my loan limit is 5 million merit points. Do I just need to click borrow to get it?" Yun Xiao stared at the suddenly appearing light screen before her eyes, unable to suppress her excitement as she interrupted Zhao Gongming's words. "It really exists." Zhao Gongming's remaining words got stuck in his throat, and his expression became indescribably amusing. Junior brother Yunsheng actually hit the nail on the head. Has his mouth been blessed by the heavens? However, he quickly suppressed his doubts and, ignoring his own embarrassment, hurriedly instructed, "Yes, just click borrow directly." As Yun Xiao's eldest senior brother, Zhao Gongming was naturally overjoyed for her to receive such an opportunity. However, since he couldn't see Yun Xiao's loan panel and feared she might miss this chance, he couldn't wait to verify whether she could truly borrow the virtue. As Yun Xiao clicked the borrow button, the text on the light screen in front of her transformed. "Esteemed Taoist Yun Xiao, congratulations on your successful loan. Loan amount 5 million units of virtue." Boom. The next moment, golden clouds of virtue gathered high in the ninth heaven, shaking the entire eastern seashore once more. Disciples of the Jie sect and countless creatures of the East Sea all gazed enviously at the golden clouds of virtue radiating boundless golden light, unable to conceal their admiration. 5 million units of virtue poured down, their golden radiance illuminating all realms across heaven and earth. She actually succeeded in borrowing it. Zhao Gongming, who had been somewhat nervous, finally let out a long sigh of relief. With this amount of virtue, given the innate talents of the three Cloud sisters, they should catch up to him very soon. Congratulations, eldest sister. As their senior brother, Zhao Gongming felt genuine happiness for Yun Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Congratulations, sister. Xiao and Bixiao also stepped forward excitedly to offer their congratulations, unable to hide their admiration in their eyes. Lu Yunsheng was about to step forward with congratulations when Yun Xiao bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, junior brother Yunsheng, for making it happen with your words." Though this was her destined opportunity, she vaguely sensed that her ability to obtain it was somehow connected to Lu Yunsheng. "Senior sister Yun Xiao flatters me. I merely spoke casually and don't deserve your gratitude." Lu Yunsheng pretended to be overwhelmed by the honor as he waved his hands dismissively. Yun Xiao was his client after all. How could he accept such grand gestures from her? Moreover, Yun Xiao had always treated him with great care, and Lu Yunsheng genuinely respected this senior sister. "Junior brother Yunsheng, there's no need to be modest. Can you calculate when I might be able to invoke heavenly merit?" Bixiao asked teasingly, her tone full of anticipation. Did this even need calculation? With just a flick of his finger, Bixiao could qualify for a loan at any time. But before he could speak, Zhao Gongming interjected again. "You all don't actually believe junior brother Yunsheng can make words into reality, do you?" Recalling how he had lectured Lu Yunsheng earlier, Zhao Gongming felt somewhat embarrassed. Eager to regain face, he couldn't resist the urge to lecture him once more. As expected, senior sister Bishio's opportunity has arrived as well. Lu Yunsheng paid no mind to Zhao Gongming's teasing. While speaking, he input Bishio and Xianxiu's information into the system. Soon, their credit limits appeared. Without bothering to edit the details, Lu Yunsheng directly clicked to push through the loan. Unaware of the truth, Zhao Gongming continued teasing Lu Yunsheng. Junior brother Yunsheng, don't take my words the wrong way. Eldest brother, eldest sister, my credit limit is also 5 million merits. Zhao Gongming's speech was interrupted again by Bishio's delighted exclamation. The expression on his face couldn't be described as merely varied, it was downright horrified. What a coincidence! Junior brother Yunsheng predicted this too. At this moment, Zhao Gongming felt extremely frustrated. Would it kill them to let him finish lecturing? Couldn't they at least wait until he completed his sentence? Xianxia watched as her elder and younger sisters received their opportunities, gazing expectantly at Lu Yunsheng. Before she could speak, Lu Yunsheng smiled and said, "Senior sister Qianxiao, your opportunity has arrived too." Zhao Gongming, though eager to lecture, he had learned his lesson from the previous two incidents and decided to play it smart this time. He would wait and see. If Qianxiao failed to qualify for the loan, then he could resume his lecturing without haste. Rumble. The next moment, just as the golden clouds of merit summoned by Bishio showered their radiant light, another gathering of merit clouds began forming. This scene left Zhao Gongming utterly dumbfounded. Could junior brother Yunsheng truly decipher the workings of heaven's will? One or two instances might be coincidental, but hitting the mark 3 times consecutively could mere coincidence explain this? Zhao Gongming's gaze upon Lu Yunsheng shifted completely, all traces of contempt erased. This concerns heavenly ordained fortune. Even Lord Tongtian cannot perceive it, yet junior brother Yunsheng succeeded. What does this prove? Junior brother Yunsheng's mastery of divination surpasses even Lord Tongtian's. No wonder he broke through 3 realms consecutively during Lord Tongtian's sermon and received treasures from the master himself. This junior brother clearly possesses depths beyond surface appearances. Little did they know no divination ability surpassing Sage Tongtian actually exists. Lu Yunsheng's prophetic words manifested simply because he controlled the merit loan distribution privileges. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, what were you just saying? Lu Yunsheng turned toward the visibly shaken Zhao Gongming, feigning innocent confusion. Chapter 14, The Sage's Calculations. What did I say? Zhao Gongming's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he deliberately played dumb. Having been proven wrong repeatedly, how could he still have the confidence to lecture Lu Yunsheng? Watching Zhao Gongming feign ignorance, Lu Yunsheng smiled knowingly without speaking, making Zhao Gongming too embarrassed to remain. He hurriedly said, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. Junior brother Yunsheng, please celebrate with them on my behalf. This senior brother must take his leave first. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yunsheng and the 3 Xiao sisters' reactions, Zhao Gongming transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed. Junior brother Yunsheng, thank you. The 3 Xiao sisters, who had unexpectedly obtained opportunities, sincerely expressed their gratitude to Lu Yunsheng. None of them were fools. If Yunxiao obtaining an opportunity could be considered coincidence, then Bishio and Xianxiao subsequently receiving theirs clearly wasn't. The 3 sisters' thoughts aligned with Zhao Gongming's. They all believed Lu Yunsheng must have profound attainment in the Tao of deduction to accurately predict when they would receive their opportunities. Senior sisters, obtaining these opportunities is your own good fortune. I contributed nothing, so please don't embarrass this junior brother with undeserved thanks. Lu Yunsheng modestly waved his hand, yet a trace of smugness flashed across his face, whether intentionally or not. His objective was simple: to make Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao sisters mistakenly believe he possessed the ability to decipher divine providence, thereby facilitating faster client acquisition. As expected, noticing the fleeting expression in Lu Yunsheng's eyes, the 3 Xiao sisters grew even more convinced of their junior brother's humility and his desire to conceal his heaven-piercing insight. Yunxiao promptly spoke up, Junior brother Yunsheng, there's no need for such modesty. But rest assured, we'll keep your secret. Don't do that. Secrets are meant to be shared. If you keep it for me, how can I expand my client base more quickly? However, these thoughts could only remain unspoken, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Why did it feel like his clever scheme was backfiring? He could only offer an awkward smile. With the merit you've just obtained, 3 senior sisters should focus on cultivation breakthroughs. When you emerge from seclusion, this junior brother shall personally visit 3 Immortals Island to offer congratulations. Although he had agreed to follow the 3 Cloud Fairies to 3 Immortals Island for cultivation, it wasn't time yet. After all, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Cloud Fairies' misunderstanding of him presented an opportunity to acquire new clients faster. He planned to use Zhao Gongming's connections to develop all 4 personal disciples of GS Sect as his clients. The 3 Cloud Fairies indeed had plans for closed-door cultivation and didn't hesitate further. They nodded immediately. Very well, 3 Immortals Island will always welcome Brother Yunsheng's visit. After exchanging some polite words, the 3 Cloud Fairies didn't linger any longer, transforming into streaks of light as they returned to 3 Immortals Island. Lu Yunsheng pondered for a moment, then similarly transformed into a beam of light, heading toward Golden Turtle Island. Meanwhile, the repeated descents of heavenly merit at Golden Turtle Island had caught the attention of several sages. At Mount Shaiyang, in the 8th Scene's palace, the GSX fortune has been rising continuously. What exactly has Tong Tian been doing recently? The Supreme Pure Sage gazed toward the direction of Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, frowning slightly as he spoke. The heavenly Tao had bestowed merit upon Golden Turtle Island several times consecutively. Though each amount was small, their cumulative total might reach 1/10,000th of the merit he had received when establishing his own sect. 1/10,000th may sound insignificant, but one must understand that this equals 1% of his chance to attain sainthood. After further deduction, the Supreme Pure Sage grew restless upon discovering the GSX fortune had surged dramatically. The Jia sect was already the foremost sect in the primordial world, boasting 100,000 disciples and receiving homage from 10,000 immortals. If the Jia sect were to obtain a tremendous opportunity, they might dominate the entire primordial world. Xian Du, accompany your master to Golden Turtle Island. After pondering briefly, the Supreme Pure Sage summoned his eldest disciple Xian Du. As you command, master. Xian Du bowed respectfully before being enveloped by the Supreme Pure Sage's power, vanishing from the 8th Scene's palace. An identical scene unfolded at the Jade Void Palace. Seated upon his cloud dais, Yuanshi grew equally restless after deducing the GSX's surging fortune and recalling the repeated heavenly merits. He immediately summoned his 12 golden immortals and declared, "This master intends to visit Golden Turtle Island to discuss the Tao with your uncle Tong Tian. You shall accompany me and spar with the Jia sect disciples." Yuanshi had always looked down upon those fur and horn wearing disciples of the Jia sect, but when it came to the fate of his orthodoxy, he had no choice but to personally visit Golden Turtle Island. Yet his pride wouldn't allow direct confrontation, so he cleverly used doctrinal discussion as pretense for investigation, while bringing his personal disciples to humble the Jia sect disciples. "We shall obey our master's decree." The 12 golden immortals bowed in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since the separation of the three pure ones when Sage Tong Tian established his dojo on Golden Turtle Island, they hadn't crossed swords with Jia sect disciples. This was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the prestige of the orthodox sect's true inheritors. Western sect, Mount Sumeru. Elder brother, I sense disciples in the east who are destined for our Western sect. Shall we make a journey together? Zhuanti gazed passionately toward Golden Turtle Island as he posed this question to Jian. The heavenly Tao had been continuously bestowing merits upon Jia sect disciples. If they didn't manage to convert some to the Western sect, when would they ever repay the heavenly merits owed from their vow-made ascension to sainthood? Agreed. Jian nodded slightly, and together they tore through the void, descending upon Golden Turtle Island. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Nuwa Palace, for sages arriving together at Golden Turtle Island. Our senior brother Tong Tian must have a headache coming. I shall not participate. Although Nuwa was also puzzled why the heavenly Tao suddenly bestowed merits upon Jia sect disciples repeatedly, sensing the four sages heading to Golden Turtle Island, she immediately abandoned her plan to go there. As the great calamity between Wu and Yao races hasn't concluded yet, Emperor Jun had visited Nuwa Palace seeking help several times, only to be refused at the door. If she appeared in the primordial world now, it might provoke Emperor Jun's displeasure. She didn't care about Emperor Jun's attitude per se, but wished to spare her elder brother Fushi any predicament. Boom! Majestic sage power surged forth, its pressure permeating all realms of existence. The first to arrive at Golden Turtle Island was the Supreme Pure Sage, his resplendent voice echoing throughout all heavens and earths. Junior brother Tong Tian, this senior brother visits unannounced. I hope I'm not interrupting your cultivation. Why would the Supreme Pure Sage suddenly descend upon Golden Turtle Island? The disturbed disciples of the Jia sect emerged from their caves one after another. Gazing upon the majestic figure manifesting above Golden Turtle Island, they hastily bowed in salute. We pay respects to Supreme Pure Sage. Saints coexist with the heavenly Tao, standing above all living beings. How could the Jia sect disciples dare show disrespect? Not only were the Jia sect disciples disturbed, but many great beings throughout the primordial world were also startled by the sudden arrival of Supreme Pure Sage at Golden Turtle Island. They simultaneously emerged from their dwellings, gazing toward the direction of Golden Turtle Island. With Supreme Pure Sage's sudden arrival at Golden Turtle Island, could something have happened? Yet greater shock was yet to come. Before Sage Tong Tian could respond, another overwhelming saintly might descended upon Golden Turtle Island. Tong Tian, since elder brother and I have personally come to your Golden Turtle Island, shouldn't you come out promptly to welcome us? The resounding voice of Primordial Sage reverberated, shaking the myriad heavens and startling all beings in the primordial world. With two saints arriving together at Golden Turtle Island, something momentous must definitely have occurred. Chapter 15. For Saints Gather, Shaking the Primordial World. Why has Primordial Sage come as well? The shocked disciples of Jia sect turned pale upon seeing Primordial Sage's sudden arrival. The original reason for the three pure ones separation was precisely because primordial sage looked down upon them, these GS sect disciples. Not only did he tolerate the orthodox sect's direct disciples bullying GS sect members, but he even shamelessly intervened personally to protect those hypocrites of orthodox sect, causing Lord Tongtian's dissatisfaction and prompting him to re-establish his sect at Golden Turtle Island. Without even mentioning the enmity between GS sect and orthodox sect, at the very least, GS sect disciples held no favorable opinion of this primordial sage and his orthodox sect followers. Why would primordial sage, who had always looked down upon them, descend upon Golden Turtle Island? All GS sect disciples were filled with both confusion and trepidation. Even Lu Yunsheng, who had been preparing to develop new clients using Zhao Gongming, was now completely baffled. Based on his understanding of the primordial world's progression, the three pure ones hadn't clashed before the end of the demon-devil tribulation. Why had Supreme Pure Sage and Primordial Sage arrived so abruptly? At this moment, two more vast sage auras descended, followed by Zhuanti's hearty laughter. I, Zhuanti, along with my elder brother, have come to pay respects to senior brother Tongtian. The figures of the two Western sages materialized above Golden Turtle Island. Seeing Taiching and Yuanchi already present, they showed no surprise and stepped forward to bow. Jin and Zhuanti pay respects to both senior brothers. Good. The Supreme Pure Sage nodded slightly, while Yuanchi snorted coldly. Why have you left the West to come to the East instead of staying put there? He had always looked down upon the two Western sages and made no effort to conceal it. The Western sages seemed accustomed to Yuanchi's attitude and paid it no mind. Jane smiled and explained, my junior brother and I sense that some fortune has befallen the GS sect, so we came specifically to congratulate senior brother Tongtian. As these words were spoken, Lu Yunsheng among the crowd showed sudden comprehension. While other GS sect disciples might not understand what Jane meant by the sect's fortune, he could probably guess. It must be that Sanxiao's successive triggering of heavenly virtue had been mistaken by the two Western sages as fortune bestowed upon the GS sect. It seems the Supreme Pure Sage and Yuanchi also came specifically to investigate the heavenly merits. Observing the disciples following behind Taiching and Yuanchi, Lu Yunsheng quickly identified a new potential client. However, the oblivious GS sect disciples were completely dumbfounded. For saints arriving together, this was an unprecedented event in the primordial world. Especially after hearing Jane's words, the GS sect disciples grew increasingly uneasy. The two Western sages were notoriously shameless to them. All beings and things in the primordial world had connections to their Western sect. With these two unscrupulous saints setting their sights on GS sect, peace would likely be impossible. But how come they didn't know about any great opportunity in GS sect that warranted all four saints' presence? Inside Bo Palace, Tongtian slightly furrowed his brows, his expression visibly darkening. When the Sanxiao repeatedly invoked heavenly merits, he had anticipated it would alert the other saints. But he hadn't expected all four saints to arrive so quickly. Still, with their personal visit, whether he welcomed them or not, he couldn't simply turn them away. Boom! The majestic figure of Sage Tongtian manifested on Golden Turtle Island. His gaze swept across the four sages as he said calmly, since you've come, let's discuss this in Bo Palace. Tongtian maintained an aloof attitude towards both Supreme Pure Sage Yuanchi and the two Western sages. After all, it was the four sages who came seeking his favor. He had no need to deliberately please them, nor did he need to please anyone. Go befriend the disciples of GS sect, but remember not to act recklessly. Yuanchi gave this instruction to the 12 golden immortals before taking a step forward and vanishing into the void. Master, this disciple hasn't seen the GS sect disciples for a long time either. I'll go exchange insights with them. Before Supreme Pure Sage could speak, Xiandu volunteered. Supreme Pure Sage nodded. He had complete confidence in this direct disciple of his, requiring no further instructions. The two Western sages felt some regret. In their haste, they hadn't thought to bring along any of their direct disciples. However, this wasn't the time for regrets. Their primary objective was to investigate how GS sect disciples had repeatedly triggered the descent of heavenly merit. As the four saints entered Bo Palace, their overwhelming holy might that had been pressuring all realms vanished, and peace finally returned to heaven and earth. Though the GS sect disciples dared not presume the intentions of the saints, they grew visibly angered watching the 12 golden immortals of the orthodox sect swaggering around Golden Turtle Island, pointing fingers and making remarks. The cultivation of GS sect disciples is simply too weak. How could mere mystic immortals qualify as disciples of a saint? Julie Yusen's gaze swept across the GS sect disciples as he mocked them without reservation. Wang Chengzi and others nodded in agreement, continuing their disparaging commentary about the GS sect disciples, making no attempt to hide their contempt. As direct disciples of the orthodox sect, they had always looked down upon these creatures with fur and horns of the GS sect. Considering themselves superior to the GS sect disciples, they cared nothing about how their words might affect them. Though Xiandu remained silent, the occasional flashes of disdain in his eyes when looking at the GS sect disciples revealed his equal contempt. He merely refrained from expressing it as overtly as the 12 golden immortals of the orthodox sect. The open mockery from the Orthodox sect's direct disciples became intolerable to the GS sect members, prompting one to step forward. Julie Yusen, what do you mean by this? Noting his challenger was merely a golden immortal cultivator from the GS sect, Julie Yusen laughed derisively without restraint. A mere golden immortal dares question this venerable one. You. The golden immortal disciple's aura surged violently in anger, poised for outright confrontation. But the disciple managed only that single syllable before an overwhelming pressure engulfed him, instantly sealing all his spiritual energy. Impudent worm. Today, this venerable shall properly teach you how to respect your senior brothers. With his own aura raging, Julie Yusen coldly snorted and manifested divine power. A colossal palm imprint blotting out sky and sun descended thunderously upon the outspoken GS sect disciple. This wasn't his first time doing such things. Back when the three pure ones hadn't yet separated, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples all took pleasure in bullying GS sect disciples. Even in the GS sect's sacred grounds, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples still maintained their arrogant superiority. How dare a mere golden immortal show such disrespect to him, a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect, asking for trouble? This scene immediately enraged countless GS sect disciples, who all summoned their magical artifacts and activated their divine powers, ready to aid their bullied fellow disciple. Even Lu Yunsheng was both angered and amused by Julie Yusen's insolent attitude. He dares put on such airs in front of me. If we don't ruthlessly teach these Orthodox sect disciples a lesson, it would be unworthy of our karmic debt. Chapter 16, Treating GS sect disciples as fools. Orthodox sect disciples dare to cause trouble in our GS sect's sacred grounds. Everyone, let's attack together and crush their arrogance. Lu Yunsheng, hiding in the crowd, roared loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the already furious GS sect disciples immediately summoned their magical treasures, channeling divine powers as they launched their assault towards Julie Yusen. Boom! The terrifying power of magical treasures and divine abilities surged violently, causing a series of thunderous explosions that shook the void. How dare you! You dare to bully the few with your numbers. Do you think our Orthodox sect has no one left? Seeing dozens of GS sect disciples attacking Julie Yusen, Wang Chengzi, the chief senior disciple of the Orthodox sect, flew into a rage. The oppressive aura of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal swept out, shaking heaven and earth as it solidified the surrounding spacetime. Tai Zhenren and the other Orthodox sect core disciples also summoned their magical treasures, their auras radiating endlessly. Comparing numbers. Your Orthodox sect isn't worthy. Noticing that all 12 core disciples of the Orthodox sect were preparing to strike, Zhao Gongming and the 4 core disciples of GS sect who had arrived upon hearing the commotion burned with fury. Duobao, Guiling, and the other 3 core disciples released overwhelming auras as they confronted Guang Chengzi. The hot-tempered Zhao Gongming directly summoned his divine sea calming pearl, pouring torrents of mana into it. Boom! 24 Dinghai divine pearls manifested in the void, unleashing terrifying killing power that made even the void seem unable to bear it, continuously collapsing. Lu Yunsheng, who had provoked the conflict between the two sects with a single remark, stepped back cheerfully to watch the spectacle while preparing to seize the opportunity to develop some clients. As the Orthodox sect and GS sect were about to erupt into full-scale battle, Xiandu, the senior brother of 3 sects who had remained silent until now, was forced to step forward. Cease fighting. Xiandu took a step forward and reprimanded sternly, as fellow disciples of Xianmen sect, how can you immediately resort to life and death combat over mere words? Wouldn't this make you laughingstocks before all beings of the primordial world? As the senior brother of 3 sects, Xiandu's character and conduct had earned him considerable respect from disciples of both sects. At his words, regardless of their inner thoughts, disciples from both sects began withdrawing their magical treasures and powers. Lu Yunsheng, hiding among the crowd, grew somewhat displeased upon seeing Xiandu halt the sect conflict with a single sentence. When Orthodox sect disciples were insulting GS sect disciples earlier, why didn't Xiandu speak up to stop them? So when the Orthodox sect disciples are about to suffer losses, he uses his authority as the senior brother of 3 sects to stop the fight. Isn't this treating GS sect disciples as fools? Lu Yunsheng didn't know what the GS sect disciples were thinking, but he himself was extremely displeased. He immediately spoke up. When Orthodox sect's direct disciples came to our door to provoke and humiliate our GS sect members, if we don't properly teach them a lesson, wouldn't our GS sect become an even bigger joke? If the 2 sects didn't fight, where would he get the chance to scheme against the Orthodox sect disciples? With the atmosphere escalated to this point, it couldn't be resolved by Xiandu's mere words. These words immediately drew echoes from the already indignant GS sect disciples. Junior brother Yunsheng speaks truth. If we don't teach these arrogant upstarts a lesson today, they'll truly think our GS sect fears them. Those who dare challenge GS sect's dignity must be prepared to face our wrath. No more words needed, let's attack together. With just one remark, Lu Yunsheng instantly reignited the previously quelled conflict. Xiandu's expression darkened immediately as he stepped forward again. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal shook heaven and earth, freezing an entire region of spacetime. Both the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and GS sect's followers immediately felt their magical energy circulation becoming sluggish. The GS sect disciples who had been clamoring for a fight particularly felt as if the entire sky was pressing down on them, instantly silencing their battle cries. This strong Lu Yunqing in the crowd was startled. Could Xiandu really suppress disciples from both sects by himself? No wonder Xiandu's single command had stopped the fighting between both sections. It wasn't just due to the immense prestige of being the senior brother of three sects, his unfathomable strength played an equal part. Since the GS sect disciples remain unconvinced, you may set up challenge matches. Though Xiandu had subdued disciples from both sects, he didn't forcibly command them to cease hostilities again. He was merely concerned that full-scale conflict between the sects might trigger confrontations between the sages. As long as it remained one-on-one sparring, he could at least maintain control. As the senior brother of three sects, he naturally couldn't completely ignore the conflicts between the disciples. As these words were spoken, the disciples of both the Orthodox and GS sects brightened their eyes, clearly anticipating Xiandu's proposal. Needless to say, the 12 golden immortals of the Orthodox sect were all top-tier innate divine beings. Even the lowest among them, Huang Longjinren, had reached the mid-stage Taiyi golden immortal realm. Huang Chengzi, the senior disciple of the Orthodox sect, possessed cultivation at the mid-stage Daluo golden immortal realm, second only to Xiandu among the three sects' senior disciples and slightly surpassing GS sect's senior disciple Duobao by one minor realm. The GS sect only had 4 direct disciples at the Daluo golden immortal realm, while the Orthodox sect had 6. Settling disputes through arena matches presented the Orthodox sect's 12 direct disciples with a perfect opportunity to thoroughly trample upon the GS sect's dignity. However, though the GS sect lacked quantity in elite combatants, they compensated with sheer numbers of disciples and home-ground advantage. They could simply wear down the Orthodox sect disciples through attrition. We respectfully obey senior brother Xiandu's decree. Both factions, each harboring their own thoughts, voiced no further opposition, all appearing eager and ready for the challenge. Lu Yunsheng, blending into the crowd, approached Zhao Gongming and whispered, "Senior brother Zhao Gongming, I've just performed a divination for you. If you can break through to the golden immortal of the great vehicle realm, your merit loan could get a credit limit increase. Haven't you refined those merits you obtained earlier? Why not refine them right in front of the Orthodox sect disciples and make them green with envy?" Zhao Gongming, who was about to be the first to step forward, froze momentarily before his face lit up with delight. If others claimed through divination that his credit could increase, Zhao Gongming wouldn't believe it. But having personally witnessed Lu Yunqing's words manifesting reality, he had absolute faith in this prediction. Especially since Lu Yunqing's suggestion made Zhao Gongming's heart race with excitement. Breaking through to golden immortal of the great vehicle using merits would probably make those shameless Orthodox sect bastards die of envy. Many thanks for the reminder, junior brother Yunsheng. Wait until I consolidate my great vehicle Dao Fruit, I'll beat them to death. Having said this, Zhao Gongming immediately summoned his merits, preparing to put on an impressive show. The sages within the Bio Palace had already witnessed the conflict between the disciples of both sects clearly, yet neither Taiqing and Yuanchi nor Tong Tian interfered. Minor conflicts among disciples were insignificant as long as full-scale battles didn't break out between the two sects. The saints wouldn't intervene. However, the two Western sages seemed particularly interested in the discord between the disciples. After exchanging a glance, Zhuanti addressed the 3 pure ones, 3 elder brothers. "I wish to observe the sparring between these disciples. Might you grant this younger brother the opportunity?" At these words, the brows of the 3 pure ones furrowed slightly. They understood Zhuanti's intentions perfectly well. Under the pretense of observation, he aimed to secretly sway some disciples to join the Western sect. It was no secret that these two, for the sake of their Western sect's expansion, had long abandoned saintly dignity to engage in deceitful schemes. Nevertheless, Taiqing and Yuanchi were completely confident in their own disciples' loyalty and harbored no concerns about Zhuanti's attempts at persuasion. As for the Jia sect disciples, that was none of their concern. "Since junior brother Zhuanti has such interest, you may go ahead." Taiqing nodded slightly. Yuanchi neither agreed nor opposed, tacitly giving his consent. After a brief contemplation, Tong Tian also silently permitted Zhuanti's action. If Zhuanti dared to cause trouble in the Jia sect, he wouldn't mind making an example of him. Chapter 17, 7-Petaled Bloom, a top-tier great golden immortal. "Many thanks to my 3 senior brothers for your indulgence." Zhuanti bowed in gratitude before vanishing from Bo Palace. Indeed, as the 3 pure ones had surmised, observing the battles was merely a pretense. Recruiting disciples for the Western sect was Zhuanti's true aim. Of course, no matter how eager he was to strengthen the Western sect, he wasn't foolish enough to forcibly abduct Jia sect disciples on Golden Turtle Island. He merely used the guise of spectating to identify which Jia sect disciples might be useful to his Western sect. The disciples of the 3 sects remained completely unaware of Zhuanti's intentions. To prevent another violent conflict between the disciples of the 2 sects, Xiandu summoned his supreme divine power to manifest a dueling platform. He then invoked the Southerly D-Flame Light Banner, a protective treasure bestowed by the Supreme Pure Sage, to stabilize the platform. Boom! As soon as the Southerly D-Flame Light Banner was invoked, the flow of yin-yang energy enveloped the entire dueling platform. With this treasure suppressing the platform, if disciples from either sect became too heated in battle and attempted to kill their opponent, he could intervene immediately. The disciples of both sects were awestruck by this display. Truly, the senior disciple of the three teachings was incomparable in both cultivation and other aspects. After completing these preparations, Shen Du was about to allow the disciples to begin their sparring when boundless golden light swept across the sky, illuminating all 9 heavens and 10 earths, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The virtuous golden lotus. When they saw the virtuous golden lotus manifest before Zhao Gongming, both Shen Du and the 12 true disciples of the orthodox sect were shaken to their core, their eyes burning with unconcealed envy and jealousy. How could he possess so much virtue? Neither Shen Du nor the 12 orthodox disciples knew about Zhao Gongming's act of invoking heavenly virtue yet. Especially the 12 orthodox disciples, whose jealousy nearly drove them to forcibly seize it. They considered themselves superior to these so-called horned and furred creatures of the Jie sect. Why should Jie sect disciples receive such fortune while they didn't? Not just the Nivan hidden in the void, watched with burning envy. Even the Jie sect disciples who had witnessed Zhao Gongming invoking virtue were filled with admiration, yet puzzled. Why was he summoning the virtue golden lotus now? Was he afraid of losing to the 12 orthodox disciples and using it for protection? Only Lu Yunxing in the crowd curled his lips in amusement. Envious. Good, stay envious. Don't rush, you'll all get yours soon. Accept the interest given to the 12 orthodox disciples 1T be the modest 10%. Amidst countless envious, jealous, and puzzled gazes, Zhao Gongming immediately activated his cultivation technique to refine the virtue merit. Boom! As the golden lotus of merit was being refined, the spiritual energy around his body surged wildly. This spectacle excited all the disciples of the Jie sect. Zhao Gongming was preparing to use the merit to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Shen Du, however, felt physical pain watching this. Although merit greatly aids cultivation advancement, wasn't using it for cultivation too wasteful. The primary function of merit is to resolve karma, followed by tempering magical treasures. Virtue-infused artifacts can kill without incurring karma and can provide unexpected protection in critical moments. Even using it to stabilize one's fortune would be infinitely better than directly refining it. As for using it to enhance cultivation, it should only be used to break through bottlenecks when one is truly stuck at a certain realm. For Zhao Gongming to directly refine it for cultivation advancement was simply squandering heaven's gifts. Needless to say, the 12 golden immortals of the orthodox sect were nearly green with envy. Especially Huang Longjinwen. Though he was a disciple of the sage, his dragon lineage burdened him with the karmic hindrances of the dragon race. Despite bearing the title of the sage's direct disciple, he was looked down upon by others. The shackles of karma made his cultivation doubly arduous, placing him firmly at the bottom among the 12 direct disciples of the orthodox sect, with only the mid-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation. If he had possessed such vast virtue to resolve his karmic hindrances, his cultivation would surely have advanced by leaps and bounds. As each harbored their own thoughts, Zhao Gongming's aura surged through the 9 heavens, and a golden flower manifested above his head. Senior brother Zhao Gongming is consolidating the 3 flowers. Our Jie sect will gain another great Luo golden immortal. The disciples of the Jie sect could hardly contain their excitement, with many exclaiming aloud. The next moment, another golden flower manifested above Zhao Gongming's head, voraciously devouring the radiance of virtue like a whirlpool. Then the final golden flower fully manifested. The instant the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man appeared together, the world trembled violently. Endless Tao rhythms proliferated, permeating Zhao Gongming's entire being before swarming into the Heaven-Earth-Man 3 flowers. 3,000 law chains manifested, swirling around the Heaven-Earth-Man 3 flowers before transforming into pure great Tao law power that merged into them. Nourished by the merit golden light, the Heaven-Earth-Man 3 flowers that had absorbed endless Tao rhythms and great Tao laws rapidly coalesced into one. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently once more as an illusory great Tao fruit manifested above Zhao Gongming, blooming with 5 grades. The great Tao fruit hadn't fully manifested yet it already bloomed with 5 grades. This sight shocked all 3 schools' disciples present, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Zhao Gongming merely possessed top-tier primordial spirit roots. Shouldn't 5-grade bloom be the limit when proving one's great Tao fruit? Shen Du, Huang Chengzi and others had all manifested 5-grade blooms when proving their great Tao fruits in the past. Why did Zhao Gongming, with inferior roots to theirs, start directly with 5-grade bloom? Boom! Amid the crowd's shocked gazes, the illusory great Tao fruit blossomed yet another golden lotus. Above the 9 heavens, 6 golden immortal flowers manifested, illuminating all realms of existence. 6-petaled golden flower. Senior brother Zhao Gongming has actually surpassed senior brother Duobao and other senior brothers and sisters. His future path is immeasurable. A top-tier golden immortal. Our Jie sect is about to soar. This scene excited all Jie sect disciples without exception, each face glowing with exhilaration. Even among golden immortals, there exist disparities. The higher the grade when condensing the golden Dao fruit, the greater one's future potential and combat prowess. When two early-stage golden immortals clash, one with 3-petaled versus 6-petaled attainment, the former would face utter domination. An early-stage golden immortal with 6-petaled attainment might even possess the terrifying capability to challenge mid-stage golden immortals with only 3-petaled accomplishment. Yet greater astonishment awaited the spectators as the 6 golden immortal flowers above the 9 heavens erupted with even more resplendent golden radiance. In the next instant, another golden immortal flower blossomed from the void. 7-petaled attainment. Only one grade away from matching ancient primordial mighty beings like Shin Yuanzi, Emperor Jun, and the Nether River. Just 2 grades short compared to the 6 saints, reaching the level of the most powerful Great Luo Golden Immortal. 9-petaled blossoming represents the Great Luo Pinnacle, hailed as the most powerful Great Luo Golden Immortal. All 6 saints previously achieved 9-petaled Great Luo status. Legend holds that only Dao ancestor Hon Jun once broke this limit, blossoming 11 petals, nearly 1 grade short of the perfect Great Luo Golden Immortal. This sight not only stunned disciples from the 3 teachings, but even Juandi hidden in the void felt an impulse to forcibly bring Zhao Gongming back to the Western sect. Only then did the 7 Great Luo Golden Flowers merge into the Great Luo Dao fruit, transforming the previously illusory fruit into complete manifestation as it integrated into Zhao Gongming's body. I, Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect, hereby certify my Great Luo Dao fruit today. Zhao Gongming, having refined most of his virtue to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, soared skyward as his majestic voice resounded throughout the cosmos. Congratulations to senior brother Zhao Gongming for certifying the Great Luo Dao. The excited Jie sect disciples could hardly contain themselves as they bowed and offered congratulations. I celebrate together with my senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior brothers. Zhao Gongming, equally unable to suppress his excitement, let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens before descending onto the dueling platform. I, Zhao Gongming of Jie sect, challenge Taizhenren, the true disciple of Orthodox sect. Taizhenren was an early-stage golden immortal who had bloomed 5-petaled flowers. Though he had attained the golden immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago, Zhao Gongming, having just achieved the golden immortal realm, nonetheless possessed the confidence to completely overwhelm him. Chapter 18, The Saints Confront Each Other. The atmosphere within Bo Palace grew peculiarly tense. Eldest brother, second brother, does this disciple of mine meet your standards? Tong Tian asked with a cheerful smile as he looked towards Taiching and Yuanshi. Sage Tong Tian had witnessed everything, how the Orthodox sect disciples had insulted and bullied Jie sect disciples the moment they arrived at Golden Turtle Island. However, as their master, he couldn't directly intervene in disputes between disciples and had to suppress his anger. But now things were different. His disciple Zhao Gongming had not only attained the golden immortal Dao fruit but had also surpassed the Orthodox sect's 12 true disciples by blooming 7-petaled flowers. Such a face-gaining matter naturally had to be shared with his 2 elder brothers. Congratulations, junior brother Tong Tian, for taking in such an excellent disciple. This child's future path is truly boundless. The supreme pure sage congratulated with a smile. His words were not mere pleasantries. With Zhao Gongming's foundation of 7-petaled blossoming, unless he met premature death, he would likely surpass the 12 true disciples of the Orthodox sect, even Xian Du, the supreme pure sage's own personal disciple. Among the 3 sect's disciples, Zhao Gongming was the first to achieve 7-petaled blossoming. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's complexion turned somewhat unpleasant. He had come to the Jie sect to investigate the heaven-sent merit phenomenon, deliberately bringing his 12 true disciples with the intention to suppress the Jie sect disciples. How could Yuanshi not know his own disciples' nature? He had precisely intended to use his 12 true disciples to suppress the Jie sect disciples, making Tong Tian understand that splitting the sect over disciples had been his gravest mistake. Yet unexpectedly, before the 2 sects' disciples could truly clash, his 12 true disciples had already been thoroughly overshadowed. Especially those words from Tong Tian just now were clearly deliberate boasting, causing Yuanshi's blood pressure to spike instantly. But he had to admit, the elder brother's words were correct. The future path of Tong Tian's disciple was indeed limitless. However, words of praise were something he couldn't bring himself to say. Noticing Yuanshi's displeased expression, Jain, who had remained silent until now, felt a subtle stirring in his heart and immediately said with a smile, "Although senior brother Tong Tian's disciple has manifested 7 great blossoms, this isn't necessarily due to profound personal foundation or talent. It's merely the result of borrowed merit. Compared to the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect, there might still be some gap." Jain had been consistently exploiting the conflict between Yuanshi and Tong Tian, repeatedly provoking confrontations between them to reap the benefits when the two fought. With Yuanshi obviously displeased about Jie sect disciples overshadowing Orthodox sect disciples, how could Jain miss this opportunity to sow discord? As expected, when Jain spoke these words, Yuanshi, who had been wearing an unpleasant expression, allowed a mocking smile to flash across his lips before nodding in rare agreement. "Jain speaks wisely. Your disciple merely relied on merit to achieve the great Luo Dao fruit. But merit will eventually be exhausted without merit to rely on. How far can his path truly extend? The GS sect only had 4 personal disciples who broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and all of them were merely at the initial stage of cultivation. Among his 12 personal disciples, half had already broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, especially his first disciple Guangchengzi, who ranked second only to Xin Du, the personal disciple of the Supreme Pure Sage. What right did Tong Tian have to boast before him? However, Tong Tian refused to indulge Yuanshir's arrogance. With a cold snort, he retorted, "The future path of my GS sect disciples is none of senior brother Yuanshir's concern. I will personally ensure they receive meticulous guidance." After a brief pause before Yuanshir could respond, Tong Tian continued, "Meanwhile, your orthodox sect disciples pride themselves on their profound foundations, so why have we not seen them eliciting heaven-bestowed merit?" Tong Tian was not one to boast by nature, nor did he wish to quarrel with Yuanshir over trivial matters. But Yuanshir's aggressive behavior simply left him no choice. Coming uninvited to his Golden Turtle Island, not only probing him with various tests but also permitting his disciples to bully Tong Tian's own, he had tolerated it repeatedly without protest. Yet instead of restraining himself, Yuanshir took this forbearance as license to push further. As a revered heavenly Tao saint, to shamelessly disparage a junior right before his master's face if he didn't retort now, wouldn't Yuanshir consider him weak and easily bullied? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere within Bo Palace immediately turned solemn. Having failed multiple attempts to probe Tong Tian about why GS sect disciples could trigger heavenly Tao merit, Yuanshir was already in a foul mood. Now Tong Tian deliberately mocked him using this very matter. The proud Yuanshir instantly flew into rage. "Tong Tian, you go too far. Do you still recognize me as your elder brother at all?" Yuanshir, his holy aura surging around him, cast a cold glance at Tong Tian and demanded. After all, he was still Tong Tian's elder brother. To show such disrespect before outsiders was, by all accounts, Tong Tian's fault. Have you ever seen an elder brother who oppresses his younger brother? Tong Tian raised his brow and sneered. If not for considering the bond between the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian would have long expelled Yuanshir when he insulted his disciples. He had given Yuanshir ample face, but Yuanshir's overreaching forced him to shame the other party. Now that he'd lost face, was he trying to assert his elder brother's authority? Ever since the 3 pure ones separated and he established his sect on Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian had stopped tolerating Yuanshir's usual tactics. "When have I ever oppressed you? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, don't blame me for disregarding our fraternal bond." Completely enraged, Yuanshir's holy aura surged violently, collapsing the void and obliterating stars. Jain watched this scene with secret delight. This trip to Golden Turtle Island hadn't been in vain, as his provocation had finally succeeded. Once Yuanshir and Tong Tian erupt into a battle between saints, the Eastern world will surely descend into chaos. Wouldn't this give them the perfect opportunity to gather treasures and disciples? Unfortunately, his attempt at sowing discord was stopped by a single remark from the Supreme Pure Sage. "Enough now. The 3 pure ones were originally of one family. Don't let trivial matters damage your harmony. Both of you should take a step back and cease this quarrel." The Supreme Pure Sage also found this headache-inducing. Even before the 3 pure ones separated, he had often mediated conflicts between the two. Now that the 3 pure ones have separated, yet they still confront each other like this whenever they meet, such behavior left the Supreme Pure Sage utterly speechless. Though both Yuanshir and Tong Tian remained unconvinced when the Supreme Pure Sage personally intervened, they had no choice but to show him this respect. Yuanshir snorted coldly, withdrawing his overwhelming aura, and ceased his provocation. Tong Tian, not being one to press his advantage, turned instead to the troublemaker Jain. "Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I personally remove you?" He could tolerate Yuanshir. After all, the 3 pure ones were originally one family, and brotherly bonds couldn't be completely abandoned on a whim. As long as Yuanshir didn't cross the line, Tong Tian wouldn't pursue the matter. But what exactly was Jain dared to sow discord between him and Yuanshir right before his eyes? Did they really think this GS sect leader had no temper? Chapter 19: Selling Out Your Own Martial Brother. What does senior brother Tong Tian mean by this? Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Tong Tian, Zhuanti couldn't help but tense internally, though he feigned confusion outwardly. Though both were saints, there existed vast disparities among saints. If Tong Tian truly disregarded his saintly status to attack not just Zhuanti alone, even with his junior brother Zhuanti assisting, they likely couldn't withstand Tong Tian's might. After all, he and Zhuanti were so impoverished they couldn't produce a single connate numinous treasure, while Tong Tian wielded the god-slaying sword formation reputed as the foremost killing treasure of the primordial world. He could instigate conflicts between Yuanshir and Tong Tian, but would rather die than admit it. As long as he didn't admit it, would Tong Tian actually dare attack him? At any rate, he was after all a heavenly Tao saint, and he believed senior brothers Taiching and Yuanshir wouldn't idly watch Tong Tian bully him. Yet he understood Tong Tian far too little. As his words fell, the green duckweed sword was instantly summoned by Tong Tian. "Since you fail to comprehend my words, I shall have to use the Qingping sword to enlighten you." As Tongtian's indifferent voice fell, a dazzling sword radiance tore through the void and came slashing down. Boom! Wherever the annihilating sword radiance passed, infinite void collapsed and billions of stars were extinguished. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to remain only the sword energy that annihilated all. This was too reckless. Facing this terrifying strike from Tongtian, Jain inwardly cursed his misfortune. He hurriedly summoned his Jain divine staff to block while retreating explosively, urgently pleading, "Senior brother Tongtian, please calm your anger. This junior brother shall take his leave immediately." From his understanding of Tongtian, when he didn't act, all was well, but once he moved, if not fighting to the death, at the very least he would viciously torment his opponent before relenting. Moreover, with Taiching and Yuanchi showing no intention to assist him, what confidence did Jain have to remain? Boom! The Jain divine staff was instantly sent flying by the all-annihilating sword energy, though the power of this strike was consequently dispersed. Watching Jain flee in panic, Tongtian snorted coldly but refrained from further attacks. This was merely a small warning for Jain. Should there be a next time, Jain wouldn't be so fortunate as to escape unscathed. Taiching and Yuanchi exchanged glances, their eyes revealing profound solemnity. Tongtian's behavior today was far too unusual. What changes had occurred within the Jie sect recently? But despite their repeated attempts to probe, Tongtian consistently responded with silence, leaving them both dissatisfied and increasingly curious about the Jie sect's transformations. All disciples of the three teachings remained unaware of the events unfolding at Bo Palace, their attention now completely captivated by Zhao Gongming. On the dual platform stood Zhao Gongming, his overwhelming aura radiating powerfully as 24 Dinghai divine pearls orbited around him, their spiritual energy undulating violently and causing the very space to tremble with thunderous reverberations. "Senior brother Tai, dare you ascend this platform and test your skills against me?" Zhao Gongming pointed his sword at Tai Zhenren, issuing the challenge openly. "How outrageous! This insolent fool dares to publicly provoke me." Tai Zhenren understood clearly that Zhao Gongming's challenge stemmed from deep-seated resentment grudges dating back to when the three pure ones hadn't yet separated, when he had repeatedly humiliated Zhao Gongming. Having attained the great Dao fruit for 10,000 years, he was completely unafraid of Zhao Gongming. Even though Zhao Gongming was a top-tier golden immortal of the Great Luo with 7-petaled bloom, he remained confident he could continue trampling his opponent beneath his feet. Tai Zhenren soared up and landed on the platform, gazing at the battle-hungry Zhao Gongming. "Since junior brother Zhao Gongming sincerely seeks instruction, this venerable shall properly teach you a lesson today." Boom! As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Tai Zhenren's body as he instantly summoned his supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Dragons Fire Cover, suppressing the void itself. Though his words sounded casual, facing Zhao Gongming, a top-tier Great Luo golden immortal with 7-petaled bloom, he dared not show the slightest negligence. "Then let this junior brother properly receive your instruction." Zhao Gongming laughed loudly while swinging his sword downward, simultaneously channeling immense mana into his cosmic sea pearls. Rumble! Countless sword energies crisscrossed the sky, tearing through endless void as they violently slashed toward Tai Zhenren. The 24 divine sea calming pearls erupted with dazzling mystical radiance, manifesting supreme destructive power as they charged straight toward Tai Zhenren. "Go!" Facing Zhao Gongming's terrifying attack, Tai Zhenren roared as the Nine Dragons Fiery Fire Cover soared skyward. The treasure's innate divine ability, Nine Dragons Scorching Heaven, manifested 9 fiery dragon phantoms that spewed solar dragon flames to meet the 24 divine sea calming pearls. While activating the Nine Dragons Fiery Fire Cover, he simultaneously summoned the Golden Brick. Infused with magical energy, this top-grade primordial spiritual treasure transformed into a mountain that blotted out the sky, pressing down upon the countless sword energies Zhao Gongming had unleashed. Boom! The powers of the treasures and divine abilities collided, collapsing endless void space, annihilating countless stars, and sending shockwaves that made heaven and earth tremble ceaselessly. The dueling platform beneath them showed faint signs of cracking, though it was quickly repaired by the yin-yang qi emitted from the southerly earth-blazing light flag that stabilized the platform, restoring it to its original state. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the sword energy slashed down by Zhao Gongming was obliterated by the Golden Brick, while his 24 sea calming pearls were likewise blocked by the Nine Dragons Fire Escape Shield. Their first clash ended in a draw, with neither gaining the upper hand. Yet this sight invigorated the disciples of the Jie sect, who couldn't contain their excitement and shouted, "Senior brother Zhao Gongming is mighty. Crush him." Tai Zhenren had broken through to the Golden Immortal realm 10,000 years ago, yet his match with Zhao Gongming, who had just attained the Golden Immortal Dao fruit, proved one thing. Once Zhao Gongming consolidates his Golden Immortal foundation, he'll undoubtedly suppress and dominate Tai Zhenren. In contrast to the Jie sect disciples' exhilaration, the personal disciples of the Orthodox sect all wore gloomy expressions. Failing to swiftly conclude the first battle and decisively crush a Jie sect disciple was undoubtedly a blow to the pride of the arrogant Orthodox sect disciples. Among the crowd, Lu Yunsheng showed little interest in the grand battle. At this moment, he approached Xian Du and spoke with familiarity. "Senior brother Xian Du, would you like to know how senior brother Zhao Gongming attracted the heaven-bestowed merit?" As a mere earthy mortal, how could you possibly know the origin of Zhao Gongming's opportunity? Xiandu raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lu Yunsheng, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yet he maintained his composure and asked, why would you tell me? His interactions with Jie sect disciples were limited, and he had never had any contact with this earthy mortal realm disciple before him. Leaving aside whether the other party actually knew, even if he did, would he reveal it without reason? Where there's abnormality, there's surely deceit. If Xiandu truly believed Lu Yunsheng's words, he wouldn't deserve to be the senior brother of the three teachings. Lu Yunsheng wasn't surprised by Xiandu's reaction. He immediately transmitted his voice. This junior brother has recently encountered a cultivation bottleneck and urgently needs the 9 Revolutions mystic pill for breakthrough. If senior brother Xiandu could assist, this junior brother would be willing to share this secret. So it's for the 9 Revolutions mystic pill. Xiandu's initially suspicious eyes flashed with sudden comprehension, while inwardly he felt a surge of disgust toward Lu Yunsheng. To betray even a fellow disciple for personal gain. However, disgust aside, he certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. As for whether Lu Yunsheng would dare deceive him, Xiandu wasn't concerned. Did they truly think his title as the senior brother of the three teachings was earned through empty reputation? The consequences of daring to deceive him weren't something a mere earth immortal disciple could bear. Not even a golden immortal or great Luo golden immortal could withstand his wrath. Since junior brother seeks my aid as the senior brother of the three teachings, I cannot stand idly by. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a 9 Revolutions mystic elixir bestowed by our master. Today, I shall gift it to you. With a wave of his hand, Xiandu manifested an exquisite 9 Revolutions mystic elixir, exuding supreme Tao resonance, before Lu Yunsheng. Chapter 20, 9 out 13 in specializing in merit loans. Many thanks, senior brother Xiandu, for bestowing this elixir. Feigning excitement, Lu Yunsheng carefully stored the 9 Revolutions mystic elixir and bowed deeply in gratitude. The supreme pure sage excelled in alchemy, and the 9 Revolutions mystic elixirs he refined provided immense assistance to all beings of the primordial world in elevating their cultivation. However, these elixirs were rare and hard to obtain even for disciples of the three teachings. They were not easily acquired. A single 9 Revolutions mystic elixir could allow Lu Yunsheng to break through at least one minor realm, demonstrating just how alluring these elixirs were to the beings of the primordial world. However, Lu Yunsheng wasn't merely seeking to improve his cultivation, he was preparing for what came next, issuing loans. I'm promoting virtue loans. Is it too much to collect a little advertising fee? Meanwhile, Xiandu secretly mused, 9 Revolutions mystic elixir in exchange for a Jie sect disciple's opportunity, quite a bargain, isn't it? Both men, each harboring their own schemes, coincidentally smiled at the same moment. As their gazes met, a single word flashed simultaneously in their eyes: idiot. No need for formalities, junior brother, Xiandu dismissed with a wave before abruptly changing the subject. How did junior brother Zhao Gongming invoke heaven-bestowed virtue? Xuandu appeared amiable on the surface, but inwardly sneered coldly if Lu Yunsheng couldn't provide a satisfactory answer. The 9 Revolutions mystic elixir he'd given could be reclaimed at any moment. Though unaware of Xuandu's thoughts, Lu Yunsheng had no intention of swindling him. Asking for the 9 Revolutions mystic elixir was merely to create a plausible pretext for promoting his merit loan. Glancing around and noting the crowd's focus on the dueling platform, he finally transmitted his voice. This matter is a long story. Senior brother Xuandu, let me explain in detail. To bolster Xuandu's trust, he began with Ding Guangxian forcibly seizing his magic treasure, then Zhao Gongming and the 3 cloud fairies coincidentally passing by his cave. Xuandu listened patiently without interruption, but when he learned Zhao Gongming's so-called merit manifestation was actually borrowed from the heavenly Tao, his expression instantly shifted dramatically. When did the heavenly Tao launch a merit loan service? Why were only Jie sect disciples granted credit limits? After Lu Yunsheng's vivid narration, Xiandu's breathing became noticeably rapid, his heart filled with anticipation as he couldn't help but ask again, did Zhao Gongming mention how to obtain the credit limit? Whether Zhao Gongming knew or not wasn't important. What mattered was that Lu Yunsheng understood perfectly. Though inwardly eager to grant Xiandu the loan, he deliberately put on a difficult expression. Senior brother Xiandu, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but this matter is truly of great importance. If senior brother Zhao Gongming or Lord Tongtian were to learn I revealed the Jie sect's greatest secret, I fear there would be no place for me in the primordial world. Lu Yunsheng's concerns immediately dispelled the last trace of doubt in Xiandu's mind. Such caution proved this wasn't some deception. But these were non-issues for him. As long as he could control the lending process, persuading their master to accept Lu Yunsheng into the human sect would be no difficult matter. Junior brother's consideration is indeed proper. This senior brother acted too rashly. Xiandu could no longer spare attention to watch the battle between Zhao Gongming and Tai Zhenren, immediately making a promise to Lu Yunsheng. If junior brother is willing to transfer to our human sect, the senior brother can recommend you. Once you become a human sect disciple, wouldn't junior brother Zhao Gongming and Uncle Tongtian lose the right to hold you accountable? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunsheng's expression became extremely colorful. He had said all this to Xiandu to promote the merit loan. How did it turn into Xiandu persuading him to join the human sect? Truly worthy of being the senior brother of the three sects. He's thoroughly mastered the art of getting something for nothing. Empty promises might work on others, but he was more pragmatic. Without substantial benefits, no matter how grand the promises, they couldn't move him. Lu Yunqing immediately said with utmost seriousness, "Senior brother Xiandu, I only attained human form through Lord Tongtian's enlightenment. How could I possibly betray the Jie sect?" "Xiandu, you were willing to sell out your fellow sect brother's opportunity just to exchange for the 9 revolutions mystic pill. Is there anything you wouldn't do?" Of course, Xiandu merely thought this in his heart. Once spoken aloud in Lu Yunqing's presence, it would likely become difficult to extract this secret from him. Just as he pondered how to move Lu Yunqing, the latter suddenly changed tack. "Senior brother Xiandu, I observe the treasure you're using to suppress the arena possesses formidable power. It must be a rare supreme defensive treasure. How I wish I had such a treasure for protection." Xiandu stared blankly at Lu Yunqing, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He finally understood this rogue only cared about immediate gains and utterly disdained promises like seeking sanctuary by joining the human teachings. But trading a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure for the secret of borrowing virtue credits, Xiandu was clearly unwilling. After brief contemplation, he summoned a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Given junior brother's current cultivation, you couldn't fully utilize a top-grade treasure's power yet. This high-grade treasure, however, is also a rare defensive supreme treasure, perfectly suited for your protection. To borrow heavenly virtue merits, Xiandu was truly going all out. Among the disciples of the three teachings, those who possess superior grade innate spiritual treasures number no more than 30 at most. Even Huanglong Jinren, a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect, hasn't managed to obtain a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, which shows how extraordinary this treasure he's presenting now truly is. If Lu Yunqing still isn't satisfied, he would have to find another solution, but using a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure for exchange was absolutely out of the question. Little did he know that Lu Yunqing never actually expected to swindle any treasures from Xiandu. This was merely to make his story more convincing. Who would have thought that Xiandu would make such a generous move? "If it were me." As Lu Yunqing hesitated about whether to bargain further, Xiandu's voice transmission came again. "Junior brother, one shouldn't be too greedy. If I were to truly gift you a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes from countless people. Surely you understand the implications." While Xiandu's words sounded like advice to Lu Yunqing, the warning within was unmistakably clear. At these words, Lu Yunqing immediately abandoned any thought of bargaining. After all, his ultimate goal was loan issuance, and now that he had obtained a 9 revolutions mystic pill and a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, he was satisfied. Continuing to push his luck might backfire, and the loss would outweigh the gain. "Many thanks for senior brother Xuandu's reminder. I understand now." Lu Yunqing pretended to nod with belated fear, then after putting away the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, he transmitted via voice. "When senior brother Zhao Gongming taught the 3 cloud fairies how to check credit limits, he taught them a slogan, 9 out, 13 back, specializing in merit loans. The 3 cloud fairies just needed to silently recite this slogan in their hearts, and their credit limit would appear." "Is it really that simple?" Xuandu looked at Lu Yunqing with suspicion, but couldn't help silently reciting in his heart, 9 out, 13 back, specializing in merit loans. Chapter 21, Advertising Effect Maximized. The fish has taken the bait. Seeing Xuandu remain silent with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, a thought struck Lu Yunqing, who immediately input Xuandu's information. "Xiandu, direct disciple of the Supreme Pure Sage, mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation. Credit limit, 8 million. The moment the system evaluated Xiandu's credit limit, Lu Yunqing immediately pushed the loan quota to him. After silently reciting the slogan as instructed by Lu Yunqing, Xiandu visibly grew excited. However, everyone present was currently focused on the intense battle between Zhao Gongming and Tai Jinren, so no one noticed this. After waiting several breaths without receiving any prompt, Xiandu couldn't help feeling anxious. Had Lu Yunqing remembered the slogan incorrectly? Or was this fellow deceiving him? Just as Xiandu was hesitating, a virtual screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, displaying a message. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiandu, for activating your merits loan quota. Merits loan quota, 8 million merits borrow now." So Lu Yunqing hadn't lied to him. Xiandu felt a surge of excitement, his breathing becoming rapid. Yet out of caution, he didn't immediately click to borrow. This opportunity was obtained by exchanging a 9 revolutions mystic pill and a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. How could he casually reveal it before outsiders? At the same time, he worried that if he didn't borrow, this opportunity might vanish. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't resist sending a voice transmission to Lu Yunqing. "Junior brother, will the quota disappear if unused?" Hearing this, how could Lu Yunqing fail to understand Xuandu's thoughts? He had painstakingly fabricated a story to trick Xuandu into borrowing not for the 9 revolutions mystic pill or the treasure, but to use Xuandu to promote the merit loan more quickly. If Xuandu didn't activate the heavenly Dao merits publicly, wouldn't his advertising fee be wasted? Lu Yunqing immediately replied via voice transmission. Senior brother Zhao Gongming once said, "A heavenly Dao opportunity is serendipitous and cannot be sought after. Once missed, one regrets it for a lifetime. As for whether it will disappear, I cannot say for certain, junior brother. A heavenly Dao opportunity is serendipitous and cannot be sought after." At these words, Xuandu, now terrified of missing his chance, hesitated no longer and immediately clicked borrow. Congratulations, host. Successful loan issuance, 8 million merits. Deducting 50% annual interest. Annual interest successfully extracted and deposited in backpack. Please check, host. As Xiandu clicked to borrow, a notification chime sounded in Lu Yunqing's mind. As for why the annual interest was 50%, this was the 9 out, 13 back term Xiandu himself had demanded. Surely one couldn't blame him for being greedy. Overjoyed, Lu Yunqing opened his backpack to see 2 new luminous orbs, one white, the size of a human head, the penalty fee from fixed light immortal, and another cyan, fist-sized orb, the freshly extracted interest from Xiandu. Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation and Dao Comprehension, actually cyan. Could it be because Great Luo Golden Immortals primarily cultivate law-based power? Just as Lu Yunqing nearly succumbed to absorbing the cyan orb, an enraged roar erupted from the dueling platform, instantly diverting his attention. "Ah, you dishonorable wretch! You dare ambush this venerable one." On the platform, Tai Jinren was seen vomiting blood after being sent flying, his right arm severed by Zhao Gongming's sword strike. Senior brother Zhao Gongming is this fierce. This sight made Lu Yunqing click his tongue in amazement. For Zhao Gongming, who had just attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, to fight Tai Jinren to a draw was proof enough of his formidable strength. How long had this duel lasted? Tai Jinren actually had an arm severed in full public view. Surrounded by 24 calming pearls and standing sword in hand, Zhao Gongming coldly sneered at Tai Jinren's furious curses. A direct disciple of the orthodox sect can't accept defeat. If you lose, blame your own incompetence. Why make excuses? Outrageous. For fellow disciples sparring, you'd resort to such ruthless methods. A bloodthirsty brute like you doesn't deserve to be a Xianmen disciple. Witnessing their first defeat and the orthodox sect's complete loss of face, Quan Chengzi, the sect's senior brother, roared in anger while instantly descending upon the arena, manifesting divine power to launch a killing strike at Zhao Gongming. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, watch out! Shameless villain, resorting to ambush. How despicable! Quan Chengzi's dishonorable ambush on Zhao Gongming once again enraged the Jia sect disciples. One after another, they frantically channeled their divine abilities and charged toward the dueling platform. Julie Yusin and other orthodox sect direct disciples also summoned their magic treasures one after another, confronting the attacking GS sect disciples. Boom rumble. Just as the battle between the two sects was about to erupt, golden clouds of merit manifested above the 9 heavens, their radiance illuminating all realms, instantly drawing everyone's attention. This what's happening? Is the heavenly Dao bestowing merits again? Seeing this familiar scene, the originally furious expressions of GS sect disciples instantly turned excited. These merits must have been invoked by senior brother Zhao Gongming, right? This assumption couldn't be blamed on the Jia sect disciples. They had all personally witnessed Zhao Gongming invoking heavenly merits before. If it wasn't Zhao Gongming who invoked them, could it possibly have been the orthodox sect's direct disciples? The orthodox sect disciples looked equally shocked, also believing it must have been Zhao Gongming who invoked the heavenly merits. After all, they had personally witnessed Zhao Gongming using merits to attain the 7th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Who else could it be if not him? Only Xiandu and Lu Yunqing knew exactly who had triggered the heavenly Dao's merit. Especially Xiandu. After clicking the loan button, his attention had been drawn to the battle between Zhao Gongming and Tai Jinren, and it was only now that he noticed the changing information on the light screen. Honored Daoist Xiandu, congratulations on your successful loan application. The merit has been disbursed. Please check and confirm receipt. Did I trigger this merit phenomenon? Heavenly Dao merit comes so easily. Lu Yunsheng was equally overjoyed. The promotional effect of this moment had been maximized. The impending battle between the disciples of the Chan and Jia sects, which had been on the verge of breaking out, was abruptly halted as the vast merit phenomenon manifested across heaven and earth before it could even begin. At this moment, everyone's attention was wholly captured by the grand merit phenomenon, their hearts and minds utterly shaken. Not just the disciples of the 3 sects, even the 3 pure ones within Bio Palace and the 2 Western sages concealed in the void were astonished by the sudden manifestation of the merit phenomenon. Inside Bio Palace, the expressions of the 3 pure ones varied. A faint smile curled at the corners of Tongtian's lips, his eyes flickering with delight. Clearly, he shared the same thought as the Jia sect disciples, that this magnificent manifestation of heavenly merit was triggered by Zhao Gongming. Yuan Shi's face darkened with gloom. Not only had his visit to Golden Turtle Island yielded nothing, but he'd been thoroughly rebuked by Tongtian. To make matters worse, his personal disciple had lost an arm to those very Jia sect disciples. He looked down upon a complete humiliation. He had pinned his hopes on his chief disciple Guangchengzi to restore the orthodox sect's dignity, only for GS sect disciples to summon heavenly merit once again, outright denying Guangchengzi any chance to suppress them. How utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Supreme Pure Sage's expression grew peculiarly complex. As the merit phenomenon unfolded, his divinations faintly sensed this opportunity might be connected to his own disciple. Could it be that this merit phenomenon was invoked by his personal disciple Xiandu? Impossible, right? Chapter 22, The Slap Comes So Soon. Above Golden Turtle Island's void, Jane, who had been expelled from Bio Palace by Tongtian, was complaining to Zhuanti about Tongtian's faults when he suddenly saw the manifestation of golden merit clouds, instantly turning his eyes red with envy. Junior brother, shall we seize it? Jane looked at Zhuanti's envious and jealous expression and said in a deep voice, Zhuanti, can heavenly Tao merit be casually seized? Although they were heavenly Tao saints, the descent of merit follows its own predetermined order. If they truly attempted to forcibly seize it, even their status as saints might not withstand the heavenly punishment. Senior brother, don't act rashly. Heavenly Tao merit cannot be easily seized. Zhuanti's attempt to calm Jiayin was interrupted halfway by Jiayin raising his hand. Junior brother misunderstands. I'm not suggesting we seize the heavenly Tao merit, but rather the disciple who triggered it. No matter how bold Jiayin was, he wouldn't dare to defy heaven's will. But if they could abduct the disciple who triggered the heavenly Tao merit and bring them to the Western sect, wouldn't the merit indirectly become theirs? Upon hearing this, Zhuanti finally showed a look of understanding. His senior brother wanted to seize the disciple, not the heavenly Tao merit. However, the consequences of forcibly taking a saint's disciple might also be quite severe. Although this merit is truly tempting, the cost seems too high, somewhat outweighing the benefits. Seeing Zhuanti struggling with hesitation, Jiayin spoke again. If junior brother worries about Tongtian storming Mount Sumeru, we could employ strategy. After Jiayin finished speaking, Zhuanti's eyes immediately brightened, nodding decisively, I'll follow senior brother's plan. Let's do it. While everyone assumed the grand merit phenomenon was triggered by Zhao Gongming, the man himself wore an utterly bewildered expression. I didn't borrow anything. Who actually triggered this merit phenomenon then? San Shao, or Fixed Light Immortal. After careful consideration, only he and these few individuals could possibly invoke heaven-sent merit. Under the astonished gazes of disciples from the three religions and various saints, the golden radiance of merit illuminated the skies before cascading down to envelop Xiandu. This what's happening. The heavenly Tao merit was actually triggered by senior brother Xiandu. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In truth, Xiandu himself wore an equally stunned expression, feeling everything was surreal. Heavenly Tao merit came this easily. A mere flick of the fingers and it appears. Congratulations, senior brother Xiandu, for receiving heaven's blessing and invoking celestial merit. Just as everyone remained dumbfounded, Lu Yunsheng suddenly shouted loudly. These words jolted the crowd from their stunned amazement, and they all bowed in unison to offer congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Xiandu. As the chief disciple of the three teachings, Xiandu's prestige among the disciples was second only to the three pure ones themselves. No matter how much envy and jealousy brewed in the hearts of disciples from both the orthodox and heterodox sects, none dared show it before Xiandu. Moreover, disciples from both sects harbored their own secret thoughts, each scheming to approach Xiandu and inquire how to invoke celestial merit. Inside the Bio Palace, the expressions of the three pure ones grew even more remarkable. Tongtian's slightly raised lip now twitched uncontrollably, his eyes filled with unmistakable awkwardness. The celestial merit wasn't invoked by his beloved disciple after all. Although he hadn't boasted when the celestial merit manifested between heaven and earth, he had been utterly convinced in his heart that his beloved disciple was responsible. Who would have thought the slap in the face would come so quickly? Although Tongtian wasn't one to boast, the satisfaction of gaining face before the four saints filled him with accomplishment. Especially towards Yuanshi, who had always looked down upon GS sect disciples. Had his own disciple triggered the heavenly merit in Yuanshi's presence, it would have been a resounding slap to Yuanshi's face and a breath of satisfaction for him. But in the end all the glory was stolen by the supreme pure sage. Indeed, the usually unflappable expression of Taiching finally showed emotion, his lips curving into the same faint smile Tongtian had worn earlier. While Yuanshi felt envy, anticipation also grew within him. Having failed to extract the secret of triggering merit from Tongtian, he'd feared GS sect disciples would thoroughly overshadow his orthodox sect. Now that the supreme pure sage's disciple had triggered the merit, didn't this present the perfect opportunity to secure this chance for his own orthodox sect's disciples? Yuanshi's formerly gloomy expression transformed into one of beaming delight. Congratulations, elder brother Taiching, for nurturing such an exceptional disciple. This was Xiandu's own fortune. I played no part in it. Taiching waved his hand with a smile. Though his words were modest, the flickering amusement in his eyes unmistakably showed how pleased he was with Yuanshi's flattery. Though slightly displeased at having his limelight stolen, Tong Tian showed no outward signs and likewise congratulated, "This direct disciple of yours, senior brother Taiching, has limitless potential on his Dao path. My sincerest congratulations." The merit phenomenon Xian Du triggered was clearly more magnificent than those previously triggered by Tong Tian's disciples, sufficient proof that Xian Du enjoyed greater favor from heaven's Dao. Xian Du, already the foremost among the three teachings disciples, now having obtained such great fortune, would likely remain unsurpassed by his peers. Truth be told, this is partly due to junior brother Tong Tian's blessings. That Xian Du could trigger heaven's merit must be because he's currently at Golden Turtle Island. This wasn't mere politeness from Taiching, it was a deliberate probe toward Tong Tian. After all, before bringing Xian Du to the Jie sect, disciples there had repeatedly triggered heaven's merit while Xian Du had shown no response whatsoever. He had just arrived at Golden Turtle Island when he obtained this heaven-sent opportunity. To claim it had nothing to do with the island would be impossible, wouldn't it? Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian raised his eyebrows. So it was indeed as he suspected. Yuancher fell into deep thought. Could it be that triggering heavenly Dao merit was only possible on Golden Turtle Island? If that were the case, wouldn't the Orthodox sect's direct disciples be deprived of this chance? At this thought, anger stirred within Yuancher's heart. He began considering how he might arrange for his disciples to stay on Golden Turtle Island to obtain this fortune. As for Tong Tian, how could he fail to understand Supreme Pure Sage's probing intent? However, even he didn't know whether triggering heavenly Dao merit was truly connected to Golden Turtle Island. Senior brother Taiching jokes too much. If simply being on Golden Turtle Island could trigger heavenly Dao merit, why haven't we seen any Orthodox sect disciples achieve it? Though not a petty man by nature, Tong Tian wouldn't miss this chance to stand up for his Jie sect disciples. Yuancher kept claiming that disciples of Jie sect were unworthy, asserting that only direct disciples of Orthodox sect represented the true orthodoxy of Xianmen sect. Tong Tian was genuinely curious how Yuancher would respond upon hearing these words. Would he fly into a humiliated rage and resort to violence, or would he simply leave in anger? Indeed, as soon as Tong Tian spoke these words, Yuancher's expression darkened instantly. The saintly aura around him surged violently, causing the void to tremble with continuous thunderous roars. Just as Yuancher was about to lose his temper, Supreme Pure Sage cast a meaningful glance at Tong Tian before soothingly interjected, "Perhaps the opportunity for Orthodox sect's disciples has simply not yet arrived. If the direct disciples of Orthodox sect were to cultivate at Golden Turtle Island for some time, they might still have a chance to invoke heaven's merit." His words served not only to pacify Yuancher but also subtly hinted that if Orthodox sect wished to obtain this opportunity, it would be unwise to break with Tong Tian. Should relations become too strained, Orthodox sect disciples would undoubtedly be unable to remain at Golden Turtle Island, potentially missing this fortuitous chance. Upon hearing this, Yuancher suddenly comprehended. Though furious in his heart, he withdrew his oppressive aura. Elder brother Taiching speaks wisely. Our Orthodox sect disciples simply haven't encountered their destined opportunity yet. Why must junior brother Tong Tian rush to make such presumptuous remarks? Could it be you're deliberately provoking this venerable one to take my disciples away from Golden Turtle Island? Chapter 23, Excluding the Western Sect. Not a chance. Would this venerable one need to resort to provocation? Tong Tian lifted his eyelids slightly, speaking impassively. Golden Turtle Island serves as the Jie sect's sacred ground. The comings and goings of Orthodox sect disciples can be decided by my word alone. Why would I need to go through such elaborate schemes? He merely sought to vent the resentment accumulated from Yuancher's disdain toward Jie sect disciples. Only someone as narrow-minded as Yuancher would imagine him capable of such petty tactics. After all, the three pure ones remain as one family, with all three sects originating from the Xianmen lineage. If cultivating at Golden Turtle Island truly holds the opportunity to attract heavenly Dao merits, he naturally ought to extend this chance to disciples of all three sects. Enough, why continue arguing over trivial matters and make ourselves a laughingstock while damaging harmony? Taiching said with a smile to mediate, then changed the subject. My disciple has gained this heavenly opportunity today thanks to borrowing the Jie sect's advantage. Since disciples of the three sects have gathered together so rarely, why don't we jointly preach and grant them this opportunity? What do you two junior brothers think? Upon hearing this, both Tong Tian and Yuancher's eyes brightened, deeply moved by their senior brother Taiching's proposal. Since the separation of the three pure ones, disciples of the three sects had almost no interaction, yet conflicts between the Chan and Jie sect disciples never diminished. This joint preaching by saints would be the perfect opportunity to prove whose disciples were truly superior. Sharing the same thought, Yuancher and Tong Tian simultaneously nodded and said, "Senior brother speaks wisely. For the three sects disciples to hear our joint preaching would indeed be no small opportunity." The three sects disciples knew nothing about this consensus reached by the three pure ones. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Xuandu, who was enveloped in golden rays of virtue. At this moment, Xiandu finally snapped out of his daze. Suppressing his inner excitement with great effort, he waved his hand to retract the golden light of virtue, then gave a slight nod to the disciples of both the orthodox and intercepting sects. Well done. Lu Yunsheng had previously informed him of the method to invoke the heavenly Tao's virtue, but truth be told, Xiandu had approached it more as an experiment, holding little real hope. After all, heavenly Tao virtue comes by chance, not by seeking. Even saints cannot deduce how to invoke it. Never did he expect that Lu Yunsheng's method would truly help him invoke the heavenly Tao's virtue. One could say this opportunity was virtually gifted by Lu Yunsheng. He committed this favor in karma to memory, determined to repay it manifold when opportunity arose. Lu Yunsheng, blending into the crowd, grew increasingly anxious as Xiandu failed to advertise his virtue loan service. After brief hesitation, he called out clearly, "Senior brother Xiandu, might you share with us how you invoked the heavenly Tao's virtue? We'd all benefit from your experience." At these words, disciples from both sects felt their hearts stir. Lu Yunsheng had voiced the question in everyone's mind, and eager anticipation shone in all their eyes. Xiandu was completely stunned. While others might not know how to invoke heavenly Tao merits, how could you not be aware? Moreover, wasn't Lu Yunsheng worried about exposing this secret and incurring the wrath of sage Tong Tian? Why then did he publicly question me? For a moment, Xiandu was dumbfounded by Lu Yunsheng's words, standing frozen in place, unsure how to respond. But his confusion, perceived by the crowd as unwillingness to share the method of invoking heavenly Tao merits, bred disappointment and growing dissatisfaction among them. They had always held deep respect for this senior brother of three teachings. Now that he had obtained this tremendous opportunity yet refused to share it, didn't this render worthless all their usual reverence? So this so-called selflessness was merely performative for their benefit. Unaware of Lu Yunsheng and the crowd's thoughts, the dazed Xiandu quickly realized, could junior brother Yunsheng be testing whether he would expose the chant to activate the credit quota? That must be it. Believing he had deciphered Lu Yunsheng's intentions, he immediately spoke. "It is not that I am unwilling to share with you all, but that this heavenly Tao opportunity is predetermined by the heavenly Tao itself. I dare not disobey the will of heaven." Having promised to keep Lu Yunsheng's secret, he was duty-bound to remain tight-lipped. How could he go back on his word? Regardless of whether this explanation could convince the crowd, he would never reveal even half a word. Lu Yunsheng. He had already received the advertising fee, but after Xiandu made the payment, he was actually abandoning his endorsement responsibilities. Wouldn't the advertising fees for the 9 Revolutions Mystic Elixir and the top-grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure be collected in vain then? Just as Lu Yunsheng was considering hinting to Xiandu that some secrets could be shared, a vast sacred might swept through, suppressing all realms of existence, instantly causing all disciples of the three teachings to tremble violently in spirit. In the next moment, the figures of the three pure ones manifested above Golden Turtle Island. "We pay respects to our master, uncle master, and elder master." The disciples of the three teachings simultaneously bowed in salute, their attitudes all showing the utmost reverence. The 2 Western sages concealed in the void, seeing the 3 pure ones manifest on Golden Turtle Island, dared not remain hidden any longer and immediately stepped forward. Congratulations to elder brother Taiching for acquiring such an excellent disciple. The 2 Western sages enthusiastically congratulated the Supreme Pure Sage, completely ignoring the incident where Tong Tian had sent Jian fleeing in panic with a single sword strike. After offering their congratulations to Taiching, they then bowed respectfully to Tong Tian and Yuanshi. Tong Tian cast a cold glance at these shameless individuals but didn't bother pursuing the matter further. The upcoming joint preaching would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Jie sect disciples. He had no time to spare for the 2 Western sages. "Excellent." The Supreme Pure Sage nodded slightly as his majestic voice resonated. "My disciple Xiandu being able to summon heavenly Tao merit was indeed blessed by the Jie sect's fortune. This calls for a universal celebration. After discussion with my 2 junior brothers, we've decided to conduct joint preaching. Joint preaching by the 3 pure ones. This would be an unprecedented heavenly opportunity. Since the 3 pure ones established their sects and attained sagehood one after another, recruiting disciples at Mount Kunlun until now, there had never been an instance of 3 sages preaching jointly. All disciples of the 3 sects were exhilarated, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Especially the personal disciples of the Orthodox sect. Beyond excitement and expectation, they were particularly eager to overshadow the Jie sect during the 3 saints' joint preaching and re-establish the Orthodox sect's prestige. Only the 2 Western sages were dumbfounded. How could the Western sect's disciples miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? The 2 Western sages had been completely occupied with developing the Western sect, barely finding time for their own cultivation, let alone preaching to their disciples. Now the 3 pure ones, whose cultivation surpassed theirs, were jointly preaching in events second only to Tao ancestor Hongjuan's lectures at Purple Cloud Palace in ancient times. Having personally witnessed Xiandu, the head disciple of the human sect, invoking heavenly Tao merit publicly, made Jian secretly speculate that Tong Tian had reached an agreement with Taiching and Yuanshi. Tong Tian revealed to Taiching and Yuanshi the method to invoke heavenly Tao merit, and in return, they agreed to jointly preach for Jie sect disciples at Golden Turtle Island. How infuriating! They who constantly schemed against others were now being played for fools by the three pure ones. Though filled with grievances, the two Western sages dared not show their discontent before the three pure ones. None of these three supreme sages were beings they could afford to offend. With gnawing regret eating at their guts, the two Western sages could only watch helplessly as the three pure ones jointly preached the Tao to disciples of their three sects. As for kidnapping the disciple who had summoned heavenly virtue, the supreme pure sage only had this one treasured disciple they wouldn't dare lay a finger on Xian Du even if they were given 10 extra livers for courage. Exchanging a glance of shared resentment, Zhuanti stepped forward and addressed the supreme pure sage, "Senior brother Taiqing, as the chief disciple of Xianmen's sect, your pupil represents the third generation's foremost talent. Today's heavenly blessing should rightly be celebrated as a grand occasion for our Xianmen. Since you wish to honor your disciple, why not host a Xianmen Dao debate? Exclude the Western teachings from this preaching." He would never agree to that. Chapter 24, Xianmen disciples debate the Tao. Hidden primordial powers stir. A Xianmen Dao debate. The supreme pure sage raised an eyebrow, visibly intrigued by Zhuanti's proposal. Having decided to preach, it mattered little whether he instructed disciples of the three sects or the Xianmen, the essence remained unchanged. Yet for elevating his disciples' prestige, the difference would be monumental. After all, there are countless mighty beings in the primordial world. Xian Du only has some prestige among the disciples of the three sects. Looking across the entire primordial world, this is clearly insufficient. If all disciples of the Xianmen sect came to listen to him and his two junior brothers preach, witnessing the great fortune obtained by his disciple, even if they didn't respect his face, presumably no one would dare to look down upon his disciple in the future. What do you two junior brothers think? Although the supreme pure sage was swayed by Zhuanti's words, he didn't express his position directly. Instead, he turned to Yuancher and Tongtian and asked, "After all, this is the preaching ground of Jie sect. Although he is Tongtian's elder brother, he cannot make arbitrary decisions on Tongtian's behalf." As for whether Yuancher would oppose it, the supreme pure sage wasn't worried at all. This was an opportunity for orthodox sect disciples to perform before all beings of Xianmen sect. Given Yuancher's arrogant character, how could he possibly miss it? Sure enough, as soon as the supreme pure sage spoke these words, Yuancher immediately nodded and said, "I'll follow senior brother's lead." Tongtian frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then also nodded and said, "Since senior brother intends it, then let us hold a Xianmen Dao debate." Excellent. Taiqing nodded slightly to the two of them, and the vast sacred voice resounding throughout the primordial world began to reverberate. "I, Taiqing, will join with Yuancher, Tongtian, Jane, and Zhuanti to hold a Xianmen sect discourse on Golden Turtle Island 100 years hence. All disciples of the Xianmen sect may come to Golden Turtle Island." When this news spread, many reclusive great powers of the primordial world emerged from their abodes, their eyes all flickering with puzzlement. Why have the saints suddenly united to hold this Xianmen sect discourse? While puzzled, many great powers of the primordial world simultaneously felt anticipation in their hearts. The saints are transcendent beings coexisting with the heavenly Tao, standing above all living beings. To discourse with saints is truly a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Beyond the 33 heavens, in Nuwa Palace, Saint Nuwa, who normally paid no heed to worldly affairs, gazed thoughtfully toward Golden Turtle Island for a long while before finally sighing, "Very well. Since it's a discourse for Xianmen sect disciples, I shall grant senior brother Taiqing this courtesy." Mount Wanshou, Five Manners Temple. Since Hongyun's demise, Jin Yuanzi, who had never left his Taoist temple even half a step, now transformed into a streak of light and hurried toward Golden Turtle Island. Buzhou Mountain, Pangu Temple. Should I attend this Xianmen discourse conference jointly hosted by all the saints? Hutu wore a conflicted expression. With the Witch clan frequently engaged in battles against the Yao clan nowadays, she worried that if she went to Golden Turtle Island, the demon tribe might take the opportunity to attack her tribe. But if she didn't go, wouldn't it be a tremendous loss to miss such an opportunity? Although the Witch clan were born without primordial spirits and couldn't comprehend the heavenly Tao's will or deduce their own fortunes, Hutu, who had once attended lectures at Violet Cloud Palace, had witnessed the opportunities obtained by the 3,000 worldly guests when Tao Ancestor preached. Though the saints couldn't be compared to Tao Ancestor Hongjun, they were ultimately transcendent beings coexisting with the heavenly Tao. I should go ask my elder brother. After agonizing for a long time without reaching a decision, Hutu went to consult Di Jiang. In the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi summoned Kuan Pang and said solemnly, "The saints have summoned Xianmen disciples to Golden Turtle Island for discourse. You shall accompany us." Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuan Pang were all among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Since the Supreme Pure Sage had personally invited them, they naturally had to show due respect. "We obey the decree of the Demon Emperor." Kuan Pang bowed in acknowledgement, and the three set out together for Golden Turtle Island. On Golden Turtle Island, the upcoming Xianmen sect's 100-year Tao discussion assembly filled the disciples of the three teachings with anticipation. particularly the personal disciples of the Orthodox sect, who were no longer preoccupied with harassing the GS sect disciples but instead secluded themselves in cultivation, determined to thoroughly suppress the GS sect disciples at the assembly. Meanwhile, the GS sect disciples were all making various preparations for the 100-year Dao discussion assembly. Lu Yunsheng was assigned to accompany Zhao Gongming in receiving the Xianmen sect's mighty figures, a duty he found quite satisfactory. After all, most of Xuanmen's mighty figures lived in seclusion, and as an Earth immortal, he would normally have no opportunity to interact with them. These were all potential clients he planned to develop in the future. Meeting them in advance would make it easier to promote his merit loans later. Lu Yunsheng, blending into the crowd, deliberately spread mysterious rumors that heavenly Dao merit wasn't something one could only encounter by chance. As long as those who had triggered heaven-sent merit were willing to help, all beings in the primordial world could obtain this opportunity. Although most GS sect disciples treated it as a joke to be heard in passing, quite a few took it seriously and began entertaining their own secret schemes. Among them, Ling Yesian, who maintained good relations with Fixed Light Immortal, quietly arrived at the latter's cave abode, intending to inquire with this senior brother who was the first to trigger heavenly Dao merit. However, he discovered Fixed Light Immortal was in seclusion, so he waited outside the cave abode, planning to make inquiries after the latter emerged. Inside the cave abode, Fixed Light Immortal sat enveloped in golden merit light. As his chi surged wildly in barely an instant, he broke through from the early-stage golden immortal realm to the mid-stage golden immortal realm. Lu Yunsheng, it's time to settle both old and new grudges. The 8 million merit points he had borrowed twice were nearly exhausted, yet they only helped him break through one minor realm. The more Fixed Light Immortal thought about it, the more furious he became. If not for Lu Yunsheng destroying his Tai Dao fruit, he wouldn't have needed to expend so much merit to reconstitute it. With a belly full of resentment and no outlet for his rage, the first thing Fixed Light Immortal did upon recovering from his injuries was to prepare to confront Lu Yunsheng and cleanse his disgrace. However, just as he stepped out of his cave abode, he saw Ling Yesian waiting outside, which immediately made him frown. Before he could even speak, Ling Yesian urgently said, "Senior brother Fixed Light Immortal, if you hadn't emerged soon, you would have missed a great opportunity." "A great opportunity?" Fixed Light Immortal raised his eyebrows and asked, "What great opportunity?" Ling Yesian didn't beat around the bush and quickly recounted everything that had happened since the four saints arrived at Golden Turtle Island. So much had happened during the time he'd been in seclusion recovering from his injuries. Especially when he learned that Zhao Gongming had broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, achieving 7-petaled flower bloom, and publicly severed one arm of the Orthodox sect's direct disciple Taizhenren, it drove him to utter frenzy. Damn it! How could that scoundrel Zhao Gongming achieve 7-petaled flower bloom? And what about Xian Du, the senior brother of 3 religions? How could he invoke heavenly Dao merit? Could it be that Xian Du also has borrowing qualifications? Ling Yesian didn't notice Fixed Light Immortal's unusual reaction and asked expectantly, "Senior brother Fixed Light Immortal, I've heard that those who have previously invoked heavenly merit can help other beings of the primordial world obtain this opportunity. Is this true or not? There's such a thing. How come I didn't know about this?" Fixed Light Immortal was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing, his thoughts began to grow active. The gap between him and Zhao Gongming was widening, and his hope for revenge for having his physical body destroyed seemed increasingly distant. Even dealing with Lu Yunsheng, whom he considered an ant, wasn't straightforward. Just as he was worrying about finding helpers, didn't someone come knocking at his door? Chapter 25. Would a scoundrel like you be so kind-hearted? Junior brother wants this opportunity. Fixed Light Immortal smiled with feigned profundity and countered with a question. Ling Yesian's visit proved he already believed most of it, though he was merely using this as a pretext to probe, perhaps even seek assistance. If one seeks his help, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to take advantage? I want it. I've been dreaming of it. Ling Yesian nodded excitedly. If senior brother could bestow this opportunity, Ling Yesian would henceforth follow your lead unquestioningly. To Ling Yesian, Fixed Light Immortal's mysterious demeanor clearly indicated capability, whether he'd help remained uncertain. To seize this monumental opportunity, Ling Yesian knew he must first demonstrate the right stance and attitude. So the pledges of loyalty begin already. Inwardly pleased, Fixed Light Immortal pretended to hesitate. "Our bond runs deepest by rights, I should assist you. But recklessly disclosing celestial secrets carries grave risks for me." Does this mean he refuses to help? A look of disappointment flashed in Ling Yesian's eyes. Though unwilling to accept it, he couldn't possibly disregard Fixed Light Immortal's life for his own benefit, could he? Even if he didn't care, Fixed Light Immortal wasn't a fool. Why would he help regardless of his own safety? With a despondent heart, Ling Yesian ultimately asked unwillingly, "Senior brother, is there really no other way?" This was exactly the response he'd been waiting for. Seeing the timing was just right, Fixed Light Immortal began an Oscar-worthy performance. With righteous solemnity, he declared, "Enough. Since junior brother has come to me, even at the risk of heavenly punishment, I cannot let you leave empty-handed." These words completely moved Ling Yesian. Though their friendship ran deep, when it came to personal safety, he knew he could never make such a sacrifice were their positions reversed. Ling Yxian said with visible emotion, "Senior brother, in the future another loyalty pledge." Empty words couldn't compare to offering treasures as tribute. Impatient to hear Ling Yxian's pledges of loyalty, Fixed Light Immortal raised his hand to interrupt. "Junior brother, no need to say more. When I help you, it's not because of what you can give me." These words moved Ling Yxian even more deeply. He secretly resolved in his heart that from now on he would follow Fixed Light Immortal wholeheartedly, serving him faithfully to repay this kindness. Not caring what Ling Yxian might be thinking, Fixed Light Immortal, having set the emotional groundwork, shifted his tone. "However, I currently have a very important matter to attend to. After handling my immediate affairs, I'll help you obtain this opportunity." He had hinted so obviously that if Ling Yxian still didn't understand or proved tactless, there would be no need to waste further time on him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ling Yxian showed no suspicion and said, "What matter troubles you, senior brother? This junior brother would gladly assist you in any way possible." This was a perfect opportunity to prove himself before his senior brother, something he absolutely couldn't let slip away. As for whether Fixed Light Immortal could help him obtain this opportunity, Ling Yxian had no doubts. After all, Fixed Light Immortal was the only one who had triggered virtue twice consecutively. If even senior brother Fixed Light couldn't accomplish it, others certainly couldn't. Just trivial matters, no need to trouble junior brother. I'll be back shortly. Fixed Light Immortal deliberately waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned to leave, immediately making Ling Yxian anxious. He particularly enjoyed handling these insignificant matters for his senior brother. When it came to truly important tasks, he might not be capable anyway. "Senior brother treats me like a blood brother. No matter what it is, it's only right for this junior to share your burdens. Could it be that senior brother doesn't trust my abilities?" Ling Yxian blocked Fixed Light Immortal's path, looking determined to get to the bottom of things. "Junior brother misunderstands." Fixed Light Immortal waved his hand. "Since junior brother is so willing, I might as well tell you honestly without fear of becoming a laughingstock." Upon learning that Fixed Light Immortal had gone to congratulate Lu Yunsheng with good intentions but was mistaken for coveting the other's magic treasure, and that he had incited Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao to forcibly seize one of Fixed Light Immortal's treasures, Ling Yxian immediately flew into a rage. How dare a mere earth immortal cultivator, an ant-like existence, insult senior brother Fixed Light Immortal like this? With righteous indignation, Ling Yxian roared and immediately assured Fixed Light Immortal, "Senior brother, there's no need for you to handle this matter personally. I will go find Lu Yunsheng right now to retrieve your treasure for you and properly teach him how to behave." In Ling Yxian's eyes, Lu Yunsheng with his earth immortal cultivation was nothing more than an ant-like existence. It was only through deceiving Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao that he had the audacity to insult senior brother Fixed Light Immortal's disciple. Now that senior brother Zhao Gongming was busy entertaining important figures from the Xianmen sect, he clearly had no time to intervene in Lu Yunsheng's affairs. He was confident that as long as he personally intervened, he would certainly be able to help Fixed Light Immortal retrieve the treasure. By the way, he would cruelly torment this arrogant ant who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, helping senior brother Fixed Light Immortal vent this pent-up anger. "Good, then I'll trouble you, junior brother." Fixed Light Immortal nodded, then pretended to be magnanimous as he said, "However, junior brother must not act impulsively. After all, we're fellow disciples of the same sect." With all the great experts of Xianmen's sect gathered at Golden Turtle Island now, making too big a scene would damage Lord Tongtian's reputation. His words seemed to advise Ling Yxian not to be too harsh, but in reality, they were deliberately provoking him. He was even risking punishment from the Heavenly Tao to help the other scheme for opportunities shouldn't Ling Yxian give his all to prove himself. If he merely gave Lu Yunsheng a simple beating, wouldn't all his previous promises become empty words? As expected, Ling Yxian said indignantly, "Elder brother, you cherish the camaraderie between fellow disciples, but that bastard Lu Yunsheng never regarded you as an elder brother. Since you trust this junior brother, you needn't concern yourself further. This junior brother will definitely teach that scoundrel an unforgettable lesson. If Lord Tongtian should punish anyone, I alone will bear the responsibility and won't involve elder brother." Perfect. This was precisely the effect Fixed Light Immortal wanted. Though inwardly overjoyed, he once again superficially advised Ling Yxian not to make too big a scene. Ling Yxian paid no heed. His sole thought was to accomplish this task well, repaying his senior brother's kindness and helping him plot opportunities. Soon, Ling Yxian found Lu Yunsheng dozing off in feigned enthusiasm. "Junior brother Yunsheng, you've truly been hard to find. Come quickly with me, this senior brother has an opportunity to bestow upon you." Bestow an opportunity? You, a scoundrel who constantly mingles with Fixed Light Immortal, would be so kind-hearted? Others might not understand Ling Yxian, but how could he who knew the trends of the primordial world not see clearly? This fellow not only defected to the Western sect but also shamelessly became Puxian's mount. Still, he was curious, what was Ling Yxian trying to trick him for? Was it after his treasures? Or helping Fixed Light Immortal take revenge? Though inwardly sneering, Lu Yunsheng feigned pleasant surprise on the surface. "Senior brother Lingya, what kind of opportunity?" "Come with me, and you'll know," Ling Yxian replied with a deliberately mysterious smile. To dispel suspicion, he added, when I have benefits, you're the first junior brother I think of. Later, you must put in a good word for me before Lord Tongtian. Others might have believed such talk, but Lu Yunqing only laughed coldly inside. What an act! A wasted talent not winning Best Actor. Chapter 26. Do you admit your crime? We're both disciples of the Jie sect, of course. I'll speak well of you, senior brother. Though inwardly sneering, Lu Yunsheng pretended eagerness. In terms of strength, the current Lu Yunsheng is indeed no match for Ling Yxian, but when it comes to the art of endurance, Ling Yxian isn't fit to hold his shoes. Seeing how easily Lu Yunsheng was deceived with just a few words, Ling Yxian also sneered inwardly. How dare someone with such intellect scheme against senior brother Fixed Light Immortal? He'll probably die from their schemes while still feeling grateful to them, won't he? The two, each harboring their own thoughts, smiled cheerfully on the surface as they transformed into streaks of light and fled outside Golden Turtle Island. Soon, they arrived at a nameless isle on the outskirts of Golden Turtle Island. After sweeping the area with his divine sense to confirm no one was nearby, Ling Yxian immediately dropped his smile and bared his fangs. Boom! Exerting the pressure of an early-stage golden immortal, Ling Yxian coldly stared at Lu Yunsheng and said, Lu Yunsheng, do you know your crime? Know my crime? Is this revenge on Fixed Light Immortal's behalf? He and Ling Yxian had never had any conflict before. The other party deliberately lured him here and pressured him apart from avenging Fixed Light Immortal. Lu Yunsheng couldn't think of any other reason. But on the surface, he pretended to be flustered and said, Senior brother Lingya, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say you were bringing me here to seek opportunities? Seek your. Wouldn't he keep any opportunities he found for himself instead of foolishly giving them to others? Only an empty-headed fool like Lu Yunsheng would naively believe such lies. The literal meaning can't you understand? Ling Yxian sneered repeatedly, dropping all pretense. You haven't forgotten how you recently incited Zhao Gongming and the Sanchao sisters to forcibly seize senior brother Fixed Light's magical treasures, have you? So it was indeed that scoundrel Fixed Light pulling the strings behind the scenes. After discerning Ling Yxian's purpose, Lu Yunsheng pretended to panic and explained, Senior brother Lingya, you've been deceived. It was Fixed Light who tried to seize the magic treasure master bestowed upon me. Senior brother Zhao Gongming and senior sister Yunxiao happened to pass by and, disgusted by his shameless behavior, intervened on my behalf. If you don't believe me, we can confront Fixed Light together. His words appeared to be an explanation, but in reality they were probing whether Fixed Light was lurking nearby. Although Ling Yxian had early-stage golden immortal cultivation, Lu Yunsheng didn't consider him a threat. However, facing Fixed Light Immortal with his Tai golden immortal cultivation would be a different story. Unaware of the truth, Ling Yxian clearly couldn't guess Lu Yunsheng was testing him, and sneered, For senior brother Fixed Light to take interest in your magic treasure is your greatest honor. Not offering it respectfully with both hands, that's your mistake. Truly shameless scoundrels who associate with Fixed Light Immortal, they actually justify their bandit logic with such righteousness. Before Lu Yunsheng could speak, Ling Yxian coldly laughed again. Don't even think about begging senior brother Fixed Light for mercy. To be honest with you, senior brother doesn't even know I've brought you here. Today I'll make sure you remember well what consequences come from offending senior brother Fixed Light. Since Fixed Light Immortal wasn't hiding nearby, there was no need for him to keep pretending. Consequences? Lu Yunsheng smiled meaningfully. Then do you know what consequences come from bullying me? Lu Yunsheng's sudden change in attitude immediately stunned Ling Yxian. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Shouldn't Lu Yunsheng be begging for mercy after learning his intention? How dare he turn hostile instead? One must know he possessed early-stage golden immortal cultivation, while Lu Yunsheng merely had mid-stage earth immortal cultivation. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Who gave Lu Yunsheng the audacity to actually threaten him? These thoughts flashing through his mind made Ling Yxian's expression darken. You reckless fool. Apparently you won't shed tears until seeing your own coffin. Facing Ling Yxian's threat, far from showing tension, Lu Yunsheng merely smiled with utter disdain. You think your early-stage golden immortal cultivation qualifies you to oppress me? Couldn't an early-stage golden immortal effortlessly suppress a mere mid-stage earth immortal ant with just a wave of hand? Today I'll properly show you exactly how vast the difference is between golden immortal and earth immortal realms. Boom! Infuriated to the point of laughter, Ling Yxian unleashed his crushing aura that sent spatial shockwaves roaring through the void as it descended upon Lu Yunsheng. He wanted to see exactly how Lu Yunsheng, who relied on mere words, could withstand his oppressive aura. Big gap. Lu Yunsheng smiled meaningfully. If I break through to Golden Immortal Realm, wouldn't that eliminate the gap? Do you think breaking through to Golden Immortal Realm is something that can be achieved just by willing it? Ling Yxian looked at Lu Yunsheng as if he were a fool, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Given his own foundation, it had taken him hundreds of thousands of years to break through from peak Earth Immortal to early Golden Immortal. Did Lu Yunsheng really think himself a naturally gifted genius just because he got lucky and broke through 3 realms consecutively during Lord Tongtian's sermon? Just as he couldn't resist the urge to sneer, Ling Yxian suddenly sensed the energy around Lu Yunsheng beginning to surge rapidly. Boom! Endless Dao rhyme spread out, surrounding Lu Yunqing's body. Dao rhyme golden lotuses bloomed in midair, transforming into the purest essence that swarmed into his body. Earth Immortal late stage. Earth Immortal peak stage. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yunqing had broken through 2 consecutive realms. How was this possible? This scene utterly stunned Ling Yaxian. The mocking words that had reached his lips got stuck in his throat, leaving only deep shock and disbelief in his heart. How long had it been since this fellow broke through to the Earth Immortal realm? Less than 1,000 years, wasn't it? Yet he actually broke through 3 realms consecutively. Such breakthrough speed probably has no equal throughout the entire primordial world. For all beings in the primordial world, 1,000 years isn't even enough for a single secluded cultivation session. To make continuous breakthroughs in 3 realms, even gaining some comprehension would be enough to be called a genius. This ad-like existence in his eyes had actually caught up to his cultivation level in an instant. Even witnessing it with his own eyes, Ling Yaxian still felt an unreal sensation. Mainly because breaking through 6 realms in less than 1,000 years was unprecedented speed. Little did he know that Lu Yunqing's consecutive breakthroughs of 3 realms in an instant were largely thanks to Fixed Light Immortal's contribution of penalty compensation. He had originally intended to use these 9,000 years of cultivation to show off during the Shenmen Sex Dao discussion conference, hoping to possibly gain more rewards from Lord Tongtian. It was just that Ling Yaxian insisted on seeking humiliation, so Lu Yunqing had no choice but to use the cultivation insights contributed by Fixed Light Immortal to torment his junior. Is there still a gap now? Lu Yunqing looked at the trembling Ling Yaxian and asked softly. At these words, Ling Yaxian finally snapped out of his shock. Having failed in his boast and suffered humiliation, he immediately snorted. Do you think breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm gives you the confidence to oppose me? Both being at the early Golden Immortal stage, there remains a vast difference between someone who broke through tens of thousands of years ago and one who just attained the breakthrough. What if Lu Yunqing has caught up to his cultivation level? It still can't change the outcome of being trampled underfoot and thoroughly humiliated. What about adding this? Lu Yunqing immediately summoned the supreme great innate spiritual treasure, the 9 Mysteries Pagoda, bestowed by Lord Tongtian, its presence suppressing the void. The might of the treasure swept out, overwhelming this stretch of heaven and earth. Ling Yaxian, who had been confident moments ago about trampling Lu Yunqing underfoot, was now completely silenced. His foundation was indeed more solid than Lu Yunqing's, but the only decent treasure he could muster was a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, falling a full 3 tiers below the 9 Mysteries Tower that Lu Yunqing had summoned. Forget about tormenting Lu Yunqing, consider it lucky if he isn't crushed beneath the ladder's heel instead. Chapter 27, Virtue Exchange Market opens. In the waters 1,000 miles away from the Immortal Isle where Ling Yaxian and Lu Yunqing stood, on the outskirts of Golden Turtle Island. Senior brother, someone nearby is undergoing a breakthrough. Should we investigate? Huan Longjinren, who had been quietly seeking opportunities near Golden Turtle Island, sensed the ripple of energy fluctuations from 1,000 miles away. Bowing slightly, he addressed Tai Jinren beside him. The 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect had learned from the primordial sage's own words that Golden Turtle Island held opportunities to trigger heavenly Dao virtue rewards. Unable to contain themselves, they all concealed their auras and formed teams to search for fortunes on the island. The unpopular Huan Longjinren, originally unwanted by anyone, could follow Tai Jinren mainly because the latter had lost all face in his battle against Zhao Gongming. With no outlet for his frustration, keeping Huan Longjinren by his side served primarily as a punching bag for Tai Jinren. This was also why Huan Longjinren, despite being a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect like Tai Jinren, acted so servilely toward him. A Jie sect disciple breaking through. Tai Jinren raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smirk flashing at the corner of his mouth. Let's go take a look. Tai Jinren, utterly humiliated, longed for revenge at every moment. However, lacking the strength to suppress Zhao Gongming and finding no suitable opportunity to bully Jie sect disciples, his resentment festered. Though this place was near Golden Turtle Island, no one would likely notice here. Wasn't this the perfect chance to vent his rage on a Jie sect disciple? The two immediately activated their escape arts, transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the Immortal Island where Lu Yunqing was located. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Island. At the same moment Lu Yunqing broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm, a notification chime rang in his mind. Congratulations host on breaking through to Golden Immortal Realm. Maximum borrowers increased to 10. Detected hosts cultivation advancement. System has unlocked the Merit Loan Marketplace. Specific functions require hosts' manual inspection. Merit Loan Marketplace. Lu Yunqing froze momentarily before joy flooded his heart. He immediately accessed the system to investigate. As he clicked the marketplace option, an e-commerce-like interface materialized before his eyes. The dazzling array of premium goods made his vision swim momentarily. Primordial Violet Chi. 3 Radiances Divine Water. Supreme Primordial Spiritual Root Yellow Center Plum. Peerless Primordial Treasure God-Slaying Spear. Great Dao Level Cultivation Method Primordial 3000 Chapters. Chaos Level Divine Ability Great Deduction Divine Light. Every single item in this marketplace represented supremely rare treasures beyond ordinary acquisition. Lu Yunqing's breathing grew ragged just from browsing. The mere appearance of any one of these supreme treasures would trigger frenzied competition among countless cultivators, perhaps even enticing direct intervention from sages or even Dao ancestor Hongjun himself. But when he saw the rules for exchanging these treasures, his excitement turned into speechlessness. The cheapest treasure requires 100,000 luck points to exchange. Luck is ethereal and intangible. Not just him, even the various sages, even Dao ancestor Hongjun cannot control luck. What do all beings in the primordial world fight so desperately for? Not just treasures, but most importantly luck. Yet he's merely an outer sect disciple of the Jie sect, without his own orthodoxy. How could he gather luck? Wasn't this like guarding a gold mountain that he could only look at but not spend? Just as he was rendered speechless, another prompt sounded in his mind. Personal attribute panel activated. Host may check at will. Lu Yunqing immediately opened his personal attribute panel, and before his eyes appeared a status panel resembling a game character's. Host, Lu Yunsheng. Cultivation, Golden Immortal Realm. Luck points, 1000. Number of loans available, 10. Luck points, 1000. Could one gather luck without an orthodoxy? Seeing the 1000 luck points displayed on the panel, Lu Yunqing's entire being instantly perked up. If one could condense fortune by themselves, wouldn't all those treasures in the mall be available for exchange? It's just unclear how fortune needs to be condensed. By improving one's own cultivation. The confused Ling Yaxian saw Lu Yunqing's constantly changing expression and immediately panicked internally, promptly abandoning his previous aggressiveness to congratulate. Congratulations, junior brother Yunsheng, for breaking through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Knowing one can't match Lu Yunsheng yet still insisting on confrontation isn't bravery, it's the act of a brainless fool. Of course, his current show of weakness was merely to lull Lu Yunsheng into lowering his guard, buying himself enough time to replan how to scheme against Lu Yunsheng. After all, before coming here, he had made promises to Fixed Light Immortal to help retrieve the magic treasure while thoroughly teaching Lu Yunqing a lesson. If he accomplished nothing and Fixed Light Immortal became displeased with him, wouldn't he miss the opportunity to trigger Heavenly Dao merit? In his mind, having someone of his status take the initiative to humble himself before Lu Yunqing, surely the other party couldn't possibly remain unrelenting. After all, he was a veteran Golden Immortal. If truly pushed to desperation, even if Lu Yunqing possessed the top-grade innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Lord Tongtian, it would require paying a heavy price to possibly defeat him, clearly not worth the loss. The Xianmen Sect's Dao discussion conference was about to begin. Any injuries sustained from fighting him would affect opportunities to gain fortunes at the conference. As for how to choose, he believed Lu Yunsheng would know the proper decision without needing explicit instructions. Yet this was merely his wishful thinking. The moment he revealed hostility toward Lu Yunsheng, his fate was already sealed. Having his train of thought interrupted, Lu Yunsheng felt displeasure, especially toward Ling Yaxian's shameless display of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, which earned nothing but his contempt. Seeing he lacked the strength to oppress him, so now changing attitude to show goodwill. Did he take him for an idiot? Congratulations! Lu Yunsheng ceased contemplating how to enhance his luck and instead smiled meaningfully. Senior brother offers mere verbal congratulations without any substantive gifts. No matter what reason Ling Yaxian had for standing up for Fixed Light Immortal, having taken a stance against him, lowering his attitude to show goodwill wouldn't be enough to resolve this matter. Gift. Ling Yaxian was stunned again, but quickly regained his composure and said somewhat angrily, "I don't know what kind of gift you want." He hadn't expected Lu Yunsheng to be so ungrateful. After he'd lowered his posture to show goodwill, the man actually had the audacity to ask for more. He wanted to see just how far this bastard would go. "Since you're already acting as Fixed Light Immortal's lackey, I suppose you don't have any decent congratulatory gifts to offer. The only thing of yours that might interest me is probably your worthless life. How about senior brother self-detonates his body as a gift to amuse me? Detonate your..." He had thought Lu Yunsheng would seize the opportunity to extort some treasures from him. Never did he imagine this bastard would actually want his life. More than just excessive. It was downright malicious. Did they really think he was afraid? Boom! Completely enraged, Ling Yaxian's oppressive aura surged violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble with a series of thunderous roars. "Lu Yunsheng, you forced my hand. Since you refused the honor I offered, then none shall leave unscathed." Facing the furious Ling Yaxian, Lu Yunsheng curled his lips disdainfully. "So what if I did?" Though Ling Yaxian believed he had only recently attained Golden Immortal status with unstable foundations, in truth his cultivation base was far more solid than Ling Yaxian's. Having absorbed Fixed Light Immortal's 9 millennia worth of cultivation insights was equivalent to personally cultivating for 9,000 years, and doing so with Fixed Light Immortal's realm and comprehension of the Great Tao. How could Ling Yaxian possibly compare? Chapter 28, Senior Brother Ling Yaxian, please die. Boom! Having never engaged in combat before, the newly ascended Golden Immortal Lu Yunsheng found Ling Yaxian to be perfect practice material. An even more terrifying pressure erupted, shaking heaven and earth, causing Ling Xian's mana circulation to stagnate. His complexion immediately changed drastically. Impossible. Lu Yunqing just broke through to Golden Immortal Realm. How could someone with unstable foundations exert such overwhelming pressure? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Ling Xian forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart, directly summoned his magic treasure, unleashed his divine abilities, and launched a lethal assault towards Lu Yunqing. Though he didn't possess absolute advantage against Lu Yunsheng, he firmly believed his combat experience still gave him a clear upper hand. As long as he seized the initiative, there was still a chance for him to defeat Lu Yunsheng. However, imagination is always rosy while reality is stark. Go! With Lu Yunqing's thunderous shout, the supreme great innate spiritual treasure 9 Mysteries Tower, empowered by his magic energy, unleashed primordial chaotic chi that collapsed endless void and immobilized spacetime itself. Boom! All the lethal forces from Ling Xian's frantically activated magical treasures and divine abilities were instantly annihilated upon contact with the primordial chaotic chi, with his treasures being directly knocked down, losing all luster. Put! Ling Xian felt a sharp pain surge through his primordial spirit as his magic energy went completely out of control, violently surging through his body. Unable to suppress it, he suffered reversed chi flow and vomited bright red blood. Had he actually lost? He couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lu Yunsheng, who had just broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Ling Xian, injured by the 9 Mysterious Towers' inherent magical powers, was filled with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Yet Lu Yunsheng cared not for his acceptance. While controlling the 9 Mysterious Tower, seeing Ling Xian wounded, he immediately employed an escape technique, appearing instantly behind Ling Xian. Lu Yunsheng invites senior martial brother Ling Xian to meet his end. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yunqing's divine power manifested into a colossal palm seal that blotted out the sky, crashing down violently. Boom! The terrifying divine force swept forth, descending with tremendous impact. Space collapsed, sun and moon lost their radiance. Spitting blood continuously, Ling Xian realized he couldn't withstand this terrifying divine power and abandoned all thoughts of revenge against Lu Yunsheng. Transforming into a streak of light, he sought immediate escape. But under the suppression of the 9 Mysteries Towers' unleashed magical power, Ling Xian found his vital energy circulation sluggish and realized there was absolutely no chance for escape, which threw him into complete panic. Junior brother, don't be rash. Let's talk this out reasonably. Caring no more for face, Ling Xian desperately pleaded for mercy. Crack! Ling Xian's plea was only halfway spoken when the sky-obscuring palm formed from magical power came crashing down upon him. Unable to withstand the terrifying magical force, Ling Xian's physical body instantly shattered. Ah, damn you! How could you strike so ruthlessly? Ling Xian's fleeing primordial spirit let out a hysterical shriek. When he came to trouble Lu Yunsheng, he had only intended to humiliate him thoroughly, never considering lethal measures. After all, Lu Yunsheng enjoyed Lord Tongtian's favor, making him dare not go too far. Yet he never imagined Lu Yunsheng would attack without leaving any room for mercy. Watching the furious and terrified Ling Xian, Lu Yunsheng grinned, ruthless. The real ruthlessness is yet to come. At these words, Ling Xian panicked completely, his voice changing pitch as he spoke again. Why you, what are you going to do? Lu Yunsheng let out a cold laugh and roared, eradicate the roots. Go! Boom! The 9 Mysteries Tower, suppressing the void, erupted with even more terrifying slaughtering force. Primordial energies cascaded down, transforming into a prison that trapped Ling Xian's primordial spirit on the island, cutting off all possible escape routes. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Lu Yunsheng, Ling Xian was utterly terrified and pleaded desperately, Junior brother, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I had no choice. Unmoved by Ling Xian's begging, Lu Yunsheng replied indifferently, since you know you were wrong, then atone with your death. At these words, Ling Xian's heart plunged into despair yet also seethed with bitter unwillingness. Had fortune eluded him? Was he really going to perish here today? Boom! At that moment, the pressure of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm swept through, shaking heaven and earth, instantly causing Lu Yunsheng to furrow his brow. The next instant, Huanglong Jinren and Taiyi Jinren descended upon the Immortal Island. Seeing Ling Xian with his physical body destroyed, both were momentarily stunned. Wasn't this one of the 7 attendant immortals under Master Tong Tian? The despairing Ling Xian, upon seeing the suddenly arrived Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren, grasped at them like a drowning man clutching at straws. Ling Xian pays respects to senior brothers Taiyi and Huanglong. I beg you two to save me. Although there were conflicts between the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, Ling Xian clearly couldn't care less at this moment. As long as there was a chance to save his own life, he would surely seize it with all his might. Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with poorly concealed mischievous smirks. They actually stumbled upon internal strife among Jie sect disciples. And it was a life and death battle at that. What a waste of this opportunity if they didn't stir up some trouble. At Taiyi Jinren's meaningful glance, Huanglong Jinren immediately spoke, Junior brother Ling Xian, do not panic. Why are you engaged in this life and death struggle? Explain slowly to me and senior brother Tai. We shall surely uphold justice for you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yesian's face brightened with joy as he urgently replied, Lu Yunqing deceived Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao into forcibly seizing senior brother Ding Guangxian's magical treasures. I could not stand by and came to reason with him, but then, learning of the conflict between Ling Yesian and Lu Yunsheng, both Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren's eyes lit up with interest. Especially Tai Yizhenren, who constantly sought revenge against Zhao Gongming to cleanse the humiliation of having his arm publicly severed. Since Lu Yunsheng maintained good relations with Zhao Gongming, this situation naturally presented excellent leverage. Boom! The pressure of a great Luo golden immortal swept forth, overwhelming all realms, collapsing endless void space as it came bearing down upon Lu Yunsheng. The Xianmen sect has been polluted by cruel murderers like you. Kneel and confess your crimes. Tai Yizhenren's thunderous roar exploded beside Lu Yunqing's ears like rolling heavenly thunder, shaking his very soul. The terrifying pressure pressing down on him particularly made Lu Yunqing feel as if he were carrying countless immortal mountains, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Though Lu Yunsheng had solid foundations, the two major realms between Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal made resistance utterly impossible. While inwardly lamenting his predicament, Lu Yunsheng maintained composure and said, This is a conflict between our Jia sect disciples, which shouldn't concern your orthodox sect disciples, should it? Though powerless to resist Tai Yizhenren, he wasn't worried about the latter killing him outright. After all, they had no personal enmity, and Tai Yi wouldn't risk Sage Tongtian's detection just to help Ling Yesian. Tai Yizhenren's intervention in Ling Yesian's case stemmed solely from learning about Lu Yunqing's close ties to Zhao Gongming, likely planning to use him against Zhao. Realizing Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren's intentions, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhao Gongming, preparing to strike first to gain the advantage. Zhao Gongming, who was busy entertaining the grandmasters of the Xianmen sect, became furious upon learning that Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren were oppressing disciples of the Jia sect. Have you forgotten your lessons so quickly? Do you truly think our Jia sect disciples are easy to bully? Enraged, Zhao Gongming rushed toward the immortal island where Lu Yunsheng was located. Since Tai Yizhenren seemed to have forgotten his previous lesson, Zhao Gongming decided to use the sword in his hand to teach Tai Yizhenren a proper lesson on how to behave. Just as Lu Yunsheng had guessed, while pressuring Lu Yunsheng, Tai Yizhenren secretly sent a voice transmission to Guangchengzi, asking him to come to the immortal island to ambush Zhao Gongming. Having received the transmission, Guangchengzi also began making his way to Lu Yunsheng's island with his followers. Chapter 29, Distorting Right and Wrong. You're all just youngsters. On the immortal island. As Lu Yunsheng's words fell, both Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren's expressions darkened, while Ling Yesian rejoiced inwardly. This reckless fool truly doesn't know the meaning of death. How dare he confront Tai Yizhenren? Emboldened by this support, Ling Yesian felt revived in courage and immediately stepped forward, sneering, You disrespectful brat! How dare you offend senior brother Tai so casually? Kneel and beg for forgiveness. Observing Ling Yesian's shameless expression of relying on others' power, Lu Yunsheng curled his lips disdainfully. Do you think just because they support you, I can do nothing to you? Lu Yunsheng's composed attitude startled Ling Yesian, who instinctively asked, what do you mean? Both Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren slightly frowned, finding Lu Yunsheng unexpectedly inscrutable. Facing a golden immortal and great Luo realm expert, how could Lu Yunsheng remain so unflappable? As they pondered this, a thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. Huanglong, Tai Yi, you've gone too far. How dare you destroy junior brother Ling Yesian's physical form? The next moment, Zhao Gongming descended upon the immortal owl with overwhelming killing intent, pointing his sword at Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren. If you fail to give Ling Yesian a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame my sword for showing no mercy. Upon hearing these words, Ling Yesian was utterly dumbfounded. It was Lu Yunsheng who had shattered his physical form. Had Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren not arrived in time, his primordial spirit might have been annihilated by Lu Yunsheng. Why was senior brother Zhao Gongming demanding explanations from those who had saved his life? As for Huanglong and Tai Yizhenren, they felt an overwhelming urge to curse. They had encountered unreasonable people before, but never someone who could take unreasonableness to such extremes. Zhao Gongming's words truly broadened their horizons. Yet even as they seethed with anger, a glimmer of anticipation stirred within them. Calculating the time, senior brother Guangchengzi and the others should arrive soon. Once all 12 personal disciples of the orthodox sect assembled, it would be Zhao Gongming's turn to kneel and beg for mercy. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, you've misunderstood Huanglong and Tai. Ling Yesian, who had just snapped out of his daze, urgently explained, It was Lu Yunsheng who annihilated my physical form and sought to erase my primordial spirit. Fortunately, these two senior brothers passed by, allowing this junior to preserve his life. Zhao Gongming immediately furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with suspicion. I've never heard of any conflict between Ling Yesian and junior brother Yunsheng. Moreover, Lu Yunsheng is merely at the Earth Immortal Realm. If he truly clashed with Ling Yesian of the Golden Immortal Realm, shouldn't it be Lu Yunsheng whose physical form should have been destroyed? Zhao Gongming looked suspiciously at Lu Yunsheng, who then explained, Senior brother Ling Yesian was compelled by circumstances. Had he not followed Huanglong and Taiyi's demands to slander me, these two shameless villains would have erased senior brother Ling Yesian's primordial spirit. I begged senior brother Zhao Gongming to help us seek justice. Ling Yesian became even more dumbfounded. He had spoken only the truth. When had he been compelled by circumstances? Lu Yunqing's method of reversing black and white completely refreshed his understanding of the world. Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren were both astounded. While the orthodox sect disciples were often called shameless compared to Lu Yunqing's blatant lies, they simply couldn't measure up. However, both harbored intense hostility toward Zhao Gongming, especially Huanglong Jinren, who constantly thought of taking revenge against Zhao Gongming and obviously disdained offering any explanation. Moreover, even if they did explain, Zhao Gongming wouldn't believe them. After all, the conflict between the disciples of the orthodox sect and the Jie sect had long existed. Not just Zhao Gongming. If it were any other Jie sect disciple, they would only believe Lu Yunqing's words. As expected, Zhao Gongming's suspicious gaze instantly turned icy. You all are truly lawless. If I don't slay you two shameless wretches today, how can I uphold the dignity of my Jie sect? Boom! The pressure of a great Luo golden immortal swept out, suppressing all realms. A piercing killing intent shattered the heavens. Seeing Zhao Gongming about to take action, Ling Yesian panicked completely. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, you mustn't listen to Lu Yunsheng. Yet before he could finish his explanation, Zhao Gongming's icy voice cut him off. Such cowardice. You've utterly disgraced the reputation of our Jie sect. Shut your mouth. It was clear that Zhao Gongming chose to believe Lu Yunqing's words while simultaneously fuming at Ling Yesian's spinelessness. With my personal presence here, what is there left to fear? Do you think I cannot protect you? Or do you believe I'm no match for Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren? Feeling Zhao Gongming's rage, Ling Yesian couldn't express how wronged he felt. Why wouldn't anyone believe the truth when he spoke it? And why didn't Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren explain themselves when Lu Yunqing framed them? What exactly was going on? Watching Ling Yesian's pitiful expression, Lu Yunqing suppressed his laughter while pretending sympathy, explaining on Ling Yesian's behalf. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, please calm your anger. Actually, senior brother Ling Yesian isn't being cowardly, he just doesn't fully believe you alone can withstand two orthodox sect direct disciples. When the hell did I ever say I didn't trust senior brother Zhao Gongming? Already aggrieved, Ling Yesian nearly spat blood upon hearing Lu Yunqing adding insult to injury, urgently explaining again, senior brother Zhao Gongming, I absolutely didn't mean that, I just what? Zhao Gongming glared coldly at Ling Yesian, his voice icy, worried this venerable one can't protect your life. Facing Zhao Gongming's interrogation, Ling Yesian finally realized Zhao Gongming despised orthodox sect's disciples most, having just severed Taiyi Jinren's arm not long ago. How could he possibly believe Taiyi would kindly help a Jie sect disciple? Even if what he said was true, Zhao Gongming simply couldn't accept it. As for why Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren didn't explain, they clearly knew no explanation would ever make Zhao Gongming believe them. So he'd become the biggest fool. Having his physical form destroyed by Lu Yunsheng with no recourse, yet still having to be grateful to him. At this moment, Ling Yesian seemed to understand how Fixed Light Immortal felt when Lu Yunsheng forcibly seized his magic treasure. This is utterly infuriating. Though filled with indignation, Ling Yesian dared not speak further before Zhao Gongming's overwhelming killing intent, fearing to provoke the enraged deity who might slash him with one sword strike that would be the ultimate injustice. Seeing Ling Yesian fall silent, Zhao Gongming snorted coldly and turned to Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren. You worthless bullies who only pick on the weak. Today, this lord shall properly teach you how to conduct yourselves with humility. Come at me together. Such arrogance. Both Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren darkened their expressions, eyes flashing with towering fury. As direct disciples of the orthodox sect, transcendent beings whom all creatures of the primordial world could only gaze upon in awe, how dare a mere inner disciple of the Jie sect challenge them 2-against-1? This wasn't merely looking down on them, it constituted supreme humiliation. Though enraged, neither acted impulsively. Against Zhao Gongming, who had blossomed 7-grade cultivation, even their combined strength offered no absolute certainty of victory. Just as they planned to stall for time until Guan Chengzi and others arrived, several figures suddenly descended. Zhao Gongming, who gave you the audacity to provoke disciples of my orthodox sect? Guan Chengzi descended upon this place, his overwhelming pressure shaking the heavens as his furious roar echoed throughout the universe. Chapter 30, The Standoff Between Two Sects Disciples. Provoking orthodox sect disciples. When it was clearly those two shameless individuals Huanglong and Taiyi Jinren who oppressed Jie sect disciples, he merely came to seek justice for his fellow sect members, yet this became his fault. Orthodox sect disciples are truly birds of a feather, completely unreasonable. Since reason cannot prevail, then let fists determine right from wrong. How I conduct myself needs no explanation to shameless scoundrels like you. Facing the 12 direct disciples of the orthodox sect alone, Zhao Gongming showed not the slightest fear. As a great Luo golden immortal with 7-petaled bloom, if not invincible among peers, against the orthodox sect's direct disciples, only Guan Chengzi at mid-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation could surpass him. It wasn't that he looked down upon other early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal direct disciples of the Orthodox sect, but that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Moreover, the GS sect didn't have just him as the only Golden Immortal disciple. When he received Lu Yunqing's voice transmission, he immediately informed senior brother Duo Bao. The 4 principal disciples of the GS sect were already on their way. Did Guang Chengzi want to use numbers to overpower him? He didn't even consider where this place was. While in the GS sect's dojo, could the Orthodox sect disciples possibly turn the tables? How audacious! Seeking death. Huang Long and other principal disciples of the Orthodox sect all darkened their expressions, rebuking angrily. This Zhao Gongming, relying on his 7-petal golden lotus, didn't place senior brother Guang Chengzi in his eyes at all, which was undoubtedly an insult to the Orthodox sect's principal disciples, even to the Orthodox sect's tradition. Such an arrogant and overbearing person, if they didn't harshly suppress his rampant arrogance, he would probably only become even more presumptuous. Rumble. The Orthodox sect's principal disciples all unleashed their overwhelming auras, their divine powers surging endlessly, their gazes at Zhao Gongming practically spitting fire. Under this terrifying pressure, Ling Yesian's primordial spirit trembled violently, his eyes filled with panic and unease. He didn't know what fate would befall Zhao Gongming should a full-scale battle erupt between the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and him, but he knew he would inevitably be implicated. Just the residual shockwaves of such a battle would be unbearable for him with his shattered physical body. Senior brothers, please don't act rashly. This is all just a misunderstanding. Growing increasingly alarmed, Ling Yesian had no choice but to explain again. The incident began with some misunderstanding between me and Lu Yunsheng. Senior brothers Huang Long and Tai just happened to pass by. It was Lu Yunsheng who fanned the flames and incited senior brother Zhao Gongming. I beg you all to investigate carefully. Even now, Ling Yesian naively believed the conflict between the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and Zhao Gongming was caused by him. Little did he know, he was merely an expendable chess piece. No one truly cared about whatever conflict existed between him and Lu Yunsheng. This destined Ling Yesian's explanation to achieve nothing but become a laughingstock, while only provoking Zhao Gongming's anger. Sure enough, Zhao Gongming's expression instantly darkened, his heart filled with irritation. Could this fool Ling Yesian still not discern the Orthodox sect disciples' true intentions? These shameless villains were merely seizing the opportunity, their real aim clearly being to overwhelm him with numbers and crush him thoroughly. At this critical juncture, this brainless fool Ling Yesian still hoped to sacrifice Lu Yunqing to resolve the conflict. How could the GS sect produce such spineless idiots without any brains? Lu Yunsheng, who had remained silent until now, began his performance. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, if punishing me can quell the conflict between our GS sect and the Orthodox sect disciples, this junior willingly submits to whatever punishment the senior brothers decree, without the slightest complaint. His righteous voice, unable to conceal its grief and indignation, made Zhao Gongming's heart ache. When had GS sect disciples fallen so low as to need to punish their own junior brothers to appease outsiders' anger? Even if Lu Yunsheng had committed countless wrongs which he hadn't, they could never use him to placate the Orthodox sect's direct disciples' wrath. In contrast to Zhao Gongming's heartache, Ling Yesian and the Orthodox sect disciples were rendered speechless, especially Huang Long and Tai Zhenren, who had personally witnessed Lu Yunsheng's detestable face when he distorted truth and falsity. Now seeing Zhao Gongming standing alone without the power to protect him, Lu Yunsheng begins putting on his act again, trying to provoke Zhao Gongming into risking his life against them. Others might not discern Lu Yunsheng's intentions, but how could the Orthodox sect disciples, who excel in such tactics, fail to understand? Indeed, as Lu Yunsheng's words fell, Zhao Gongming immediately comforted him. Junior brother Yunsheng, rest assured. As long as this senior brother lives, no one can humiliate you. But I don't want senior brother to suffer any harm because of me, Lu Yunsheng said with a face full of concern. Zhao Gongming not only had a fiery temper but also valued loyalty deeply. He would repay any kindness shown to him twofold. Having put himself in Zhao Gongming's position with such consideration, how could Zhao Gongming not be moved? When it came to manipulating people's hearts, if Lu Yunsheng claimed second place, probably no one in the entire primordial world would dare claim first. Even the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had schemed through eternity, would be slightly surpassed by Lu Yunsheng when it came to grasping human psychology with perfect precision. It wasn't that his schemes were particularly profound, but rather that he possessed the advantage of knowing the trends of the primordial world like the back of his hand, along with the most accurate understanding of every being's temperament within it. Ha, junior brother Yunsheng, you worry too much. Zhao Gongming smiled confidently. While I alone might not be a match for these shameless vermin in battle, don't forget this is the sacred ground of the GS sect. Before these scoundrels can cause trouble, they'll have to answer to our 100,000 GS sect disciples. Zhao Gongming could already sense the auras of Duo Bao and several other core GS sect disciples, along with hundreds of elite sect members. The previous martial tournament between the two sects had ended abruptly when Xian Du summoned Heavenly Dao Merit, an outcome that left every GS sect disciple seething with pent-up frustration. Now that all 12 Orthodox sect core disciples had gathered here, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Junior brother Zhao Gongming speaks truth. Since when does the GSX sacred ground tolerate these petty clowns doing as they please? Duobao's resounding voice reverberated as he descended beside Zhao Gongming. Guiling, Jinling, and Wudong, 3 GS sect core disciples, followed closely behind, trailed by hundreds of elite GS sect members, all at least late-stage golden immortal cultivators. Boom! World-shaking energy pierced the heavens, causing the void to tremble endlessly. As Duobao and his group arrived, Wang Chengzi and the others instantly darkened their expressions, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Didn't Tai Zhenren say this was an accidental clash with the GS sect? Why did this setup feel like a calculated trap? Huang Long and Tai also sensed something amiss. After their arrival, Tai Zhenren had concealed the energy signatures of this space. Zhao Gongming Shun Ti have been able to detect them. At first, Tai had only focused on harshly punishing Zhao Gongming, overlooking these details. It wasn't until Duobao's appearance that he realized the irregularity. Even so, despite their misgivings, Huang Chengzi and the others couldn't afford to back down outright. If we bow to GS sect disciples today, I'm afraid we'll never have another chance to raise our heads again. Moreover, Huang Chengzi at the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm was confident in his ability to suppress everything. Even with numerous GS sect disciples present, he had nothing to fear. Huang Chengzi immediately suppressed all distracting thoughts and glared coldly at Duobao. Duobao, you've gone too far. If I don't execute you today, how can I uphold the dignity of the Orthodox sect? Chapter 31, Sending Senior Brother on his final journey. Boom! Huang Chengzi took a single step forward, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal that shook heaven and earth. Under this terrifying pressure, apart from GSX's 4 great direct disciples and Zhao Gongming, who were also at Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, all other GSX disciples paled instantly, feeling as if they were carrying a divine mountain on their backs. Their magical energy circulation became sluggish under the oppressive force. Lu Yunsheng was naturally no exception, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yet his expression remained calm as ever, even letting out a cold snort under Huang Chengzi's terrifying pressure. What dignity does the Orthodox sect have beyond bullying the weak? Not just disciples of the GS sect, but all beings across the primordial world knew the Orthodox sect disciples abused their status and orthodoxy to plunder treasures everywhere. The multitudes, fearing the primordial sage's might, dared only to harbor silent anger. What level of shamelessness must one possess to utter such brazen words without a hint of remorse? Lu Yunsheng wasn't like the other beings of the primordial world. When he saw injustice, he spoke without restraint. After all, with the GSX's 4 great direct disciples and hundreds of elite followers present, he had more than enough backing to stand firm against Huang Chengzi. This ill-bred wretch deserves death. Huang Chengzi, his overwhelming pressure dark as storm clouds, roared with a voice like rolling thunder. A vast oppressive force surged forth, bearing down mercilessly upon Lu Yunsheng. Even though Lu Yunsheng had broken through to the golden immortal realm, in Huang Chengzi's eyes, he remained nothing more than an ant that could be casually eradicated with a mere thought. Seeing the terrifying pressure capable of collapsing void space about to descend upon Lu Yunsheng, the hot-tempered Zhao Gongming immediately summoned the 24 sea calming pearls and launched them toward Huang Chengzi. He then swung his sword in a slash while shouting to Duobao, "Senior brother, no need for words with them. Let's attack together and deal with these shameless villains." Duobao's mouth twitched slightly. Though he had maintained a strong front against the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, he hadn't actually intended to trigger an all-out battle between the sections. But with Zhao Gongming taking the lead, the GS sect disciples, already deeply resentful of the Orthodox sect members, began summoning their magical artifacts and activating their divine powers as they charged toward their Orthodox sect counterparts. Damnable scoundrels! Ganging up on the few with your numbers. Witnessing hundreds of GS sect disciples unleashing both artifacts and divine powers in their assault on Huang Chengzi, Tai Zhenren, and other direct disciples of the Orthodox sect flew into furious rage, simultaneously summoning their own artifacts to counter the GS sect disciples. The words Duobao wanted to say to persuade Zhao Gongming to calm down got stuck in his throat, ending with only a helpless sigh as he had no choice but to summon his magic weapon and launch an attack towards Huang Chengzi. Lu Yunsheng, who successfully instigated the battle between disciples of both sects, took advantage of the chaos to approach Ling Yesian. He had no intention of letting this fellow off easily. Although he couldn't directly annihilate his primordial spirit to avoid being detected by Lord Tong Tian, severely damaging Ling Yesian's primordial spirit amidst the chaos to ensure he would never make any progress again that would truly vent his anger. Dare to bully him. This would be the heavy price to pay. Boom! The power of magical weapons and supernatural abilities surged violently, unleashing terrifying destructive force that collapsed endless void. Spiritual flowers and rare herbs within tens of thousands of miles couldn't withstand the aftershocks of battle, all turning into dust. Facing the joint attack from Zhao Gongming and Duobao, Huang Chengzi was thoroughly enraged. A bunch of worthless things actually dared to trample upon him. Boom! Even more terrifying pressure erupted from Huang Chengzi's body, causing Zhao Gongming's thousands of falling sword energies to instantly shatter like snow meeting the blazing sun. The next moment, 10,000 zhang radiant light pierced through the 9 heavens, illuminating all realms. The supreme defensive treasure, the top grade innate spiritual treasure 8 trigram purple ribbon immortal robe was summoned, enveloping Guan Chengzi completely. The treasure's power surged forth, instantly annihilating the killing force unleashed by Zhao Gongming's 24 sea calming pearls, along with Duobao's manifested supernatural power that dissipated without a trace. Void-shattering cataclysm sword. With overwhelming killing intent, Guan Chengzi roared as he summoned the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the male-female twin swords. Endless sword intent permeated the air as countless sword energies surged violently towards Zhao Gongming. Boom! The terrifying sword energy capable of destroying everything cleaved through the void, collapsed stars, and annihilated all in its path. Facing Guan Chengzi's terrifying strike, Zhao Gongming dared not be overconfident and hurriedly recalled the ocean calming pearls to protect himself. Duobao also hastily summoned his Duobao pagoda, pressing it downward to suppress the attack. Yet the combined might of their magical treasures and divine powers shattered upon meeting this fearsome sword energy. Though only a minor realm separated the early stage and mid-stage great golden immortal cultivators, the disparity in their strength was like heaven and earth. Junior brother Gongming, retreat quickly. Duobao summoned another treasure while urgently shouting to Zhao Gongming as he desperately channeled his power. Even as a 7-petaled great golden immortal capable of challenging higher realms, Zhao Gongming clearly couldn't match an enraged Guan Chengzi in direct confrontation. A single misstep could shatter his physical form. Fearing Zhao Gongming might stubbornly face Guan Chengzi's attack without regard for consequences, Duobao had no choice but to warn him. Even without Duobao's reminder, seeing that their combined efforts couldn't withstand Guan Chengzi's attack, Zhao Gongming immediately retreated explosively. Though hot-tempered and quick to fight at the slightest disagreement, he wasn't a mindless person. The situation wasn't favorable for GSX's 3 direct disciples Jinling and others either. The 3 were being overpowered by Puxian, Wenshu, and Shijingzi respectively, forced into passive defense with no capacity to support Duobao and Zhao Gongming. Though the Orthodox sect only had 12 disciples, half had broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, Jia sect only had 4 direct disciples in Zhao Gongming at this level. With Guan Chengzi alone occupying both Duobao and Zhao Gongming, the Orthodox sect's remaining 2 Great Luo Golden Immortal direct disciples were practically dominating the battlefield. Particularly Tai Jinren, who had been suppressing his anger, finally found an outlet for venting. Displaying both magical treasures and divine powers simultaneously, he single-handedly fought against dozens of Jia sect disciples at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, not only holding his ground effortlessly, but even making several Jia sect disciples cough up blood repeatedly. Ling Yesian, who was hiding among the crowd, saw that Jia sect disciples stood little chance of victory and immediately conceived the thought of fleeing. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused on the battle, his primordial spirit transformed into a streak of light as he quietly made his escape. However, his every move was observed by Lu Yuncheng. The moment he fled, Lu Yuncheng transformed into a beam of light and gave chase. Having just broken through to Golden Immortal Realm, he could contribute nothing to the battle between Jie and Chan sect disciples. He would be mere cannon fodder. Thus, his pursuit of Ling Yesian wouldn't significantly impact the ongoing battle. In mere moments, Lu Yuncheng intercepted Ling Yesian's path, causing the latter's expression to change drastically. Junior brother Yuncheng, instead of assisting senior brother Zhao Gongming, why do you block my path to summon reinforcements? Ling Yesian, forcing composure, asked with feigned confusion. Reinforcements? What an excellent excuse this time. As expected of this scoundrel who follows fixed light immortal around, he can always find a reasonable justification for himself no matter the circumstances. Other Jia sect disciples might believe this bastard's nonsense, but trying to fool Lu Yuncheng. Isn't this like brandishing an axe before Lu Ban, the master carpenter? Naturally, I'm here to send senior brother on his final journey. Lu Yuncheng grinned as the 9 Mysteries pagoda materialized instantly, suppressing the void. Primal chaos energies cascaded down, sealing off this entire space. Chapter 32, Does Junior Brother Yuncheng feel avenged now? Don't kill me. I'm willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath to serve you for life. Feeling the icy killing intent radiating from Lu Yuncheng, Ling Yesian completely panicked and pleaded urgently. Having personally experienced Lu Yuncheng's ruthlessness, Ling Yesian knew full well his opponent acted without considering consequences when he said final journey. It was no empty threat. His only chance to preserve his wretched life now was to swear a heavenly Dao oath and essentially sell his life to Lu Yuncheng. After all, the heavenly oath is recognized by the heavenly Dao. Not to mention a mere golden immortal cultivator like him, even a sage might not withstand the punishment from the heavenly Dao if they violate the oath. Throughout the primordial world, beings who dare to make heavenly oaths are exceedingly rare, let alone disciples from sage lineages. None have ever done so. It's evident that Ling Yesian has truly reached the end of his rope, forced to resort to a heavenly oath to preserve his life. However, Lu Yuncheng curled his lips in a cold sneer and said, "Follow me. I'm not a trash collector. Do you think any worthless trash can follow me?" Others might not know Ling Yesian's true nature, but how could he not, being fully aware of the primordial world's trajectory? When it came to traitors of the Jia sect, he would show no mercy whatsoever. Boom! As his words fell, terrifying divine power surged forth, crashing down in a devastating strike. Damn it! He was even willing to make a heavenly oath and serve Lu Yunqing faithfully, yet this bastard actually looked down on him. After all, he was one of the 7 attendant immortals under Sage Tongtian. With his golden immortal cultivation, among the disciples of the saint's lineage, if not outstanding, he could barely be considered a pillar of strength. What right did Lu Yunqing have to look down on him? But clearly this wasn't the time for anger. Unwilling to perish like this, Ling Yxian played all his hidden cards. However, when his wildly unleashed killing force collided with the divine power manifested by Lu Yunsheng, it was instantly annihilated. Boom! The divine power that shattered the void came crashing down upon Ling Yxian's primordial spirit. Ah! Ling Yxian let out an even more miserable scream as his vital energy violently fluctuated before rapidly declining. Earth Immortal Peak. Earth Immortal Mid-Stage. Mystic Immortal Late Stage. In just an instant, Ling Yxian's golden immortal initial stage cultivation was directly knocked down 6 minor realms. Yet instead of being angered by his lost cultivation, he actually felt fortunate to have survived the catastrophe. At the same time, it gave him a vague suspicion that Lu Yunsheng must have had some reservations after all, which was why he managed to keep his life. After all, with his physical form shattered, he had no power to resist before Lu Yunsheng. That his cultivation was merely degraded, he didn't believe this was due to good luck, but surely because Lu Yunsheng had shown mercy. In fact, just as Ling Yxian had guessed, Lu Yunsheng did indeed hold back. Not out of compassion, but because there was no need to provoke Lord Tongtian's wrath over an insignificant ant. If others didn't understand Sage Tongtian's temperament, how could he not know? Too much emphasis on loyalty and righteousness. Even though the Jiesek disciples were of mixed quality and had committed many atrocities, Sage Tongtian still placed boundless trust in these scoundrels. Fixed Light Immortal was the perfect example. Sage Tongtian personally entrusted him with control of the Six Souls banner, showing just how much faith he had in him. Yet in the end, Fixed Light Immortal stole the banner, defected to the Western sect, and dealt a crushing blow to the Jiesek's downfall. If he truly killed Ling Yxian today, given Sage Tongtian's temperament, he would undoubtedly punish him. Merely stripping Ling Yxian of his cultivation and cutting off his path to enlightenment would likely not provoke Sage Tongtian's wrath. Moreover, sparing Ling Yxian's life leaves room to manipulate him against Fixed Light Immortal in the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Ling Yxian remained unaware of Lu Yunqing's calculations. Seeing no further attacks, he pitifully pleaded, "Junior brother Yunsheng, you've already ruined my path to enlightenment, surely your anger is sated now. Could you spare my life for Lord Tongtian's sake?" Though he guessed Lu Yunsheng had reservations, he dared not provoke him nor show the slightest resentment. His survival hinged entirely on Lu Yunsheng's whim. The present Ling Yxian no longer dreamed of revenge to please Fixed Light Immortal, for heavenly fortune. Preserving his wretched life became his sole priority. Scared now. Watching Ling Yxian's fearful and uneasy expression, Lu Yunsheng felt inwardly amused yet maintained a murderous aura as he said, "Are you using Lord Tongtian to threaten me?" Threaten you? His life was at Lu Yunsheng's mercy. Where would he find the courage to threaten him? Junior brother Yunsheng misunderstands. How would I dare threaten you? Ling Yxian hurriedly explained, "What I meant was, if you still haven't vented your anger, you may continue to punish me. I only beg that you spare my life." Seeing that Ling Yxian was thoroughly intimidated, Lu Yunsheng stopped frightening him and spoke calmly, "Since you've truly recognized your mistake, I can spare your life for Lord Tongtian's sake." Finally, his life was saved. At this moment, Ling Yxian felt so overjoyed he could almost weep. But Lu Yunsheng's next words made his heart leap back into his throat. However, while death may be pardoned, punishment cannot be escaped. You must explain clearly how Fixed Light Immortal persuaded you to kill me. Since Fixed Light Immortal sought revenge against him, how could he easily let Fixed Light Immortal off? With Ling Yxian's confession, he could use it to force Fixed Light Immortal out of the Jie sect. This Ling Yxian panicked internally, stammering and not daring to speak. Having frequently kept company with Fixed Light Immortal, he understood his temperament best. If he betrayed him, even if Lu Yunsheng spared him, Fixed Light Immortal would never let him go. Not to mention his cultivation having greatly declined with damaged foundations. Even at his peak, he would be like an ant before Fixed Light Immortal. How could he withstand his retaliation? If he didn't speak, he'd be eliminated by Lu Yunsheng. If he told the truth, he'd face Fixed Light Immortal's pursuit. No matter what he chose, there seemed no path to survival. What? Unwilling to speak? Lu Yunsheng frowned, his oppressive aura sweeping out as his thunderous shout exploded beside Ling Yxian's ears, shaking his soul violently. Don't attack. I'll talk. Ling Yxian urgently shouted. Fixed Light Immortal promised me that if I killed you, he would help me obtain the Heavenly Dao opportunity. Between immediate death and potential death, Ling Yxian unhesitatingly chose the former. Lu Yunsheng immediately produced a jade slip, recording all of Ling Yxian's confession for future use. As for whether Ling Yxian might recant his testimony, the moment he betrayed Fixed Light Immortal, he was destined to stand on Fixed Light Immortal's opposite side. The consequences of recanting would only be worse. This didn't require Lu Yunsheng's reminder. Presumably Ling Yxian understood this well. Just as Lu Yunsheng had speculated, after revealing how Fixed Light Immortal had incited him to kill Lu Yunsheng, Ling Xian also fully exposed how the other party had secretly hunted living creatures and absorbed their vital energy to enhance his cultivation. Junior brother Yunsheng, can this evidence sentence Fixed Light Immortal to death? After speaking, Ling Xian cautiously inquired. Chapter 33, Forced Out of the Sect. Ling Xian didn't spill all of Fixed Light Immortal's dirty deeds just because he was intimidated by Lu Yunsheng. He also intended to use Lu Yunsheng's hand to eliminate Fixed Light Immortal. As long as Fixed Light Immortal was executed, he wouldn't need to worry about retaliation. Kill Fixed Light Immortal. That scoundrel still owes millions in merit points. Wouldn't killing him outright be letting him off too easy? Unless they squeezed Fixed Light Immortal dry to the last marrow, whoever dared kill him would face his wrath. Lu Yunsheng sneered inwardly and said calmly, Fixed Light Immortal enjoys Lord Tongtian's deepest trust. No amount of evidence could persuade our master to deliver the killing blow. Then didn't this mean he could still be killed at any time? Ling Xian was dumbfounded. He thought exposing all of Fixed Light Immortal's crimes would remove this threat, never imagining these so-called crimes wouldn't affect Fixed Light Immortal in the slightest. In his frightened unease, Ling Xian settled for a lesser request. Couldn't we at least have him expelled from the sect? Far from enough. Lu Yunsheng shook his head, then said meaningfully, however, there's still a great chance to use these incriminating evidences to force Fixed Light Immortal out of the sect. Force him out of the sect. Ling Xian looked utterly confused and asked urgently, Junior brother Yunsheng, what must be done to force Fixed Light Immortal out of Jie sect? His current greatest danger came from Fixed Light Immortal. Without any chance to kill him, being able to force him out of Jie sect would provide significant protection for his own safety. Seeing that his earlier groundwork had taken effect and successfully made Ling Xian his instrument, Lu Yunsheng immediately said, you should do it like this. After Lu Yunsheng finished speaking, Ling Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, junior brother Yunsheng. I understand what must be done now. Go then. I'll await your good news. Lu Yunsheng nodded with a smile. Without wasting words, Ling Xian transformed into a streak of light, rapidly flying toward Fixed Light Immortal's cave abode. After resolving Ling Xian's matter, Lu Yunsheng didn't return to the Immortal Island where the disciples of both sects were engaged in fierce battle, but instead flew toward Three Immortals Island. The Jie sect disciples held numerical superiority and wouldn't be suppressed in the short term, but defeating the Orthodox sect's direct disciples was clearly beyond their capabilities. After all, half of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples had broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, with Guangchengzi reaching mid-stage Great Luo cultivation. Apart from its four chief disciples, the Jie sect only had Zhao Gongming at Great Luo level both in quantity and quality. Their top-tier combatants were inferior to the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. To reverse the battle situation, the three Shao sisters were undoubtedly the key. Since borrowing 5 million merit points, the three Shao sisters had been in closed-door cultivation. Given their innate talents, if they fully refined all 5 million merits, there was great likelihood they could break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. His journey to Three Shao Island was precisely to assist the sisters in attaining the Great Luo Dao Fruit. Matters solvable by merit points simply didn't qualify as problems for Lu Yunsheng. Soon, Lu Yunsheng arrived at Three Immortals Island, coincidentally witnessing the three Shao sisters who had been disturbed by the inter-sect battle and emerged prematurely from seclusion. Junior brother Yunsheng, you've come at just the right time. Why has a battle suddenly broken out nearby? Yunxiao saw Lu Yunsheng and voiced the question in her heart. Although this is the outer perimeter of Golden Turtle Island, it still belongs to Jie sect's sacred ground. Many of the sect's outer disciples have their cultivation sites here. Who would be so bold as to dare start a battle in a saint's sacred ground? Are they not afraid of Lord Tongtian's punishment? Three senior sisters, I came precisely because of this matter. Lu Yunsheng recounted the cause of the battle with a mixture of truth and falsehood, immediately enraging the three Shao sisters. These Orthodox sect disciples truly go too far in bullying others. The hot-tempered Xiangxiu grew furious and urgently said to Yunxiao, eldest sister, we must hurry to help our elder brother. Seeing Xiangxiu summon her magical treasure and prepare to rush to the Immortal Island where the battle raged, Lu Yunsheng quickly stopped her. Senior sister Xiangxiu, don't be hasty. None of the three Shao sisters have yet broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Going now wouldn't be of much help. Only when all three Shao sisters break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm can they play the pivotal role in reversing the battle situation. Xiangxiu asked puzzledly, Junior brother Yunsheng, what do you mean? Yunxiao and Bixiao also looked at Lu Yunsheng with confusion. The Orthodox sect disciples have already bullied them to this extent, how could they not be anxious? Didn't junior brother Yunsheng come to Three Immortals Island precisely to ask for their assistance in battle? He should be even more urgent than them, so why is he stopping them instead? Under the questioning gazes of the three sisters, Lu Yunsheng said solemnly, three senior sisters, with your current cultivation levels, even if you rush over now, you won't be able to turn the tide of battle. The three Shao sisters. Was he looking down on them? Could it be that this junior brother had been bewitched by Orthodox sect disciples and came specifically to delay them? Before the three sisters could speak, Lu Yunsheng continued, "Only if you three senior sisters attain the great Luo Dao fruit will we have greater confidence to crush those shameless orthodox sect villains underfoot." As if achieving great Luo was something one could just accomplish at will. Does junior brother Yunsheng perhaps have some misunderstanding about attaining the great Dao fruit? Yunxiao immediately explained, "Junior brother Yunsheng, attaining the great Dao fruit is not as simple as you imagine. Not only does it require comprehending the Dao laws, but also, the greatest difference between a great Luo Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal lies in the comprehension and mastery of laws. To attain the great Dao fruit, one must not only perceive the Dao rhyme but also comprehend a complete law and master it thoroughly." The three Xiao sisters' recent closed-door cultivation has brought them qualitative improvements in their comprehension of the great Dao, but their understanding of laws has only just touched the threshold. To fully comprehend a law in a short time and master it completely, one must rely on virtue accumulation. The virtue they've borrowed has already been depleted by 1/3, and the remaining virtue is insufficient to help them quickly comprehend a law, let alone master it thoroughly. They would need at least half of their borrowed virtue again to have a chance at attaining the great Dao fruit. To have even one opportunity to invoke heavenly Dao merit is already an immense blessing. How could they dare to hope for obtaining heavenly Dao merit again? Just as Yunxiao was speaking halfway, Lu Yunsheng interrupted, "Senior sister Yunxiao, I've heard that treasures like magical artifacts and spiritual roots can be mortgaged to borrow merit. If you can borrow more merit, won't you be able to achieve the great Luo Dao fruit? There's actually such a good thing." The three Xiao sisters all brightened up instantly and hurriedly opened their loan pages. Sure enough, they saw mortgage loans. It really exists. The three Xiao sisters could no longer remain calm, their breathing visibly quickened. If they could borrow another 3 million merit, the three Xiao sisters were absolutely confident they could attain the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. As for how Lu Yunsheng knew about mortgage loans, he must have deduced it through divination. The fact that they obtained this opportunity was precisely due to Lu Yunsheng's divination. If he could foresee heavenly Dao opportunities, wasn't it only natural that he know about mortgage loans? Thank you for the reminder, junior brother Yunsheng. The three Xiao sisters all expressed their gratitude to Lu Yunsheng with moved expressions, finally understanding why he had personally come to Three Immortals Island. He had specifically come to deliver this opportunity to them. "I haven't done much, there's no need for such courtesy, senior sisters." Lu Yunsheng waved his hand with a smile, feeling somewhat awkward internally. Pushing business to the point where clients feel grateful towards him, this must be truly unique, right? The three Xiao sisters didn't stand on ceremony either, immediately taking out their magic treasures to apply for the mortgage loan. The next moment, a series of notification sounds rang in Lu Yunsheng's mind. Esteemed Taoist Yunxiao has applied for mortgage loan, assessing collateral value. Esteemed Taoist Yunxiao has applied for mortgage loan, assessing collateral value. Esteemed Taoist Bishio has applied for mortgage loan, assessing collateral value. Chapter 34, The Sage's Wager. Taoist Yunxiao's collateral, supreme great primordial spiritual treasure tri-light-colored glaze lamp mortgage value 58 million merit points. Esteemed fellow Taoist Yunxiao's collateral, high-grade primordial spiritual treasure dragon binding rope collateral value 35 million merit points. Esteemed fellow Taoist Bishio's collateral, high-grade primordial spiritual treasure dragon piercing pearl collateral value 35 million merit points. The prompt ringing in his mind made Lu Yunsheng freeze for a moment. A fluctuating credit limit. But he quickly realized the specific loan amount was ultimately his decision. The system only provided the minimum and maximum valuation of the treasures. Was there even a question? Of course, he would approve the maximum limit. As Lu Yunsheng granted credit limits to the three Xiao sisters, a message appeared simultaneously on the sisters' screens. Esteemed fellow Taoist Yunxiao, congratulations on receiving an 8 million merit point collateral loan. Borrow now. Esteemed fellow Taoist Bishao, congratulations on receiving a 5 million merit point collateral loan. Borrow now. Esteemed fellow Taoist Jiangxiao, congratulations on receiving a 5 million merit point collateral loan. Borrow now. The three Xiao sisters' eyes gleamed with excitement, and without hesitation, they clicked borrow. The next moment, the three sisters suddenly found their magic treasures enveloped by a mysterious force, vanishing in an instant. This is there still a chance to retrieve these treasures? The three Xiao sisters were startled, only now realizing the true difference between secured and unsecured loans. Pledging magic treasures wasn't just empty words, their treasures had been physically confiscated. While merit points were valuable, their magic treasures were equally important to them. Noticing the change in the three Xiao sisters' expressions, Lu Yunsheng naturally guessed their thoughts and immediately adopted an air of profound mystery. Senior sisters needn't worry. Though your treasures have been taken, as long as you make timely repayments, you may request their redemption at any time. The three Xiao sisters found Lu Yunsheng's words credible, primarily because his deductions had never been wrong before. Since they could still redeem their treasures, their worries subsided. The most pressing matter now was clearly achieving the great Luo Dao fruit as soon as possible, then assisting their Jie sect disciples in crushing those arrogant, shameless scoundrels of the Orthodox sect. Junior brother Yunsheng, you should return first and tell elder brother and the others to hold steady. Once we attain the great Luo Dao fruit, we will come to assist. Yunxiao looked at Lu Yunsheng and said solemnly. Lu Yunsheng nodded, understood, I'll return immediately. Lu Yunsheng had no doubts whatsoever about the three Xiao sisters' ability to attain the great Luo Dao fruit. If even this amount of merit was insufficient, then their supreme innate roots must be fake. Neither of the two sect's disciples engaged in battle were aware of Lu Yunsheng's schemes. Boom! Rumble! Innumerable terrifying magical treasure techniques and divine powers swept across heaven and earth, shaking the void until it continuously collapsed. The surrounding seas within tens of thousands of li erupted with thousand zheng tall waves. The entire immortal island seemed unable to withstand the terrifying power of these magical treasures and divine abilities, violently shaking as if it might collapse at any moment. The gathered saints at Bio Palace all sensed the battle between the two sects' disciples immediately, yet none showed any intention of intervening. The supreme pure sage was naturally non-interfering. The only thing that could draw his attention was the conflict between Yuanshi and Tong Tian. As for the battle between their disciples, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. As for the two Western sages, needless to say, they had already shown restraint by not personally instigating the conflict between the two sects. Why would they ever try to stop it? The goddess Nuwa, who had just arrived at Golden Turtle Island not long ago, didn't even intervene in matters between the Yao clan and humanity. The battle between Orthodox and Jie sect disciples was even less likely to draw her attention. As the respective sect leaders, both Yuanshi and Tong Tian had their own agendas. Yuanshi naturally hoped his Orthodox sect's direct disciples would thoroughly suppress the Jie sect disciples in battle, proving the superiority of his sect's disciples. Tong Tian, meanwhile, intended this battle to let his Jie sect disciples vent their frustrations while recognizing the gap between themselves and the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. Though he disliked admitting his Jie sect disciples were inferior to the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, he had to acknowledge there remained a significant gap in overall strength between them. As for Xian Du, the chief disciple of the three teachings, although he had the ability to stop the battle, with both Saints Yuanshi and Tong Tian tacitly approving the conflict between their disciples, why would he forcefully intervene? Last time he stepped in to halt the disciples' battle was because he happened to be present and couldn't stand idly by, but to specially go and stop the fight, such a thankless task, was something he obviously wouldn't do. Inside Bio Palace, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with Taiching and Nuwa keeping their eyes closed in silence. Yuanshi and Tong Tian maintained cold expressions, their saintly auras flickering around them, clearly concerned about their respective disciples. This scene made the two Western sages' eyes light up. Exchanging a glance, they chose this moment to speak. Nephew Guanchengzi truly lives up to being the foremost disciple of the Orthodox sect, holding his own against two elite Jie sect disciples single-handedly without showing any weakness. Jane openly expressed his admiration for Guanchengzi, making Yuanshi nod slightly while Tong Tian's frown deepened. Before Tong Tian could speak, Junti interjected, "Senior brother, your words are mistaken. Nephew Zhao Gongming is a great Luo golden immortal who achieved a seven-petaled bloom. His future potential is beyond what nephew Guanchengzi could ever match." These words seemed to praise Zhao Gongming on surface, but their provocative intent was too obvious, nearly making Supreme Pure Sage and Nuwa burst into laughter. The two Western sages performed like a duet, truly enjoying the spectacle while fanning the flames. All beings knew Yuanshi was prideful and couldn't tolerate outsiders criticizing his Orthodox sect's direct disciples. With Zhuandi stepping on Guanchengzi to elevate Zhao Gongming right before Yuanshi's face, how could Yuanshi not rage? Indeed, the moment Zhuandi's words fell, Yuanshi's sage aura erupted violently, making Bio Palace tremble with continuous reverberations. Merely by fluke obtaining Heaven's Dao opportunity, what's the significance of a seven-petaled bloom? Still being pressed in combat by my disciple. Though Yuanshi knew Zhuandi was deliberately provoking him, he simply couldn't suppress the fury in his heart. After all, in his eyes, Jie sect disciples were always something unworthy of the stage. How could they be mentioned in the same breath as his own disciples? Let alone being superior to his disciples. Even though saints were free from desires, Yuanshi still couldn't accept it. Seeing Yuanshi's anger being provoked, Jane fanned the flames. Brother Yuanshi speaks truly. In my view, even if Jie sect disciples hold the advantage in numbers, they still cannot match the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. At most an hour, I fear the Jie sect disciples will be defeated. These words visibly improved Yuanshi's expression, but Tong Tian's brows furrowed tightly. And if my Jie sect disciples do not lose, what then? Tong Tian turned a cold gaze toward Jane, speaking lightly. While the overall strength of Jie sect disciples indeed fell short of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, holding out for an hour was no issue at all. How could Tong Tian indulge someone who dared repeatedly humiliate his disciples right before his eyes? Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Tong Tian, Jane felt somewhat uneasy inwardly. However, to provoke conflict between the two sects, he disregarded his apprehension and immediately said, "If Jie sect disciples can hold out without defeat for an hour, I shall personally apologize to them." Pausing briefly without waiting for Tontian to speak, Jain continued, should Jie sect disciples be defeated, might senior brother Tontian be willing to publicly acknowledge at the Xianmen Discourse Conference that Jie sect disciples are inferior to Orthodox sect disciples? Chapter 35. Yet another sign of seven-petal blossom. Jiayin, you seek death. Tongtian's murderous aura soared to the heavens as his thunderous roar echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jain's scheme was truly vicious, attempting to make Tongtian praise Orthodox sect disciples by trampling upon his own disciples at the Xianmen Discourse Conference. Jain's intention went beyond mere provocation. He clearly sought to destroy Jie sect's very foundation. Boom! The green duckweed sword was instantly summoned, unleashing endless sword intent and countless sword energies that collapsed infinite void space. Such an extreme reaction. Jain felt somewhat panicked and instinctively looked toward Yuanshi. Everything he had done was to help Orthodox sect disciples thoroughly crush Jie sect disciples. Could senior brother Yuanshi really stand idly by? Meeting Jain's pleading gaze, Yuanshi slightly furrowed his brows. Although Jain was helping him and Orthodox sect disciples, the intention to exploit him was too obvious. For a heavenly Tao saint of such stature, knowingly being used by someone and still assisting them, wouldn't that be the greatest joke of all? Yet Jain's proposal stirred something deep within Yuanshi. If he could make Tongtian openly admit during the Xianmen sect debate that Jie sect disciples were inferior to Orthodox sect disciples, it wouldn't just elevate the Orthodox sect's prestige, it would solidify his own supreme authority. Even after the 3 pure ones separation, Yuanshi still couldn't swallow his resentment. He had always believed Tongtian was at fault, which was why he repeatedly allowed Orthodox sect disciples to oppress Jie sect disciples. What future could a bunch of uncultivated wretches possibly have? With these thoughts, Yuanshi ultimately couldn't restrain himself and stepped forward to back Jain. What? Does junior brother Tongtian dare not take the bet? Yuanshi looked at Tongtian with a mocking expression, deliberately provoking him. Although the battle between disciples of both sects was evenly matched, with more and more Jie sect disciples getting injured, their defeat had become inevitable. As long as Tongtian dared to accept Jain's wager, he would make the Orthodox sect's direct disciples spare no effort to defeat the Jie sect disciples within 1 hour. Guang Chengzi, with his mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, could single-handedly restrain 3 Jie sect Great Luo cultivators from being defeated. After assigning 2 more Great Luo cultivators to restrain the remaining 2 Jie sect Great Luo Golden Immortal disciples, the Orthodox sect still had 3 Great Luo Golden Immortal disciples left. Wouldn't crushing the Jie sect disciples be effortless? Once the Jie sect disciples above Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation were eliminated, 6 Great Luo cultivators surrounding 5 Jie sect Great Luo cultivators, even if the Jie sect's Great Luo Golden Immortal disciples fought desperately, they wouldn't stand a chance. As Yuanshi spoke, the originally oppressive atmosphere in Bio Palace turned murderously tense. This scene caused Taiching and Nuwa to slightly frown, while the 2 Western sages were inwardly delighted their overt scheme to sow discord had finally succeeded. Tongtian found himself caught in a dilemma. If he refused, Yuanshi would surely mock him and widely publicize it. As the leader of the Jie sect, he would undoubtedly lose face. But if he accepted Jain's wager and the Jie sect disciples were truly defeated, not only would he be humiliated, but the disciples' Tao hearts would also be shaken. Just as Tongtian was trapped in this dilemma, heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently, instantly drawing the attention of all the saints. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the familiar golden clouds of virtue gathered once more, their momentum even more majestic, at least twice as grand as the heavenly Tao virtue Xian Du had invoked earlier. Who had triggered the heavenly Tao virtue this time? All the saints were startled. With varied expressions, they each began deducing the cause. Yet, the heavenly secrets were in chaos. Even though the saints coexisted with the heavenly Tao, they gleaned nothing and could only wait for the virtue to descend. On the 3 Immortals Island, the 3 Shao sisters watched the rapidly gathering golden clouds of merit in the highest heavens, unable to conceal their excitement. The radiant light of merit illuminating all realms of existence was so dazzling that the 3 Shao sisters could barely keep their eyes open. With this merit, attaining the great Tao fruit of Daluo would basically be guaranteed without any mishaps. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 Shao sisters, the golden light of merit poured down, instantly submerging the entire 3 Immortals Island. This spectacle made the expressions of all the saints in Bo Palace turn quite remarkable. It was actually disciples of the Jie sect who triggered the heavenly Tao's merit, and 3 of them simultaneously at that. Yuanshi, who had been smug earlier, immediately darkened his expression. Taiching and Nuwa, normally free from desire, had thoughtful flashes in their eyes. The 2 Western sages became so envious their eyes turned red. Why did the heavenly Tao favor Jie sect disciples so? When Western sect disciples were also on Golden Turtle Island, why didn't even one receive such fortune? How unfair the heavenly Tao is. With the Jie sect's fortune already so flourishing, why did they need this much heavenly Tao merit anyway? On the contrary, the Western sect is so poor they can barely make ends meet. Why can't they get some consideration? Tongtian, with great delight sweeping away his anger, laughed heartily, truly worthy of being my good disciple, continuously triggering heavenly Tao merits. What if the overall strength of Jia sect disciples falls short of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples? With continuous heavenly Tao opportunities, catching up is just a matter of time. Surpassing the Orthodox sect's direct disciples probably won't take too long either. Since your Jia sect disciples are so outstanding, junior brother Tongtian, why don't you dare make a bet with junior brother Jane? The inwardly furious Yuancher couldn't bear to see Tongtian's smug expression and couldn't help but provoke again. What if they triggered heavenly Tao merits? Before my direct disciples, they would still only face humiliation. As for Jieyin, he secretly felt some bitterness. Neither of them had forgotten how Zhao Gongming used merits to prove his great Luo Dao fruit, blossoming 7 petals. Now that Sanshao has obtained so many merits, if fully refined to impact Great Luo realm, they might very well blossom 7 petals like Zhao Gongming did. Once the Jia sect gains 3 more Great Luo Golden Immortal disciples with 7-petal flower manifestations, the Orthodox sect's advantage of having direct disciples would instantly vanish. Continuing to gamble with Tongtian would only result in him losing all face at the Shenmen sect's doctrinal debate assembly. But since it was he who proposed the wager, even shameless as he was, he couldn't bring himself to voice his regret. It wasn't that he feared losing face before the other saints, but that if he went back on his word, he would not only offend Yuancher but also incur Tongtian's greater displeasure. At this moment, Jieyin could only silently pray in his heart that Tongtian would refuse this wager. However, Tongtian's next words instantly shattered all hope in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Tongtian snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward the visibly uneasy Jieyin. The wager you proposed I accept. Should you lose and dare not honor it, I will personally descend upon Mount Sumeru and raise the Western sect's sacred ground. Didn't Jieyin enjoy sowing discord between him and Yuancher? He would make Jieyin personally experience the bitter taste of lifting a stone only to drop it on his own feet. Faced with Lord Tongtian's threat, Jieyin could only secretly lament in his heart, not daring to contradict him in the slightest. Lord Tongtian was not known for his good temper. Had Jieyin not fled quickly enough earlier, his physical form would have been shattered by Tongtian's sword. On the Three Immortals Island, the 3 Shao sisters remained unaware of the wager between their master Tongtian and Saint Jieyin. Having successfully obtained their loan, the 3 immediately began refining their merit to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Boom! As the merit was continuously refined, Yunxiao's aura was the first to surge rapidly, instantly piercing through the heavens and causing the world to tremble with thunderous roars. Xiongxiao and Bixiao's auras soon followed suit, their terrifying energy not the least bit inferior to Yunxiao's. In the next moment, 3 flowers representing heaven, earth, and man bloomed above Yunxiao's head, instantly condensing into an illusory Great Luo Dao fruit. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently once more as the illusory Dao fruit manifested between them, its blossoms reaching the 5th grade. This sight instantly alarmed all the saints. Was this the sign of a 7th grade blossoming? Chapter 36, Shen Du, will you stand by while others perish? The battling disciples from both sects had their attention drawn by the commotion caused by the 3 cloud fairies. The Jia sect disciples were all greatly invigorated. Once the 3 cloud fairies attained the Great Luo Dao fruit, the Jia sect would not only compensate for its lack of high-end combat power but would even surpass the Orthodox sect in the number of Great Luo cultivators. The Jia sect disciples, who had been suppressed and extremely frustrated by the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, all cast aside their anger and frustration, their eyes filled with anticipation. Especially Zhao Gongming, who had been suppressed by Guan Chengzi and was extremely frustrated. He laughed loudly. Shameless scoundrels of the Orthodox sect. When my 3 sisters attain the Great Luo Dao fruit, let us see how long you can last. As he spoke, the aura around Zhao Gongming surged wildly. Abandoning his previous defensive stance, he swung his sword and slashed fiercely at Guan Chengzi. The expressions of the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect all turned extremely grim. Just when they were about to thoroughly crush the Jia sect disciples, who would have thought that the 3 cloud fairies would attain the Great Luo Dao fruit at this moment? While feeling furious, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples were also filled with envy and resentment. Why could Jia sect disciples repeatedly invoke heaven's Dao merits while they hadn't gotten even one opportunity? The heavenly Dao is unjust. At this very moment, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples simultaneously received a voice transmission from the primordial sage, immediately filling the 12 direct disciples with great joy. The master personally instructed them to defeat the Jia sect disciples at all costs within 1 hour. Doesn't this imply they needn't consider any consequences? Though the Orthodox sect's direct disciples looked down upon Jia sect disciples and wished to crush them beneath their feet, being on Golden Turtle Island made them somewhat restrained, not daring to fight with complete abandon. But with the primordial master's voice transmission, naturally all restraints could be cast aside. Facing Zhao Gongming's fierce assault, Guan Chengzi sneered contemptuously, "This is sufficient to slay you." With his mid-stage golden immortal cultivation, were it not for his reservations, he would have long since publicly executed Zhao Gongming. How dare Zhao Gongming still provoke him? Simply courting death. Boom! The overwhelming killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens, shaking the earth and skies with endless roars. Guang Chengzi, his entire body radiating oppressive might, immediately summoned the supreme grade innate numinous treasure, 3 treasures Jade Rui bestowed upon him by the primordial sage. Zhao Gongming, prepare to die. Guang Chengzi roared furiously, channeling all his magic power into the treasure. Destructive power capable of annihilating all things swept across heaven and earth, collapsing endless voids and obliterating countless stars as it came crashing down toward Zhao Gongming. Why would the primordial sage's treasure be in Guang Chengzi's possession? Facing Guang Chengzi's terrifying strike, all the Jie sect disciples present turned pale, especially Zhao Gongming, whose primordial spirit was locked by the treasure, his complexion changing repeatedly. He never expected his words would provoke Guang Chengzi to attack without restraint. But this was clearly not the time for regrets. Against Guang Chengzi's fearsome strike, he dared not show the slightest negligence, immediately deploying both his treasures and divine abilities. Junior brother, retreat quickly. Duobao, whose face had also turned pale, urgently shouted to Zhao Gongming while desperately channeling power into his own treasures and divine abilities. Even if they joined forces, Zhao Gongming and Duobao had no confidence in blocking this strike. Their only option was to temporarily retreat from its force. Yet how could Guang Chengzi possibly give Zhao Gongming the chance to withdraw? They saw him summon the male and female twin swords once more, bringing them down with thunderous force upon Duobao, who was rushing to Zhao Gongming's aid. Boom! Wherever the brilliant sword radiance passed, it split the void and annihilated all in its path. The magical power of the treasures Duobao had activated kept being destroyed under this terrifying sword energy, leaving him no opportunity to assist others, forced into purely defensive maneuvers. Although Zhao Gongming was a 7th grade Great Luo with the foundation to challenge those above his level, facing Guang Chengzi, who surpassed him by a minor realm wielding a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure, he clearly struggled to resist. Crack! The 3 precious Jade Rui unleashed its terrifying killing power, instantly knocking away the Dinghai pearls protecting Zhao Gongming before striking the long sword he raised in defense. Snap! The low-grade innate spiritual treasure Flying Smoke Sword seemed unable to withstand the terrifying killing force, emitting a crisp shattering sound as countless dense cracks appeared on its blade. Zhao Gongming, failing to block this strike, was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. This sight caused drastic changes in the expressions of the Orthodox sect disciples. In contrast, the direct disciples of the Orthodox sect all revealed great delight, bursting forth with even more frenzied attacks. Lu Yunsheng, who had rushed back from the 3 Immortals Island, couldn't believe the battle situation had deteriorated so rapidly. Even senior brother Zhao Gongming with his 7-petal flower manifestation was vomiting blood from injuries. However, upon seeing the 3 jewels Jade Ruler dominating the void, understanding flashed in Lu Yunsheng's eyes while a cold laughter rose in his heart. So it was Yuanshi who had secretly bestowed the treasure. Without needing to ask, Guang Chengzi and others' sudden frenzied outbursts must have been orchestrated by Yuanshi. The purpose was self-evident: to have Orthodox sect disciples defeat the Jie sect members before the 3 Shao sisters could achieve their great Dao fruits of Diluo. What meticulous scheming indeed! For someone of Lu Yunsheng's cultivation level to assist Zhao Gongming would be nothing short of throwing his life away, yet he obviously couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately summoned the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure 9 Mysteries Tower bestowed by Sage Tong Tian, shouting to Zhao Gongming, "Senior brother Zhao, this junior lends you this treasure. Hold on until senior sisters Sanshao achieve their great Luo Dao fruit." Although the 9 Mysteries Tower couldn't compare to the 3 treasures Rui granted to Guang Chengzi by Yuanshi, it was still an exceptionally rare defensive treasure. When wielded by Zhao Gongming's great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, if not capable of defeating Guang Chengzi, it at least provided sufficient self-protection to prevent him from being beaten to the point of spitting blood and being sent flying. Zhao Gongming showed no hesitation, immediately imprinting his divine sense within it and channeling his full power into the artifact. Boom! Resplendent mystical light engulfed heaven and earth, encasing Zhao Gongming and instantly blocking the terrifying killing force Guang Chengzi brought down upon him again. Impudent wretch! How dare you ruin my plans! You deserve death! Just as Zhao Gongming was about to be slain by him, this insignificant ant Lu Yunsheng actually dared interfere at the critical moment. How utterly despicable! Enraged, Guang Chengzi immediately manifested divine power and launched a killing strike towards Lu Yunsheng. To his eyes, Lu Yunsheng's golden immortal cultivation was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. How dare this insignificant being interfere with his plan to execute Zhao Gongming and establish dominance? He would pay a bitter price for this. Junior brother Yunsheng, be careful! Both Zhao Gongming and Duobao's expressions changed dramatically as they frantically intensified their magical treasures and divine powers to create an opening for Lu Yunsheng's escape. Even if Lu Yunsheng had broken through to the great golden immortal realm, let alone his current golden immortal cultivation, he absolutely wouldn't possess the capability to withstand this attack. However, Lu Yunsheng's next move shocked everyone engaged in the battle. Suddenly, he roared, "Senior brother Xuandu, will you stand by and watch me die?" Was he insane? Lu Yunsheng was actually seeking help from Xuandu. If Xuandu had any intention of intervening in the battle between disciples of the 2 sects, he would have shown himself long ago. His prolonged absence clearly shows unwillingness to intervene in the disputes between Chan and Jie's sect disciples, so why would he help an insignificant outer disciple like Lu Yunxing? After all, numerous Jie's sect disciples were injured, even several golden immortals were wounded, yet Xiandu never appeared. How could he possibly care about Lu Yunxing's survival? Chapter 37, Trying to Fool an Idiot. This is a conflict between Chan and Jie's sect disciples. Why would senior brother Xiandu intervene? Don't delude yourself, no one can save you today. Guang Chengzi, radiating overwhelming killing intent, sneered repeatedly, his gaze towards Lu Yunxing unmistakably that of looking at a dead man. Since Lu Yunxing insisted on helping Zhao Gongming, Guang Chengzi would simply use him to establish dominance. With his mid-stage great golden immortal cultivation, obliterating Lu Yunxing's physical form would be effortless. Even if Zhao Gongming and Duoba wished to protect him, they were fully occupied elsewhere. As for the other Jie sect disciples, it goes without saying that since the battle began, half of them have already been wounded. Those remaining in the fight are all barely able to protect themselves, with absolutely no capacity to shelter Lu Yunxing. Unless Sage Tongtian personally intervenes. But how could a dignified saint stoop to personally intervene in conflicts between disciples of different sects? Lu Yunxing, without any protection, was even less significant than an ant before him. Not only Guang Chengzi, but both Duobao and Zhao Gongming shared the same belief. Lu Yunxing hoping for Xiandu's intervention was nothing short of a fool's dream. One must understand, when disciples of the orthodox and Jie sects clash, even saints don't interfere. How could Xiandu possibly force his intervention? Whether aiding the orthodox or Jie sect disciples, it would inevitably offend the opposing side. Only someone with water in their brain would foolishly jump into such thankless trouble. All Jie sect disciples wore expressions of grief and indignation, forced to watch helplessly as Guang Chengzi's evolved divine power came crashing down. The crowd seemed to already witness the scene of Lu Yunxing's physical form being obliterated. Yet the Jie sect disciples, each struggling with their own precarious situations, could only roar in anger, powerless to protect Lu Yunxing. This scene drew continuous cold laughter from the orthodox sect's direct disciples. How could ant-like creatures dare hope to reverse the battle's tide? They truly didn't know the meaning of death. Yet Lu Yunxing showed not the slightest panic, even retorting with sarcasm, "Frog at the bottom of a well, what could you possibly know of my relationship with senior brother Xiandu?" If others sought Xiandu's help, he might remain indifferent. But would Xiandu, who considers himself indebted to Lu, stand idly by after being directly appealed to? As the senior disciple of all three sects, how could Xiandu disregard his reputation and bear the stigma of ingratitude, truly refusing to admit defeat until facing utter ruin? To Guang Chengzi's ears, Lu Yunxing's words were merely self-deception. When it comes to Xiandu's friendships, how could Jie sect disciples possibly compare with the orthodox sect's personal disciples? Yet in the next moment, Guang Chengzi's sneer froze on his face. Boom! The pressure of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal swept out, shaking heaven and earth, sealing an entire area. Under countless shocked gazes, Xiandu descended before Lu Yunxing, manifesting supreme divine power that instantly shattered Guang Chengzi's attack aimed at Lu Yunxing. Wow, what is happening? Xiandu, who had been spectating all along, actually intervened to protect Lu Yunxing. Everyone stared blankly at Xiandu, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Especially Guang Chengzi. Beyond confusion, his expression twisted with fury and denial. Lu Yunxing ruining his plans was one thing after all. As a Jie sect disciple, helping Zhao Gongming made sense. But Xiandu, the senior brother of the three teachings, had shown no intention of interfering from the start. Why act now, just as he was about to assert his authority? This was nothing less than a public slap to his face. Senior brother Xiandu, what is the meaning of this? Guang Chengzi, inwardly furious, suppressed his rage and demanded sternly. Xiandu also felt helpless in his heart, but having previously promised Lu Yunxing not to reveal the secret of obtaining heavenly Dao merits that the latter had shared with him, he couldn't answer Guang Chengzi's interrogation truthfully. He could only say calmly, "Junior brother Yunxing and I share an unbreakable bond. Since he sought my help, I naturally couldn't stand idly by." Guang Chengzi, was this even a valid reason? What possible connection could a mere ant who had just broken through to the golden immortal realm have with you, the senior brother of three teachings at the peak of De Luo golden immortal cultivation? Xiandu's explanation was clearly treating him like a fool. But Guang Chengzi was furious beyond measure. He couldn't directly vent his anger at Xiandu after all. Offending him would only worsen the predicament of the orthodox sect's direct disciples. Unable to swallow this insult, he spoke coldly again. Is senior brother Xiandu choosing to assist Jie sect disciples and oppose our orthodox sect? Didn't Master Yuancher secretly decree to defeat the Jie sect disciples at all costs? Now that Xiandu suddenly intervenes, how can we accomplish the mission entrusted by Master Yuancher? Under the expectant gazes of countless Jie sect disciples, Xiandu waved his hand and said, "This seat shall only ensure junior brother Yunxing's safety. The grudges and conflicts between you all are none of my concern." What exactly has Lu Yunxing done to make senior brother Xiandu protect him so? Not only were the disciples of both sects puzzled, but even the various saints inside Bio Palace were also completely baffled. Tongtian slightly raised his eyebrows. When he attempted to deduce secretly, he found the heavenly secrets had been obscured. This made him increasingly curious about this disciple of his. The supreme pure sage, however, slightly furrowed his brows. Similarly, he couldn't deduce the reason why Xian Du would protect Lu Yunsheng. But based on his understanding of this personal disciple, it was absolutely impossible that he would risk offending the orthodox sect to protect Lu Yunsheng merely because of so-called friendship. Could it be that Xian Du obtained the heavenly Dao's opportunity through Lu Yunsheng? Though Nuwa and the two Western sages were puzzled, they didn't pay much attention. Particularly the two Western sages couldn't conceal their excitement with a direct disciple of the Supreme Pure Sage getting involved in the conflict between Jie sect and Chan sect disciples. There would be greater spectacle to watch. Yuancher's face darkened ominously as he couldn't help but sneer. Elder brother Taichi, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Without the Supreme Pure Sage's instructions, would Xian Du suddenly step forward to protect an insignificant ant of Jie sect? Could it be that the Supreme Pure Sage had secretly reached some agreement with Tan Tian? One couldn't blame Yuancher for being suspicious after all. The conflict between Jie and Chan sect disciples had nothing to do with the human sect. Knowing full well there were no benefits in getting involved, yet they intervened anyway. Who would believe the Supreme Pure Sage had no ulterior motives? Didn't Xian Du already say? This concerns his personal friendship with Lu Yunsheng. Taiching replied calmly, whether Yuancher believed it or not, he certainly did. What nonsense is this to fool idiots? Yuancher was nearly provoked into anger by the Supreme Pure Sage's words. However, since Taiching was after all his elder brother and Xuandu had already declared he wouldn't interfere in the upcoming battle between the Orthodox and Jie sect disciples, he couldn't afford to make a big fuss. He had no choice but to forcibly suppress his rage. A golden immortal realm disciple would have minimal impact on the Orthodox sect's true disciples. With a cold snort, Yuancher ceased further questioning and instead sent another mental transmission to his Orthodox sect disciples. Fight with all your might, I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Having received Yuancher's transmission, the 12 golden immortals of the Orthodox sect wasted no more words on Xuandu and immediately unleashed even more frenzied attacks. The three cloud fairies were currently condensing their great Luo Dao fruits. To reassert the Orthodox sect's authority, they had to suppress the Jie sect disciples before Sanshao could break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Leave Jinling to me. Go assist junior brother Tai, end this quickly. While madly wielding the three treasures Jade Rui to suppress Zhao Gongming and Duobao, Guang Chengzi sent his male-female twin swords slashing toward Golden Spirit Mother, who was locked in combat with Puxian. Chapter 38, Money Makes the Mare Go. This is beyond endurance. I'll fight you to the death. Golden Spirit Mother faced Guang Chengzi's sneak attack with furious roars. Boom! The Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure Chaos 4 Symbols Dao Suppressing Tower erupted with primordial yellow and black chi under her frenzied activation, collapsing endless void space as it descended with crushing force. Wherever its terrifying destructive power passed, everything was annihilated, colliding with the myriad sword beams Guang Chengzi had unleashed in a cataclysmic explosion. Crack! Countless sword beams shattered instantly. Even with Guang Chengzi's mid-stage golden immortal cultivation behind this strike, it failed to break through the Chaos 4 Symbols Dao Suppressing Tower's defense. Having blocked Guang Chengzi's terrifying attack, Golden Spirit Mother unleashed her divine powers in a devastating slash, sealing Puxian's retreat and denying him any chance to aid Tai Zhenren. Guang Chengzi, you're too arrogant. Do you truly believe senior brother Zhao Gongming and I cannot deal with you? Duobao was now truly enraged. With an angry roar, he unleashed all his magical treasures and divine abilities, holding nothing back. How dare Guang Chengzi alone presume to challenge three great Luo golden immortal disciples of the Jie sect? This clearly showed he looked down upon them. Moreover, when Guang Chengzi summoned the three treasures Jade Rui, even the dimmest would realize that this sneak attack on Zhao Gongming by Orthodox sect disciples was not only premeditated but also approved by the primordial sage. To suppress the Jie sect, they truly stopped at nothing. Even Yuancher, as a heavenly Dao sage, would secretly commit such shameless acts. Guang Chengzi clearly didn't anticipate Golden Spirit Mother's frenzied outburst of such formidable combat power. With Duobao and Zhao Gongming also erupting wildly, his plan to restrain all three alone collapsed, forcing him to first deal with Duobao and Zhao Gongming's violent onslaught. As Xian Du suddenly intervened, the ensuing battle between disciples of both sects grew even more brutal, with all parties striking without restraint. The immortal island could no longer withstand the heaven-engulfing forces of slaughter, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The waters of the East Sea churned violently in response, sending up towering waves thousands of feet high, bringing misery to the creatures cultivating in nearby waters who all fled in frantic escape. Mere residual shockwaves from the battle between the two sects' disciples were already unbearable for creatures in nearby waters. Those caught in the aftermath would suffer light injuries at best, or have their physical forms torn apart at worst. Some might even face instant annihilation. Lu Yunsheng, shielded behind Xian Du, grew increasingly restless as more Jie sect disciples fell injured. His gaze swept across the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, quickly locking onto Huanglong Jinren. Among the Orthodox sect's 12 direct disciples, Huanglong Jinren not only possessed the lowest cultivation at mid-stage golden immortal realm, but also lacked any notable treasures or extraordinary divine abilities, making him undoubtedly the best target for ambush. Just as he summoned the star-shattering hammer, a superior-grade primordial spiritual treasure gifted by Shendu, and prepared to ambush Huanglong Jinren, he was suppressed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Shendu's body. Junior brother Yunsheng, I've risked defending the Orthodox sect to protect you. This is already the utmost of my benevolence. Yet you repeatedly exploit my goodwill. Isn't this going too far? He truly felt grateful to Lu Yunsheng for revealing the incantation to invoke heavenly virtue. This was precisely why, despite knowing protecting him would anger the Orthodox sect, he still intervened. Yet Lu Yunsheng actually sought to exploit his protection to ambush an Orthodox sect disciple. This clearly crossed his bottom line. Facing Shendu's displeasure, Lu Yunsheng showed no concern. Instead, with profound mystique he said, "Senior brother Shendu, wouldn't you like to know why the three cloud fairies could continuously invoke heavenly virtue? No being in the primordial world could resist the allure of virtue, nor would anyone ever consider having too much of it." Although the 8 million merit points Shendu borrowed were not insignificant, the amount required for each minor breakthrough in the golden immortal realm was completely incomparable to what a tiny golden immortal needed to attain the great Tao fruit. Even if Shendu fully refined all 8 million merit points, it still wouldn't be enough for him to break through to the peak realm of golden immortal unless he obtained 10 times that amount. If Shendu knew there was still a chance to continue obtaining merit points, how could he not be tempted? As expected, the slight frown on Shendu's face instantly smoothed out and his eyes flashed with unconcealed anticipation. Junior brother Yunsheng knows how to continue obtaining such opportunities. If someone else had said this, Shendu might not have believed them. But if Lu Yunsheng, who had successfully helped him borrow before, claimed to have a method, Shendu wouldn't have the slightest doubt. If senior brother Shendu doesn't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yunsheng didn't explain, deliberately keeping Shendu in suspense. Although Shendu hadn't interacted much with Lu Yunsheng, he understood him well enough to recognize what the other was thinking. He hadn't forgotten that last time, to obtain the opportunity, he had to spend 9 revolutions mysterious pill and a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. If he didn't give Lu Yunsheng any benefits, he probably wouldn't get any more information. Thinking of this, Shendu immediately said, "Junior brother Yunsheng, feel free to do whatever you want to do. This senior brother will definitely protect you." When forced to choose between principles and merit, Shendu didn't hesitate to choose the latter. After all, he had already offended disciples of the Orthodox sect, so offending a few more wouldn't matter. Even if it might incur the displeasure of senior uncle Yuansher, as long as he could obtain merit again, it would all be worth it. Lu Yunsheng had been waiting precisely for Shendu's words, though on the surface he pretended to hesitate. If I ambush disciples of the Orthodox sect, wouldn't that put senior brother Shendu in a difficult position? If you know it would put me in a difficult position, can't you just not ambush them? Lu Yunsheng's hypocritical behavior of wanting both virtue and reputation made Shendu extremely speechless. But since he needed Lu Yunsheng's help, he couldn't speak bluntly and had to declare righteously, "Who told me to have such an affinity with junior brother Yunsheng? No matter how difficult it gets, as long as junior brother Yunsheng is happy, the senior brother will always stand behind you." As the saying goes, money makes the mare go. This adage holds true even in the primordial world filled with gods and immortals. Shendu was truly going all out for merit. Since senior brother has spoken, it would be impolite for this junior to refuse. Then I'll go all out and make sure all living beings witness that with senior brother Shendu's protection, one can truly do as they please. Shendu. This fellow couldn't take the slightest joke. He'd only been polite, yet Lu Yunsheng not only took it seriously but from the sound of it, planned to go all the way. At this moment, Shendu felt a hint of regret. He shouldn't have been polite to Lu Yunsheng. But the words were already spoken, and for the sake of merit, he had to indulge Lu Yunsheng's antics this once. Just this once. Next time, he'd rather die than help Lu Yunsheng again. Boom! Lu Yunsheng paid no heed to Xuandu's feelings and directly activated the star-shattering hammer, launching a surprise attack on Huanglong Jinren, who was currently battling Jie sect disciples. The star-shattering hammer transformed into a streak of light, rupturing through space and instantly appearing behind Huanglong Jinren. Huanglong Jinren's face dramatically changed as he roared in fury, "You shameless villain! How dare you ambush this venerable one?" He immediately manifested his divine powers, attempting to counter Lu Yunsheng's sneak attack, but in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended, instantly stagnating the flow of his magical energy. Thud! The star-shattering hammer struck heavily upon Huanglong Jinren's physical form, the terrifying destructive power unleashed by the treasure instantly tearing through his flesh. Crimson blood sprayed out, staining the void red, leaving all spectators utterly dumbfounded. Huanglong Jinren, a mid-stage golden immortal cultivator, had actually been struck so severely by Lu Yunsheng, merely a golden immortal, that he vomited blood. Chapter 39, Slaying Huanglong. Fame through single battle. I, Lu Yunsheng of Jie sect, shall today behead Huanglong Jinren, direct disciple of the Orthodox sect. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Lu Yunsheng suddenly soared into the air and roared. The rolling sound waves resembled heavenly thunder, reverberating through all realms and shaking innumerable creatures. A mere outer disciple of Jia sect with golden immortal cultivation actually dares to speak of slaying an orthodox sect's direct disciple. Is he insane? Lu Yunsheng only managed to severely injure Huanglong through an unexpected sneak attack. Does this fool truly believe one successful ambush gives him the confidence to slay Huanglong Jinren across cultivation realms? Not only did orthodox sect disciples scoff in derision, even fellow Jia sect disciples doubted Lu Yunsheng possessed the capability to kill Huanglong. After all, there was an entire major cultivation realm between them. Even with Huanglong injured, Lu Yunsheng's early-stage golden immortal cultivation remained far from sufficient. As for assistance from other Jia sect disciples, the Jia sect disciples with Tai golden immortal cultivation were currently being chased and beaten by Tai Jinren, each fully occupied with their own survival. Though willing to aid Lu Yunsheng, none could spare the effort. However, the Jia sect disciples weren't actually worried about Lu Yunsheng's safety. With Xian Du, the senior brother of three teachings, providing protection, even Guang Chengzi had no chance to execute him, let alone Huanglong. Being able to restrain Huanglong could already be considered as sharing some of the pressure for the Jia sect disciples. Even disciples from both sects didn't think highly of Lu Yunsheng's chances. As for the saints, needless to say, the primordial world had never witnessed a record of an early-stage golden immortal defeating a mid-stage golden immortal. The two Western sages exchanged glances and couldn't resist stirring trouble again. Jane smiled and said, "The Jia sect disciples are truly arrogant beyond measure, daring to boast such nonsense. Brother Tongtian should devote more effort in teaching them properly, lest they bring disgrace to your reputation." Tongtian shot a cold glance at Jane and said frostily, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Did Jane think that with Yuan Shi's protection he gained the confidence to repeatedly provoke him? Truly courting death. Sensing the terrifying killing intent erupting from Tongtian, Jane shuddered violently and hurriedly forced an awkward smile. "Senior brother Tongtian has misunderstood. I'm merely concerned that such an overambitious disciple might roam the primordial world and tarnish your reputation in the future. If senior brother doesn't mind, consider my words unsaid." Jane's purpose in saying this was simple. Yuanshi, maintaining his dignity, couldn't personally mock Tongtian. So Jane acted as Yuanshi's mouthpiece, venting his anger while stirring greater resentment in Tongtian towards Yuanshi. The deeper the enmity between the Chan and Jia sects grew, the greater the opportunity for the Western sect to profit from their conflict. Yet the moment his words faded, a sharp killing intent suddenly erupted from Yuanshi, shaking Bio Palace violently in its tremors. "Xian Du, you truly deserve death." The vast saintly voice resonated, sweeping through all realms and shaking all beings in the primordial world. What's happening? Jain was completely dumbfounded, though he quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. On the battlefield where disciples from both sects were engaged in fierce combat, Lu Yunsheng, merely at the early stage golden immortal cultivation realm, actually activated his magical artifact to violently shatter Huanglong Jinren's physical body. On the battlefield, Huanglong Jinren's fractured physical body scattered as his escaping primordial spirit roared repeatedly, "Xian Du, I respected you as the senior brother of three teachings. How dare you assist Lu Yunsheng in killing me?" When Lu Yunsheng arrogantly proclaimed he would slay him, Huanglong Jinren became thoroughly enraged. Just as he prepared to disregard all consequences and strike down Lu Yunsheng, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, instantly immobilizing all his magical power. Far from being able to kill Lu Yunsheng, when facing the artifact-powered assault from Lu Yunsheng, he couldn't even muster any resistance, forced to watch helplessly as the annihilating killing force descended upon his physical form. As a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect and a mid-stage golden immortal cultivator, Huanglong Jinren suffered the ultimate humiliation of having his physical body publicly shattered by Lu Yunsheng, who was only at the early-stage golden immortal realm. Not only was his dignity lost, but the entire Orthodox sect and the face of the primordial sage were also completely wiped away. The mastermind behind all this was none other than Xian Du, the senior brother of the three sects, who had previously declared he wouldn't interfere in the conflicts between the Orthodox and Jia sect's disciples. One could imagine how immense Huanglong's fury was and how deep his hatred for Xian Du ran. It wasn't just Huanglong Jinren, the other disciples of the Orthodox sect were also blaring with rage. If looks could kill, Xian Du would have died countless times by now. Even the Jia sect disciples were utterly dumbfounded. That Xian Du would intervene to protect Lu Yunsheng was shocking enough, but now he had directly assisted in killing Huanglong Jinren. What exactly had Lu Yunsheng done to make senior brother Xian Du willing to sever ties with the Orthodox sect so blatantly? The fierce battle between the two sects' disciples came to an abrupt halt following the destruction of Huanglong Jinren's physical body. All eyes were now fixed on Xian Du and Lu Yunsheng. Xian Du's expression remained impassive, as if completely oblivious to Huanglong Jinren's rage and the fury of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. He offered no explanation whatsoever. Instead, it was Lu Yunsheng who stood proudly in the void and roared once more, "I, Lu Yunsheng, an outer disciple of the Jie sect, have today slain Huanglong Jinren, a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect while surpassing my own cultivation realm." For an outer disciple with only early-stage golden immortal cultivation to defeat a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect at mid-stage Tai golden immortal realm even with their own eyes witnessing it, the crowd still found it utterly surreal. Though Xian Du's covert assistance played a role, this achievement remains unprecedented in history. But to the ears of the Orthodox sect disciples, these words struck like a resounding slap across their faces. "You shameless villain! How dare you ambush junior brother Huanglong? I swear not to rest until I beheaded you today." Completely enraged, Wang Chengxi's furious roar caused the void itself to tremble and reverberate endlessly. In his eyes, this ad-like existence not only repeatedly challenged his dignity but also humiliated the Orthodox sect. If he didn't personally slay Lu Yunsheng, how could he uphold the Orthodox sect's prestige? Before Lu Yunsheng could respond, Zhao Gongming sneered coldly, bragging, "You'll have to get past me first." The scene of Lu Yunsheng publicly shattering Huanglong Jinren's physical form had greatly stimulated Zhao Gongming. While junior brother Yunsheng could cross an entire major realm to slay Huanglong Jinren, he could only passively defend against Guan Chengxi, who was merely one minor realm higher, and even that required joining forces with Duobao. This made him feel utterly worthless. As for why Xian Du assisted Lu Yunsheng, Zhao Gongming neither knew nor needed to know. That Lu Yunsheng could enlist Xian Du's help was itself part of his capability. Boom! At this moment, the three great Luo Dao fruits in the ninth heaven simultaneously bloomed with 7 golden flowers, their vibrations causing the void to tremble incessantly. The next instant, the voices of the three Shao sisters resonated powerfully through the air. "I, Yunshao of the Jie sect, attained the great Luo Dao fruit this day. I, Bishao of the Jie sect, attained the great Luo Dao fruit this day. I, Xiangxiao of the Jie sect, attained the great Luo Dao fruit this day." Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth trembled, manifesting countless wondrous phenomena. Auspicious clouds and radiant lights cascaded from the 9 heavens, with immortal music lingering and celestial flowers raining down. The entire Golden Turtle Island was instantly immersed in boundless auspiciousness, with purple chi stretching 3,000 miles from the east. Congratulations to our 3 junior sisters, senior sisters, for attaining the great Luo Dao fruit. All Jie sect disciples cheered excitedly, offering congratulations in unison. Before the 3 Shao sisters could respond, Lu Yunsheng suddenly shouted loudly, "With our 3 senior sisters all attaining the great Luo Dao fruit, we should slay Orthodox sect disciples to celebrate together. How despicable! This Lu Yunsheng is truly vicious. 100 deaths couldn't atone for his crimes." The Orthodox sect's true disciples were completely enraged by Lu Yunsheng, all charging toward him without regard for consequences. "Lu Yunsheng, die!" The 12 Orthodox sect direct disciples jointly and frantically activated their magical treasures and divine powers, overwhelmingly slashing toward Lu Yunsheng. Chapter 40, Diverting the Disaster. "Senior brother Xian Du, save me quickly." Facing the life or death assault from the 12 Orthodox sect direct disciples, Lu Yunsheng pretended to be panic-stricken and shouted loudly. Before finishing his words, he directly hid behind Xian Du. This scene made the Jie sect disciples who were preparing to intervene and stop the Orthodox sect direct disciples involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. Is junior brother Yunsheng taking senior brother Xian Du for granted? Many people even developed an illusion in their hearts: could Lu Yunsheng actually be a disciple of the human sect? The Orthodox sect disciples completely lost their composure. Without waiting for Xian Du's response, Huang Chengxi roared angrily, "Xian Du, if you dare continue sheltering Lu Yunsheng, our Orthodox sect will be irreconcilably opposed to you." Threatening me. Being publicly called out and threatened by Guan Chengxi in front of everyone made Xian Du's expression turn grim. However, sensing the rage of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and the primordial sage's overwhelming killing intent, Xian Du found himself in a dilemma. As the senior disciple of the 3 teachings, he wasn't afraid of offending the Orthodox sect's direct disciples, but facing the wrath of the primordial sage even with the backing of the supreme pure sage was a consequence he might not be able to bear. Seeing Xian Du remain silent with a darkened expression, Lu Yunsheng grew anxious. His boldness in provoking the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect had stemmed from Xian Du's protection. If Xian Du withdrew out of fear, he would be in grave danger. Who would have thought the esteemed senior brother of the 3 teachings would cower before the threats of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples? Lu Yunsheng had no choice but to resort to provocation. He refused to believe Xian Du would disregard his reputation. Sure enough, as soon as these words left his mouth, the previously hesitant Xian Du erupted with a terrifying oppressive aura. "Impudent fool! How dare you threaten this venerable one?" Boom! The late-stage golden immortal's pressure surged across the heavens and earth, shaking the void with continuous tremors. Those Orthodox sect direct disciples who were frantically activating their magical artifacts and divine powers, seeking to execute Lu Yunsheng to cleanse their shame, were all suppressed by Xian Du's terrifying aura. The circulation of their vital energies throughout their bodies became sluggish. Just what did junior brother Yunsheng do to senior brother Xian Du? to make senior brother Xiandu willing to completely sever ties with the orthodox sect's direct disciples. Even after witnessing Xiandu repeatedly protecting Lu Yunsheng, the Jie sect disciples couldn't help but feel immensely shaken. After all, Xiandu's current intervention equated to completely opposing the orthodox sect. Not only would the orthodox sect's direct disciples bear grudges, but even the primordial sage would hold great dissatisfaction toward him. To offend the primordial sage for Lu Yunsheng's sake, what depth of friendship must this be? In contrast to the Jie sect disciples' shock and confusion, the orthodox sect disciples' mentality completely collapsed. Xiandu, you've truly gone too far this time. Guang Chengzi, his eyes bloodshot, spoke again with a voice brimming with overwhelming killing intent. The other orthodox sect disciples once again gazed at Xiandu, their eyes filled with overwhelming hatred and boundless killing intent. If not for Xiandu's repeated interventions, how could they have ended up in such a state? They reflected that they had always treated Xiandu with utmost respect, yet in return received only his oppression. Who could accept this? Watching Guang Chengzi nearly cough up blood from anger, Lu Yunsheng felt immensely gratified and couldn't resist provoking them further. Today, not only will we humiliate you, but this lord will also continue to cut you down. Now that the Jie sect had gained 3 additional great Luo Golden Immortals, all top tier with 7th grade Flower Blooms, along with Xiandu, the 3 teaching senior disciple with late stage great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation presiding over the battle, couldn't they toy with the orthodox sect disciples as they pleased? Junior brother Yunsheng speaks true. Today, we shall make all beings witness who are truly the worthless trash unfit for the grand stage. As Yun Xiao descended onto the battlefield, her majestic voice reverberated across the scene. Boom! The 3 Xiao sisters' overwhelming pressure swept across the area as they gazed down contemptuously at the furious orthodox sect disciples. Their majestic voices, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, exploded like heavenly thunder, causing the void to tremble incessantly. The 12 furious orthodox sect disciples all shuddered simultaneously, quickly snapping out of their rage. There's no way to wash away today's humiliation. Although Guang Chengzi and other orthodox sect disciples looked down upon Jie sect disciples, they had to admit that even with Guang Chengzi's mid-stage golden immortal cultivation, they stood no chance against Jie sect's group of golden immortal experts. After all, Xiandu had completely abandoned any pretense of impartiality and openly favored the Jie sect. Continuing the fight wouldn't cleanse their shame and would only make them lose more face. They might even end up like Huanglong Jinren, whose physical body was completely destroyed. But for proud figures like Guang Chengzi to openly admit defeat was unthinkable. Thus, the normally arrogant orthodox sect disciples found themselves caught in a dilemma. In Bio Palace, Yu Ensher's face darkened like water as he watched the orthodox sect's direct disciples being forced to beg for mercy, which completely infuriated him. You bastards! How dare you humiliate my orthodox sect disciples like this? Furious beyond measure, Yu Ensher cast a cold glance at Taiching and Tong Tian before taking a step forward and disappearing from Bio Palace. Boom! Vast sage might swept across heaven and earth, collapsing endless void space, annihilating billions of stars, and sealing off an entire region. Everyone on the battlefield found their magic power completely frozen, all looking in horror at primordial sage Yuancher who had descended upon the battlefield. We pay respects to Master Yuancher. The orthodox sect's direct disciples were overjoyed, bowing in salute. Xiandu and the Jie sect disciples all changed expression dramatically. Clearly, none had expected an exalted sage would interfere in disciples' conflicts. Yuancher shot a dissatisfied look at Guang Chengzi and others, then fixed his gaze on Xiandu and said indifferently, Xiandu, as the chief disciple of the 3 teachings, you've forgotten your status to bully juniors and oppress fellow disciples. Do you admit your crime? Yu Ensher's thoughts aligned with those of the orthodox sect disciples. Had Xiandu not repeatedly assisted the Jie sect disciples, his own disciples wouldn't have met such an end. Daring to aid Jie sect disciples in oppressing orthodox sect members, as the orthodox sect's leader, he would certainly punish Xiandu severely to uphold the sect's dignity. Facing the primordial sage's pressure, though Xiandu possessed late-stage great golden immortal cultivation, he couldn't muster any thought of resistance. Aware of his own fault, he could only explain, Uncle Yuancher misunderstands, I never intended to oppress orthodox sect disciples, only unrepentant to the death. Punishment is due. Yuancher coldly interrupted Xiandu's explanation, his vast sage might suddenly bearing down. Bah! Xiandu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth, his complexion instantly turning deathly pale. Below the sage realm, all are but ants. Xiandu, with late-stage great golden immortal cultivation, couldn't even think of resistance. Just the pressure alone was beyond his endurance. This scene brought immense satisfaction to orthodox sect disciples, while all Jie sect disciples turned pale with shock. How could a dignified heavenly Dao sage stoop so low as to personally suppress junior disciples? Only Lu Yunsheng, who had instigated this 3 sects disciple war, wasn't surprised at all. He repeatedly dragged Xiandu into this precisely to make him take the fall for Jie sect disciples, while simultaneously driving a wedge between Taiching and Yu Ensher's friendship. With Xiandu being publicly beaten until vomiting blood, even if Taiching practiced non-action, surely he couldn't just stand by idly. Yet contrary to Lu Yunqing's expectations, not only did the Supreme Pure Sage not intervene, he instead issued an edict to Xiandu. Xiandu, why haven't you apologized to your uncle Master Yuanchi yet? The vast sage's voice echoed throughout all realms, astonishing all beings of the primordial world. Chapter 41, The Sage War. Weren't sages said to care most about face? As the leader of the three pure ones, when his disciple was publicly humiliated by Sage Yuanchi, not only did he fail to seek justice for his disciple, but actually demanded his own disciple apologize. Is this still the sage who stands above all living beings? Though the multitudes were perplexed, none dared question the Supreme Pure Sage's decision. As for mockery, how many lives would one dare to risk by mocking a sage who dominates the entire universe? Even Lu Yunqing dared not entertain other thoughts now, having to suppress his scheme of using Xiandu to drive a wedge between Yuanchi and the Supreme Pure Sage. While others might not understand why the Supreme Pure Sage would yield to Yuanchi, Lu Yunqing could guess the reason it was simply to avoid letting minor conflicts between disciples disrupt the grand scheme of the heavenly tribulation. If harmony were compromised today over Xiandu's matter, it would affect subsequent plans. In truth, just as Lu Yunqing had surmised, the Supreme Pure Sage valued the heavenly tribulation arrangements more than a sage's dignity. Moreover, Xiandu had erred first. This would serve as a lesson to make him more cautious and avoid being manipulated into the heavenly tribulation, where he might face the danger of perishing. After today's events, Xiandu would surely think twice before acting in the future. Yet, no one could truly fathom the Supreme Pure Sage's intentions, and most beings still believed him to be merely a sage in name. Though Xiandu felt deeply wronged, he dared not defy his master's decree and hastily bowed to Yuanchi, saying, "Xiandu admits his fault and begs punishment from Uncle Master Yuanchi." Although still furious, Yuanchi had been given ample face by his Taiqing's senior brother, making it difficult for him to continue lashing out at Xiandu. He could only snort coldly, "If there's a next time, you won't be spared." Xiandu bowed once more. "Thank you for your mercy, Uncle Yuanchi. Xiandu will remember your teachings." This scene invigorated all the orthodox sect disciples, sweeping away their indignation and frustration, leaving only triumph behind. What if Xiandu was the chief disciple of the three teachings? What if he possessed late-stage golden immortal cultivation? Before Master Yuanchi, he remained but an insignificant ant. Daring to bully us, this is the consequence. Seeing Xiandu's sincere attitude in admitting his mistakes, Yuanchi didn't press further and turned his gaze to the Jia sect disciples. For fellow disciples to spar yet employ such ruthless methods. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how shall I uphold the orthodox sect's dignity? Vast sacred words rolled forth, resounding through the heavens and shaking all beings of the primordial world. Wasn't it enough that sage Yuanchi, disregarding his status, oppressed Xiandu? Now he would even strike against Jia sect disciples. Amidst the shock of all living beings, there was even greater curiosity. How would Sage Tongtian respond? Would he back down like the Supreme Pure Sage and settle things peacefully? Or would he stand firm till the end? Only the orthodox sect disciples were visibly delighted, as if they had already witnessed the Jia sect disciples being mercilessly crushed by Lord Yuanchi. Under the overwhelming pressure of the sage's might, though filled with anger and unwillingness, the Jia sect disciples couldn't muster any thought of resistance. The Jia sect disciples, who had initially expected Lord Tongtian to step forward to protect them, grew increasingly tense as their master failed to appear. Would Lord Tongtian also allow Sage Yuanchi to bully them, just as the Supreme Pure Sage had done? Boom! Yuanchi gave no time for the Jia sect disciples to ponder further. As his majestic sage voice echoed, an overwhelming sage pressure descended upon the universe. In an instant, all Jia sect disciples felt their bodies on the verge of being crushed. Their faces turned deathly pale, and many had incomprehension flashing in their eyes. Why does Lord Tongtian allow primordial sage to oppress them, standing idly by? In contrast to the Jia sect disciples' resentment and confusion, the orthodox sect disciples could no longer suppress their excitement and couldn't help but mock. A bunch of uncultivated things. This is the consequence of bullying the few with numbers. Dare to humiliate our orthodox sect disciples. Then be prepared to face Lord Yuanchi's wrath. The orthodox sect's direct disciples, who had suffered consecutive losses from Jia sect disciples, finally regained their former sense of superiority in bullying them. However, the orthodox sect direct disciples became overly excited as they voiced their mockery. The heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, endless sword intent surged. Thousands of sword chi vibrated wildly, descending from the ninth heaven with devastating force. The dazzling sword radiance that could annihilate everything seemed to cleave the heavens and earth apart, collapsing endless void and extinguishing billions of stars as it came crashing down toward primordial sage who was pressuring the Jia sect disciples. Tongtian, you dare ambush this venerable one. Facing the sudden dazzling sword light that descended upon him, Yuanchi, who had been standing tall in the void and looking down upon Jia sect disciples, instantly darkened his expression and roared uncontrollably without regard for his dignity. He had been suppressing Jia sect disciples all along without seeing Tongtian show up, so he subconsciously assumed Tongtian feared him, which made him bold enough to pass judgment on Jia sect disciples at will. Never did he expect that Tong Tian would actually resort to a shameless sneak attack. Although furious, Yuancher didn't dare be careless against Tong Tian's descending sword strike. He immediately activated his divine powers to meet the incoming sword light. Boom! The power of divine abilities and treasures swept across heaven and earth, inverting yin and yang, distorting time and space, giving all living beings the illusion of facing doomsday. Is this the power of a saint? Too terrifying. Merely the residual shockwaves collapsed endless miles of void space and blotted out the sun and moon. Under this horrifying destructive power, all living beings prostrated on the ground, trembling from the depths of their souls. Dare to oppress Jia sect disciples again, and Golden Turtle Island shall become the burial ground for Orthodox sect's direct disciples. As all living beings trembled, Sage Tongtian's mighty voice, filled with overwhelming killing intent, resounded through the heavens. Only at this moment did all beings understand why Sage Tongtian had remained silent for so long. It wasn't fear of Primordial Sage, but rather disdain for engaging in mere verbal disputes with him. When Yuancher oppressed Jia sect disciples, Tongtian couldn't be bothered with words. He directly expressed his stance with the sword in his hand. His decisive and domineering character sent chills through all beings, with many ancient powers secretly vowing never to offend Jia sect disciples lightly. Offending Orthodox sect disciples might result in being trampled and humiliated, but offending Jia sect disciples could cost you your life. No wonder Jia sect disciples fought so mercilessly against Orthodox sect disciples. This trait was inherited directly from Sage Tongtian. Are you threatening me? Yuancher's face was as dark as stagnant water, with divine might radiating around him. His voice when he spoke again was filled with overwhelming killing intent. It was evident that Yuancher had been thoroughly enraged by Tongtian's words at this moment. The Orthodox sect's direct disciples had already lost all face. If he, as the sect leader, personally intervened only to be suppressed by Tongtian again, the Orthodox sect would truly lose all dignity. If senior brother Yuancher chooses to interpret it that way, then that is indeed my intention. Tongtian, seated calmly within Bo Palace, replied indifferently. Although the Orthodox sect disciples had suffered greatly, this conflict had been initiated by them. Had it not been for Xiandu's intervention, it would have been the Jia sect disciples who were trampled underfoot. Tongtian had initially sought to prevent this conflict, but Yuancher insisted on fueling it. Now that the Jia sect disciples had thoroughly taught them a lesson, Yuancher shamelessly intervened personally. If Tongtian tolerated this, Yuancher and the Orthodox sect's direct disciples would undoubtedly act even more recklessly in the future. That sword strike just now was not only to protect the Jia sect disciples, but also a declaration of war against Yuancher. If Yuancher wants war, then Tongtian will see it through to the end. Chapter 42, Arranging the Tribulation. Tongtian, you've truly gone too far. The primordial sage Yuancher, his sacred aura surging violently, was completely enraged. Boom! The supreme innate treasure Pango banner was instantly summoned, suppressing the void. Terrifying destructive power swept through heaven and earth, tearing through the void and annihilating star rivers. Seeing Yuancher summon his companion treasure, Nuwa and the two Western sages who had been watching the spectacle, all changed expressions dramatically. The Pango banner, transformed from the haft of the Chaos Treasure Creation Axe, was reputed as peerless in destruction. Once activated by Yuancher, even the primordial world might be shattered. Moreover, from Tongtian's unyielding attitude, it was clear he had no intention of compromising with Yuancher. Now that Yuancher had brought out the Pango banner, should Tongtian impulsively summon the numinous treasure sword formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the supreme pure sage, who usually remained detached and non-interfering, had his expression change and was forced to intervene once more to mediate the conflict. Yuancher, don't go too far in everything you do. Know when to stop. Taiching looked at the primordial sage standing firm in the void and said solemnly. Yuancher, disregarding his status as a sage, had personally stepped in to bully a junior, already becoming a joke throughout the primordial world. Despite Taiching sparing no effort to save Yuancher's face and offering him a way out, Yuancher insisted on continuing the confrontation, which couldn't help but anger the supreme pure sage. Senior brother Yuancher, there's no need to escalate disputes among disciples into a battle between sages. Let it end here. Nuwa, who had been watching the spectacle, also spoke up to mediate at this moment. Even the two Western sages who had been fanning the flames dared not continue and chimed in. Senior brother Yuancher, the Shenmen Doctrinal Conference is about to begin. The conflicts between the Orthodox sect and Jia sect disciples should perhaps be settled after the conference concludes. If Yuancher and Tongtian were to engage in a sage-level battle, not only would there be no advantage to gain, but they might also get dragged into the conflict themselves. Already enraged, Yuancher sensed the dissatisfaction of all other saints toward him, which instantly fueled his anger further. Do you all side with Tongtian and oppose me? Yuancher's mentality was on the verge of collapsing. Clearly, it was his Orthodox sect disciples who were humiliated, so why did all saints consider it his fault? Little did he know, the moment he disregarded his dignity to personally oppress juniors, he had incurred severe displeasure from all saints. For a heavily Dao saint to shamelessly bully juniors not only disgraced Yuancher himself but utterly sullied the dignity of all saints. Only out of courtesy did the saints not show it, but how could they remain indifferent when Yuancher intended to initiate a saints' war? Yuancher, do not persist in your delusion, let this end here. Taiching's voice grew stern as he spoke again. Seeing Yuancher's state where reason clearly wouldn't prevail, the supreme pure sage, as the leader of the three pure ones, had no choice but to assert authority. Do you even disregard your elder brother's words now? The upcoming Xianmen Sect's Dao discussion conference is of utmost importance. If Yuancher continues to make trouble, not only will he ruin the conference, but he might even affect the upcoming tribulation. Although furious, Yuancher hadn't lost his reason. With the supreme pure sage having spoken to this extent, persisting stubbornly would likely offend all the sages. Moreover, he clearly understood that even if he engaged in a sage-level battle with Tongtian, there was no guarantee he could reclaim his dignity. After all, Tongtian's god-slaying sword formation was famously unbreakable without four sages working together. Even with his Pango banner, he might not gain any advantage. Besides, as the two Western sages had rightly pointed out, the Orthodox sect disciples still had opportunities to restore their honor. As long as they thoroughly suppressed the Jie sect disciples during the Xianmen Dao discussion conference, all the dignity lost today could be regained. With this thought, Yuancher put away his Pango banner, cast a cold glance at the Jie sect disciples, and vanished into the ninth heaven. The overwhelming sage pressure that had weighed upon all realms dissipated, finally allowing all living beings to breathe a long sigh of relief. If a battle between sages were to erupt, disciples of sage lineages would have their respective sages' protection and wouldn't suffer major consequences, but ordinary beings would be different. Just the residual shockwaves would be enough to annihilate countless lives. Fortunately, the potential sage battle was stopped by the supreme pure sage, so they wouldn't be implicated. Though disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects remained mutually unconvinced of each other's superiority, none dared to continue stirring up trouble. Even Lu Yunqing didn't dare provoke further incidents, as the consequences of a sage battle erupting would be unimaginable. However, from this conflict he wasn't without gains. With Xian Du's assistance, he publicly destroyed Huanglong Jinren's physical body, achieving instant fame through this battle, which would make it easier for him to stand out in the upcoming Xianmen Sect's great debate. Of course, his purpose wasn't mere showmanship, but to prepare for his upcoming lending operations. Now that he's advanced to the Golden Immortal Realm, his lending quota has increased to 10 slots. With 6 already allocated, he still has 4 lending positions available. His plan was straightforward: to allocate these 4 remaining positions to the witch and demon races respectively, making early preparations for the coming calamity. Although the sage's lineage stands above all beings, the current rulers of the primordial world are the witch and Yao clans. To plunder more fortune from the tribulation, one must participate in it. However, the tribulation is exceedingly perilous. Even sages can only avoid it from afar. With merely golden immortal cultivation, he obviously cannot be directly involved in the tribulation. But by using the loan method to secretly stir the waters, there's a chance to harvest fortune. After all, to exchange for treasures in the system store, he needs to accumulate fortune points. If relying solely on his own cultivation progress for accumulation, even by the end of the investiture of the gods' tribulation, he might not be able to afford the cheapest treasure. Harvesting fortune from the witch and Yao clans is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut to obtain fortune points. Among the Yao clan, 3 are disciples of Xianmen sect, while Hotu of the Witch clan once attended lectures at Violet Cloud Palace, also counting as a Xianmen disciple. Exactly 4 available slots. At this moment, Zhao Gongming's voice interrupted Lu Yunqing's thoughts. Junior brother Yunsheng, your public execution of Huanglong today was truly satisfying. The 3 Xiao sisters following behind Zhao Gongming also spoke with faces full of admiration. Junior brother Yunsheng, to slay an orthodox sect's direct disciple of golden immortal cultivation while being a golden immortal yourself, this can truly be called creating a miracle of the primordial world. This senior sister is in awe. More and more Jie sect disciples gathered around Lu Yunsheng, showering him with utmost praise. This scene only further enraged the orthodox sect disciples, but unable to fight back, they could only slink away in defeat. Xian Du glanced at Lu Yunsheng surrounded by Jie sect disciples and transmitted his voice. Junior brother Yunsheng, I've fulfilled all my promises to you. Shouldn't you now tell this senior brother how to continue acquiring virtue? For the sake of Lu Yunsheng's promise, he had thoroughly offended the orthodox sect's direct disciples and was even publicly suppressed by the primordial sage until he coughed blood and was sent flying. If he didn't quickly obtain the method to acquire more virtue and Lu Yunsheng went back on his word, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Senior brothers and sisters, this junior brother still has matters to discuss with senior brother Xian Du. I must take my leave first. Lu Yunsheng gave Zhao Gongming and the others an apologetic smile before walking toward Xian Du. However, his words caused peculiar expressions to appear on the faces of the Jie sect disciples. The battle has already ended. What else is there to discuss? Perhaps continuing to scheme against the orthodox sect disciples. Chapter 43, Xianmen experts gather at Golden Turtle Island. Lu Yunsheng paid no heed to what the Jie sect disciples might be thinking. He strode directly before Xiandu and bowed in gratitude. Thanks to senior brother Xiandu's intervention today, otherwise this junior brother might have suffered humiliation from those shameless Orthodox sect members. Xiandu, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples have already left. Who exactly are you performing for? Feeling speechless internally, Xiandu couldn't be bothered to expose Lu Yunqing's intentions. He immediately adopted a serious expression. I fulfilled my promise. Shouldn't junior brother Yunqing now fulfill yours? In order to obtain this opportunity to attract merit once more, he had thoroughly antagonized the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and even incurred significant displeasure from the primordial sage. Xiandu only wished to quickly obtain the opportunity to trigger heavenly Dao merits again, firmly resolving never to interfere in conflicts between disciples of the Orthodox and intercepting sects thereafter. Lu Yunqing naturally discerned Xiandu's thoughts, which involuntarily amused him inwardly. Once you've entered the water, how could you expect to come ashore? It wasn't as simple as Xiandu imagined. Remember, borrowing has only two frequencies, never, or endlessly. It wasn't up to Xiandu whether he could stop borrowing or not. Having tasted sweetness, who would easily pass up each opportunity for a credit limit increase. However, Lu Yunqing wasn't in a hurry. As long as Xiandu had stepped into this pit, he had plenty of means to control the situation. His previous words were actually deliberate performance for outsiders. Except they weren't meant for Orthodox sect disciples, but rather for the various sages to witness. Don't be fooled by his current inability to directly confront Orthodox sect's true disciples. He never truly regarded them as significant threats in the first place. Only the world-subduing sages were truly terrifying existences capable of posing real threats to him. When the Supreme Pure Sage openly conceded to Yuanshi before all living beings, it was merely to avoid escalating conflicts. How could Lu Yunqing let the Supreme Pure Sage have his way? Even if he couldn't drag the human sect into the fray, he would never allow them to sit on the mountaintop watching tigers fight. Regarding the upcoming great calamity between Wu and Yao clans, though the saintly sects didn't openly participate, they all secretly made arrangements to harvest providence. Particularly the human sect. When the Yao clan slaughtered humans to forge the slaughtering Wu sword, the human sect profited immensely from human providence. According to the primordial world's trajectory, Tai Ching would order Xiandu to descend when humans faced near extinction and despair, using the pretense of protecting mankind to harvest their providence. In truth, even without Xiandu's intervention, the Yao clan wouldn't have exterminated humanity completely. This was the human sect scheme, harvesting human providence while receiving their gratitude. Not just the human sect, both the Orthodox sect and Western sect made numerous arrangements during the Wu Yao calamity. Even Nuwa harvested immense providence during this period. Among them, only the Jie sect gained nothing during the great calamity of the Witch-Demon War, because Tong Tian was too rigid-minded, fearing his disciples would be entangled in the calamity, thus forbidding them from descending the mountain. Of course, it wouldn't be accurate to say they gained absolutely nothing. After the great calamity ended, some surviving demons joined the Jie sect, contributing to its renowned reputation of 10,000 immortals paying homage. However, Tong Tian's philosophy of teaching without discrimination also planted seeds of disaster for the upcoming investiture of the gods' calamity, ultimately leading to 4 saints conspiring against the Jie sect. When Lu Yunqing first transmigrated here, he lacked the power to overturn the course of the calamity, so he could only focus on self-preservation and planned to flee to the Western sect. But now things were different. With the system and the advantage of foreknowledge, he could make preparations in advance. While he couldn't guarantee changing the Jie sect's doomed fate, at least he could ensure his own safety. Xiandu, full of anticipation, noticed Lu Yunqing smiling silently and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that this rascal was deceiving him and had no actual method to help him continue obtaining heavenly Dao merit? At this thought, Xiandu's voice lowered as he spoke again. Junior brother Yunsheng, surely you're not trying to renege on our agreement. Xiandu's voice interrupted Lu Yunqing's wandering thoughts. Facing the other's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly suppressed his various ideas and transmitted his voice. Senior brother Xiandu jokes too much. Even if I dared renege on anyone's account, I wouldn't dare renege on yours. Is there anything you wouldn't dare do? He even dared to execute a direct disciple of the Orthodox sect, something even Xiandu wouldn't dare attempt. However, Lu Yunsheng showed no intention of reneging, which somewhat relieved Xiandu. As long as he could obtain the method to continue acquiring heavenly virtue, everything he'd sacrificed would be worth it. Under Xiandu's expectant gaze, Lu Yunsheng transmitted his voice again. Senior brother Xiandu, I heard from the 3 cloud fairies that one can continue borrowing virtue by mortgaging treasures like magical artifacts or spiritual roots. Mortgage loans. Doesn't that mean exchanging magical artifacts for virtue? Xiandu, who had been full of anticipation, couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, magical artifacts greatly enhance a cultivator's combat power. Without them, even if one's cultivation improves, combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced. If that's the case, wouldn't the information I obtained by risking offending the Orthodox sect and primordial sage be a huge loss? Noticing Xiandu's fluctuating expression, how could Lu Yunsheng fail to guess his thoughts? He transmitted his voice again. Senior brother Xian Du, need not worry, the pledged treasures can be redeemed. They can actually be redeemed. The originally dejected Xian Du became excited again. However, there was one thing Lu Yunqing didn't tell him: the price for redemption was high, extremely high. After obtaining what he wanted, Xian Du's attitude toward Lu Yunqing noticeably cooled. Junior brother Yunsheng, or even now, if you dare scheme against me in the future, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Yunsheng, is it really appropriate for you to turn your back faster than flipping a book? He thought himself shameless enough, but never expected Xian Du to be even more shameless. But he didn't particularly mind. For Xian Du, who had already stepped into the trap, to think he could completely sever their dealings was nothing but wishful thinking. On the surface, Lu Yunqing feigned disappointment as he said, "Brother Xian Du, are you severing ties with your junior brother?" A rhetorical question if there ever was one. If he didn't sever ties soon, he would likely be dragged to ruin by Lu Yunqing eventually. Xian Du nodded with a smile, saying nothing more as he departed directly. Lu Yunsheng likewise ceased his mischief-making and returned to his cave abode to prepare for the upcoming Xianmen Doctrinal Debate Assembly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and soon arrived the day of the Xianmen Doctrinal Debate. On this day, disciples from the four teachings gathered together, their eyes alight with anticipation. The Xianmen Doctrinal Debate Assembly, jointly hosted by the sages, could be considered the grandest event in the primordial world, its scale seemingly surpassing even the Tao Ancestors' sermon at the Violet Cloud Palace in former times. Under the expectant gazes of the four teachings disciples, numerous long-secluded mighty figures of the primordial world descended upon Golden Turtle Island one after another. Jin Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain's Five Manners Temple arrives at Golden Turtle Island. The Eastern Prince of Purple Mansion Isle arrives at Golden Turtle Island. Emperor Jun of the Demon Clan, Dongwang Tai, and demon strategist Kuan Pang have arrived at Golden Turtle Island. Hutu and Jiufeng of the Witch Clan have arrived at Golden Turtle Island. As majestic announcements resounded one after another, numerous figures materialized in the void. More than 10 mighty beings at the quasi-saint realm had come. Particularly with the arrival of the Witch and Demon clans, the atmosphere on Golden Turtle Island suddenly grew somewhat peculiar. Why did the saints invite members of both the Witch and Demon clans? Aren't they afraid of being drawn into the tribulation? Or are they planning to actively participate in it? Chapter 44, Dong Wanggong's ambition establishing the celestial court. Aren't the Witch and Demon clans competing for dominance over the primordial world? Why would they come to attend the Xianmen Sex Tao discussion conference? When the saints saw Emperor Jun and Hutu arriving at Golden Turtle Island, they all slightly furrowed their brows. It should be noted that Emperor Jun and Hutu are key figures in the tribulation. Any association with them could easily draw one into the tribulation. The tribulation is ordained by heavenly Tao. Even the saints, who exist alongside heavenly Tao, cannot defy it. Especially Tong Tian, whose expression visibly darkened, but since they had already arrived, how could he simply drive them away? Whether it was Emperor Jun of the Yao clan or ancestral Witch Hutu, they were all prideful figures. Being publicly humiliated would surely make them bear grudges against the Jie sect. Tong Tian, a heavenly Tao saint whose sacred might suppress the cosmos, might not care about the resentment of the Witch and Yao clans, but his disciples might face calamities. After all, both the Witch and Yao clans were powerful forces. Even a saint's lineage would not lightly offend these two factions. Only Lu Yunqing and the crowd felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Emperor Jun and Hutu arrive. The Witch clan didn't just send ancestral Witch Hutu. Even ancestral Witch Jiufeng came. According to his original plan, he intended to allocate 3 spots to the Yao clan and reserve 1 for Hutu. Now that the Witch clan had sent 2 representatives, the final 4 lending quotas could be evenly distributed between both clans. However, he couldn't act too hastily. After all, these individuals were almighty beings of the primordial world with saintly cultivation, especially Dongwang Tai. With the support of his innate spiritual treasure, the Chaos Bell, he was hailed as the strongest beneath the saints. To earn interest from these individuals, clearly the methods used to deceive Xian Du won't suffice. Careful strategizing is required. We pay our respects to the honored sages. The reclusive mighty ones of the Xianmen sect within the Tao field uniformly bowed to the sages. Even the arrogantly aloof Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, along with the ever-defiant Hutu and Jiufeng, showed proper reverence before the sages. All beneath the sages are but ants. Though Tai Yi possesses the supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, reputed as peerless in defense, it still appears insignificant before a sage. Moreover, Emperor Jun's purpose in coming wasn't merely to attend the Xianmen Discourse Conference, but primarily to investigate methods for obtaining heavenly Tao merit. After all, in the primordial world, merit holds great temptation not only for the sage's disciples but also immense attraction for all beings. Emperor Jun was precisely worrying about lacking investigative opportunities when the Supreme Pure Sage announced the Xianmen Discourse Conference. He naturally wouldn't let such a delivered opportunity slip by. As for Hutu and Jiufeng, their purpose was purely to participate in the Xianmen Discourse Conference. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury, especially Hutu and Jiufeng, who both possessed violent tempers. When encountering Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Koan Pang at Golden Turtle Island, boundless killing intent surged in their eyes. Only because all the saints were present did Hutu and Jiufeng have to suppress their impulse to strike. Not only did Hutu harbor great hostility towards Emperor Jun's trio, even Jin Yuanzi's gaze towards them flickered with unconcealed murderous intent. Hong Yun's death remained an unresolved knot in Jin Yuanzi's heart. Facing these three treacherous villains who ambushed his closest friend yet being unable to avenge him, Jin Yuanzi found no words to express his suffocating frustration. However, no one paid attention to these individuals' thoughts as the crowd's focus had been drawn to Dong Wanggong, whom Dao ancestor Hong Jun had appointed as leader of male immortals. Dong Wanggong came to attend the Xianmen sect's discourse conference with his own objectives as well. Only unlike Emperor Jun, he wasn't here to probe information about obtaining merit. His purpose leaned more towards recruiting allies. Now that the witch and demon tribes have grown overwhelmingly powerful, they have virtually silenced this Purple Mansion Isle's lord who was appointed by the Dao ancestor as leader of male immortals, leaving him with almost no say in matters. Dong Wanggong, whose ambition soared higher than the heavens, naturally refused to be suppressed by the witch and demon tribes. The Xianmen sect's discourse assembly hosted by the Supreme Pure Sage presented the perfect opportunity to recruit more allies. Dong Wanggong could be seen mingling among the numerous mighty figures of the Xianmen sect with such enthusiasm that one might mistakenly think he was the host. This sight caused the brows of the sages to furrow slightly. Is this fellow truly not considering himself an outsider? He's actually treating the Xianmen sect's discourse assembly as his own networking event to win people's support. Elder brother Tai Ching, we may commence. Tong Tian, his brow slightly creased, addressed the Supreme Pure Sage. It was evident that Tong Tian was somewhat displeased with the many mighty figures who came to the Xianmen sect's discourse assembly with their own hidden agendas. So be it. The Supreme Pure Sage nodded slightly, his vast voice subsequently resounding throughout the myriad realms. The Xianmen sect's discourse assembly begins. When sages expounded the Tao, their words became law. Celestial blossoms rained down while golden lotuses emerged from the earth. Endless Tao rhythms permeated the air as 3,000 laws traversed the void, manifesting infinite wondrous phenomena. Whether they were disciples of the four sects or numerous mighty figures of the Xianmen sect, all concentrated their minds to listen to the sage's discourse on Tao. This process continued for several centuries, during which disciples of the four sects gained considerable insights, and even many mighty figures of the Xianmen sect each obtained their own enlightenment. After the sage's discourse on Tao, it was time for the quasi-sage realm mighty figures of Xianmen to expound their understandings. Dong Wanggong, who styled himself as the master of heaven and earth, suddenly declared, I, Dong Wanggong, leader of male immortals, take this opportunity at Sage Tongtian's sacred ground to announce a grand matter to all beings from this day forth. The Purple Mansion Isle establishes the celestial court, and all beings of the primordial world may join. Utterly shameless. To actually exploit the Xianmen Dao discourse assembly to establish a new orthodoxy. Tongtian's countenance darkened instantly, and the complexions of all sages turned somewhat unpleasant. Especially the Supreme Pure Sage. Although this discourse assembly was instigated by the two Western sages, it was ultimately he who had declared its commencement. Dong Wanggong's action was clearly a calculated move against him before all beings of the primordial world. But before Tong Tian and the Supreme Pure Sage could react, Emperor Jun snorted coldly, establishing a celestial court. Did you obtain my permission? As the demon emperor of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun had long been plotting to dominate the primordial world. Dealing with the witch clan alone gave him enough headaches, and now Dong Wanggong dared to challenge the authority of the demon tribe's heavenly court. This scene made both Tong Tian and Tai Ching raise their eyebrows. The two saints, who were about to take action, suppressed their anger. Now that the great calamity had begun with the witch-demon conflict at its core, even saints couldn't remain aloof once involved in their strife. Since Emperor Jun had stepped forward to pressure Dong Wanggong, Tong Tian and Tai Ching naturally wouldn't continue their involvement. I was personally appointed by Dao ancestor as the leader of male immortals. When did my actions become subject to your interference? Dong Wanggong glared coldly at Emperor Jun and sneered. Though the demon tribe's power was indeed formidable, Dong Wanggong hid behind Dao ancestor Hong Juan's authority, confident that Emperor Jun wouldn't dare challenge the supreme deity. Yet Dong Wanggong still underestimated Emperor Jun's determination to dominate the primordial world. As for the so-called appointment by Dao ancestor Hong Jun, no one would pay it any heed at all. Audacity! To dare provoke me, you deserve death. Emperor Jun took a step forward. The pressure of his peak quasi-sage realm swept across heaven and earth, making the void tremble with endless thunderous roars. Tai Yi and Koan Pang also fixed Dong Wanggong with hostile gazes, their bodies radiating overwhelming killing intent as they formed an encirclement around him. This scene caused Dong Wanggong's expression to darken. He never imagined Emperor Jun's trio would dare attack him at a sage's sacred ground. His decision to announce the establishment of the Celestial Court during the Xianmen sect's Dao discussion assembly clearly intended to borrow the sage's influence. Yet unexpectedly, Emperor Jun's trio showed absolutely no regard for the sage's face. For a moment, Dong Wanggong found himself in an untenable position. Chapter 45. The lending opportunity has arrived. Boom! Emperor June took a mighty step forward, the pressure of his peak quasi-sage realm sweeping across the cosmos, suppressing all under heaven. This scene caused numerous mighty figures of the Xianmen sect to drastically change countenance. To engage in violent conflict at the Enlightenment Conference hosted by various saints wasn't this slapping the saints in the face. Was Emperor June being too arrogant? On the contrary, disciples of the four sects showed no anger whatsoever, instead all appearing quite expectant. Battles between quasi-saints were rare indeed. Having the opportunity to witness one personally could be considered no small fortune. Gaining even partial enlightenment from it might prove no less rewarding than listening to the saints' discourse. As for whether they might get caught in the crossfire, with various saints personally presiding over Golden Turtle Island, what was there to worry about? No matter how arrogant Emperor June was, would he dare to involve them? Especially Lu Yunxing among the crowd, who was particularly exhilarated. He had been worrying about lacking lending opportunities. Now that Emperor June and Dong Wanggong had erupted into conflict, didn't this present him with the perfect chance to extend loans to Dong Wanggong? He had originally planned to allocate the remaining 4 lending quotas to the witch and demon tribes, but changed his mind when Dong Wanggong announced the establishment of the Celestial Court. This was none other than Dong Wanggong, the first quasi-sage realm expert to perish in the great calamity of Wu and Yao, appointed by Hong Jun as the leader of male immortals, one whose ambition soared higher than the heavens yet whose fate was thinner than paper, ultimately becoming the first cannon fodder of the Wu Yao conflict. But now things were different. As long as he provided loans to Dong Wanggong, Emperor June would be deterred and wouldn't violently suppress Dong Wanggong as originally destined. Any being capable of invoking heavenly Dao merits enjoys the protection of heaven's mandate. Given Dong Wanggong's cultivation at the peak quasi-sage realm, his credit limit naturally wouldn't be low. Should Dong Wanggong successfully obtain the loan, even without using the merits to enhance his cultivation, merely condensing them into a golden merit halo for protection, not just Emperor June, but even saints would need to consider whether they could withstand heaven's punishment before daring to act against him. Yet at this moment, Tongtian's voice rang out, not only interrupting Lu Yunxing's thoughts but also dousing his burning enthusiasm like cold water. Audacity! How dare you behave recklessly on Golden Turtle Island? Tongtian, standing majestically in the void, wore a dark expression as his mighty saintly voice radiated boundless fury. Dong Wanggong establishing the Celestial Court during the debate conference had already displeased Sage Tongtian greatly, and now Emperor June actually jumps out, even daring to engage in violent conflict at Golden Turtle Island. This is clearly showing no regard for him. Boom! The wrath of a sage causes heaven and earth to change colors. Even more terrifying sages might swept across all realms, making the void tremble endlessly. Even Emperor June with his peak quasi-sage cultivation couldn't muster any thought of resistance under this vast sage's pressure, immediately causing his expression to drastically change. When Dong Wanggong disrupted the debate conference, nothing happened, but when he helped pressure Dong Wanggong with the sage's might, how did it become his fault? Though extremely displeased internally, Emperor June dared not directly confront Sage Tongtian, immediately explaining, Sage Tongtian misunderstands, this lord didn't mean to challenge the sage's dignity, but simply couldn't tolerate Dong Wanggong disrupting the Xianmen sect's debate conference. If Tongtian hadn't remained silent at the beginning, would he have anxiously jumped out? Now it seems like he was deliberately provoking Tongtian. Who can he appeal to for justice? Emperor June's explanation clearly made Sage Tongtian's expression soften slightly, but it didn't truly appease his anger. If Emperor June isn't punished today, how can we uphold the dignity of Jia sect? When Dong Wanggong dares to disrupt the Dao discussion conference, this venerable one will naturally punish him. When was it your place to interfere? While it was clearly Emperor June who feared Dong Wanggong establishing the Celestial Court would steal the Yao clan's fortune, he actually used helping Jia sect as his pretext. Does Jia sect need the Yao clan to fight its battles? Emperor June's explanation made the fury Tongtian had just suppressed surge up again. Feeling Sage Tongtian's wrath, Emperor June's heart trembled. He knew if he didn't bow his head now, Sage Tongtian might directly attack. Even with Tai Yi and Koan Peng present, the three of them combined would still be powerless to resist. No matter how aggrieved Emperor June felt inside, he had no choice but to admit fault. Emperor June acknowledges his mistake. Please calm your anger, Sage Tongtian. He surrendered just like that. The expressions of all present became quite fascinating. Clearly no one expected Emperor June to surrender so directly. However, sensing the terrifying saintly might that suppressed all realms, the crowd quickly understood when a sage becomes enraged, even Emperor June as the demon emperor of the Yao clan and a peak quasi-saint powerhouse was powerless to resist. The consequences of not yielding were something Emperor June couldn't possibly bear. From this day forth, no member of the Yao clan shall approach within 1,000,000 miles of Golden Turtle Island. Violators will be executed. Sage Tongtian looked down at the bowing, apologetic Emperor June and shouted sternly. At these words, not only Emperor June grew furious, but Tai Yi and Koan Peng also became enraged. They had come to attend the Xianmen sect's doctrine discussion conference with their own purposes, but also to honor the sage's invitation. Never did they expect to be expelled by Sage Tongtian. The dignity of the Yao clan was thoroughly lost this day. But no matter how furious the three Emperor June and his companions might be facing Sage Tongtian, whose might suppressed heaven and earth, they dared not speak further. They could only suppress their anger and humiliation, slinking away in defeat. With Emperor June's precedent before him, Dong Wanggong immediately surrendered without needing Sage Tongtian to demand accountability. He directly bowed to Tongtian and said, "Dong Wanggong disturbed the Shinmen Sect's Dao discussion conference. My crime is unforgivable. I beg Sage Tongtian to punish me." Although Dong Wanggong had ambitions as high as the sky, he knew his limits. He dared to confront Emperor June directly but would never dare to provoke a sage's wrath. After all beneath the sages are but ants. Emperor June and his two companions served as the clearest example, three-peak quasi-sage powerhouses who didn't dare show the slightest disobedience to a sage, ultimately forced to slink away in humiliating defeat. With Emperor June's example right before him, if Dong Wanggong didn't voluntarily admit fault, wouldn't he just be following in their footsteps? Although Dong Wanggong's apology appeared sincere, Sage Tongtian's expression remained dark, his voice dripping with icy contempt as he pronounced, "From this day forth, no member of the Celestial Court may set foot on Golden Turtle Island. Be gone!" Dong Wanggong's face stiffened. His lips trembled slightly, but in the end he dared not utter a word. Like Emperor June's group before him, he could only depart in disgrace. This scene left disciples from the four sects and Shinmen sect's mighty figures trembling with fear, terrified of provoking Sage Tongtian's wrath. No one had anticipated that the originally lively Shinmen sect's doctrinal discussion assembly would escalate to such a state. The numerous Shinmen mighty figures who had come from thousands of miles away now exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to stay or leave. However, Hotu and Jiufeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. The sight of Emperor June and his companions being forced to apologize under Tongtian's pressure was immensely satisfying to them. Only Lu Yunsheng stood dumbfounded. If everyone left, how could he continue his loan business? Without lending to both the Wu and Yao tribes, how could he orchestrate the upcoming calamity? But these thoughts remained locked in his heart, impossible to voice directly to Sage Tongtian. Just as Lu Yunsheng pondered his next strategic move, heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently, followed by Dong Wanggong's furious roar. "Emperor June, I was personally appointed by Dao ancestor Hongjun as leader of male immortals. Dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid of the Dao ancestor's punishment?" Was Emperor June ambushing Dong Wanggong? The furious roars reverberating through heaven and earth immediately drew the attention of everyone on Golden Turtle Island. Especially Lu Yunsheng, whose spirits instantly lifted. The lending opportunity has arrived. Chapter 46, Dong Wanggong's Peril. On the scene millions of miles away from Golden Turtle Island. Surrounded by Emperor June, Tai Yi, and Koan Peng, Dong Wanggong's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with unconcealed fury and a trace of panic. Though he was a peak quasi-saint expert, facing three quasi-saint cultivators of Emperor June's group left him with no chance of victory, only the peril of annihilation. He had originally thought to establish the Celestial Court today by leveraging a sage's influence, hoping to attract Shinmen sect experts to join. Never did he expect to be driven out of Golden Turtle Island by Sage Tongtian in such a humiliating manner. Now, cornered by Emperor June's trio, how could Dong Wanggong not panic? Invoking Dao ancestor Hongjuan's name wasn't just to intimidate Emperor June's group, it was also a silent plea for the sage's intervention. After all the sages are disciples of the Shinmen sect. Surely they wouldn't stand by and watch as the leader of male immortals personally appointed by the Dao ancestor be slain, would they? However, Dong Wanggong's thinking was still too simplistic. When Hongjun appointed him as leader of male immortals in the past, it was actually part of the setup for the witch demon tribulation. The so-called leadership of male immortals was merely bait to use him as cannon fodder. Although heavenly secrets are obscured during the tribulation, the sages could still deduce some clues. How could they possibly intervene to help Dong Wanggong now that he was involved in the tribulation? Facing Dong Wanggong's threat, Emperor June sneered contemptuously, "Leader of male immortals. Just some casual words from Dao ancestor Hongjun, and you actually took them seriously. Even if it was appointed by Dao ancestor Hongjun, so what? Since Dong Wanggong dared to contend against the Yao clan, he should be prepared to face their wrath." Emperor June, who had completely lost face at Golden Turtle Island, simply couldn't swallow this humiliation, which led to the scene of ambushing Dong Wanggong halfway up the mountain. Tai Yi and Koan Peng also sneered repeatedly, especially Tai Yi, who snorted coldly, "Elder brother, no need to waste words with him. Just execute him directly." Koan Peng nodded in agreement. "What the Eastern Emperor said is correct. There's no need for idle talk with such an arrogant fool. Anyone daring to oppose our Yao clan has only one path: death." The reason Koan Peng joined the heavenly court of the Yao clan wasn't merely due to the coercion from Emperor June and Tai Yi, but also because of his own lofty ambitions to dominate the primordial world through the heavenly court and seek further opportunities for advancement. Dong Wanggong dares to resist the heavenly court of the Yao clan. Without executing him, how can we uphold the majesty of our Yao clan's heavenly court? Moreover, there are still those barbarians of the Witch clan constantly opposing our Yao clan. If we don't eliminate Dong Wanggong beforehand and he colludes with the Witch clan, our Yao clan might fall into disadvantage. the saints actually refused to intervene and save him. Feeling the killing intent from Emperor Jun's trio and seeing no saints appearing to intervene, Dong Wanggong began to panic internally. This has gone too far. Could I actually perish here today? Just as he was in a state of panic and confusion, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, immediately displaying a line of text. Esteemed fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, sensing you are facing imminent calamity and urgently need merit protection, would you like to take out a merit loan? A merit loan? Isn't merit controlled by the heavenly Tao? Doesn't the heavenly Tao only bestow merit for deeds beneficial to the primordial world? Dong Wanggong, prepare to die. At this moment, Emperor Jun's furious roar interrupted Dong Wanggong's train of thought. They saw Emperor Jun joining forces with Tai Yi and Koan Pang, manifesting supreme divine power to suppress him. Facing the lethal force unleashed by three-peak quasi-sage experts, how could he dare be even slightly careless? He immediately summoned his top-grade primordial spiritual treasure Jingyang Bell for protection, while simultaneously activating the Hongmeng measuring ruler, madly channeling his magical power into it. Boom! The Jingyang Bell hovering above Dong Wanggong erupted with brilliant mysterious light, enveloping him completely. The innate merit supreme treasure primordial ruler erupted with terrifying destructive power under Dong Wanggong's frenzied activation, collapsing endless void and annihilating billions of stars as it slashed toward the divine powers manifested by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Boom! The terrifying collision of artifact powers swept across heaven and earth, collapsing infinite void space and obliterating countless stars. The waters of the eastern sea surged in 10,000 zheng tidal waves that inverted into the nine heavens. Relying on his supreme grade innate numinous treasure Jingyang Bell and the innate merit supreme treasure primordial ruler, Dong Wanggong barely managed to block the combined assault from Emperor Jun's trio. They were actually blocked. The complexions of Emperor Jun's trio all darkened, their eyes flashing with irritation. As the Yao clan's ultimate combat forces, shouldn't their combined attack have annihilated Dong Wanggong instantly rather than failing to even scratch him? Let's see how long you can last. The hot-tempered Tai Yi coldly snorted and immediately summoned his supreme grade innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell. Dong! The chaotic chi billowed forth, collapsing endless void and imprisoning an entire realm. The vast tolling of the bell resonated across all realms, as if from primordial times, shaking souls to their core. The Chaos Bell was not only the foremost defensive treasure of the primordial world but also an ultimate weapon of slaughter. Its innate divine ability, the calamitous chaotic chi, could even force sages to temporarily retreat from its edge. Damn it! Are you truly determined to kill me? Seeing Tai Yi summon the Chaos Bell, Dong Wanggong abandoned all illusions in his humiliation, gritted his teeth and clicked on the loan option. Esteemed Taoist Dong Wanggong, congratulations on your successful loan application. 50 million merit points have been sent. Please check your account, fellow Taoist. As Dong Wanggong clicked to borrow, the text on the screen before him changed once more. Had the loan really been approved so quickly? Dong Wanggong looked suspiciously at the flickering text on the ethereal screen, yet his heart swelled with anticipation. Clearly, neither Tao ancestor Hongjun nor the various sages would intervene for his survival. Whether he could escape alive today depended entirely on whether the heavenly Tao would bestow merit. Meanwhile, on Golden Turtle Island. Congratulations host on successfully lending 50 million virtue points. Annual interest has been deducted. Please check your account. The notification sound echoing in his mind filled Lu Yunsheng with excitement. The cultivation insights of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal expert should at least help him break through one minor realm, right? Lu Yunsheng immediately opened his system backpack, where a golden speck the size of a fingernail hovered at the top, radiating boundless Tao charm. Truly worthy of being the cultivation insights of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal expert. Even just 1 year's worth completely overshadowed Zhao Gongming's dim green speck. Absorb! Lu Yunsheng had no attention to spare for Dong Wanggong and Emperor Jun's battle. Now was his time to perform. With Hotu and Jiufeng still present, he needed to showcase his talents to catch their attention and facilitate his next moves. Boom! As Lu Yunsheng willed it, the golden speck instantly merged into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket wildly. Mid-stage Golden Immortal. In just a fleeting moment, Lu Yunsheng directly broke through a minor realm, instantly drawing the attention of everyone who had been focused on the battle between Dong Wanggong and Emperor Jun's trio. What's going on? How did this GS sect disciple break through without any warning? Especially when they saw it was Lu Yunsheng who broke through, Yuanzhi and the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect looked as if they'd swallowed flies. Their expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Is it actually this damned bastard who's breaking through? Tang Tian, however, raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with obvious surprise and simultaneous delight. If he remembered correctly, this disciple of his had only taken about 1,000 years to advance from Mystic Immortal to Golden Immortal realm, and now he's broken through another minor realm today. This talent, isn't it too formidable? Chapter 47, The Literal Meaning, Can't You Understand? Truly worthy of the cultivation insights of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Peak expert. But breaking through just one minor realm is clearly not enough. Feeling the changes within himself, Lu Yunsheng felt a surge of excitement and immediately produced and swallowed a 9 revolutions mystic pill. Boom! The previously stagnant chi surrounding his body surged wildly once again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yunsheng broke through yet another minor realm. Late-stage Golden Immortal. This scene startled all onlookers, with many unable to conceal the envy and jealousy flashing in their eyes. The Orthodox sect's personal disciples nearly vomited blood from sheer jealousy. Having suffered defeats in 2 previous clashes with Jie sect disciples, the Orthodox sect's disciples had been nursing their grievances, planning to thoroughly suppress their rivals during the Shenmen debate conference to restore their sect's honor. Yet before they could demonstrate their abilities, Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong's sudden conflict interrupted the conference proceedings. Then Emperor Jun's ambush on Dong Wanggong diverted everyone's attention, leaving no one concerned about whether the debate conference should continue. If matters ended like this, though unsatisfied, the Orthodox sect's disciples could reluctantly accept it. Yet the Jie sect disciples unexpectedly broke through without any warning at this moment. And by the looks of it, they're going to break through 2 realms consecutively. This is a Golden Immortal realm breakthrough. Even the prideful Orthodox sect disciples would take at least 10,000 years to break through each minor realm within the Golden Immortal stage. For someone like Huang Long, burdened with karma as a dragon descendant, breaking through from early stage to mid-stage Golden Immortal took a full 100,000 years. But Lu Yunsheng had just broken through to early stage Golden Immortal barely over a century ago, and now he's breaking through 2 realms consecutively. To the Orthodox sect disciples, this bastard was clearly deliberately slapping them in the face. In contrast to the Orthodox sect's anger, the Jie sect disciples were thoroughly invigorated. Truly worthy of being the ruthless one who slashed down an Orthodox sect Tai Golden Immortal cultivator while still at Golden Immortal realm, his breakthrough speed is terrifyingly fast. Even compared to the Jie sect's 4 main disciples, or Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters, Lu Yunsheng's breakthrough speed makes them look utterly inadequate. Even Hutu and Jiufeng, who were about to leave, were now drawn by the commotion of Lu Yunsheng's breakthrough. Are the talents of Jie sect disciples really this high? They can just break through whenever they want. Hutu looked at Lu Yunsheng with suspicion, unable to suppress her astonished exclamation. Although all Shenmen sect disciples had gained significantly from the 100+ years of sage's discourse, none had achieved an immediate breakthrough on the spot. Only this Golden Immortal from Jie sect not only broke through but also advanced 2 minor realms in succession. Though Golden Immortal realm was insignificant in the eyes of Hutu, a quasi-sage peak level ancestral which, she had to admit, Lu Yunsheng's talent far surpassed that of numerous Shenmen disciples present. The 2 Western sages also wore expressions of envy and jealousy at this moment. They had gone to such great lengths to persuade Supreme Pure Sage to hold this Shenmen gathering, all for the benefit of Western sect disciples. Yet in the end, Western sect disciples gained nothing, while Jie sect disciples stole all the spotlight. When the Supreme Pure Sage saw Lu Yunsheng swallowing the 9 Revolutions mystic elixir, his brows visibly furrowed. The 9 Revolutions mystic elixir he had refined had never been given to any Jie sect disciple. How did Lu Yunsheng obtain this one? Could it have been gifted by his disciple Xiandu? Why would his own personal disciple treat Lu Yunsheng so favorably? Could it be that Xiandu's triggering of the Heavenly Tao's merit was somehow related to Lu Yunsheng? The Supreme Pure Sage knew his personal disciple well. Xiandu wouldn't help someone without reason unless Lu Yunsheng could bring substantial benefits. Xiandu's repeated acts of shielding Lu Yunsheng, even going so far as to oppose the Orthodox sect, had planted this question in the Supreme Pure Sage's mind. Now, seeing the 9 Revolutions mystic elixir in Lu Yunsheng's possession, his suspicions grew stronger. Nuhua, however, remained largely indifferent. She had attended the Shenmen Dao discussion assembly out of respect for the 3 pure ones. Whether it was the conflict between Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong or Lu Yunsheng's talent, none of it concerned her. Lu Yunsheng, who had broken through 2 realms in an instant, felt everyone's attention focused on him, which secretly made him breathe a sigh of relief. He finally seized the opportunity, believing that after today, his name would not be too unfamiliar to the beings of the primordial world. To slay Huanglong Jinren at the Golden Immortal early stage despite the latter's Golden Immortal cultivation, and then break through 2 minor realms at the Shenmen sect's Dao discussion assembly even if he was merely an ant at the Golden Immortal realm, how many in the entire primordial world could achieve this? Of course, what Lu Yunsheng sought wasn't these empty reputations, but to attract Hutu's attention to facilitate his upcoming lending plans. As the energy fluctuations around Lu Yunsheng began to calm, Jie sect disciples came forward one after another to congratulate him. Congratulations, junior brother Yunsheng, for breaking through 2 realms. Lu Yunsheng waved his hand modestly. Breaking through 2 minor realms within the Golden Immortal stage doesn't merit such grand congratulations from my senior brothers and sisters. Only you would dare say such words. In the entire primordial world, besides Lu Yunsheng who consecutively broke through 2 minor realms at the Golden Immortal stage, could we possibly find a second one? If this doesn't deserve congratulations, what kind of monstrous achievement would? The Jie sect disciples all felt Lu Yunsheng was showing off, but couldn't find any evidence. Meanwhile, the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and Western sect's disciples were nearly vomiting blood from jealousy. This guy stole all the limelight and even had the audacity to show off right in front of them. Truly detestable. However, Lu Yunxing couldn't care less about how the Orthodox sect's direct disciples and Western sect's disciples felt. After modestly responding to his Jie sect peers, he turned and bowed to the saints. Lu Yunxing of Jie sect expresses gratitude to the saints for the opportunity from this doctrinal debate, which enabled me to consecutively break through 2 minor realms. The saints. If you want to express gratitude, just do it properly. What's with that last sentence? It's not like they were blind. Couldn't they see Lu Yunxing had broken through 2 minor realms? Especially Yuanshi, the mere thought that Lu Yunxing's breakthrough was related to his doctrinal exposition gave him the urge to vomit blood. This bastard publicly executed his direct disciple and now wants to use him to break through. Isn't this equivalent to aiding the enemy? Although Lu Yunxing was just an ant that could be crushed at will in his eyes, unworthy of being considered an enemy, this situation still infuriated Yuanshi, yet he couldn't openly express his anger. No need for formalities, Yunxing. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively is your destiny and proof of your talent. Compared to those so-called prodigies, you're only stronger, not weaker. Tong Tian's words sounded like praise for Lu Yunxing, but even a fool could tell they were clearly mocking the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. Tong Tian, how dare you look down on my Orthodox sect's direct disciples? Yuanshi could no longer suppress his fury and roared in anger. What if Lu Yunxing had broken through 2 realms consecutively? He was still nothing but an ant in the golden immortal realm. In a direct confrontation with his direct disciples, he would only meet annihilation. How dare Tong Tian openly ridicule them? If he tolerated this, what dignity would the Orthodox sect have left before all beings of the primordial world? Can't senior brother Yuanshi understand the literal meaning? Facing the furious Yuanshi, Tong Tian curled his lips and sneered. The Orthodox sect's direct disciples boast about their profound foundations, so why hasn't a single one achieved a breakthrough? Chapter 48, Interest at Full Capacity. Senior brother Tong Tian's words are somewhat one-sided. As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, Jane stepped forward again, refuting. The Orthodox sect's direct disciples are at least golden immortals in cultivation. How can they be compared to the Jie sect's disciples, who are merely at the golden immortal realm? The Jie sect had stolen all the limelight at this Tao discussion conference. Unable to accept this, Jane couldn't help but stir up further conflict between the 2 sects. Zhuanti nodded in agreement and added, "Senior brother Jane speaks rightly. If we truly compare innate talent, aside from senior brother Taiching's direct disciple Shendu, who among the disciples of the 4 sects can match the talent of the Orthodox sect's direct disciple Guanchengzi?" Pausing briefly, Zhuanti continued with a smile, "The Jie sect has tens of thousands of disciples, yet none have surpassed the early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, Guanchengzi alone can suppress all Jie sect disciples. Is there even a basis for comparison?" These words finally eased the previously gloomy expressions of the Orthodox sect's direct disciples. On the other hand, all the Jie sect disciples wore expressions of discontent. Guanchengzi merely attained human form earlier and had longer cultivation time than Jie sect disciples. What kind of talent is that? However, the Jie sect disciples dared not voice their anger. Despite the 2 Western sages' notorious reputation, they were ultimately heavenly Tao saints whose might spanned the universe, not figures to be casually provoked. Yet Lu Yunxing showed no restraint toward the 2 Western sages, immediately sneering, "Since both saints hold the Orthodox sect in such high regard, why not simply merge your Western teachings directly into it?" The 2 Western sages' attempts at sowing discord were utterly crude. For esteemed saints of the Western teachings to harp incessantly about Orthodox sect's direct disciples, one might mistake them for Orthodox sect saints themselves. These words instantly silenced the 2 Western sages. Their gazes turned hostile toward Lu Yunxing. Were they not wary of provoking Tong Tian's wrath, they would have already slapped him flying. This outer disciple of the Jie sect possessed not only extraordinary talent but also an exceptionally sharp tongue. Tong Tian, who was about to lose his temper, saw the 2 Western sages rendered speechless by Lu Yunxing's remark. His expression softened immediately, and his appreciation for Yunxing grew even deeper. This disciple of his possessed not only extraordinary cultivation talent but also remarkable boldness and attentiveness. Compared to other Jie sect disciples who were all angered by the 2 Western sages' instigation but dared not speak out against it, let alone knew how to counter it. Behold this disciple of his. With just a few words, he had the 2 Western sages flushing red with embarrassment. What satisfying retribution indeed. Yunxing speaks rightly. From now on, you should stop calling yourselves the 2 Western sages and instead adopt the title of Deputy Patriarchs of the Orthodox sect. Tong Tian gazed calmly at the visibly displeased 2 Western sages as he spoke these words. The moment these words were uttered, the 2 Western sages flew into complete rage. Jain immediately retorted, "A sage's disciple who knows no respect for hierarchy, and you as the sage of Jie sect not only fail to discipline him but let yourself be led by the nose by your disciple. Truly, Jie sect is beneath contempt." To be mockingly called the deputy leader of Orthodox sect by Tong Tian before all living beings, if they endured this, the Western sect would indeed become the greatest joke in the primordial world. The usually unnoticed Western sect disciples, seeing Sage Jain prepare to confront Tong Tian head-on, could no longer remain seated. Maitreya, the foremost disciple of Western sect, immediately stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Lu Yunsheng. Lu Yunsheng, you dare challenge the dignity of Western sect? This venerable one shall properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Step forth. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a peak golden immortal erupted, causing the void to tremble incessantly. Another spectacle to watch. Disciples of Orthodox sect all brightened with interest, while Je sect disciples burned with fury. How dare the foremost disciple of Western sect publicly bully an outer disciple of Je sect right before their eyes as if they didn't exist? Boom! The might of a great golden immortal descended like a divine mountain, instantly shattering Maithreya's unleashed pressure and forcing his entire body into uncontrollable tremors. You want to fight? This seat will accompany you to the end. Zhao Gongming, whose overwhelming pressure enveloped his entire body, looked coldly at Maithreya and sneered. What skill is there in bullying his junior brother? If you want to restore the Western sect's dignity, you must first pass through him. This scene made the expressions of many mighty figures in the Shenmen sect turn somewhat peculiar. Does Sage Tongtian actually have disagreements with Sage Yuancher and the two Western sages? Especially Jin Yuanzi, Hutu, and Jiufeng, their thoughts began to churn. Today's Dao discussion assembly seemed interrupted by the conflict between Dong Wanggong and Emperor Jun, but in truth, even without their outburst, a conflict between the sages would likely have erupted eventually. Staying any longer risked getting involved in the disputes between the sages' orthodoxies. Rather than being dragged into the sages' conflicts, it would be better to watch the battle between Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong. There might even be a chance to gain an advantage. Jin Yuanzi and Huta held no goodwill toward Emperor Jun given the opportunity to ambush him. None of them were willing to miss it. Boom! Just as Jin Yuanzi, Hutu, and the others were preparing to leave, heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, golden clouds of virtue gathered above the 9 heavens, their radiance illuminating all realms. Heaven sent virtue. Who could have triggered this again? Everyone's attention was now completely drawn to the sudden manifestation of golden virtue clouds above the 9 heavens. Even Zhao Gongming, who had been preparing to thrash Maithreya, lost all interest in his provocations. He stared dumbfounded at the scene, far more magnificent than what he had twice triggered before, utterly shocked. With his great Luo golden immortal cultivation, the phenomena of virtue he had triggered was merely a quarter of what suddenly appeared now. What level of cultivation would be required to obtain such an immense credit limit? Others might not know why this virtuous phenomenon appeared, but the familiar scene immediately reminded Zhao Gongming of virtue loans. Not only Zhao Gongming, but Sanchao and Xian Du also had the same thought upon seeing this familiar sight. Even Fixed Light Immortal guessed the origin of this virtuous phenomenon. Ever since having his physical form shattered by Zhao Gongming last time, followed by the failed attempt to instigate Lingya Xian to trouble Lu Yunsheng, Fixed Light Immortal has become extremely low-key, not daring to entertain any other thoughts so discreet that even Je sect disciples find him unfamiliar. Of course, fear is one reason, but more importantly he's planning how to continue borrowing. Having tasted the sweetness of using refined merit to break through, Fixed Light Immortal became completely addicted, losing all inclination for cultivation, only thinking about loans, borrowing more merit. After all, relying solely on his own cultivation progress wouldn't even be enough to repay the interest from his previous 2 loans. The consequences of defaulting are severe, and he has no desire to face Zhao Gongming's debt collection again. A million miles away from Golden Turtle Island, Tai and his 2 companions who were about to suppress Dong Wanggong with the Chaos Bell found themselves distracted by the suddenly manifested merit phenomenon. This merit phenomenon might even rival those triggered when the 3 pure ones established their sects. Who could have caused this? Just as the 3 were shocked, Dong Wanggong, who had been trembling with fear, instantly cast off all negative emotions and became extremely exhilarated. The merit loan was actually real. The suddenly manifested merit phenomenon was triggered by him. The next moment, Dong Wanggong soared into the sky, followed by a resounding proclamation that shook the heavens. I, Dong Wanggong, leader of male immortals, hereby establish the celestial court today, blessed by the heavenly Tao, celebrating with all beings of the primordial world. What? The heavenly Tao merit was actually triggered by Dong Wanggong establishing the celestial court. All beings of the primordial world were shocked, except for Lu Yunsheng, who was utterly speechless. This Dong Wanggong was truly shameless, but it had to be admitted this publicity stunt would likely attract numerous powerful beings of the primordial world to the celestial court. Since this guy was being underhanded, using the merit from his loan to deceive people, he couldn't complain about having his interest rates maxed out. Chapter 49, Borrowing Momentum. Rumble. Under the astonished gazes of all beings, 50 million merits cascaded down, instantly engulfing Dong Wanggong. Dazzling golden light swept across, illuminating all realms of heaven and earth. This scene made Emperor Jun and his 2 companions burn with jealousy, their eyes turning red with envy. Why should Dong Wanggong receive such abundant heavenly merits merely for establishing the celestial court? One must know that when Emperor Jun and Tai established the Yao clan's heavenly court in the past, the heavenly merits bestowed were less than 1/3 of this. Moreover, not all these merits belonged solely to Emperor Jun and Tai, they received only half, while the remaining merits were distributed among other Yao clan powerhouses like Fuxi and Kuanpang. This means the merits Emperor Jun and Tai obtained for establishing the Heavenly Court amounted to merely half of 1/3 of what Dong Wanggong gained for founding the Celestial Court. Not to mention the proud and arrogant Emperor Jun and Tai who wouldn't feel indignant about this. As for Kuanpang, needless to say, his initial purpose for joining the Heavenly Court was to share in the Yao clan's fortune. Yet now Dong Wanggong's newly established Celestial Court has instantly overshadowed the Yao clan Heavenly Court. More crucially, with Dong Wanggong protected by so many heavenly merits, how could they possibly kill him? Slaying a being under heavenly protection would invoke celestial punishment. Amidst the astonished gazes of all living beings, Dong Wanggong, enveloped in golden light of virtue, looked at the gloomy-faced trio of Emperor Jun and declared, "I am protected by virtue and sheltered by the heavenly Tao. Who dares to strike me down?" With the heavenly Tao as his backing, Dong Wanggong felt emboldened again, openly provoking Emperor Jun's trio. What if he couldn't match the three of them? The real question was, would these three dare lay a finger on him? Of course, Dong Wanggong's public provocation wasn't merely for showing off. His primary intention was to attract beings of the primordial world to join the Shenmen sect. His current heavenly Tao protection signified that the celestial court he established was likewise under divine shelter. As for whether this virtue was borrowed or rewarded for establishing the celestial court, even if he didn't say it, who wouldn't know? After all, the virtue descended from the heavenly Tao itself, witnessed by all beings of the primordial world and impossible to falsify. Emperor Jun's trio, publicly provoked by Dong Wanggong, all underwent dramatic facial changes, their oppressive auras swirling uncontrollably around them. Although Emperor Jun and his two companions were furious, they didn't let anger cloud their judgment and showed no intention of taking action. Even with their peak quasi-sage cultivation, they might not withstand the punishment from heavenly Tao. Seeing Emperor Jun's trio visibly enraged yet not daring to act, Dong Wanggong grew even more exhilarated. However, he wasn't foolish enough to continue provoking them further. If truly enraged to reckless action, he himself would suffer the consequences. The current priority was utilizing this opportunity to recruit more members for the Celestial Court. There would be time enough to contend with the Yao clan's Heavenly Court after strengthening their forces. With this thought, Dong Wanggong immediately announced, "The Celestial Court is established. All beings of primordial world who join shall enjoy the blessings of Heavenly Tao's merit." Dong Wanggong understood well how irresistible merit was to primordial beings. To swiftly recruit powerful figures, tangible benefits were absolutely necessary to sway their hearts. After all, in this primordial world where the strong prey on the weak, those without brains would have long been schemed to death. This mysterious darkness true monarch is willing to join the Celestial Court. This Qinglian sword master is willing to join the Celestial Court. Just as Dong Wanggong had predicted, after his promise of bestowing virtue, several of the former Violet Cloud Palace listeners immediately responded. The next moment, several figures shot out from Golden Turtle Island and quickly arrived before Dong Wanggong. Seeing three ancient mighty ones at the quasi-saint realm and dozens of great Luo golden immortal cultivators willing to join the Celestial Court, Dong Wanggong could no longer conceal his excitement. "You shall all become the backbone of the Celestial Court, entitled to share in its fortune and blessings." Hiding his heartache, Dong Wanggong waved his hand grandly, and the golden clouds of virtue surrounding him divided into dozens of strands that entered the bodies of mysterious darkness, Qinglian, and others. In order to rapidly strengthen the Celestial Court, Dong Wanggong spared no expense, immediately giving away nearly 10 million merits, making all beings gaze upon him with envy and jealousy. Originally, some creatures with lower cultivation who were still hesitating could no longer remain seated, all rushing toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to obtain merits. If missed, they might never get such a chance again in this lifetime. Moreover, with the primordial world currently embroiled in the struggle for dominance between the Wu and Yao clans, many innocent creatures had suffered disasters. These rogue cultivators wished to join a sage's lineage for protection but found no gate open to them. Since Dong Wanggong's established Celestial Court had received the approval of the Heavenly Tao, it represented the court's potential to become a future hegemon of the primordial world. Joining now would bring 100 benefits without a single harm. This scene made Emperor Jun and his two companions even more furious. Their ambush against Dong Wanggong was not only to eliminate this threat but also to declare to all beings of the primordial world that anyone daring to challenge the Yao clan would find Dong Wanggong to be the prime example. Who could have thought that this ambush, far from establishing authority, has instead elevated Dong Wanggong and the Celestial Court's reputation? Elder brother, if Dong Wanggong is not eliminated, he may become a great calamity for our Yao clan. Tai stared fixedly at Dong Wanggong, who was surrounded by dozens of ancient mighty beings, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun's expression immediately darkened as he said solemnly, "We must not act rashly. Dong Wanggong must absolutely be eliminated." Emperor Jun desired his death more than anyone, but since Dong Wanggong had just invoked heavenly merit, acting now would require too great a sacrifice. If it were merely dealing with Dong Wanggong alone, even at great cost, Emperor Jun would strike. But with the Witch Clan watching like a tiger eyeing its prey, should the three of them slay Dong Wanggong and suffer severe injuries from heavenly punishment, and should the Witch Clan launch a full-scale attack, the celestial court of the Yao Clan might face destruction. As the sovereign of the Yao Clan, Emperor Jun could not possibly endanger his entire race for momentary impulse. The matter of killing Dong Wanggong must be carefully planned, or we can wait until his virtue is nearly exhausted before taking action. It won't be too late then. He didn't believe Dong Wanggong would keep his virtue reserved solely for self-protection forever. Once Dong Wanggong uses it to enhance his cultivation or refine magical treasures, depleting most of it, the heavenly punishment they'd suffer would certainly be much lighter. His Majesty the Demon Emperor speaks wisely. Your Highness Tai must not act impulsively. We cannot give the Witch Clan any opportunities. Koan Pang also took this moment to counsel Tai. Though Tai was extremely unwilling, he understood that forcing action now would bear too great a cost, one the demon tribe might not withstand, so he could only suppress his urge to kill Dong Wanggong by force. But to simply let it go, how would the demon tribe save face? Furious at heart, Tai cast a cold glare at the powerful beings who had joined the Celestial Court and threatened, "Daring to join the Celestial Court means making enemies of our demon tribe. I advise you all not to lose your senses over petty gains, lest you regret it when it's too late." The Yao Clan currently holds overwhelming power, with only those barbarians of the Witch Clan capable of rivaling them. Apart from the sacred traditions of saints, one could say Tai regarded none of the primordial beings with any significance. Threatening all living beings brought him not the slightest pressure. Upon hearing these words, many creatures who were heading toward the eastern seashore found their hearts wavering once more. Was it worth standing against the Yao Clan for mere fragments of opportunity? Chapter 50. Fortune favors the bold. Does your Yao Clan not overstep its bounds with such tyranny? Dong Wanggong's face darkened as he glared at the three figures of Tai standing mid-air, demanding in anger. His establishment of the Celestial Court had received Heaven's Tao's approval. How dare Tai openly threaten all living beings? Such audacious arrogance. Did the Yao Clan not even hold Heaven's Tao in regard? Of course, Dong Wanggong was aware of how his virtue had been obtained. Having already leveraged his position to gather followers earlier, he dared not continue invoking Heaven's Tao's name to threaten Tai. It must be known that the Heavenly Tao rules supreme over the primordial world. Not only is he merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sage cultivation, even all saints, and even Tao ancestor Han Jun, are all beneath the Heavenly Tao. Using the Heavenly Tao's influence to gather followers and strengthen the Celestial Court was already risky enough. Continuing to exploit the Heavenly Tao's name would likely incur backlash, making the gains not worth the losses. Moreover, even invoking the Heavenly Tao's name might not necessarily deter Emperor Jun and his two companions. If these three truly feared punishment from the Heavenly Tao, they wouldn't have publicly threatened all beings of the primordial world. Of course, Dong Wanggong wouldn't let himself be intimidated by Tai's imposing manner either. He still had to maintain the necessary firm stance. I am being this domineering, so what? Tai, standing firm in the void, unleashed overwhelming pressure as the supreme-grade primordial treasure chaos bell resonated endlessly. The palpable, overwhelming killing intent caused all the primordial mighty figures surrounding Dong Wanggong to drastically change their expressions. Perhaps joining the Celestial Court for merit points wasn't such a wise choice after all. But asking them to return the obtained merit and withdraw from the Celestial Court was clearly something no one could willingly accept. After all, merit brought tremendous benefits, whether for improving their cultivation or refining magical artifacts. After internal struggles, cultivators like Xinglian ultimately gritted their teeth and chose to stay. As the saying goes, great wealth comes from great risks. Only by gambling could they seize the opportunity to advance further. Seeing the surrounding followers maintaining their allegiance to Dong Wanggong with no intention to withdraw from the Celestial Court, Tai's expression darkened considerably, while Dong Wanggong secretly breathed another sigh of relief. As long as no one fled, his establishment of the Celestial Court today could be deemed successful. As for whether they could contend against the Yao Clan's Heavenly Court, if absolutely necessary, they could always seek alliance with the Witch Clan. Even with the Yao Clan's formidable strength, they likely couldn't withstand the combined might of two major powers. With this thought, Dong Wanggong immediately declared in a sonorous voice, "Today marks the Celestial Court's founding. I shall overlook your offenses for now. But should your Yao Clan dare harm any of my people, our Celestial Court will become your sworn enemy." Whether the Celestial Court possessed the confidence and strength to contend with the Yao Clan's Heavenly Court or not, Dong Wanggong couldn't afford to show the slightest weakness at this moment. Otherwise, the newly recruited followers might begin having second thoughts. As for whether this would anger Emperor Jun and his two companions, Dong Wanggong wasn't particularly concerned. If Emperor Jun's faction truly intended to kill him at all costs, they would have acted directly long ago, and Tai wouldn't have wasted words with him. Since they hadn't made a move, it clearly indicated they had certain apprehensions and likely believed the virtue he had invoked was indeed obtained through establishing the Celestial Court. This very conviction became Dong Wanggong's foundation for openly defying Emperor Jun's trio. As expected, despite Dong Wanggong repeatedly provoking Tai Yi, the Eastern Emperor still showed no intention of taking action, allowing Dong Wanggong to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Yao clan remained hesitant and granted him sufficient time to strengthen the Celestial Court, he believed there would eventually emerge an opportunity to stand against them. Facing Dong Wanggong's provocations, though Tai Yi burned with extreme fury, recalling Emperor Jun and Koan Peng's warnings, he ultimately had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger. Seeing that threats were useless and there was clearly no chance to capture Dong Wanggong, Emperor Jun didn't linger any longer. With a signal to Tai Yi and Koan Peng, he directly vanished. This scene once again astonished all beings of the primordial world. The three peak quasi-sage mighty ones of the Yao clan, who were contending for dominance in the primordial world, being expelled from Golden Turtle Island by Sage Tongtian was one thing, but now being forced to retreat by Dong Wanggong. Doesn't this mean the Celestial Court now possesses both the confidence and strength to rival the Yao clan's Heavenly Court? Those who had been intimidated by Tai Yi's threats now became active in their thoughts again. Fortune favors the bold. Even if the Yao clan might intercept them joining the Celestial Court, they were willing to take the risk. Far from achieving its intimidating effect, Tai Yi's threat instead boosted the Celestial Court's reputation even more, with countless beings rushing from all directions toward the eastern coastal region. However, all the sages frowned slightly. This development wasn't going according to script. Although the heavenly secrets were obscured during the tribulation, the various saints could still deduce a thing or two. Dong Wanggong, who was merely cannon fodder in the tribulation, actually triggered heavenly Dao merits and forced Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Koan Peng to retreat. Could there have been some change in the heavenly Dao? In fact, just as the saints had guessed, there was indeed an anomaly in the tribulation. However, this anomaly was not caused by any change in the heavenly Dao, but was orchestrated by Lu Yunsheng, who had stolen the spotlight at the Xianmen Sect's discourse conference. If he wanted to manipulate the tribulation's outcome, he couldn't allow it to follow its original timeline. Having saved Dong Wanggong today would inevitably trigger subsequent wars between the Yao clan and the Celestial Court. All he needed to do was secretly incite the Yao clan not necessarily to ally with Dong Wanggong, but just to attack the Yao clan's stronghold when they sent troops against the Celestial Court. This would certainly inflict damage on the Yao clan. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to extend loans to the Yao clan. With the Wu clan, Yao clan, and Celestial Court, three major forces vying for supremacy in the primordial world, they would both fight against and potentially ally with each other, preventing any immediate mutual destruction. Of course, this was merely Lu Yunsheng's scheme. As for the actual course of events, it wasn't something he, at his golden immortal cultivation level, could control. Moreover, he never intended to reverse the Wu Yao tribulation. He merely sought to capitalize on the situation for some benefits, making additional preparations in advance for the subsequent investiture of the god's tribulation. As Emperor Jun retreated, Dong Wanggong didn't linger either. He condensed the merit golden cloud into a massive lotus platform and paraded through the wilderness with the mighty beings who had joined the Celestial Court, returning to Purple Mansion Isle. The originally lively Xianmen Sect's discourse assembly, interrupted by this sudden conflict that ended abruptly, became an anticlimactic affair. This left many Xianmen mighty ones still lingering on Golden Turtle Island, exchanging bewildered glances. Should they stay or leave? Just as everyone was hesitating, Nuwa's voice suddenly rang out. Since the Xianmen Sect's discourse assembly has concluded, I shall take my leave first. After speaking, Nuwa paid no heed to the reactions of the three pure ones or the two Western sages, directly tearing through the void to depart. Having completely lost face at Golden Turtle Island, Yuanshi then manifested the divine power of a sage, gathered the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect, and returned to Kunlun Mountain. Watching as both Nuwa and Yuanshi departed, Taiching felt speechless inside. He hadn't expected the Xianmen Sect's discourse assembly he had organized to end this way. However, maintaining outward composure, he calmly declared, the Xianmen Sect's discourse assembly concludes here. After speaking, Taiching cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yunsheng among the crowd before leaving with Xian Du. The two Western sages, having gained nothing, were unwilling but saw that all three of Taiching's group had departed. Knowing Tongtian's hostility toward them, they realized staying longer wouldn't benefit them, so they gathered their Western sect disciples and left. However, the two Western sages didn't return directly to their Western sect but instead headed toward Purple Mansion Isle. That's right, the two Western sages had set their sights on Dong Wanggong's merit. Chapter 51, Provoking the War Between the Wu and Yao clans. At Golden Turtle Island, as the various sages departed, the remaining Xianmen Sect's mighty figures also didn't linger. One by one, they took their leave from Sage Tongtian. Just as Hutu and Jiufeng were about to leave, Lu Yunsheng suddenly appeared before them, smiling with profound mystery. Esteemed elders, the Yao clan suffered great losses at Dong Wanggong's hands today. I believe they will soon dispatch troops to Purple Mansion Isle. This presents a rare opportunity to ambush the Yao clan. At these words, both Hutu and Jiufeng raised their eyebrows slightly, a glimmer flashing in their eyes. The conflicts between the Witch clan and Yao clan were continuous, yet neither could gain decisive advantage over the other. This greatly annoyed the ancestral witches who considered themselves the orthodox descendants of Pangu. They had long been plotting to deal the Yao clan a devastating blow to suppress their arrogance, but had never found the right opportunity. If things truly unfolded as Lu Yunqing predicted, with the Yao clan attacking Dong Wanggong's Purple Mansion Isle and the Witch clan seized this moment to launch their own assault, they could certainly inflict maximum damage on the Yao clan at minimal cost. Had Lu Yunqing not reminded them, they might have overlooked this opportunity entirely. Hutu and Jiufeng couldn't help but view Lu Yunqing in a new light. This outer disciple of the Jie sect possessed not only monstrous cultivation talent but also extraordinary cunning. Many thanks for Taoist Yunqing's reminder. Hutu, her eyes shining brightly, expressed her gratitude to Lu Yunqing before hastily departing with Jiufeng. This scene left the Jie sect disciples dumbfounded. Clearly, none had anticipated Lu Yunqing would manipulate the Witch clan against the Yao clan. Such boldness was truly beyond their capability. Unnoticed by others, Fixed Light Immortal within the crowd suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Though Fixed Light Immortal had kept low profile recently, it didn't mean he'd forgotten his grudge against Lu Yunqing. His seeming quietude was merely biding time. Now, hearing Lu Yunqing's instigation for the Witch clan to ambush the Yao clan, he recognized the perfect opportunity for a proxy kill. If he delivered this information to the Yao clan, would they ever spare Lu Yunqing? Thinking thus, Fixed Light Immortal felt exhilarated. While all attention focused on Lu Yunqing, he stealthily withdrew. Yet what Fixed Light Immortal didn't know was that Ling Xian observed his every movement clearly, silently following behind. The evidence of his betrayal of Fixed Light Immortal had always been firmly held by Lu Yunqing. Unable to expel Fixed Light Immortal from Jie sect, Ling Xian knew his fate would be dire should the truth come to light. However, Fixed Light Immortal had maintained such low profile recently that Ling Xian couldn't find any incriminating evidence against him. Now, noticing the subtle change in Fixed Light Immortal's expression, Ling Xian, who knew him well, immediately guessed he must be planning some shady business. This was precisely the opportunity to obtain evidence against Fixed Light Immortal, and Ling Xian wouldn't let it slip away. No one noticed the departure of these two immortals. All Jie sect disciples were staring at Lu Yunqing with strange expressions, wondering what benefit he could gain from inciting the Witch clan to ambush the Yao clan. Moreover, as the main protagonists of the Great Tribulation, both Witch and Yao clans were beings that all creatures of the primordial world avoided like plague, fearing entanglement in the calamity. Yet Lu Yunqing dared provoke both clans. Even Tongtian, the sage and founder of Jie sect, wore a puzzled expression, wondering why his disciple would willingly involve himself in the Great Tribulation. Yunsheng, do you know that involving yourself in the conflict between the Witch and Yao clans could very likely bring fatal disaster upon yourself? Tongtian looked at Lu Yunqing and asked solemnly. Since the last sermon when Lu Yunqing broke through 3 realms consecutively, Tongtian had been paying relatively more attention to this disciple. In Tongtian's impression, Lu Yunqing was not a reckless fool without sense. Especially when he had publicly silenced the 2 Western sages with his arguments, which made Tongtian appreciate this disciple even more. Yet now, Lu Yunqing had actively involved himself in the conflict between the 2 clans, making Tongtian suddenly realize he could no longer see through this disciple. Lu Yunqing smiled nonchalantly and said, "Master is a heavenly Tao saint who suppresses the universe. Even if the Yao clan knew I instigated the Witch clan, what could they do? Would they dare to attack Golden Turtle Island?" Tongtian. So this is your confidence in acting lawlessly. Are you counting on me, your master, to clean up your mess? However, what Lu Yunqing said wasn't wrong. No matter how powerful the Yao clan might be, as long as Lu Yunqing didn't leave the mountain, how would the Yao clan dare to attack Golden Turtle Island? All beneath saints are mere ants is not an empty saying. The fact that Emperor Jun's trio and Dong Wanggong were expelled from Golden Turtle Island with just his single command without daring to utter even a word of protest demonstrates the true deterrent power of a saint. However, Tongtian still cautioned Lu Yunqing, "Though I can ensure your safety, the tribulation is perilous beyond measure. It's best not to involve yourself in it." Even as a heavenly Tao saint, he could only keep his distance from the heavenly Tao tribulation, how much more so for his disciples. As long as Lu Yunqing remains on the mountain after instigating conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes, Tongtian could protect him. But he didn't wish for this disciple to continue acting so recklessly in the future. After all, Lu Yunqing possessed extraordinary talent. Given sufficient time to grow, his future achievements would be limitless. How can one reap benefits without participation? Everything he did wasn't merely for personal gain, but also to lay the foundation for Jie sect's future. However, these thoughts remained in his mind. It wouldn't be appropriate to voice them before Tongtian and the Jie sect disciples, so he could only pretend to be admonished on the surface, bowing respectfully and saying, "Thank you for your guidance, master." This disciple understands. Lu Yunqing's verbal agreement sounded sincere enough, but inwardly he was calculating how to maximize benefits in the upcoming great battle. It was inevitable that the Yao clan would dispatch troops to Purple Mansion Isle, for this calamity was destined for Dong Wanggong. Whether he could escape it or not, the Yao clan would send its forces there. According to the original course of the primordial world, the Witch clan didn't participate, which ultimately led to Dong Wanggong's demise. But now things were different. With his reminder, after Hutu and Jiufeng returned to the Witch Clan, they would certainly discuss with Dijiang and others about ambushing the Yao Clan. Whether Dong Wanggong would perish or not had now become an uncertainty. Moreover, his instigation of the Witch Clan to ambush the Yao Clan served another crucial purpose: to seize the opportunity to provide loans to the Yao Clan. The Yao Clan was inherently weaker than the Witch Clan. In direct confrontations, they usually found themselves at a disadvantage. If ambushed by the Witch Clan, they would face nothing but crushing defeat. Given Emperor Jun's arrogance, he would obviously refuse to accept that the Yao Clan was inferior to the Witch Clan. If loans were offered at this critical moment, would Emperor Jun even consider accepting them? Just like Dong Wanggong, had he not been cornered by Emperor Jun and his two companions to the brink of despair, why would he have so readily believed in merit loans? Seeing that Lu Yunsheng had taken his words to heart, Lord Tongtian said no more and turned to address the Jie sect disciples. The tribulation has now begun. Unless necessary, none of you should descend the mountain, lest you become entangled in it. We shall obey our master's decree. All the Jie sect disciples bowed in acknowledgement. In truth, even without Lord Tongtian's warning, they were well aware of how severe the consequences could be if they were drawn into the tribulation. In ancient times, the dragon phoenix Qilin triumvirate that once dominated the primordial world was forced into obscurity due to the tribulation. What chance did mere disciples like them have? Being a disciple of a saint might serve as a protective talisman, but it did not guarantee immunity from death. Only Lu Yunsheng was different. Not only would he participate, but he also intended to leverage the tribulation to lay down even more schemes in advance. Chapter 52, The Shameless Duo. Devote yourselves diligently to cultivation during this time. Sage Tongtian left behind another instruction before returning to Biao Palace. Though the Jie sect had tens of thousands of disciples, Tongtian couldn't personally attend to each one. Yet, he didn't wish any of them to perish by becoming entangled in the tribulation. However, the tribulation was ordained by the heavenly Tao, something even he couldn't alter. The most he could do was urge his disciples to avoid being dragged into it. As long as they steered clear of the tribulation, no one in the entire primordial world would dare lay a finger on a disciple of a sage. This wasn't arrogance, but the confidence of a heavenly sage who stabilized the cosmos. We bid farewell to our master. The Jie sect disciples bowed once more, their reverence absolute. After Sage Tongtian departed, Lu Yunsheng instantly became the center of attention, showered with praise from his fellow disciples. Junior brother Yunsheng has truly upheld the dignity of our Jie sect today. How satisfying it was to see junior brother Yunsheng confront those two Western sages. At today's Tao discourse, Lu Yunsheng had broken through two minor realms in succession, not only stealing the spotlight but also thoroughly humiliating the disciples of the Orthodox sect and the Western sect. The scene of Lu Yunsheng confronting the two Western sages still excites the Jie sect disciples to this day. Regardless of the two Western sages' reputation, they are after all heavenly Tao saints who suppress the universe, who among all living beings would dare show them disrespect. Let alone confronting a saint. Most living beings wouldn't even dare entertain such thoughts in their wildest dreams. One can imagine how tremendous an impact Lu Yunsheng's confrontation with the two Western sages had on the Jie sect disciples. Facing the flattery from Jie sect disciples, Lu Yunsheng merely smiled indifferently. After perfunctory responses, he directly returned to his cave abode to take stock of his recent gains. Meanwhile, at Purple Mansion Isle, as Dong Wanggong returned to Purple Mansion Isle with the newly recruited primordial mighty ones, the two Western sages manifested at the island shortly after. Fellow Daoist Dong Wanggong, though uninvited, my senior brother and I hope we're not disturbing your gathering. Juanti and Jain, now present at Purple Mansion Isle, set aside their saintly demeanor and proactively showed goodwill toward Dong Wanggong. As the two Western sages suddenly descended, all members of Purple Mansion Isle were startled and hastily bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the two sages. While the two Western sages might refrain from putting on airs of their holy status, none present dared to presume familiarity. As for Dong Wanggong, one look at the two Western sages' demeanor made their intentions perfectly clear to him. Were they coming for his merit? Otherwise, given their status as sages, why would they show him such courtesy? Though bearing the title of leader among male immortals and having recently established the celestial court, before true sages he remained but an insignificant ant. Even the weakest among the sages, the two Western sages, were beings he couldn't possibly provoke. The only reason Dong Wanggong could conceive for sages lowering themselves to court favor was the merit he'd recently obtained. Though inwardly displeased, Dong Wanggong feigned excitement on the surface. We were unaware of your holiness's arrival and failed to greet you properly. We beg your forgiveness. Regardless of his true feelings, before the two Western sages he dared not reveal even the slightest hint of them. After all, the sages govern the cosmos. Someone at the peak of quasi-sage cultivation like him could never afford to offend them. Moreover, the newly established celestial court needed allies more than ever, making it even more imperative not to antagonize two sages. Furthermore, he had thoroughly offended the Yao clan today, and given Emperor Jun and Taiyi's domineering temperaments, they would certainly not let the celestial court off easily. If some merit could be used to gain the support of the two Western sages for Purple Mansion Isle, even if it meant sharing a portion, it seemed like a worthwhile trade. This was also one of the reasons Dong Wanggong had guessed the two Western sages' intentions but dared not show the slightest hint. No need for formalities, fellow Daoist. If anything, my senior brother and I have come somewhat abruptly. Juanti, satisfied with Dong Wanggong's attitude, smiled indifferently. As the two Western sages descended upon Purple Mansion Isle, the mighty figures of the primordial world who had recently joined the celestial court all felt their spirits lift. For sages to personally visit Purple Mansion Isle and show goodwill, did this not signify their approval of the celestial court's prospects? Otherwise, why would the sages lower themselves to visit Purple Mansion Isle in person? After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Wanggong, the two Western sages proceeded to state the purpose of their visit. Fellow Daoist, regarding the merit you've recently obtained, may we inquire whether you intend to use it to enhance your cultivation, refine magical artifacts, or stabilize the celestial court's fortune? Juanti said with a benevolent smile. Dong Wanggong, if you want the merit, why not just say so directly? Did they really need him to offer it proactively? Seeing through Juanti's intentions immediately, Dong Wanggong felt displeased but still maintained a smiling expression. The newly established celestial court is fortunate to receive recognition from two sages. As I've nothing worthy to express my gratitude, I hope you won't disdain this modest amount of merit. With good awareness, Dong Wanggong proactively offered 5 million units of merit. Though it pained him greatly, he considered it worthwhile to make the two Western sages owe him karma. The two Western sages' eyes lit up simultaneously, clearly pleased with Dong Wanggong's tactfulness. However, 5 million merit units couldn't possibly satisfy them since Dong Wanggong alone had obtained 50 million, giving them merely 1/10 would never sit well with the two Western sages. Fellow Daoist, you're too courteous. Juanti pretended to decline modestly before shifting his tone. Might I ask whether this merit is meant for me or for my senior brother? The two Western sages understood perfectly well that extracting 1/5 of the merit from Dong Wanggong was likely the limit. Dong Wanggong stared speechlessly at Juanti, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. He had made it perfectly clear that this merit was for both saints, yet Juanti deliberately pressed the question: was this dissatisfaction with the amount offered? Though he had long heard of the shamelessness of the two Western sages, witnessing their brazen faces firsthand still proved hard to stomach. Complaints aside, having chosen to extend goodwill, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and smile. It was my oversight. With these words, he produced another 5 million units of merit. This small token is for both saints. I hope you'll graciously accept it. Dong Wanggong's attitude greatly pleased Juanti and Jane, and their manner grew noticeably warmer. Fellow Daoist is most thoughtful. Since you show such sincerity, we can only accept with gratitude. Juanti waved his hand and swiftly collected the merit points. Before coming, they had planned to swindle 10 million merit points. With their status as sages, they had this much confidence. What they didn't expect was Dong Wanggong's exceptional tactfulness and generosity. While surprised, both couldn't help but view Dong Wanggong in higher regard. Dong Wanggong didn't seize the opportunity to make demands. While appearing reverent toward the sages, the two Western sages knew well that his silence was more advantageous than any request. These merit points weren't free gifts. If Dong Wanggong faced a life or death crisis and sought their help, they couldn't possibly stand idly by. Seemingly disadvantaged, Dong Wanggong was actually wiser than most. Chapter 53, Gathering Storm. Your courtesy moves us, Daoist. It's impolite to receive without reciprocating. Having discerned Dong Wanggong's intentions, Juanti smiled after collecting the merits. Since the celestial court is newly established and lacks a protective formation, how about my senior brother and I help you develop one today? Although Juanti and Jane desired Dong Wanggong's merits, they wished to avoid entanglement in the conflict between the Yao clan and the celestial court. They prepared to help evolve a protective formation for Purple Mansion Isle to repay this karmic debt. As shrewd as Dong Wanggong was, how could he fail to comprehend Juanti's implication? His expression immediately stiffened. Having obtained so many benefits, did they think they could dismiss him with merely a protective formation? Although a protective formation evolved by sages was immensely powerful, and not everyone had the privilege to request such service from sages, it still appeared somewhat inadequate when compared to 10 million merits. Having paid such a tremendous price, how could Dong Wanggong willingly accept being brushed aside by the two Western sages like this? Ahem. Dong Wanggong cleared his throat lightly, steadied his composure, and deliberately feigned excitement. To have sages personally evolve a protective formation for us, this is truly a great fortune for our Purple Mansion Isle. Hearing this, the corners of the two Western sages' mouths lifted slightly. Dong Wanggong's tactfulness earned their increasing approval. However, as Dong Wanggong's tone suddenly shifted, the smiles froze on the faces of the two Western sages. However, the Purple Mansion Isle currently doesn't require a protective formation. If the two Western sages feel obliged, we only ask that they might offer some shelter when our isle faces life or death situations. The Eastern Prince originally didn't intend to speak so bluntly. After all, making demands to sages could be considered disrespectful and might easily provoke their displeasure. But those two Western sages were truly shameless, having taken so many benefits. They still attempted to sever ties with Purple Mansion Isle. If he didn't state his intentions clearly now, the 10 million virtue points he'd given would truly be wasted. As for whether this might displease the two Western sages, what if it did? It wasn't like he'd begged them to accept the virtue points, they had actively sought him out to demand them. Since when did good things in this world come without cost? Just like the virtue points he'd obtained, he claimed publicly they were heaven's reward for establishing the celestial court. But only he knew the truth. Those virtue points weren't heaven's reward but borrowed capital that must be repaid with interest. Had Emperor June and his two companions not driven him to utter desperation, he likely wouldn't have risked attempting this. He paid such a great price to obtain this merit, yet giving 1/5 to the two Western sages just for their assistance when Purple Mansion Isle faces a life or death crisis, is this too much to ask? The two Western sages' faces stiffened, and any goodwill they had developed toward Dong Wanggong instantly vanished, leaving only dissatisfaction. They personally helped arrange the protective formation for Purple Mansion Isle, an opportunity most beings could only dream of, yet Dong Wanggong remains unsatisfied. Though both were deeply discontent, they could hardly show it openly, as they were the ones who had first demanded merit from Dong Wanggong. Had he refused, there would have been nothing they could do, and they would ultimately have needed to offer equivalent terms for exchange. They initially thought obtaining 10 million merit would be effortless, but now it seems they had underestimated the difficulty. Yet, having already received the merit, the two Western sages were unwilling to return it. Protecting Purple Mansion Isle in its direst hour was, after all, not an excessively demanding condition. The two Western sages exchanged glances, then nodded to Dong Wanggong, saying, "Very well. Should Purple Mansion Isle face life or death crisis in the future, we shall intervene to protect you, fellow Taoist." Upon hearing the two Western sages' agreement, Dong Wanggong's face visibly brightened with joy. Having a sage's promise was equivalent to gaining another life-saving trump card, strengthening Dong Wanggong's confidence in dominating the primordial world. Unaware of all that had transpired at Purple Mansion Isle, Emperor June and Tai Yi returned to the heavenly court. Having suffered complete humiliation that day, the more they thought about it, the harder it became to swallow their anger. Especially the hot-tempered Tai Yi, who fumed, "Until the celestial court is destroyed, our Yao clan's heavenly court remains the primordial world's greatest joke." The Yao clan's heavenly court was already somewhat at a disadvantage in its struggle for supremacy against the Witch clan, having lost the faith of the primordial world's inhabitants. If another faction like the celestial court were to join the competition, maintaining dominance over the primordial world would be difficult enough. Merely preserving the Yao clan's heavenly court might become a significant challenge. In truth, Emperor June didn't need Tai Yi to remind him. He understood the gravity of the situation perfectly well. However, with Dong Wanggong's newly established celestial court having just received the heavenly Tao's recognition, this made him cautious and reluctant to act rashly. Yet Tai Yi wasn't wrong. If they couldn't swiftly eliminate the celestial court, not only would the Yao clan's heavenly court become a laughingstock across the primordial world, they might even lose their chance to compete for dominance altogether. Dong Wanggong bore the title of leader of male immortals conferred by the primordial world's patriarch of Tao, combined with the heavenly Tao's recognition. Naturally, the beings of primordial world would view the celestial court more favorably, which would inevitably shake the morale of the Yao clan's forces. Summon the 10 great demon gods for council. After pondering for a moment, Emperor June declared in a grave tone. While Emperor June and Tai Yi fumed, Hutu and Jiufeng of the Witch clan wasted no time upon their return. They immediately sought out Di Jiang and recounted everything that had transpired at Golden Turtle Island, along with Lu Yunxing's warning. "Our Witch clan are the true descendants of Pangu. Since when do we need ambush tactics to destroy mere Yao clan scum?" Di Jiang showed clear disdain for Hutu's proposal, considering the very idea of ambushing the Yao clan beneath their dignity. If it hadn't been for Tao ancestor Hong Jun intervening to stop the First Great Witch Yao War, establishing the rule that the Witch clan governs the earth while the Yao clan controls the heavens, prohibiting warfare for 1,000,000 years, the Yao clan would have been exterminated long ago. As the leader of the 12 Witch ancestors, Di Jiang never regarded the Yao clan as worthy of attention from beginning to end. He disdained ambush tactics. If there was to be battle, it would be a direct confrontation, letting all beings of the primordial world know who its true overlord was. "Elder brother, it's not an ambush, it's interception." Seeing that Di Jiang wouldn't listen to reason, Hutu explained helplessly, "Why engage them directly when we can deal the Yao clan a heavy blow at minimal cost?" Although the Witch clan did not fear the Yao clan, they had to admit the latter was formidable. A direct confrontation would inevitably come at a price, however fearless they might be. Since there was a better method, why not use it? Di Jiang's obstinance left Hutu at a loss for words, though she could hardly fault him for it. After all, the Witch clan was straightforward by nature. When they disliked someone, they fought without hesitation or pointless talk. But now the situation is different. The 1,000,000-year truce set by Tao ancestor Hong Jun hasn't expired yet, so the Witch clan cannot launch a full-scale war against the Yao clan. Intercepting and killing Yao clan members wouldn't violate Hong Jun's decree. Moreover, weakening the Yao clan's strength at minimal cost would be killing two birds with one stone. Jiufeng also advised at this moment, "Elder brother, little sister speaks wisely. Haven't the Yao clan used such tactics against our witch clan before? Why can't we employ the same methods? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The words of Hutu and Jiofeng seemed quite reasonable, didn't they? However, he didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he summoned other ancestral witches for discussion. Lu Yunsheng wasn't fully aware of the schemes between the Witch Clan, Yao Clan, and Celestial Court. At this moment, he was planning his next moves. Inside Lu Yunsheng's cave dwelling on Golden Turtle Island. Now that I've reached late-stage Golden Immortal cultivation, to break through to the Golden Immortal realm quickly, I must utilize the remaining 3 lending quotas as soon as possible. 1 allocation for Hutu, 1 for Emperor Jun, but who should receive the final remaining quota? Chapter 54, Prelude to the Tribulation. How could I have forgotten about him? Lu Yunsheng, deep in contemplation, quickly thought of someone. This individual was not only a primordial powerhouse of the Untold Era, but also more desperate than anyone else to attain enlightenment. Given an opportunity to gain virtue, he would certainly not let it slip away. However, he hadn't attended this Shenmen sect's discourse assembly, making contact somewhat difficult. Even as a disciple of a sage, there was no guarantee of securing an audience with him. But Lu Yunsheng wasn't planning to change candidates, as this person would be crucial for future netherworld arrangements. He had to find a way to make contact. The Blood Sea lies millions of miles from Golden Turtle Island. With my Golden Immortal cultivation, it would take years just to reach there. Moreover, the journey is perilous. Encountering dangers along the way would be quite troublesome. After pondering for a while, Lu Yunsheng temporarily set aside the idea of extending a loan to the River Styx Lord. That's right, he planned to grant the last quota as a loan to the Blood Sea's Lord, Ancestor Mingi, who aspired with all his heart to prove the Tao and attain the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Inspired by Hutu's sacrifice and evolving reincarnation and establishing the underworld, he created the Azura race, though ultimately failed in his Tao-proving endeavor. But given Mingi's obsession, as long as there's even the slightest chance to prove the Tao, no matter how remote, it's certain Mingi wouldn't let it slip. However, Lu Yunsheng wasn't in a hurry either. He would first lend to Emperor Jun and Hutu, and wait until his cultivation advanced before planning to loan to Mingi. Suppressing various thoughts, Lu Yunsheng began taking stock of his recent gains. Currently, he had loaned to 7 individuals, enabling him to break through from the Mystic Immortal Realm to the late-stage Golden Immortal Realm in just over 1,000 years, an undeniably rapid advancement. Moreover, he still hadn't absorbed the interest contributed by Zhao Gongming, plus the interest from the 3 Shao sisters. Even if this wouldn't increase his cultivation level, it would surely enhance his combat prowess by another tier. As for magical treasures, there's no need to even mention them. Not only does he possess the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure 9 Mysteries Tower bestowed by Sage Tongtian, but also the high-grade innate spiritual treasure gifted by Shen Du, plus 3 more high-grade innate spiritual treasures mortgaged by the 3 Shao sisters. Even compared to direct disciples of saints, he's far wealthier. Moreover, that's not all. Dong Wanggong, this peak quasi-saint realm powerhouse, can provide him with half of his cultivation insights every year. Despite being only at the Golden Immortal Realm, his cultivation grows ceaselessly even when he does nothing. More importantly, he's now unlocked the merit point store. As long as his cultivation keeps improving, he can continuously accumulate destiny points to exchange for various treasures in the store. Thinking of this, Lu Yunsheng opened his interface panel. Seeing his destiny points rise to 3,000 brought a pleased expression to his face. Each minor realm advancement in the Golden Immortal stage increases destiny points by 1,000. I wonder if they'll double when I break through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. The treasures in the merit point store made Lu Yunsheng's eyes gleam with desire. Any single item taken out could trigger fierce competition among countless mighty experts, even alarming the various saints and Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, he deeply understood the importance of not rushing for quick results. Only by making steady progress could he reach greater heights, while also having sufficient time to prepare his plans in advance. Just as he finished taking stock of his gains, the urgent voice of Ling Yasian suddenly rang outside the cave abode. Is junior brother Yunsheng here? Lu Yunsheng raised an eyebrow. Knowing Ling Yasian's visit likely meant some unusual movement from Fixed Light Immortal, he flashed outside the cave in an instant. What's the matter? Lu Yunsheng feigned confusion as he asked. Ling Yasian said anxiously, Fixed Light Immortal has informed the Yao clan about you instigating the Witch clan to ambush them. Emperor Jun and his companions had suffered great humiliation at Golden Turtle Island and already held deep resentment toward the Jie sect. Now that they learned Lu Yunsheng had stirred the Witch clan to plot against them, how could the Yao clan possibly let him off? Moreover, the prepared Yao clan might seize this opportunity to scheme against the Witch clan. If the Witch clan suffers losses, they would likely believe Lu Yunsheng conspired with the Yao clan against them, effectively offending both major factions. Even as a disciple of a sage, simultaneously antagonizing the 2 dominant forces of the primordial world would surely lead to dire consequences. Unless Lu Yunsheng remains hidden on Golden Turtle Island indefinitely, his fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Of course, Ling Yasian wasn't concerned about Lu Yunsheng's safety but feared being implicated himself. With his cultivation foundation destroyed, his own fate might prove even more miserable. Junior brother Yunsheng is the charge of fixed light immortal colluding with the Yao clan to harm fellow disciples sufficient to expel him from the Jie sect. Ling Yesen then posed the question that concerned him most. He merely wished to eliminate the threat of fixed light immortal promptly. Even if implicated by Lu Yunsheng afterward, staying on the mountain would spare him from fixed light immortal's retaliation. After all, his foundation had been ruined, and there was likely no chance of recovery in this lifetime. Staying on Golden Turtle Island was the safest option. The only remaining threat was fixed light immortal. This was precisely why he had kept close watch on him, and upon discovering his communications with the Yao clan, had rushed to inform Lu Yunsheng immediately. Lu Yunsheng wasn't the least bit surprised by this. In fact, when he deliberately reminded Hutu in front of the Jie sect disciples, he had intended for someone to leak information to the Yao clan. If the Yao clan were truly unprepared and got annihilated by the Witch clan, it might alarm Hongjun. As the one who instigated conflict between the two clans, he might face punishment from Hongjun. Even Sage Tongtian might not be able to protect him. After all, Hongjun was not only the teacher of the six saints but also the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. Even saints paled in comparison before Hongjun. Meeting Ling Xian's anxious gaze, he feigned anger and said, "Fixed light immortal is truly despicable. I'll personally seek out Lord Tongtian and report his misconduct." Hearing this, Ling Xian's face visibly brightened with joy. Given Lu Yunsheng's current prominence, once he reported to Lord Tongtian, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. It seemed Ling Xian was truly doomed this time, likely facing expulsion from the Jie sect. Before Ling Xian could speak, Lu Yunsheng continued, "Senior brother Ling Xian, I'm concerned Lord Tongtian might give Fixed Light Immortal another chance to remain in the Jie sect. You must keep a close watch on him and inform me immediately of any news." Also, after learning about Lu Yunsheng's subsequent plans, Ling Xian immediately promised, "Junior brother Yunsheng, rest assured. I'll go find him right now." Watching Ling Xian's hurried departing figure, a trace of amused smile flashed across Lu Yunsheng's lips. This simpleton was truly easy to manipulate. Keeping Ling Xian alive earlier had indeed proved quite useful. After dismissing Ling Xian, Lu Yunsheng transformed into a streak of light and soon arrived at Three Shao Island. For the upcoming plans and arrangements, he would still need the assistance of the Three Shao sisters and Zhao Gongming. Based on his understanding of them, they definitely wouldn't shy away from trouble. "Junior brother Yunsheng, you've finally come. We thought you weren't willing to move to Three Immortals Island." Sensing Lu Yunsheng's arrival, the Three Shao sisters simultaneously emerged from their cave abode and joyfully went to greet him. Lu Yunsheng then deliberately feigned nervousness. "Three senior sisters, I've encountered major trouble. I beg you three to please help me." Chapter 55. The Tribulation Begins. That Fixed Light Immortal is truly detestable. Junior brother Yunsheng, rest assured, will go find him immediately. Upon learning that Fixed Light Immortal had secretly informed the Yao clan, all three Shao sisters were furious. Yunshao immediately comforted him. "Eldest sister is right. Since Fixed Light Immortal hasn't learned his lesson, we must teach him a severe lesson," Bishio said with an angry expression. She never held Fixed Light Immortal in high regard, but never imagined he would act so treacherously. To seek revenge against Lu Yunsheng, he actually colluded with the Yao clan. This wasn't mere revenge, it was clearly an attempt on Lu Yunsheng's life. The Yao clan's cruelty and bloodlust have long been an open secret in the primordial world. Once targeted by the Yao clan, even though Lu Yunsheng is a disciple of the sage's lineage, he still faces the danger of perishing. Watching the three Shao sisters' angry expressions, warmth blossomed in Lu Yunsheng's heart. He could genuinely feel that the sisters cared for him from the bottom of their hearts, which was why they harbored such intense hatred toward Fixed Light Immortal. This made Lu Yunsheng, who was using the sisters, feel slightly guilty. However, for the sake of his subsequent plans, he quickly suppressed this thought and changed the subject. "Senior sisters, don't be hasty. Simply teaching Fixed Light Immortal a lesson might not make this scoundrel remember. I actually have a plan." After Lu Yunsheng finished speaking, peculiar expressions flashed in the three Shao sisters' eyes, and their hearts were greatly shaken. Their junior brother was truly audacious beyond measure. He actually planned to exploit the conflict between the Witch and Yao clans as well as the Celestial Court to seek benefits. Not to mention the Witch and Demon races contending for supremacy in the primordial world. Even the newly established Celestial Court by Dong Wanggong was not something they could casually provoke, let alone scheme against. Looking across all disciples of the saintly lineages, probably only Lu Yunsheng possessed such audacity. "Junior brother Yunsheng, isn't this too risky?" The inwardly shaking Yunshao couldn't help but warn. Both Qiangxiu and Bixiao wore expressions of concern as they looked at Lu Yunsheng, clearly worried about potential consequences. Lu Yunsheng wasn't surprised by the Sanshao sisters' reaction, as his scheme targeted the three most powerful factions in the primordial world outside the saintly lineages. But this wasn't an impulsive decision he had prepared in advance, and since this plan concerned his loan business, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip. "Senior sisters needn't worry. If we bring along senior brother Zhao Gongming, our safety will be significantly improved." Lu Yuncheng laughed nonchalantly. With our status as saints' disciples, even if something goes wrong, we needn't fear perishing. His greatest confidence in stirring up trouble ultimately came from his master, Sage Tongtian. No matter how powerful the Wu and Yao clans in the Celestial Court may be, before the saints they remain but ants. Though the saints wish to avoid being drawn into the tribulation and thus stay far from the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans, this doesn't mean they would allow their disciples to be killed at will. Even humiliation would require careful consideration of whether they could bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, though still somewhat uneasy in their hearts, the three Shao sisters had to admit Lu Yuncheng spoke truth. Their status as saints' disciples was indeed their greatest protection. Even if something were to happen, presumably no one would dare strike them down. Yet if successful, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Very well, then we shall accompany junior brother Yuncheng in this madness once. After exchanging glances, the three Shao sisters quickly reached their decision. If Lu Yuncheng, merely at Golden Immortal cultivation, dared take this risk, how could they, having broken through to Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, prove inferior to him? Good, then it's settled. However, the Yao clan likely won't mobilize troops against Purple Mansion all so quickly. We should use this time to improve our preparations. With the support of the three Shao sisters, Lu Yuncheng had no worry that Zhao Gongming would refuse when the time came. After all, he knew this senior brother well, a battle maniac who never cared about potential consequences. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, Master, those uncultivated disciples of the Jie sect have gone too far. We cannot swallow this insult. We beg your permission to descend the mountain for training. After returning to Kunlun Mountain with the primordial sage, the orthodox sect's direct disciples were seething with anger. Following discussions, Wang Chengzi approached the primordial sage, seeking permission for their descent. Merely cultivating on Kunlun Mountain was too slow for progress, and they might miss opportunities. The breakthrough of Zhao Gongming and the three Shao sisters into Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm through virtue had left a profound impact. They too sought ways to obtain such merit. The primordial sage frowned slightly. With the great calamity already underway, it was unsafe for cultivators of Guan Chengzi's level to wander the untamed wilderness. But if they were not allowed to descend the mountain, these disciples would likely lose focus in their cultivation, only to see the gap between them and the Jie sect disciples grow ever wider. Yuancher pondered for a moment, then secretly performed divination. Upon learning that his disciples might encounter opportunities during this descent, his eyes suddenly brightened. Was this because they sensed potential opportunities that they came seeking his permission to descend? Though somewhat puzzled, Yuancher refrained from excessive questioning. A disciple's opportunities must be sought by the disciple themselves. Even as a saint, he could not interfere. I am pleased to see your ambition for progress. Yuancher nodded approvingly before instructing. However, the great calamity has begun. You must exercise caution during this descent and avoid being drawn into the calamity. After these words, he took out several magical treasures and handed them to Guan Chengzi. Keep these for defense, both for yourself and your junior brothers. Should you face mortal danger, you may call upon me for aid. Although Yuancher was arrogant by nature, he remained deeply concerned about his disciples. Moreover, this trip to Golden Turtle Island had caused him great humiliation, and he hoped his disciples would grow stronger quickly to restore his dignity. We shall respectfully obey our master's decree. Guan Chengzi bowed deeply, stored away the magical treasures, and expressed his gratitude once more before withdrawing from Bio Palace. Soon, the 12 golden immortals of the Orthodox sect descended the mountain together to train in the primordial world. While the Orthodox sect's direct disciples were undergoing their training journey, Xiandu, the senior brother of all three teachings, was summoned by the Supreme Pure Sage into the Palace of Eight Scenes. Through divination, I foresee that mankind will soon face a great calamity. Though you were born human, this tribulation is ordained by heavens. You must not involve yourself in it. As Dong Wanggong established the Celestial Court, the Supreme Pure Sage quickly detected changes in calamity energy. This was the true sign of the Great Tribulation's commencement. Through divination, he discovered that the human race, to whom his teaching had spread enlightenment, was connected to this Great Tribulation and moreover, to a terrifying massacre. As for the life or death of the human race, the Supreme Pure Sage who practiced non-action would obviously not care, but his only direct disciple Xiandu was originally from the human race. Given Xiandu's character, he probably wouldn't stand idly by regarding the fate of humans. But getting involved might put him in mortal danger, which was why the Supreme Pure Sage warned him in advance to prepare him mentally. Master, the humans are my people. If I ignore their survival, wouldn't that? Xiandu's face changed dramatically as he instinctively wanted to express his stance, but the Supreme Pure Sage interrupted him mid-sentence. The consequences of defying heavens will even I might not be able to bear them. Do you understand? The Great Tribulation was ordained by the heavenly Tao. Defying heavens would not only invite heavenly punishment but might even alarm Tao ancestor Hongjun. His words weren't meant to scare but to warn Xiandu. Even if it meant bearing disgrace, he must not get involved in the Great Tribulation. Chapter 56, Stepping into the Tribulation. Disciple understands, but Xiandu naturally knew full well the consequences of getting involved in the Great Tribulation, yet he couldn't bring himself to remain indifferent to humanity's fate. After all, he was born from the human race, and the humans worshipped the human sect. If he ignored their plight, not only would he bear infamy, but Supreme Pure Sage and the human sect would inevitably be despised by mankind. Even if he couldn't protect all humans, shouldn't he at least do something? But his words were interrupted again as the Supreme Pure Sage said solemnly, "Would you defy your master's decree?" The Supreme Pure Sage understood his personal disciple well, persuading him would be difficult. Yet if Xiandu became entangled in the tribulation, even as his direct disciple, there was danger of perishing. Thus, he had no choice but to assert his authority as master. Xiandu had always obeyed his master's words without question. Even when discontent and reluctance filled his heart, he would not disobey. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiandu immediately bowed and said, "This disciple wouldn't dare." Observing Xiandu's dejected expression, the Supreme Pure Sage couldn't help sighing. "Very well. I permit you to descend the mountain once. How much you can aid humanity depends on your capability. But you must return within 100 years. Thank you, Master. This disciple will surely remember your decree." The previously dejected Xiandu immediately became excited and hastily assured. Although with his cultivation level he couldn't accomplish much for the human race within 100 years, at least it gave him time for early preparations. The human race's calamity of slaughter was destined by heaven's will. Xiandu naturally had self-awareness, it wasn't something he could reverse. But to completely ignore the life and death of the human race was something his conscience couldn't bear. Now that his master had given him this opportunity, Xiandu would surely cherish it. As for how much he could achieve, he could only play it by ear. Soon after, Xiandu, the personal disciple of the human teaching, left Mount Choyang following the descent of the Orthodox sect's 12 personal disciples. The unusual movements of the three teachings disciples went unnoticed, as all attention in the primordial world was currently focused on the celestial court newly established by the Eastern Prince. Would the witch and demon races, currently competing for dominance of the primordial world, simply watch as the celestial court grew stronger? At the Purple Mansion Isle, within the Grand Hall, after seeing off the two Western sages, the Eastern Prince immediately summoned Qinglian and others who had recently joined the Celestial Court for discussions. Now that the Celestial Court has just been established, this is precisely when we need manpower. I ask all of you to devote yourselves wholeheartedly and contribute more to strengthening our court. When the day comes that the Celestial Court dominates the primordial world, I shall personally celebrate your achievements. Dong Wanggong, having spent 10 million merit points to secure the promise from the two Western sages, was filled with lofty ambitions. Yet his words caused Qinglian and Xianming to startle in their hearts. Does Dong Wanggong truly intend to dominate the primordial world? Wouldn't this mean competing with both the Witch and Yao clans? The Yao clan alone has nearly suffocated the Celestial Court under its pressure. Add to that the physically formidable Witch clan. With what forces does the Celestial Court plan to resist? Are they relying solely on the merits Dong Wanggong gained from establishing the Celestial Court? Although merit might attract powerful figures of the primordial world to join the court, its foundation remains too weak to withstand the combined might of the Witch and Yao clans. Lord of the Purple Mansion, given the Celestial Court's current foundation, it might be unwise to act too conspicuously. A more prudent course would be to develop quietly. Xianming hesitated for a moment before finally being unable to restrain himself from advising Dong Wanggong. Qinglian and the others all nodded in agreement. Although they also looked forward to the Celestial Court dominating the primordial world, this matter shouldn't be rushed. Otherwise, they might ultimately meet with destruction at the joint hands of the Wu and Yao races. They followed Dong Wanggong to obtain merits, while also hoping to use the Celestial Court to advance themselves further. They certainly didn't come here to die. The reactions of the group made Dong Wanggong frown slightly. Though he harbored much dissatisfaction internally, he didn't show it directly. Instead, he adopted a mysterious tone. Since this lord has the confidence to contend for supremacy in the primordial world, naturally there are means to resist both the Wu and Yao races. Everyone need not worry excessively about being unable to withstand these two factions. Means to resist the Wu and Yao races. Xianming, Qinglian and the entire group felt a stirring in their hearts, their eyes all flashing with expressions of disbelief. It wasn't that they were unwilling to believe Dong Wanggong, but mainly because the Wu and Yao races were too powerful. Even the orthodox schools of saints were unwilling to confront them. What gave Dong Wanggong the confidence to boast about having the means to resist these two races? Just as the doubts in everyone's hearts grew unbearable and they were about to inquire, a majestic voice suddenly reverberated outside the Purple Mansion Isle. Jia sect disciple Zhao Gongming, accompanied by junior sisters Sanxiao and junior brother Yunsheng, has come to pay respects to senior Dong Wanggong. Why would Jia sect disciples come here? Dong Wanggong was startled, while the Celestial Court members' eyes flickered with thoughtful expressions. Wasn't Dong Wanggong once expelled from Golden Turtle Island by Sage Tong Tian, who also decreed that no one from the Celestial Court should approach within 1,000,000 miles of the island? Why would Jia sect disciples suddenly come to pay respects voluntarily? Could it be that Sage Tong Tian's previous actions were just for show, while secretly supporting Dong Wanggong all along? Is this the hidden card that gives Dong Wanggong confidence to contend against the witch and demon tribes? Instantly, the same thought flashed through all celestial court members' minds simultaneously, making their gazes toward Dong Wanggong grow fervent once more. Noticing the change in their expressions, Dong Wanggong grew more suspicious internally, but quickly regained his composure. Dong Wanggong's greatest skill was borrowing a tiger's skin to make a banner. He constantly boasted about being the leader of male immortals, not merely to flaunt his status but more importantly to leverage authority, specifically, the authority of Dao ancestor Hongjun. Regardless of why the Jie sect disciples had come, they could still be put to good use. Everyone, since disciples of the saint's lineage have come personally, let us go and welcome them. Dong Wanggong swept his gaze over the group and beckoned with a smile. The celestial court members, each harboring their own thoughts, naturally didn't dare act arrogantly. They all nodded in agreement and followed behind Dong Wanggong as they walked outside. The personal arrival of the saint's disciples is an honor for our celestial court. Please come in. Dong Wanggong didn't put on airs before Zhao Gongming and the others. Instead, he lowered his own status and greeted them warmly. The group behind Dong Wanggong also enthusiastically greeted Zhao Gongming and his companions. It wasn't just because of their status as disciples of a saint, it was also due to their remarkable talents. Zhao Gongming and the three cloud fairies were all peak great Luo beings with 7 petal blossoms. Although Lu Yuncheng only possessed golden immortal cultivation, his performance at the Discourse Convention had long spread throughout the primordial world. Even if some celestial court members hadn't witnessed it personally, they had certainly heard of it. Senior Dong Wanggong is too kind. Our sudden visit might be an imposition. We hope Senior won't take offense. Lu Yuncheng said modestly with a smile. Visiting Purple Mansion to reap benefits from others' conflict, it was only natural to maintain courtesy towards Dong Wanggong. Please come in. Dong Wanggong was quite satisfied with Lu Yuncheng's attitude and consequently became even more hospitable. After the group entered the main hall, Dong Wanggong ordered celestial nectar and divine liquors to be served. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked with a smile, "Might I inquire about your purpose in visiting our Purple Mansion Isle?" Unable to discern Zhao Gongming's group's intentions and fearing he might spoil things by undue haste, Dong Wanggong naturally avoided leveraging the situation directly. Only by first understanding their purpose could he properly reassure the celestial court members. "We're traveling down the mountain for experience and happened to pass by Purple Mansion Isle, so we came to pay our respects." Lu Yuncheng smiled and explained, then abruptly changed the topic. "My senior brothers and sisters and I just received news that the Yao clan has gathered a 1,000,000-strong demon army, seemingly heading straight for Purple Mansion Isle. Has Senior noticed anything?" As these words fell, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall instantly became oppressive. With a 1,000,000-strong Yao clan army descending upon Purple Mansion Isle, what could the Isle possibly use to resist them? Chapter 57, Fabricating a Sage's Decree. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Has Emperor Jun gone mad? Dong Wanggong's heart was also greatly shaken. He knew Emperor Jun and Tai Yi wouldn't swallow that humiliation, but he hadn't expected the Yao clan's retaliation to come so swiftly. It had been less than a century since Purple Mansion Isle was established, with barely over 100,000 recruited personnel, most of them low-level cultivators. How could they possibly resist the Yao clan's 1,000,000-strong army? Though somewhat flustered inside, Dong Wanggong showed no trace of it on the surface. He even feigned nonchalance and laughed. "If the Yao clan wants a fight, then let it be a fight. What does Purple Mansion Isle have to fear?" Now that morale in Purple Mansion Isle is unstable, if he showed the slightest sign of cowardice, the Celestial Court's unity might collapse even before the Yao clan's attack. Moreover, whether the news brought by Lu Yuncheng was true or false remained unknown. How could Dong Wanggong possibly reveal his inner turmoil? Furthermore, the 2 Western sages who had taken 10 million merit points from him had promised to assist when Purple Mansion Isle faced existential crisis. Even if the Yao clan truly launched an attack, even if outmatched, he at least wouldn't need to fear for his life. Dong Wanggong's resolute attitude slightly eased the tension among Xuanming, Qinglian, and others in Purple Mansion Isle. Since Dong Wanggong showed no fear, it proved he indeed held cards to resist the Yao clan. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao wore expressions of skepticism. Where did Dong Wanggong's confidence come from to dismiss the Yao clan so completely? After all, throughout the primordial world, the only force capable of rivaling the Yao clan was the self-proclaimed Orthodox Witch clan. The Celestial Court has only been established for about 100 years, with a total force of merely 100,000, not even a fraction of the Yao clan's numbers. Moreover, the Yao clan possesses 4 supreme experts at the quasi-sage peak realm. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi need no introduction. These two possess the utmost foundation and heritage. The demon strategist Koan Pang is an ancient mighty being from the primordial era, undoubtedly stronger than Dong Wanggong. There's also Fuxi, Nuwa Sage's elder brother, and the legendary Shi Emperor, another quasi-sage peak expert. Any one of these 4 could single-handedly contend with, if not suppress, Dong Wanggong. Beyond these, the Yao clan boasts divine demons with cultivation at the golden immortal peak, all formidable beings capable of independent action. What exactly is the source of Dong Wanggong's confidence in facing the Yao clan without fear? Although Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao rarely descend the mountain and pay little attention to worldly affairs, they still possess some understanding of the Yao clan's situation. After all, the Yao clan currently dominates the primordial world. Even sage lineages either avoid confronting them or at least refrain from actively provoking them. As for Lu Yunsheng, he saw through Dong Wanggong's intentions at a glance, and this was exactly what he hoped to see. If Dong Wanggong backed down, how could he sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, ultimately reaping the spoils of victory? Before coming, he had even prepared to persuade Dong Wanggong not to back down. However, Dong Wanggong's reaction saved him a lot of trouble. So, Senior had already made preparations to confront the Yao clan. Lu Yunsheng pretended to be shocked as he looked at Dong Wanggong and deliberately flattered. No wonder Senior's establishment of the Celestial Court gained the recognition of the Heavenly Tao, which bestowed boundless merit. It seems the Yao clan's attack on Purple Mansion will surely result in heavy losses. These words greatly pleased Dong Wanggong, and his impression of Lu Yunsheng improved significantly. Being publicly flattered by a disciple of a sage's lineage was not only a sign of respect for him but also an acknowledgement of the Celestial Court. Just as Dong Wanggong was about to continue probing, Lu Yunsheng spoke again. "Esteemed Senior, my master previously misunderstood you at the Tao Discussion Assembly. Our visit this time is actually under Lord Tongtian's orders to resolve the misunderstandings between the Celestial Court and the Jie sect. You came under Sage Tongtian's decree." As these words were spoken, all members of the Celestial Court felt a shock in their hearts, their eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. The sages who govern the cosmos are transcendent beings above all mortal life. Whatever decisions they make are considered right by all beings of the primordial world. As for making a sage admit mistakes, since the establishment of the 6 sages, such a possibility has never existed. Yet today, they actually witnessed this scene with their own eyes. How could the Celestial Court members not be shaken? Although Sage Tongtian didn't appear in person, given Lu Yunsheng and his companion's status within the Jie sect, their presence at Purple Mansion Isle as Sage Tongtian's representatives undoubtedly showed great respect to both Dong Wanggong and the Celestial Court. While astonished, the Celestial Court members also wondered what trump cards Dong Wanggong possessed that could make Sage Tongtian take the initiative to extend goodwill. Moreover, the 2 Western sages who visited Purple Mansion recently were also quite courteous toward Dong Wanggong. This marks 3 saints actively seeking friendship with the Celestial Court. In truth, Dong Wanggong was equally surprised by this development, harboring the same question in his heart. What virtue or ability did he possess to warrant Sage Tongtian proactively sending disciples to establish goodwill? Correct. To both the Celestial Court members and Dong Wanggong, Lu Yunsheng's recent words clearly represented Sage Tongtian's initiative in befriending the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao had their lips twitching involuntarily. Their junior brother truly dared to say anything. He even dared to falsely claim it was Lord Tongtian's decree. Wasn't he afraid of being hung up and beaten to death? However, recalling Lu Yunsheng's instructions before their departure, though Zhao Gongming and Sanshao felt concerned, they couldn't rightly interject and could only silently watch their junior brother's performance. As for whether failure might implicate them in punishment from their master upon return, none of them particularly cared. They had a fairly good understanding of Lord Tongtian. For such trivial matters, even if Lord Tongtian found out, he would merely reprimand them at most. The severest punishment would be nothing more than house arrest. But if their junior brother's plan succeeded, the benefits they could reap would be immeasurable. It is the Celestial Court's fortune that Sage Tongtian could forgive my impudence. Dong Wanggong here expresses his gratitude for the sage's magnanimity. Dong Wanggong suppressed his inner excitement and numerous doubts, adopting an extremely humble posture as he spoke with flattered apprehension. Though his ambitions reached for the heavens, he still maintained some self-awareness. When Sage Tongtian granted him face, he knew he must accept it graciously. If he acted presumptuously before the Jie sect disciples, it might provoke their displeasure. Should they later speak ill of him before Sage Tongtian, it could backfire terribly. Moreover, Sage Tongtian's goodwill would help him stabilize morale with twice the result for half the effort. After a pause, the Eastern Prince continued politely to Lu Yunsheng and his companions. "We are deeply grateful for your personal visit. Please forgive any inadequacies in our reception." Since they came representing Sage Tongtian to establish goodwill with Purple Mansion Isle, the Eastern Prince saw no issue in humbling himself to win over these saintly disciples. It could only bring immense benefits to the Celestial Court. If he could persuade them to stay at Purple Mansion Isle for a few days, should the Yao clan launch an attack, their status as saintly disciples might serve to intimidate the demon tribe. No matter how powerful the Yao clan might be, would they dare strike down disciples of a saint? He didn't expect much help from Lu Yunsheng's group. Their mere presence at Purple Mansion would represent Sage Tongtian's stance, inevitably giving the Yao clan pause. Little did he know, Lu Yunsheng's earlier remarks had already laid the groundwork for their extended stay at Purple Mansion Isle. Chapter 58, Marching on Purple Mansion Isle, the Battle of the Ages. "You honor us too much, Elder. We merely follow our master's orders," they replied. "Now that his assigned task is complete, we shall not impose upon you further." Lu Yunsheng stood up as he spoke, making a show of preparing to leave. Dong Wanggong, who had been contemplating how to retain Lu Yunsheng's group, immediately grew anxious. You've traveled so far to visit. Wouldn't it be laughable if I, as your host, failed to extend proper hospitality to you all? Dong Wanggong said with an expression of sincere regret. The celestial court members quickly caught on, joining in earnest to persuade Lu Yunqing's party to stay and receive their hospitality. This spectacle left Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters speechless. Their junior brother clearly had no intention of immediately departing Purple Mansion Isle, yet feigned urgency to leave so convincingly that Dong Wanggong's faction completely fell for it. Such mastery in reading and manipulating others' thoughts was truly beyond their reach. Wouldn't this be imposing on everyone? Lu Yunqing pretended to hesitate. He had anticipated Dong Wanggong's intentions before arriving, so none of this surprised him. His cat and mouse game wasn't meant to test Dong Wanggong, but rather to set the stage for subsequent plans. There's a clear difference between them voluntarily staying at Purple Mansion Isle and Dong Wanggong desperately persuading them to stay. Should the Yao clan attack Purple Mansion Isle, those who were persuaded to stay would gain complete freedom to advance or retreat as they please. Yet Dong Wanggong, who prides himself on unparalleled strategizing, remains completely blind to Lu Yunqing's scheme. Of course, even if he did see through it, Dong Wanggong would pretend otherwise, continuing to leverage the prestige of the sage's tradition. After all, the Yao clan's million-strong army is no match for Purple Mansion Isle's mere 100,000 troops. Only by invoking the sage's authority might there be a chance to intimidate the Yao clan. As for the trump card of seeking protection from the two Western sages, Dong Wanggong clearly wouldn't resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Not at all. Hosting distinguished guests like you is our Purple Mansion Isle's greatest honor. Dong Wanggong smiled warmly, his attitude toward Lu Yunqing growing even more cordial. The two men exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring their own designs. Lu Yunqing ceased his pretense and naturally settled in to stay. Meanwhile, after discussions among the Yao clan members, under the insistence of Tai Yi, Koan Pang, and the 10 great demon gods, Emperor Jun finally decided to dispatch troops against Purple Mansion Isle. My brother, for this expedition against Purple Mansion Isle, you shall personally lead the army with Bai Zhe, Jiuing as your lieutenants. You must overthrow the celestial court and uphold the dignity of our Yao clan's heavenly court. Emperor Jun, concerned that the Witch clan might take the opportunity to attack the heavenly court, ordered Koan Pang and Fushi to remain behind and defend the court together with him. After all, the heavenly court was the Yao clan's stronghold. If anything unexpected were to happen, the consequences would be severe, making precautions necessary. With 5 of the 10 great demon gods dispatched, along with Tai Yi at the peak of quasi-sage cultivation personally leading a million-strong Yao clan army, flattening Purple Mansion Isle would basically be without surprises. Elder brother can rest assured, this sovereign shall personally trample Purple Mansion Isle into dust. Tai Yi, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens, smiled confidently. During these 100 years, they weren't merely holding discussions, they had secretly dispatched numerous agents to gather intelligence. Upon learning that nearly half of the heavenly Dao merits obtained by the Eastern Prince had already been distributed, they chose this precise moment to launch their military campaign against Purple Mansion Isle. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Kunlun, senior brother, where shall we go for our training journey? The 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect, having received the primordial sage's permission to descend the mountain, were brimming with anticipation. Since joining the Orthodox sect, this marked their first collective journey down the mountain for training. All were eager to establish the reputation of the sect's direct disciples while seeking fortuitous opportunities. With the newly established celestial court in need of allies, why don't we pay a visit to Purple Mansion Isle? We might uncover some opportunities there. Guang Chengxi's eyes flickered thoughtfully before he made the suggestion. The Eastern Prince's establishment of the celestial court had stirred the heavenly Dao to bestow boundless merits, a fact Guang Chengxi had long kept in mind. Since all beings of the primordial world could join the celestial court to receive merits, their status as the sage's direct disciples would surely warrant some acknowledgement from the Eastern Prince if they visited to lend their support and bolster the court's prestige. Hearing this, how could the Orthodox sect's direct disciples not understand Guan Chengxi's intentions? Their eyes all lit up with realization. Soon, the 12 direct disciples of the Orthodox sect transformed into streams of light, streaking toward Purple Mansion Isle. At the same time, Xian Du, who had also descended the mountain, rushed at top speed to human tribal settlements to personally preach the Tao to mankind. With only a century left to him, Xian Du dared not waste a single moment. Yet just as he prepared to begin his preaching, heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. Boom rumble. Endless demonic chi surged skyward, sweeping through all realms of existence, shaking all beings of the primordial world. Tai Yi, whose overwhelming aura dominated the surroundings, made his majestic voice resonate throughout the primordial world. Dong Wanggong has provoked the Yao clan's celestial court, attempting to dominate the primordial world, a crime punishable by death. Though the Yao clan acted tyrannically and needed no excuse to dispatch troops to Purple Mansion Isle, Tai Yi had to make this declaration to maintain the dignity of the Yao clan's celestial court. This military expedition to Purple Mansion Isle aimed not only to eliminate the insignificant Dong Wanggong, but also served as a warning to all beings of the primordial world. As Taiyi's proclamation resounded through heaven and earth, not only were all living beings in the primordial world shaken, but even the saints were startled. The first battle of the tribulation had erupted. At this moment, the attention of all saints was completely drawn to this event. Dong Wanggong, who had received the heavenly Tao's recognition and was bestowed with boundless merit, did he still have a chance to reverse his fate? However, the next instant when the saints' gazes pierced through endless void to descend upon Purple Mansion Isle, they all froze in surprise. Why were GS sect disciples present at Purple Mansion Isle? Both Tai Ching and Yuanchi raised their eyebrows, thoughtful flashes appearing in their eyes, especially Yuanchi, who suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. While Nuwa was surprised, she was even more puzzled about what Tong Tian intended to do. The two Western sages frowned deeply, their eyes unable to conceal their growing anxiety. They had promised Dong Wanggong they would intervene when Purple Mansion Isle faced existential crisis. Yet barely a century had passed were they already being called upon to fulfill their pledge. Given the Yao clan's strength, it was predictable without asking that Purple Mansion Isle would inevitably be unable to resist the Yao clan's million-strong army. Dong Wanggong, wanting to preserve his life, would certainly seek their help. Only Tong Tian's expression turned somewhat gloomy. Did Zhao Gongming and the others treat his words as mere wind passing their ears? Not long ago, he had just instructed his disciples not to get involved in the tribulation. Yet these disciples actually went as guests to Purple Mansion Isle. More than just fooling around. It was practically courting death. As for the reactions of the various saints, Lu Yunsheng, currently a guest at Purple Mansion Isle, was unaware. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Hearing Taiyi's vast voice proclaiming to heaven and earth, Lu Yunsheng visibly became excited. The Yao clan had finally mobilized troops against Purple Mansion Isle. The Witch clan must have made preparations by now, right? This great battle he had personally schemed to instigate was bound to be spectacular, wasn't it? As for whether he would be implicated and face the danger of perishing, how could a distinguished saint's disciple possibly perish in the Witch Yao tribulation? But seeing the obvious tension among Dong Wanggong and the celestial court members, Lu Yunsheng, fearing Dong Wanggong might back down, immediately shouted angrily, "The Yao clan is truly too domineering, actually attempting to annihilate the celestial court." Elder Dong Wanggong, though our cultivation levels aren't high, since we've encountered this situation, we definitely won't stand idly by. As these words were spoken, Dong Wanggong immediately felt great joy in his heart. Did Sage Tong Tian foresee the Yao clan's attack on Purple Mansion Isle, hence specifically sending Lu Yunsheng and his companions to assist? Doesn't this mean when Purple Mansion Isle faces life and death crisis, Sage Tong Tian will personally intervene for protection? Chapter 59, Purge of Purple Mansion Isle. I appreciate fellow cultivators' kind intentions, but the Yao clan's forces are formidable. If I involve you in this conflict, I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to Sage Tong Tian. Though excited internally, Dong Wanggong righteously refused with sullen words outwardly. Having disciples of a sage assisting Purple Mansion Isle would undoubtedly greatly boost morale, but he knew the necessary formalities still couldn't be omitted. After all, Lu Yunsheng currently represents himself, not Sage Tong Tian's will. If he agreed directly and something unfortunate happened to these individuals, he clearly wouldn't be able to account for it to Sage Tong Tian. This was also a test for Lu Yunsheng. Whether he was assisting out of momentary impulse or under Sage Tong Tian's instruction would be revealed by his subsequent reaction. However, the celestial court members grew anxious, their eyes filled with urgency as they looked at Dong Wanggong. When others voluntarily offer help, why refuse? Though these individuals' cultivation levels were ordinary and their assistance wouldn't make much difference to Purple Mansion Isle, Lu Yunsheng and his companions held exceptional status. These were disciples of the sage who suppresses the cosmos. Even if they couldn't represent the sage, who in the entire primordial world would dare act rashly against a sage's disciples? Moreover, if the Yao clan saw them offering assistance, they might mistakenly believe the sage intended to protect Purple Mansion Isle, which would surely make them cautious. Dong Wanggong actually refused. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, Lu Yunsheng's voice rang out again, "Senior need not worry for our safety. If the Yao clan dares to harm even a hair on our heads, Lord Tong Tian will surely raise the heavenly court to the ground." The Eastern Prince. Sage Tong Tian indeed possesses the power to overthrow the heavenly court. The key question is, do you truly hold such significant weight in Sage Tong Tian's heart? After all, the Yao clan should not be underestimated. This can be seen from how Dao ancestor Hongjun personally intervened to stop the First Great War between Wu and Yao, clearly showing his partiality toward the Yao clan and his unwillingness to see them destroyed. No matter how powerful Sage Tong Tian might be, would he really oppose Dao ancestor Hongjun just for a few disciples? Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken in the Eastern Prince's mind. In truth, he earnestly hoped Lu Yunsheng would persist in assisting Purple Mansion Isle. While silently criticizing, the Eastern Prince felt more excitement and barely containable elation. These disciples of the sage weren't acting on mere impulse to help Purple Mansion Isle, but must have received Sage Tong Tian's explicit instruction. Otherwise, when he pointed out the Yao clan's formidable strength and the dangers involved in participation, Lu Yunsheng wouldn't have reacted this way. Only with Sage Tontian's directive would Lu Yunqing and his group persist in assisting Purple Mansion Isle and make those statements just now. The originally anxious Purple Mansion Isle crowd were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Lu Yunqing to remain steadfast despite Dong Wanggong highlighting the dangers of assisting them. For them, however, this was undoubtedly tremendous good news. Dong Wanggong ceased further refusal and acquiesced. My gratitude for your assistance. Dong Wanggong and the Celestial Court shall remember this favor. When the current crisis is resolved, proper compensation shall be granted. After expressing thanks to Lu Yunqing's group, he addressed the Purple Mansion Isle Assembly. Honored ones, this is the Celestial Court's crisis. I implore you to stand united with Purple Mansion Isle. Those who distinguish themselves in repelling the Yao clan shall receive merit rewards. Determined to elevate the Celestial Court's prestige, Dong Wanggong made this bold public pledge. After all, he wasn't particularly wealthy and didn't possess many heavenly treasures to boost morale. The only thing that could move the crowd was merit. If they lost this battle, the remaining merit would be of little use to him anyway, so it was better to use it now to lift spirits. As long as they could repel the Yao clan in this battle, the Celestial Court would firmly establish its footing in the primordial world. We shall stand together with the Celestial Court through thick and thin. With the assistance of the saints' disciples and Dong Wanggong's promise, the Celestial Court members felt their spirits soar as they shouted in unison. While Dong Wanggong was boosting morale, unnoticed by anyone, the 12 witch ancestors were concealed in the void a million miles away from Purple Mansion Isle, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Little sister, when should we strike? Ganggong turned to ask Huta beside him. Jerome and the others were equally impatient. After all, this was their first time scheming against the Yao clan. Don't be hasty. The timing isn't right yet. Since this is an ambush, we must wait until the Yao clan and Celestial Court are engaged in battle before striking unexpectedly. Only then can we deliver a severe lesson to the demons at minimal cost. Huta patiently explained to her elder brothers. Though not adept at scheming, she wasn't foolish either. After Lu Yunqing's reminder, she carefully pondered and grasped the underlying strategy. The Witch clan had only known direct confrontation with the Yao clan before. Although blessed with innate physical superiority that allowed them to easily overpower demons of equal cultivation level, most demons were shameless and had schemed against them numerous times. In many conflicts between the two races, the Witch clan had often fallen prey to the demons' plots. Now that they finally had an opportunity to outmaneuver the Yao clan, Huta found herself genuinely anticipating it. Under the watchful eyes of all beings in the primordial world and various saints, Dong Huang Tai personally led 5 great demon gods and a million-strong demon army, descending upon Purple Mansion Isle. Boom! Terrifying demonic chi surged skyward, their oppressive might sweeping across tens of millions of miles, causing the void itself to tremble with unceasing roars. The creatures near Purple Mansion all trembled in fear, frantically fleeing lest they be caught in the crossfire. Dong Wanggong, considering your arduous cultivation, I grant you a chance at redemption. Join my Yao clan's Celestial Court, or perish. As Dong Huang Tai descended upon Purple Mansion Isle, his quasi-sage peak-level pressure swept across the land, his thunderous voice shaking the cosmos and startling all beings of the primordial world. Was this an attempt to force Dong Wanggong to lead the Celestial Court into joining the Heavenly Court? So the charges against Dong Wanggong were merely a pretext. Though the denizens of the primordial world seethed at the Yao clan's tyranny, none dared show it, silently observing the events unfold. After all, none but the saints' lineages and the Witch clan could oppose the Yao clan's overwhelming might. Dong Wanggong strode forward, glaring at the oppressive Tai, and roared, I am the Celestial Lord, acknowledged by the Heavenly Tao. How could I bow to your Yao clan's rule? Others may fear your kind, but my Celestial Court does not. If battle is what you seek, then battle we shall. How could the leader of male immortals, personally appointed by Tao ancestor Hongjun, possibly submit to the rule of Emperor Jun in Tai? Moreover, the Celestial Court was not without the means to oppose the Yao clan. With the support and protection of 2 great saint lineages, if he lacked even the courage to fight, he would be unworthy of establishing the Celestial Court. You refuse the honor bestowed upon you. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Dong Wanggong's defiance immediately darkened Tai's expression, his voice now laced with overwhelming killing intent. Since Dong Wanggong dared to oppose the Yao clan, today he would make him and all beings of the primordial world witness the consequences of defying them. I, Dong Huang Tai of the Yao clan, declare this day the fall of Purple Mansion Isle. Those who resist shall be slain without mercy. Standing high above the heavens, Dong Huang Tai proclaimed his decree once more to the world. All generals, heed my command, raise Purple Mansion Isle to the ground. At Dong Huang Tai's order, the 5 great Yao gods led a million-strong Yao army in a furious assault toward Purple Mansion Isle. Chapter 60. Are there still those who fear not death? Boom! The terrifying power of divine artifacts and supernatural abilities surged, collapsing endless void and annihilating billions of stars. Witnessing this scene, all living beings in the primordial world trembled with fear. Was this the true strength of the Yao clan's foundation? The spectacle of a million-strong army on the march was truly overwhelming in scale. With only 100,000 defenders at Purple Mansion Isle, could they even muster the thought of resistance against the Yao clan's million-strong forces? Yet in the next moment, Dong Wanggong soared into the air and shouted, "Warriors of Purple Mansion Isle, follow me to battle!" Boom! Dong Wanggong's ascension unleashed the crushing pressure of a peak quasi-sage realm, his thunderous roar echoing across the cosmos, momentarily overwhelming the Yao clan's momentum. Attack! 100,000 cultivators from Purple Mansion all surged forward in unison, their war cry shaking heaven and earth for millions of miles. This spectacle once again stunned all beings in the primordial world. How could mere 100,000 defenders dare confront a million-strong Yao clan army head-on? Were these people truly unafraid of death? That was a million-strong army of the Yao clan, including 5 demon gods at the peak of golden immortal cultivation, with Donghuang Taiyi reputed as the strongest beneath saints personally commanding them. Even a fool could tell Purple Mansion Isle was bound to lose. What exactly were these cultivators from Purple Mansion Isle thinking? Just as all beings were perplexed, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao turned to Lu Yunsheng with worried expressions. "Junior brother Yunsheng, you're not actually planning to join the battle, are you?" Seeing Lu Yunsheng summon his magic treasure, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao grew visibly anxious, urgently questioning him. "Didn't we agree before coming that we'd only show support without actually participating in the battle?" The battle had barely begun, yet Lu Yunsheng wanted to personally fight. Wasn't this pure suicide? Not even considering Lu Yunsheng's mere golden immortal cultivation, even Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao who had broken through to golden immortal realm lacked absolute self-preservation capability in such a massive battle. The Yao clan forces, excluding their 5 demon gods, still had dozens of golden immortal level demon commanders and tens of thousands at the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Participating in such a great battle, even with top-grade protective treasures, one might still face the danger of falling with the slightest carelessness. Lu Yunsheng however smiled indifferently. "Senior brother need not worry, I shall be fine." In truth, Lu Yunsheng didn't wish to participate in the battle either. His staying was merely to bolster Dong Wanggong's confidence against the Yao clan. But with the Witch clan's intervention still nowhere in sight, Lu Yunsheng had to alter his plans, intending to use his identity as a sage's disciple to delay the battle. After all, Purple Mansion Isle only had a force of 100,000. Facing a million-strong Yao clan army, they likely couldn't hold out for long. If they were annihilated before the Witch clan made their move, wouldn't his grand scheme end in vain? This is madness. Seeing that he couldn't stop Lu Yunsheng, Zhao Gongming grew genuinely alarmed now. Just as he was about to intercept Lu Yunsheng, the latter suddenly shouted loudly, "Senior Dong Wanggong, Jie sect disciple Lu Yunsheng comes to offer assistance." Why would a Jie sect disciple come to aid Dong Wanggong? Lu Yunsheng's thunderous shout once again shook all beings of the primordial world. Didn't Sage Tongtian hold great dissatisfaction towards Dong Wanggong? Didn't he directly expel Dong Wanggong from Golden Turtle Island during the Shenmen Sect's Dao Discussion Assembly, and furthermore issue a decree prohibiting all members of the Celestial Court from approaching within 1,000,000 miles of Golden Turtle Island? Not only were the beings of the primordial world shocked, even the Yao clan was stunned. What's happening? Is the Jia sect going to protect Purple Mansion Isle? If a sage gets involved, they probably won't have any chance to completely annihilate Purple Mansion Isle, would they? The impending great battle was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yunsheng's thunderous shout. This scene caused Taiyi's expression to instantly darken, with unconcealed murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Jie sect is truly going too far. Not long ago, Sage Tongtian openly humiliated him and his elder brother before numerous great powers of the Shenmen sect, publicly telling them to get lost. Enduring that insult was bad enough, but now the Jie sect dares to interfere in the conflict between the Yao clan and Purple Mansion Isle. Do they truly believe the Yao clan fears the Jie sect? Lu Yunsheng, even if you are a disciple of the sage, dare to oppose our Yao clan, this sovereign will show no mercy. Taiyi glared at Lu Yunsheng, suppressing the urge to slap him away, and shouted fiercely, "Leave now, and this sovereign will let it pass. But if you continue opposing our Yao clan, do not blame this sovereign for disregarding Sage Tongtian's face." His reverence for the sages did not mean he truly feared Sage Tongtian. After all, above the sages stood Dao ancestor Hongjun. If Tongtian truly oppressed the Yao clan, they could seek justice from the Dao ancestor. Moreover, Nuwa, also a sage, was once their Yao clan's empress. Though Nuwa had cut ties with the Yao clan after achieving sainthood, her elder brother remained in the heavenly court. Even if Nuwa ignored the Yao clan's plight, would she stand by as Tongtian oppressed Fuxi? Yet, unless absolutely necessary, the Yao clan would avoid provoking Sage Tongtian, but that did not mean they lacked limits. Taiyi, how dare you? You actually threatened a sage's disciple in public. Do you still hold Sage Tongtian in any regard? Facing Donghuang Taiyi at the peak quasi-sage realm, Lu Yunsheng showed not the slightest fear but instead sternly challenged him. He indeed lacked the power to oppose Taiyi, being nothing more than an ant in the other's eyes, but would Taiyi truly dare to strike him down before all living beings of the primordial world? Sage Tongtian's backing was precisely what gave Lu Yunsheng the confidence to stand against Donghuang Taiyi. In truth, Donghuang Taiyi indeed dared not slay Lu Yunsheng publicly, but teaching him a lesson remained within bounds. After all, he had given Lu Yunsheng the chance to leave, yet the other took his forbearance as license for recklessness. If he tolerated even this, what dignity would remain? Even if Sage Tongtian himself appeared, Dong Huang Taiyi would have justification to punish Lu Yunsheng. Boom! The crushing pressure of a peak quasi-sage erupted, bearing down violently upon Lu Yunsheng. This sovereign shall properly teach you today how to revere your betters. Dong Huang Taiyi with frosty eyes manifested divine power and pressed down towards Lu Yunsheng. How dare you? How could you casually oppress a disciple of the saint? The Eastern Prince snorted coldly and immediately manifested divine power to confront Dong Huang Taiyi. Boom! Terrifying divine power swept across, tearing through endless void, annihilating all in its path. Countless sacred mountains collapsed as waters from the eastern sea poured into the heavens. The divine power manifested by the Eastern Prince was continuously shattered until completely destroyed, though Dong Huang Taiyi's manifested power was nearly depleted as well, causing no harm to Lu Yunsheng. Yet all beings of the primordial world clearly understood the Eastern Prince's combat power was slightly inferior to Dong Huang Taiyi's. The first direct confrontation between two peak-level quasi-saints immediately revealed their difference in strength. This scene made the primordial beings even less optimistic about the celestial court, and even the expressions of the 100,000 cultivators from Purple Mansion all drastically changed. Taiyi, whose attack had been blocked by Dong Wanggong, grew even more grim-faced. Generals of the Yao clan, heed my command. Wipe out Purple Mansion Isle. Even if disciples of saints dare obstruct us, show no mercy. I shall bear all consequences. The thoroughly enraged Dong Huang Taiyi issued another command. At that moment, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out. Hold your hand, Lord Dong Huang. Was there still someone unafraid of death? Dong Huang Taiyi's expression darkened further, his murderous intent sweeping through all realms between heaven and earth. He would see for himself who was so eager to court death.